name she'd only associated until now with partying with her pals. When Chris had suggested they go to Orkney for a few days, she'd immediately agreed, because up to that point he'd spoken only rarely of where his family had come from. Plus any questions she posed as to why his mum had left Orkney had resulted in a shrug and a dismissive smile. No matter, she thought. I'm here now. Looking down, Lyrawa Bay appeared almost magical, with its blue water rippling over golden sand. Taking a photograph, she immediately knew that this moment, the light and those colours, could never be recaptured, except perhaps in her imagination. The rolling fields of the other islands she could see from her vantage point were all spring green, including the largest one, which Chris called mainland. Not so the northern part of Hoy, where she stood. The highest and least fertile island in the 70-strong archipelago, this part was mostly rock, peat and heather, with a thin strip of green along the shoreline facing Scapa Flow. Crossing this morning on the ferry from Houghton, she'd imagined Hoy as a dark, brooding giant, moodily observing her approach, especially now that she knew Hoy was Chris's home island. Turning from the bay, she set off up the hill behind, which led, the guidebook said, to the grave of Betty Corrigal. In 1770, Betty had had a brief romance with a whaler. Sadly, when she told him she was pregnant, he'd deserted her, never to be seen again. Distraught and cast out by her community, Betty had hanged herself. Laid to rest in an unmarked grave on the peaty hillside, her remains, preserved in her wooden coffin, had been first discovered in the 1930s by peat workers. Reburied, she'd been unearthed again by Second World War soldiers stationed on the island, who'd called her the Lady of Hoy. Becoming something of a folk hero, with songs written about her, Betty had eventually been given a proper burial on the hill above Lyrawa Bay. As the white headstone and picket fence came into sight, Rachel registered that her upbeat mood, when looking down on the golden sands and blue water, had dissipated, replaced by what felt like an ominous shadow. Shaken by this, she found herself barely able to glance at the words on the grave, "Here lies Betty Corrigal," before she turned to hurry back the way she had come, as the earlier expanse of blue sky was replaced by scudding grey clouds and the sharp touch of rain. It was at this point she spotted activity on the hill below, next to what looked like the ruins of a stone building. A red digger had appeared and was now working there. Pausing for a moment to watch, she remembered that Chris had said the old Mowat house stood above Lyrawa Bay. Might that be the remains of his family's original home? If so, something was definitely going on there. Deciding on impulse, she took some photos with her mobile, intent on showing them to Chris later when they met up after the funeral he hadn't wanted her to attend. Chapter 1. D.I. Erling Flett wasn't surprised to discover St. Magnus Cathedral full of folk here to lay Hoy veteran Ivor Mowat to rest. Born in 1929, Ivor had been just 10 years old when the Royal Oak had been torpedoed by a German submarine in Scapa Flow and had seen it go down. Across Scapa, on mainland Orkney, Erling's grandfather Sandy had watched it too. Sandy and Ivor had been best pals, despite the stretch of water between them, spending most weekends on each other's farms. "They were like twins, separated at birth," Erling's father, Tommy, had once told him, "although they resembled one another not at all, apart from a fierce love of the water and boats. My father built his own boat and used it to cross back and forth to Lyrawa Bay to see Ivor. Until he met my mother, that is. She feared the water, and feared for him when he went out on it. So your grandfather gave up the boat and took the ferry to please her." Sitting beside his father now, Erling could hear his grandfather Sandy's voice clearly in his head, telling stories of his youth when he and Ivor would camp out near the Nissen hut sites on Hoy. This stream of memories was now interrupted by his father's voice, saying in an undertone, "The Moets are all here, and that doesn't bode well." Erling glanced at his father's worried face. "Bode well for what?" he said. "The wake at the Kirkwall Hotel," Tommy said. "Are you going?" "I wasn't planning to," Erling told him. "I need to get back to work." "If you're seen to be there, it might prevent a fight," Tommy said, as the congregation rose to sing the final hymn. "But tempers are running high at Lyrawa." "About what?" Erling said under his breath. At this his father gave him a look he remembered well. "I can't imagine how you, a detective inspector, don't know about the land feud on Hoy, not to mention that eco-house being built on the old Mowat croft above the bay." Before Erling could respond to this, the voices around him rose in a loud rendition of "Abide with Me" as the coffin was lifted and carried up the aisle by 6 brawny male members of the family. "That's Hugh and Albert, the 2 eldest, in front, then Harold and Cameron," Tommy said quietly. "The final 2, I assume, are younger members of the family." As the faces passed him by, Erling tried to gauge the mood of the pallbearers, noting what he thought were thunderous looks being traded across the coffin, and also in the direction of a young male a couple of rows behind. "I told you," Tommy whispered beside him. Emerging from the cathedral, Erling checked his phone to discover a message from Joe Green, his detective sergeant, asking him to call her back. As he did so, the coffin was loaded into the back of the hearse, the pallbearer's rigid face-off more obvious now. "Is the funeral over?" Joe said. When he answered in the affirmative, she added, "Well, Leo Strachan's here, boss. Keen to speak to you about a situation last night in Albert Street." Leo Strachan was the leader of the local street pastors in Kirkwall, who were to be found out on the streets of central Kirkwall on weekend nights, religiously or benevolently helping those the worse for wear among the revellers. "Tell him I'll be right there. And Joe," he added before she rang off, "ask P.C. Tullach to head for the wake at the Kirkwall Hotel. My father thinks his presence might be required." "Right you are," Joe said, with an amused question mark in her voice. The hearse had departed, heading for Houghton and the vehicle ferry to Hoy, where Ivor had wished to be buried. Some of the mourners would accompany him to his final resting place, but not all of them. Those who didn't plan to follow the cortege were already on their way down Albert Street to the harbour and the Kirkwall Hotel bar, where refreshments awaited them. "I'm going over to Hoy," his father told him when he'd finished his call with Joe. "There'll likely be arguments there too, but I owe it to my father to see Ivor laid to rest." "I've organised a police presence at the hotel. P.C. Tullach will be on his way," Erling said. Tommy raised an eyebrow. "I'm not sure young Ivan Tullach's a match for the Mowat clan," he said with a concerned look. "He's not the boy you remember from Sunday," Erling found himself saying, "and he'll call for help if required." Parting company with his father at the foot of the cathedral steps, Erling set off on the short walk to the police station, his mind replaying the scenario Tommy had outlined in the church regarding the Mowat family. Orkney had a long and well-recorded history of family feuds, stretching back in time to their Viking ancestors, with St. Magnus the Martyr, after whom the cathedral had been named, being involved in one of them. He tried to recall anything he'd heard about Hoy and the original Mowat family land. It was near Lyrawa Bay, and, as far as he could remember, mostly hill and heather. He recalled, too, that Ivor had also owned land on Flotta, and had more than likely benefited when the oil terminal was first built. So maybe there was more money with the Mowats than he'd been aware of. According to Tommy, Ivor had still had all his faculties, even though he'd moved to live in a care home in Kirkwall. Apparently, he'd continued to rule the roost from there. The 6 pallbearers had all looked so much like the younger version of Ivor he'd seen in his grandfather's photographs that their lineage was pretty obvious. So, what had Ivor been up to cause such a stramash among his family? That question remained unanswered as he reached his destination and, entering, checked first that P.C. Tulloch had been dispatched to the Kirkwall Hotel. He was assured by the stout desk officer that his order had been carried out. "No trouble reported as yet, sir," P.C. Alexander added. Erling refrained from asking if P.C. Alexander was expecting trouble among the Mowats and headed upstairs to the conference room. Hearing Leo's voice, followed by Joe's laughter, he was reminded that his sergeant had been a real asset to the team since she transferred to Kirkwall from Caithness. As for Leo Strachan, his mind was still to be made up on the street pastor. The laughter ended when he opened the door, and the two faces turned to observe his entry. He thought, and not for the first time, that D.S. Green liked Leo Strachan, and that the feeling was mutual. And he believed Joe Green to be a good reader of people, something that had become apparent in her short time here. Then again, they were both in their 20s, and the rapport between them might be more about that than anything else. "Leo," he said, holding out his hand, "good to see you." The hand that clasped his was firm, the gaze direct. "And you, Detective Inspector?" "I understand you've come to report on your weekend work in Kirkwall." "I have, and my concerns." Leo's expression suggested more had happened on Albert Street when the clubs had emptied than the usual distribution of flip-flops to young women who were no longer in control of their high heels. "Okay, what's got you worried?" Erling said, aware that the street pastors were, in general, trusted more than officers on the beat, especially in the heady atmosphere of Saturday nights, when the pubs and clubs disgorged their clientele. "I think there's a new supply of drugs arriving in Kirkwall." Erling glanced at Joe to check whether she'd already heard about this. Registering her worried expression, he decided Leo had been awaiting his arrival before voicing his concerns. "Can I ask why you think that's the case?" Erling said. "Snatches of conversation. Some of the regulars in worse shape than usual," he said. "Have you seen anything being dealt?" Erling tried. Leo shook his head. "We don't go into the clubs. As you know, our job's on the streets, with the walking wounded. But," he paused, "something's definitely different. My guess is availability has increased, together with variety, and I think that whatever it is, it's stronger." Orkney couldn't totally avoid the deluge of cheap and dangerous synthetic drugs currently flooding the market in the major population centres, but its remote location might help stem that tide, especially if forewarned. "Okay, thanks for letting me know," Erling said. "And if you hear anything more, give us a call." "What do you think?" Joe said once the street pastor had departed. "Drugs are an ongoing problem. Anything new in Aberdeen, Inverness or Glasgow will end up here." Joe studied him for a moment. "You're not sure about Leo, are you?" she said in her usual forthright fashion. "No, I'm not," Erling said honestly. "Can I ask why?" Joe said. "I'm not keen on religion in any form." "Me neither," Joe admitted. "But I don't think the pastors are out in the streets at night to convert folk." "Then why call themselves pastors?" Erling said, just as his mobile rang. A glance at the screen indicated it was his father, who he thought should be out on Hoy by now. He answered, "What's up, Dad?" "You'd better get over here, son, and quick. They've found a body." "Weren't they burying a body?" Erling said, wondering if he'd heard correctly. Noting his confusion, Tommy explained, "It's out at the old Mowat place. It seems a digger working on the foundations for the eco-house has unearthed human remains. Chapter 2. By the time they reached Houghton Pier, it became apparent that the reason for their Hoy visit was already common knowledge. The ferry captain, a friend of Tommy's, gave them the most up-to-date version of the story, which Erling registered had already grown arms and legs. It seemed that the remains dug up at the old Mowat place were said to be those of a woman and child, with some folk already ruminating that someone had exhumed Betty Corrigal yet again and reburied her there to stop the building of that fancy eco-house. When Joe had inquired as to who Betty Corrigal was, Erling had told her to take a look on Google. It's a long and sad story from times gone by. So it's a nonsense theory? She checked. Sadly, no, Erling had said, although I'd hoped Betty would remain at peace forever under her concrete plinth on the hill behind the Mowat Croft. As they departed the ferry, another call came in, this time from Hugh Mowat. Erling, who'd only returned to Orkney after his mother Ava's death 5 years ago, knew the senior Mowat only by sight and the occasional mention of his name by Tommy, although he had recognised him right away as the foremost coffin-bearer. "I hear you've landed, Inspector." Hugh's deep, resonant voice filled the vehicle. "If you could come straight to Lyrawa, I'm at the site with Tommy and the digger driver. You'll see us from the road." Confirming he would, Erling ended the call and looked to Joe for her reaction. "Is there anything further I should know about the Mowat family history before we get there?" she said. "Better that we view what's been exposed with an open mind," he told her. "You've worked on archaeological digs in Orkney before. See what you think about the age of the burial when we see what they've uncovered." Joe nodded, but he recognised her disquiet at the prospect of what lay ahead. Erling decided to nurse the hope that, if they were in fact human remains, then they were old enough not to require an investigation. He spotted the red digger first, sitting close to the tumble-down croft house that overlooked the bay below. Drawing in behind the 3 vehicles parked by the main road, one of which was his dad's, Erling indicated they should get kitted up in boots and waterproofs before heading down the hill on foot. The original path to the croft was still visible, snaking its way through the heather, and the recent tracks of the digger had made it even more obvious. From here, Scapa Flow was a seething grey, but already in late May, that could change in seconds as the clouds scudded past and spring sunshine turned the water bright blue. He remembered looking downwards at the sandy bay when he'd come camping with Magnus back in their teenage years. They'd crossed from Houghton in Magnus's PD motorboat and set up camp in one of the many gun positions left from the Second World War. Anchored below, they'd decided to fish for their evening meal until the arrival of a group of curious seals had put an end to their plan. "You've been here before?" Joe said, catching his look. "Way back," he said. "I'd forgotten that the Mowat Croft was around here." As they drew near, Tommy came to meet them. By his expression, Erling knew his father was worried by what he'd seen. "Thanks for getting here so fast, son. We'd just finished burying Ivor when Hugh got the call from the digger owner, a local guy named Ian MacDougall. He'd been hired by a man called Richard Webber Maitland to clear the area for his new eco-house. Apparently Mr. Maitland is due here tomorrow with a team of workmen." Erling didn't comment on this information, but, nodding to his father, said, "OK, let's take a look." "You all right to do the video and photos?" he checked with Joe. When she indicated she was, he told her to start recording on their walk in. Erling had been present at exhumations on Orkney before, most recently at Scale Bay on mainland, when local forensic archaeologist Professor Colin Nelson, together with visiting forensic scientist Dr. Rona MacLeod, had opened a stone cyst expecting to find a Viking corpse, only to discover a much newer set of remains. On this occasion, however, the unearthing, rather than being done slowly and carefully, as at Scale Bay, had been sudden and violent via a digger's shovel. It was, he now registered, sheer luck that the shovel had only dislodged the slatted wooden lid of the makeshift coffin and not engaged with its contents. Despite this, the impact of what had been revealed wasn't lost on either himself or Joe. The exhumation of a grave always felt to him, as he knew it did to Colin, like a form of sacrilege, regardless of how long it had been there. Noting the mummified state of the remains, he was immediately reminded of his conversation with Joe about Betty Corrigal. The adult lay with face turned towards a childlike figure resting in the crook of the right arm. "So, the rumours got that part right," Joe said, her voice emotional. "It is a woman and child." "It certainly looks like that," Erling responded, his tone matching hers. He pulled out his mobile. "We need Colin Nelson out here right away," he told Joe as the call rang and was then swiftly answered. Stepping away so the trio of onlookers might not hear, he explained to Colin that he'd been called out to Hoy where a digger had exposed a slatted wooden coffin containing human remains in the peaty hillside above Lyrawa Bay. "A wooden coffin, you say? Any indication of the era?" "None," Erling told him. "There appears to be some remnants of clothing, and the bodies look to be mummified, with no other items in the coffin as far as I can see." Colin came back immediately. "You said bodies, so there's more than one?" "An adult female, I think," Erling said, "plus possibly a young child." Colin's shock was obvious by the silence that followed Erling's announcement. Eventually he came back in. "I'm assuming you'll want the remains transferred back here for a full examination?" Erling confirmed this. "If you can head for Houghton," he said, "I'll alert the police launch to pick you up from there." Ending the call, he checked the sky. The rain, which had accompanied their walk here, had stopped, but judging by the heavy cloud cover, it might not be off for long. Once he'd made arrangements for the police launch to pick up Colin, he indicated to Joe that they would have to mark out the site, then protect it with a tarpaulin. "What about the digger?" Joe said as they tackled these tasks together. "Work stops on site until we find out how long the bodies have been in the ground," Erling confirmed. "I'll go tell Hugh and Ian now." The three men stood in a row, similar concern on each of their faces. Erling wondered, on approach, how Hugh felt about the sale of the family homestead. Had he been party to it, or one of the objectors? He soon found out. "We're shutting down the site until the remains have been examined properly," Erling told them. "So I can go now?" Ian said, relief in his voice, before a worrying thought obviously crossed his mind. "What about the work team arriving tomorrow? And Mr. Maitland?" "Do either of you have a contact for Mr. Maitland?" Erling asked, including Hugh in his look. Hugh, he noted, looked mightily pleased by the halting of the groundworks. "I don't know the man or his contact details," he said sharply. "I have a number," Ian said, "although I think it's an intermediary, not his personal number," he added. "That'll do," Erling told him. The exchange of numbers accomplished, he indicated that the three men could leave. "But what happens now?" Hugh said. "The remains will go with Professor Nelson to his lab at UHI to be examined," he told him, before turning to Tommy. "The return ferry will be here shortly, Dad. I'll come and see you later, if that's okay." "You do that, son," Tommy said, his expression serious. As the three men set off up the track to the waiting cars, Joe asked him what he thought about all of this. "Hugh Mowat seems pleased that work is stopping on the building site," Erling said, "and he says he's had no contact with the new owners about the sale of the family property, which may mean Ivor never told his eldest son that he was selling the place. Hence his angry expression when he passed me carrying the coffin in the cathedral. A family feud? Joe said. I suspect so, Erling confirmed. Which reminds me, I wonder how P.C. Tullach got on at the wake. I checked up while you were talking to the men, Joe told him. No blood was spilt, although, according to Tullach, there was a minor fracas involving sausage rolls. She resisted the impulse to laugh, and no arrests were made. Good, Erling said with a smile. Oh, something else. P.C. Tullach also told me to tell you that Chris Mowat was there. Apparently he's the youngest of all the Mowats, and the suspicion is the one most likely to be named in Ivor's will. Chapter 3. Rachel watched the ferry's approach, keen now to get back to the main island and Chris. He'd called her as she was walking back to Lyonesse, promising to be waiting for her at Houghton. His voice had sounded weird, as though something had happened that had annoyed or upset him. She knew by now it was better not to ask what that something was, so hadn't mentioned it. Nor had she said anything about the digger at the derelict Croft House. Anyway, she reminded herself, she wasn't even sure the place had anything to do with the Mowats. Now aboard the ferry, she took her seat and checked for the dry biscuits she kept in her bag in case of nausea. Since she'd found out about the pregnancy, travelling had become a worry, especially on water. She'd never been a great sailor. Nibbling the biscuit, she settled back, her eyes closed, aware that watching the choppy waters would only make matters worse. She would have to tell Chris soon. She had, in fact, planned the moment until he'd suddenly proposed that she accompany him to Orkney to see to some family business. The suggestion had come as such a surprise, she'd found herself agreeing immediately, while deciding that news of the pregnancy could wait a little longer. The truth was, she'd felt relieved at the delay, because she had no idea how he would react. She also wasn't sure what she felt about it herself. The nausea abating, she opened her eyes and looked out of the window to see a police launch heading back the way she had just come. She'd never seen a police boat before, but registered that when you were policing a group of islands like Orkney and had to get somewhere quickly, it was an obvious choice. The guidebook had said that Hoy, with its small population, was crime-free, with no official police presence. So what might have caused such a visit? She was pondering this when her mobile rang. Seeing Chris's name on the screen, she hesitated, keen to get the tone of her voice right before answering. "Rachel, I'm at Houghton now," he said. "And I'm on the approaching ferry," she replied in what she thought was a welcoming tone. "I'll wait for you on the pier," he said briefly before ringing off. Replaying his voice in her head, she decided he hadn't sounded cheerful, but then again he'd been at his great-grandfather's funeral, a funeral he wouldn't permit her to attend. She'd been a little hurt by his determined stance on that, until he told her that his family were hellish and would likely be unkind to her. "Was your great-grandfather hellish too?" she'd asked. "No, that's why I came back," had been his reply. When she spotted his figure waiting for her, Rachel felt her heart leap in her chest. He looks too young to be a father, she thought. Much too young. Chapter 4. With the end of May fast approaching, it had stayed light just long enough for Professor Nelson to extract the fragile coffin with its contents and transfer it to the police launch, after which Erling and Joe had secured the tarpaulin over the site to protect it in advance of the arrival of a soccer team tomorrow morning. Sitting now in the vehicle waiting for the ferry to pick them up, Erling retried the number given him by Ian McDougall regarding the new owner of the Mowat Croft. On the two previous occasions, he'd been forwarded to voicemail and had left a message explaining who he was and asking for a return call, which hadn't happened, much to his annoyance. However, this time someone did pick up. Trying to keep the irritation from his voice, Erling introduced himself yet again and asked to speak to Mr. Maitland. The male voice that responded politely explained that Mr. Maitland was en route to Orkney with his wife and was due to arrive in Kirkwall tomorrow morning. Something Erling already knew, courtesy of Ian, the digger driver. "Nonetheless, I'd like to speak to him this evening," Erling stressed. "May I have his personal number?" A silence fell at the other end before the voice said, "I will pass your number on to Mr. Maitland and ask him to call you. You will immediately text me Mr. Maitland's personal number," Erling told him, "or you will be charged with wasting Police Scotland's time." The silence that followed lasted a mere couple of seconds before the number pinged in. "Hallelujah!" Joe exclaimed in a voice that sounded like an Alabama preacher. When Erling threw her a look, she said, "I told you my father was a minister." "In Caithness," he responded. Joe laughed. "We're good with the hallelujahs there, too," she said. "Anyway, you finally got the number. And the ferry's here." The next few minutes were taken up by boarding, plus a thank you to the ferrymaster for doing an extra run to get them back tonight. Moving to the empty lounge, Erling settled down to make the call while Joe fetched them coffee from the machine. Listening to the mobile ring out, Erling wondered if Maitland had been forewarned of the impending call and wouldn't answer. He was proved wrong almost immediately. "Bethany Barrett here. Who's speaking, please?" Surprised to hear a woman, Erling introduced himself once again before saying, "I understood this was the number for Richard Maitland." "It is," the voice said. "Richard's asleep. Can you tell me what this is about, Detective Inspector?" "I require to speak to Mr. Maitland personally," Erling told her firmly. A moment's silence, then the voice said, "Okay, I'll wake him." Joe, arriving with the coffee, noted his annoyed look and made a face. "God, who is this guy?" she said. Then a male voice came on, sounding exactly as though he'd just been woken up. "Detective Inspector Flett, I apologize," he said. "Martin told me to expect your call, but we've been travelling, and I fell asleep. We should arrive in Kirkwall tomorrow morning, as I believe Martin intimated. May I ask why the urgency in contacting me?" The voice was soft and melodic, and definitely not hostile. Whatever he'd been expecting, Erling realized it hadn't been that. "We have discovered human remains at the site where you planned to build on Hoy, Mr. Maitland. I understand you're due to be there tomorrow together with a crew of workmen. That won't be possible. The old Mowat Croft is now a designated crime scene and therefore off-limits to everyone until further notice." Silence came from the other end. "You're telling me you unearthed a body in the ruins of the old house?" Maitland finally said, in apparent disbelief. Erling decided not to correct him by saying 2 bodies. "The digger, driven by Ian MacDougall, discovered the grave next to the ruins." "Good God," the voice said. "How awful. And that was earlier today?" It was. He decided not to go into the details of the discovery and how the police had got to know about it. Another silence followed, although Erling could make out what he thought was an interchange between Maitland and the woman. "I am very distressed to hear this, of course, but I have to ask you how old the grave is thought to be," Maitland said, almost apologetically. "That is still to be forensically established," Erling told him. "I see," Maitland responded. "Might it be Viking in origin?" he suggested tentatively. "It doesn't appear to be," Erling said firmly. Another background chat ensued before Maitland spoke again. "There has been some opposition to the sale of the Mowat Croft and the proposed house to be built there. In fact, Ivor Mowat told us that his family might well attempt to sabotage it." He paused there as though waiting for Erling to comment. When Erling chose not to, he heard what sounded like the mobile being passed, then the woman came back on. "What Richard wants to ask, Inspector, is whether it's possible that this is a prank to hold up work on the site." "In my opinion, no," Erling said, the image of the coffin and its contents clear in his head. "Please feel free to visit the station tomorrow, and I'll explain what happens now." At this point, he said a quick good-night before either of them could question him any further on the matter. Meeting Joe's sympathetic look, he accepted his coffee and took a mouthful, wishing as he did so that it was something stronger. "You take the vehicle back to Kirkwall tonight," he told her. "OK, I'll drop you home first, though," Joe said. "No, drop me at the farm. Tommy's expecting me, and I think he'll have things to say regarding what went down today on Hoy." "Roger that," Joe said. Exiting Houghton, Joe took a left along the Orfer road. From the passenger seat, Erling could still make out the shadow of Hoy like a brooding humpback whale on the far side of Scapa Flow. When they reached the farm turning, he told her to let him off there and he would walk in. She did so without questioning why, and he thought again how lucky he'd been with his new second-in-command, who understood when to joke, when to question, and when to remain silent. Now, as he made his way on foot towards the distant lights of the farmhouse, the quiet twilight that enveloped him felt comfortingly familiar, as did the sky with its million and more stars. The kye had recently been released from their winter sojourn in the barn, and he could make out their shadowy movements and lowing sounds as they grazed on the new grass. He contemplated how often as a teenager he'd done this same walk, hoping it would sober him up or blow away the scent of pot on his person. He'd been a mess back then, hiding from his own sexuality, tormenting others who shared it. Magnus had always known and had encouraged him to accept himself as he was, but he couldn't, not until he left this place and went to university. That had changed everything, yet he still couldn't return, hadn't managed it until after he joined the force and his mother had died. In his turbulent teenage years, Tommy wouldn't wait up for him, but he'd always known that his father only went to sleep when he'd registered that his son was home safe. "I have no child of my own to worry about, nor ever will," he thought, "although I have everyone's children here to worry about." He found Tommy in the kitchen, the Orcadian newspaper spread out on the table in front of him, plus a glass of whisky nearby. His father wasn't much of a drinker, and since he hadn't attended the wake, but gone to the interment instead, this was likely his first of the day. Tommy looked up, and, gesturing at the whisky bottle, asked if he'd like one. "I don't have the car, so yes," Erling said, fetching a glass from the cupboard. Pouring himself a measure, he apologised for keeping his father up. "I knew you'd be late back," Tommy said, "and I'm glad you still came." They sipped together in silence for a moment. "We managed to extract the coffin and contents and take them by police launch to Kirkwall," Erling confirmed. "A Socco team will work the site tomorrow." "And Professor Nelson will tell you if you have a murder on your hands?" "That's about it," Erling said. "And Mr. Maitland?" "I spoke to him by phone. He wondered if it might have been a ruse to stop work on his house. It seems Ivor warned him the family might try to thwart his plans." A ghost of a smile passed Tommy's lips. "He's not wrong about the family," he said before his expression changed. "But that was no prank Ian unearthed. We both know that." He looked straight at Erling. "How long have they been there, do you think?" Erling was about to give the stock forensic answer, but changed his mind. "I think within living memory," he offered. "Maybe Ivor's?" He met his father's look. "Did Grandad ever say anything about what went on among the Moets?" "Plenty, but I didn't often listen." He offered another whisky, and Erling found himself accepting. They hadn't talked like this for a long time, not since his mother, Ada, had died. "Grandad and Ivor were thick as thieves, I remember that," Erling said. "They were, despite scapa flow between them." "Then if Ivor knew about the grave at the old house," he said, "your grandfather might have too," Tommy said thoughtfully. "What about Hugh Mowat? What did he say after you two left the site?" Erling asked. "He was shocked about the bodies being there, no doubt about that," Tommy told him. "Then he registered how it meant that work couldn't start in the new house, and that definitely pleased him." Which was what Erling had read from the situation too. "You know, that was Ivor's great-grandson Chris behind us at the funeral," Tommy said. "I do now," Erling told him. "Hugh and the other pallbearers were mightily miffed about that." "Do you know why?" Erling asked, wondering if the rumour Joe had heard was true. Tommy met his eye. "Possibly because young Chris had become Ivor's favourite, and they're afraid he's here for the money." Chapter 5. The house lay in darkness. He knew Rory wouldn't be there, but he would have welcomed a guiding light on his route home. Entering the deep darkness of the kitchen, he flicked on the light switch, his eyes complaining at the sudden change in circumstance. The place was as he'd left it this morning, the remains of a hurried breakfast and obviously late departure. As he sat to pull off his boots, he noted a piece of paper lying on the floor behind the door. Rising, he went to see what it was. There was no envelope, although it had been folded 3 ways, as if to be put in one. Intrigued now, he opened it, wondering if it might be a message from one of his near neighbours. The note was in capitals, written in what appeared to be a shaky hand, real or disguised. "The lass's name is Stella." Erling stared at this, perplexed. "The lass's name is Stella," he repeated out loud. Which lass? He didn't doubt the whole of Orpha already knew where he'd spent the day and why, and what had been found buried next to the old Mowat croft, which led to the distinct possibility that the note referred to the female body discovered on Hoy. So who had put the note through his door, claiming to know the first name of the victim, and why not report it to him officially? Rory had suggested on a number of occasions that he have security cameras installed at Langwell to catch any uninvited guests. "After all, you're a police officer," he said, "who has pissed off a number of folk at various times." Which was true, of course, although Erling had been quick to remind him that policing a close-knit community such as this one required less of the us-and-them approach that you often found in city policing. At that point, Rory had reminded him, "You forget that I'm speaking as a former one of them in your us-and-them scenario." Rory had had a few run-ins with the law back in Liverpool before he turned his life around to become a professional scuba diver, now working out of the nearby Flotta oil terminal. "I'll consider installing a security camera at the front door," Erling had finally conceded, although it hadn't happened as yet. Now, gazing at the note, he sort of wished it had, although he suspected that news of a security camera being installed at Langwell would have swiftly done the rounds, and this note would never have been put through his letterbox in the first place. Heading for the bedroom, he considered a quick shower, then decided against it. After all, there was no one waiting for him in the bed, so the morning would do just as well. The last thing he noted as he drifted off was the face of the moon now captured in the tiny window of the thick-walled cottage. The rising sun streaming through the same window wakened him earlier than he would have chosen, but unlike the previous day, instead of rolling over, he rose immediately. A brisk shower, then into the kitchen, where he took advantage of the early hour and made himself a cooked breakfast of bacon, egg, and black pudding. While he ate, he studied the note from last night again, wondering now if perhaps a fingerprint might be lifted from it and run through the database, although this did feel pretty extreme for such a happenstance. Then again, whoever had written the note did appear to be claiming knowledge about the identity of the Hoy victim. He stood up and, transferring his dishes to the sink, went to fetch an evidence bag from his study, his intention being to take the note to the station and have it logged in as possible evidence. He then called Tommy, who, as a farmer, would already be well into his day by now. That thought was proved right when Tommy answered straight away. "What is it, son?" he said against a background of outside sounds. "Can you do me a favour, Dad?" Erling said. "Could you sketch me a family tree for the Mowats?" "I think I can manage that," Tommy said. "Back as far as Ivor, I take it?" "His parents, if possible," he said. "OK," Tommy told him. "I'll have a go." "Thanks, Dad. Also, have you heard the name Stella associated in any way with the Mowat family?" "Stella? Can't say I have," Tommy said after a moment. "Although I can't be certain there wasn't a Stella somewhere in the lineage." "You said Chris is the youngest member of the family. Is he the only great-grandchild?" Erling asked. "Not certain," Tommy said. "Why are you asking about a Stella, anyway?" Erling explained about the note and was rewarded with a studied silence. "You still there, Dad?" he asked after what felt like a long wait. "I am. And this note was definitely delivered by hand?" Tommy checked. "Well, it wasn't the postie," Erling confirmed. "Any suggestions?" A further silence followed, as though Tommy was considering what he might say. This time Erling held his peace, and eventually he was rewarded. "Old Mackie, who lives on the hill along the road from you, the White House with the steep drive up. He's in his 90s now. He wasn't at the funeral, although he and Ivor were pals at one time." Tommy waited, as though expecting Erling to confirm a memory of old Mackie, which he found himself unable to do. When he was a teenager, and before he left for university and a life off-island, he'd barely registered the older folk living alongside them in Orfer. He'd only been at Ivor's funeral because of the connection with his own grandfather, who he'd been fond of. So he knew the house Tommy referred to, but he'd never been inside, although he'd smelt the peat smoke that rose from its chimney often enough. "You think he delivered the note?" he said. "Mackie's housebound now, so no, but he could have got someone to deliver it for him." "OK. I was planning to chat to my near neighbours anyway. I'll drop in on Mackie," Erling told him. "Park at the road end. The driveway's too steep for a vehicle. Open the front door and shout your name. He'll give you leave to enter." A brief silence followed then. "He'll try to keep you there, and he's unlikely to give you the information you're looking for until he's ready. So be patient," Tommy told him. "OK," Erling said, already considering his next move on this. Ending the call, he immediately made another, this time to D.S. Green. "Can you come pick me up, Sergeant?" He'd told Joe when he'd stepped out of the vehicle last night that he would take his own car in the morning. Despite this, Joe didn't inquire about the change of plan. "Sure thing, sir. I'll head your way now." "Maybe she thought I'd taken to drink after yesterday," he mused out loud as he ended the call. Taking himself outside and up to the road, he stood for a moment to survey his surroundings, actively counting those dwellings close enough for someone to deliver the note on foot. The trouble was, it could just as easily have been delivered by car, from anywhere on mainland. After all, he'd been away all day yesterday on Hoy. He ran through the list of his near neighbours, remembering that at least 2 of the dwellings were now Airbnbs, which left 3 permanently occupied, one of which was Mackie's place. At this point he decided he and Joe would check in with old Mackie first, and he would give the other 2 to P.C. Tulloch, if in fact Mackie turned out not to be the culprit. He was studying the distant Hoy and wondering whether the Socko team were already over there when he spotted the police car cresting the hill with Joe at the wheel. Climbing in, he explained about last night's missive and indicated the evidence bag. "Tommy thinks that old Mackie along the road might shed some light on its delivery," he told Joe. "Apparently he likes to talk, so—" She gave him the look he was beginning to know well. "So that's why I'm here," she said. "And here's me thinking you had a hangover." 2 whiskies with Tommy, where he told me a bit more about the Mowat family. Then I walked home and went straight to bed. After I'd read that, Erling gestured to the evidence bag. His father was right, he thought, as he asked Joe to draw in just short of the drive entrance. Taking a vehicle up the almost vertical slope would be a nightmare, as would turning it to come back down. Approaching the cottage on foot, they found a further 3 steps to the front door. As Tommy had suggested, Erling advanced up the steps and, opening the door, shouted a loud hello and gave his name. "What happened to the detective inspector bit?" Joe said. "He'll know that already," Erling told her. A moment's silence followed his announcement, before a deep voice called out in return, "Come away in, Inspector. Just follow the scent of the fire." The warm, peaty smell met them on entry, guiding them down a narrow hall and into a small sitting room, where a man sat in a high-backed chair in front of a glowing fire. He turned a little in order to greet them, then waved them to a nearby settee. "Take a seat, Inspector Flett, and—" He paused, waiting to be introduced to Joe. Joe obliged him with, "D.S. Joe Green, Mr. Mackie. Pleased to meet you." "Old Mackie will do well enough," he said. "I've earned it. 93, soon to be 94, almost as old as Ivor Mowat." At the mention of Ivor, Erling realized he had likely come to the right place, which soon proved to be true. "You got my note, then?" Old Mackie said. "I asked Ivana, my home help, to put it through your letterbox." "You didn't sign it?" Erling tried. "I knew a detective like yourself would work it out, and you did." He laughed a deep belly laugh. "My father suggested it might be you," Erling told him honestly. "Tommy was my backup plan," Mackie admitted. All that cleared up. Erling began. "You said in the note that the lass's name was Stella?" I wrote that," Mackie confirmed with a nod. "Which lass did he mean, exactly?" Erling said. Old Mackie shot him a look. "You ken fine I meant the lass you found buried next to the old Mowat house." "Why do you think it's her?" Joe said. Old Mackie gave her an appreciative look. "I didn't know Stella," he said with a smile. "But Ivor did." "He spoke to you about her?" Joe said in an encouraging voice. This was the invitation Mackie had been waiting for, Erling realized, as the old man leaned forward in his high-backed chair. "Aye, he did. He was quite taken with her, but he was much too young, him being 12 at the time." He laughed. "First love, nothing quite like it." "She was staying with his family?" Joe suggested. He shook his head. "No, the old Mowat place was full already. 4 sons plus their parents. As far as I remember, she was billeted somewhere nearby on Hoy." "She was a soldier, then?" Joe asked. He shrugged. "She was there because of the war, in some fashion or another." "And she visited the Mowat place?" Joe said. "Aye, that's how Ivor met her," he said. "I think she was there for one of the older brothers. There were 3 of them, Billy, Geordie, and Ian.
Ivor had no chance against them.
Did Ivor ever mention her surname at all? Joe tried.
He just called her Stella. And then she disappeared one night, and he never saw her again.
Chapter 6. Disappeared, Erling repeated. Old Mackie nodded.
I remember it as clear as if it had happened yesterday. I went with my father to Hoy, and Ivor told me that Stella had gone missing. Everyone was out looking for her. Ivor was mightily upset, blamed his eldest brother Billy, said he heard them arguing and that Billy had told her to go away.
Erling was remembering the rough wooden coffin and its contents, and was now trying to match them in some way to old Mackie's story. But, and it was a big but, there had been 2 bodies in the coffin, one of them a child, and the old man's story of Stella didn't feature a baby. As though reading his mind, Mackie said,
I heard there was an infant in there with the lass. Is that true?
Erling saw no reason to deny this. There was, he confirmed.
Ivor never mentioned a bairn, old Mackie said, but maybe the lass was pregnant. Maybe that was the reason for the fallout with Billy, though it still doesn't tell us how she ended up dead and buried there with her child.
No, it doesn't, Erling agreed. But I'm glad you sent me that note and that we've spoken about Stella. D.S. Green will give you her card, and if you remember anything else, you can call her.
You'll find out who the lass is, old Mackie said, taking the card Joe offered. She deserves a proper burial, at least.
We will certainly try, Erling assured him. Back now on the road with Erling driving, Joe asked him what he'd made of Mackie's story. It sounded genuine enough. Hoy was a busy place during the war, with a lot of army personnel and associated civilians. The evidence of that stretches all along the coastline fronting Scapa Flow. Gun placements, camps, there was even an anti-submarine boom stretching across to Houghton, he said. Ivor would have known all the local lasses, as would his brothers. Erling paused, then continued. Anyway, I'll drop you at the station and head for UHI. Hopefully Colin will be able to place our victim's era, at least. It's a shame Ivor died before we found her, Joe said. I can't help but think he would have told us more about Stella. Erling had been thinking the same thing. I plan to speak to Tommy again. He was the one who pointed to old Mackie as the likely sender of the note. Plus my grandfather Sandy and Ivor Moat were best pals, and Sandy spent a lot of time at the Moat place. He must have known about this Stella. If Ivor told Mackie, he would have confided in Sandy without a doubt. Maybe there's some evidence of that among Sandy's things. Dropping Joe at the station, he reminded her to call him if anything urgent came up. And can you contact Hugh Mowat and check when the Mowat will is due to be read out? And if Chris Mowat is still around. Then he remembered who else was likely to turn up. Also, I told Mr. Maitland to come into the station when he arrives in Kirkwall. If I'm not back by then, explain that we've a team on site and he can't start work there until we've concluded our examination. Joe was definitely up for dealing with Mr. Maitland, as evidenced by her smile at this part of his request. Sure thing, she told him. Erling headed for the shore road, rather than weaving his way through the town. The University of the Highlands and Islands building was at the top of Burnet Brae, and had, on one side at least, a fine view out over the bay. Despite his chat with old Mackie, he was nursing the hope that the grave they'd unearthed would prove to be out with the time limit on a police investigation, but he still wanted and needed to know the truth about the woman and child they'd exhumed on Hoy. Parked now and heading for the archaeology department, he steeled himself for what was to come. Colin greeted him on entry, and despite trying to read the Prof's expression, Erling found himself at a loss as to whether the initial examination of the remains had proved informative or not. Once kitted up, he followed Colin into the inner sanctum, where he registered that the bodies of mother and child were now free of their joint coffin and, shockingly, of one another. Noting his expression, Colin immediately said, "It's distressing to see them separated, I know. I felt that too, but they can be buried together again once we discover the truth of their deaths." Erling nodded, still not ready to speak. "They are, as you know, mummified in parts, with no obvious signs as to how they died," Colin began. "No obvious bone breakages, no head trauma. I suppose there is always the possibility that they died of natural causes, although both at the same time would seem odd." "When do you think this happened?" Erling said. "Bodies buried in peat are well preserved because of the chemical nature of the soil, the famous Betty Corrigal being such a case." Colin halted there. "But these two bodies are much more recent, as evidenced by fillings in the woman's teeth and the remains of their clothing." "How recent?" Erling heard himself say. "In my estimation, the woman and child have lain there for 80 years or so," Colin said. "Both sets of clothing have mostly decomposed, which suggests they were made of natural fibres and not of later man-made materials. But that's not all." He ushered Erling towards a table where he pointed to a tarnished locket, retrieved, he explained, from around the woman's neck. "I found a tiny lock of hair inside, belonging, I suspect, to the child, and the name engraved on the back, visible under a microscope, says William 18342. "So the child was a boy, born on the 18th of March, 1942? Erling said. "It looks like it, and I think he was 6 months to a year old when he died," Colin confirmed. "So she came back to Hoy with a child, maybe early in 1943? Erling muttered under his breath. "She came back," Colin repeated. "You think you may know who this woman is?" Erling told him about the note he'd found at Langwell the previous night, and his father's suggestion that he speak to his elderly neighbour regarding its origin. "Old Mackie was friendly with Ivor Mowat back in the day," he explained. "He told us a story about a young woman called Stella, stationed on Hoy during the war, who visited the Mowats when Ivor was 12 and then disappeared. It appears she didn't have a child at that time, but was possibly courting Ivor's big brother, Billy." The significance of the name Billy wasn't lost on either of them. "I take it Ivor was the last of the brothers from that era?" "He was," Erling said. "But by the numbers at the funeral, his 3 older brothers also had offspring. I'm not certain when the family left the original Croft House. Maybe they'd already gone by the time the bodies were buried there. Maybe the Stella that Ivor knew is not this woman at all, but someone with no connection to the Mowats." "On that front," Colin said, "the age and sex of the victims will be properly established by the forensic pathologist when the remains are transferred to Glasgow for the post-mortem. Plus, they may provide an answer as to how they died." He halted there for a moment. "Of course, since we're looking at something that happened 80-odd years ago, this is more of an archaeological investigation than a forensic one. We're unlikely to locate a live perpetrator, even if she was murdered." "I know," Erling said, "but I'd like to identify her at least, and give her a proper burial. If the child's father was in fact a Mowat, that might help." "You'll have to provide a DNA sample from a current Mowat for comparison, but yes, that could be done," Colin confirmed, then added,
If this Stella was connected with the service personnel stationed on Hoy, that may also be a way of identifying her. Erling already intended pursuing that line of inquiry. As to acquiring a DNA sample from a current Moet, he was planning to speak to Hugh regarding the body and what he might know, if anything, about a girl called Stella. Having discussed the arrangements for the transfer of the bodies to the mortuary in Glasgow, he headed out to the car. Joe's call came as he started the engine. "Sorry, sir, but Mr. Maitland and Miss Barrett are here and insist on speaking only to you," Joe said in an exasperated manner. "I've just finished with the prof," he said. "I'll be with you shortly." Erling could hear the relief in Joe's response to that. So the couple from last night were as irritating in person as they had been on the phone, he thought. Heading for the station, he reminded himself that said couple had bought a piece of land on which to build their dream house, only to have the first machine to arrive on site unearth the grave of a possible murder victim. He wouldn't have been very happy with that state of affairs either. "They've been installed in an interview room," Joe told him, her expression reflecting how well that had gone down. "It was the only space available," she said, "apart from your office, and I didn't think you'd want that." "You're right," Erling told her. "Anything back from Hugh Mowat?" "He offered to come in to see you late afternoon. I said yes. Hope that's okay," she added. "Late afternoon is fine. Any luck finding Chris Mowat?" "He and his partner are staying at the Stromness Hotel. The reading of the will is this Friday morning." "Okay. We'll head there directly after I talk to Maitland." Arriving at the interview room, Erling steeled himself before entering. The usual stiff greetings followed, after which he took a seat opposite them, noting the full coffee mugs and plate of biscuits. "When can I access my land?" Maitland said, on a nod from Miss Barrett. "Just as soon as we're finished with it." "And when will that be exactly?" the woman asked sharply. "We have a crew of men waiting to begin work on the site." Erling eased back in the chair and exhaled. "The bodies of a young woman and, we assume, her child were found buried next to the remains of the old Mowat Croft house. There is a possibility she may have been murdered," he said. The term murdered wasn't what either of them wanted to hear, which was why he'd used it. "Murdered?" Maitland repeated. "But I thought it was an archaeological find." "It may turn out to be that. Nevertheless, we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't deal properly with an unmarked grave and its contents." "But I understand you have already retrieved the bodies," the woman said. "The surrounding area also needs to be examined," Erling said, as pleasantly as possible. "We have a team there now." "How long will that take?" Maitland tried. "We have workers due to arrive together with the materials. The ground should have been cleared by now to allow us to lay the foundations." "I can assure you we will work as swiftly as we can," Erling said. "Now, I require some information regarding the land you purchased." "Why?" the woman demanded. "It was a private sale." Maitland shot her a look before saying, "Of course, Inspector, anything we can do to help." "When did you purchase it, and from whom?" Erling said. "I purchased it from Mr. Ivor Mowat, its owner, 2 months ago." "May I ask why you chose that particular spot?" Maitland appeared unsure as to whether he wanted to reveal this, but perhaps deciding it was in his best interest to do so, said, "I have family connections to Hoy from the Second World War. My grandfather served there and married a local girl, my grandmother." "She was a Mowat?" Erling asked. He shook his head. "No, she was a Sinclair, Margaret Sinclair. Neither of my grandparents are alive." "May I ask how you found out about that particular piece of Mowat land?" "Ivor Mowat contacted me personally to tell me the land was available for purchase." Erling waited for a further explanation regarding how or why Ivor might have believed Maitland to be interested. Sensing this, Maitland said, Yeah, I wrote a piece about my family connection to Orkney and Hoy. It appeared in the Orcadian. He said he'd researched my background and discovered I was an architect who specialised in eco-housing, and wrote to tell me he wanted to sell the old Mowat Croft house and land. Was I interested? We spoke on the phone, and I said I was. We agreed a price, and that was that. Did you ever meet Ivor in person? Erling asked. I was to meet him on arrival here, but then I learned he had died. He sounded surprised by that. He seemed so alive the last time we spoke. He was excited that his great-grandson was coming back to Orkney to visit him. That's Chris Mowat? Yes, he appeared to be very fond of him, but had indicated in our previous conversations that that wasn't the case with other members of the family. In fact— He halted there as though wondering if he should say any more. Erling waited, but only briefly. In fact, what? He encouraged. Maitland still hesitated before eventually saying, I believe he was selling the land to spite them. He said that? Erling asked. Not in so many words, but yes, I believe so. Chapter 7. They took the Orfer road. It was the longer route to Stromness, but Erling preferred it because of the view across to Hoy, which was very much on his mind. He wondered how the Socko team were doing at the Locus. There had been no word as yet, which suggested nothing of interest had been found. He should be relieved by that, but found himself wishing he could delay the handover of the property to Mr. Maitland a little longer, at least until they might identify the victims found there. The morning weather had been dry, although the forecast was for intermittent rain arriving soon from the west, accompanied by a rising wind. Despite the foreboding sky, the mayflowers were out in abundance along the verges, a carpet of yellow on either side of the road. When younger, he'd never paid much heed to their appearance, although he now recalled how much his mother had loved the sight of them. Mayflowers and the kye back out in the fields signalled the return of spring after the long, dark winter. His sergeant had remained silent during their exit from Kirkwall, waiting, he suspected, for him to speak first after his meeting with the architect and his partner, which he now did. Maitland told me something interesting, he began. Jo immediately perked up. What? She asked. It was Ivor who approached Maitland and offered to sell him the land. Erling explained about Maitland's article in the Orcadian. Plus, Ivor led him to believe he was doing so to spite his offspring. Jo made a face. It sounds like an episode of Succession. Erling, who didn't possess a TV and only knew what was popular because of his DS, decided not to pursue this comparison. Jo obliged him anyway. When she'd finished her story, he acknowledged the resemblance of Ivor and his relationship with his children to its fictional equivalent. Chris Mowat was, according to Maitland at least, the only one Ivor had a liking for, Erling told her. However, he was not one of the pallbearers at Ivor's funeral. Perhaps because of that, Jo suggested. My thoughts exactly, Erling said, as they entered Stromness, which makes me even keener to talk to young Chris. They found a parking spot near the harbour and cut through onto Victoria Street and the Stromness Hotel. As they walked, Erling found himself questioning why Chris should have chosen to stay in Stromness, since Ivor had ended his days in Kirkwall and had had his funeral in St. Magnus Cathedral. From what he'd heard via P.C. Tulloch, Chris had been in attendance at the wake at the Kirkwall Hotel, so he hadn't followed the coffin to its final resting place on Hoy, which seemed odd, if he was indeed the favourite. Muttering his thoughts out loud on this, he was met by a response from Jo. I suspect he was keen to observe those who didn't follow Ivor to Hoy, as they were more likely to be his adversaries. What? She added, as he threw her a penetrating look. You forget I'm the daughter of a Caithness minister. There's nothing I don't know about feuding families, and what goes on at funerals and at weddings," she added with a smile, "including the ones where the wedding cake gets flushed down the toilet." Erling was at a loss on how to come up with an Orcadian equivalent, although he is pretty sure there would be one, and Tommy would likely know it. Luckily, they'd reached the steps leading up to the entrance of the hotel. Approaching the desk, he asked that Mr. Chris Mowat should be informed of their arrival. The call from the desk to the room being answered, they were given the room number and invited to go on up. "Who told you he was staying here?" Erling said. "A PC Tullach. And we don't have a mobile number for Chris Mowat?" "No, and I think the voice that just answered the call to the room was female," Joe said. "Chris brought someone with him to Orkney," Erling said. "I didn't spot that at the funeral." "Perhaps he spared her both the funeral and the wake," Joe suggested. The room was on the second floor. They decided against the lift and headed for the stairs instead. And now, standing outside the appropriate door, Erling indicated with a finger to his lips that they should listen before knocking, keen to establish who in fact was in the room. When all they heard was silence, Erling began to think that the female who'd answered the call might well be there on her own. It turned out he was right. His firm knock was swiftly answered, the door opening to reveal a young woman looking out at them. His first impression was of fear. Either she was frightened of the police in general, or of this visit in particular. Erling explained who they both were and that they wished to speak to Chris Mowat, adding a please at the end in an effort to allay her fears, whatever their origin. "Chris isn't here," she managed, her voice a little shaky. "Perhaps you could give him a call and tell him we're in Stromness and would like a word with him," Joe suggested. Joe's kindly tone only seemed to make matters worse as the girl's face crumpled. A small sob followed before she managed to say, "Chris went out this morning, and he's not come back. I think something bad has happened to him." Joe moved inside, helped the girl to a seat near the window, and then took the neighbouring chair by the small table. Erling, following Joe into the room, closed the door quietly behind him and remained standing there in silence. "Why would you think something bad has happened to him?" Joe asked quietly. "He's not answering his phone. And after the funeral—" She tailed off as though she'd already said too much. "He's upset about his great-grandfather?" Joe tried. "No. Yes, but I—" The girl came to a halt and drew herself up. "I apologize. I'm overreacting. He'll have gone for a walk, or maybe a run round the island in the hired car. He sometimes turns his mobile off when he wants to think." "I spoke to him regarding our visit at this time," Joe said. The girl nodded. "I know. I'm sure he meant to be back." Erling wasn't sure he believed that, and when he exchanged glances with Joe, it looked like she didn't either. "What about if we just chat until he arrives?" Joe suggested. "I don't know anything," the girl said. "Why don't we start with your name?" Joe said. "Rachel," she said. "Rachel Everett." The voice sounded English to Erling, soft and likely from the south. "And you and Chris are together?" Joe asked. "Yes, but not for long. Maybe 6 months or so," she added. "He asked you to come to Orkney for the funeral," Erling said. Her face took on a panicked look. "I didn't know it was for a funeral. He just asked me to come here because he wanted to deal with some family business." "You didn't know that his great-grandfather, Ivor Mowat, had died?" Joe said. She shook her head. "I don't think Chris knew that either, at least not when he booked our flights." "And when was that?" Joe asked. 3 weeks ago." "So before Ivor died," Erling said. Rachel nodded. "When we got off the plane, we saw the newspaper. Ivor's face was on the front. Chris was really upset and angry. That he hadn't been told,"
Joe asked. She nodded. The funeral advert was in the paper, and he said he had to go, but that I shouldn't because they would be mean to me. He meant his family, Joe said. I suppose so. Anyway, I wanted to see where he came from, so he dropped me at the ferry at Houghton, and I went across to Hoy instead. This was yesterday, the day of the funeral, Erling checked. Yes, I walked up the coast to the famous grave on the hill there. Betty Corrigal's grave, Joe said. The girl's face crumpled a little at the name. Yes, it was really sad. The Mowat Croft house is up that way, Erling said, wondering if she'd noted the activity there. I know that now, but not then, although I saw the red digger that found the body. Has Chris spoken to you about that? Joe said. She shook her head. But everyone in the hotel is talking about it. It was a mother and a baby they found, wasn't it? Erling's confirmation of this seemed to distress her even further, and she rose and fetched her mobile. I think I should try Chris again. If he doesn't answer, you can take his number and try locating him yourself. As they heard the call ring out, unanswered, she handed Erling the mobile and sat back down, her face grown paler. Are you okay? Joe said. Can I get you some water? The girl stood again and headed for the bathroom, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Moments later they heard the unmistakable sound of her being sick. I'll go downstairs and try calling Chris, Erling said. If he doesn't answer, I'll leave him an official message. Joe nodded. I'll make sure she's all right, then join you. The girl reappeared moments after the door closed behind Erling. By the expression on her face, she'd been hoping they both might have left. I just wanted to make sure you were okay, Joe assured her. The girl accepted this without comment, and reaching for her bag, extracted something that turned out to be a biscuit, which she nibbled at. Joe watched as a little colour came back into the girl's face. I'm sorry, the girl said. It's my fault Chris went out like that. He was upset when I told him. She halted there. That you're pregnant? Joe said. The girl looked at her in surprise. How did you know? Experience, Joe said. So what happens now? We stay here until the will is read out on Friday. Then we go home. And home is, Joe said, London. Joe asked no more, but produced her card. You can reach me on this number, any time. If I can help in any way, I will, she said. As to Chris, can you email me a photograph, in case we need to put out an APB? I'll do that now, Rachel said. Chapter 8. When the call went again to voicemail, Erling left a message asking that Chris Mowat ring either this number or Kirkwall Police Station, as D.I. Erling Flett required to speak to him in reference to his deceased great-grandfather Ivor Mowat and the recent discovery of the buried body of a woman and child on Hoy. If Chris wasn't to be persuaded to call back regarding Ivor, he would surely do so on the mention of the bodies. Not long after he'd completed this terse message, Jo appeared, the look on her face suggesting something more may have happened after he'd left the two women alone together. Let's head for the car, she said. I'll tell you on the way back. Keeping to her word, Jo waited until they were clear of the town and on the direct route to Kirkwall. In the interim, Erling had the distinct impression his DS was replaying whatever engagement she'd had with Rachel Everett after he'd departed the room, and, he decided, was distressed by it. He understood why when Jo began with the revelation of the pregnancy. So that's why she was being sick, Erling said, surprised. I was concerned that we'd frightened her in some way. She was frightened, all right, but not just of us. Jo paused.
It seems Chris didn't take the news of the pregnancy very well, and that was what prompted his departure. Erling glanced sideways at his DS, perturbed by her tone. She thinks he walked out on her because of that? Erling said. Joe nodded. But there's something else. Remember at the beginning she said she thought something bad might have happened to him, and then she retracted that? I do, Erling said. After which we got the story that Chris had arrived in Orkney fully expecting to find Ivor alive. He paused there for a moment before adding, So none of the family, including its most senior member, Hugh Mowat, thought it important to inform the youngest member, Chris, of the patriarch's passing. Families, Joe said ominously, and how to avoid them, or maybe survive them. Erling thought about Tommy and how things had been between them after his mother's passing. To divert those thoughts, he said, Did you get on with your family back in Caithness? Let's say that the Pentland Firth between us has proved advantageous, Joe said. At least I can go out on a date now without the whole of Caithness and my father knowing about it. What about the whole of Orkney? Erling said. Joe shrugged. They only know me as D.S. Green. They know nothing of my past history with men or anything else, she said with a half-smile. What they don't know they'll make up. You do realize that, Erling told her. I find I prefer that, Joe told him firmly, for now anyway. Reaching the police station, they found Hugh Mowat had already arrived. Erling was in two minds whether to speak to him in an interview room or in his office. He decided on the latter, seeing as no crime had been committed, apart from one 80-odd years ago, perhaps, before even the now eldest Mowat had been born. Hugh Mowat, he registered on entry, was a man of considerable build, easily over 6 foot tall, broad-shouldered with a ruddy complexion and a still decent head of hair. No longer wearing the dark suit, he was dressed today more like a farmer than a pallbearer. Plus, he looked comfortable in himself, and with being in a police station. Not the usual state of affairs, although Erling had learned through time that it was often the innocent who looked most uneasy when entering the place. The usual greetings over, and seated now with his desk between them, Erling decided to begin with the question currently uppermost in his mind. Young Chris Mowat seems to have gone missing, and his girlfriend Rachel is getting worried about him. I wondered if you'd seen Chris since the funeral yesterday. Hugh looked taken aback by this surprise opening, but swiftly gathering himself, answered, I didn't see Chris at the funeral, but I heard he went to the wake at the Kirkwall Hotel, he said in a straightforward manner. It appears no one informed Chris that his great-grandfather had died, Erling said. He only found out about it when he landed at Kirkwall Airport. But why was he in Orkney then? Hugh said, sounding puzzled. For a meeting with Ivor, his girlfriend says, regarding family business. Family business? That old... Hugh halted there as though he might say too much. That old what, exactly? Erling said, his tone light. Ivor, as well you know, was a mischief-maker of the First Order. That's how he kept us all in check. Hugh shrugged, as though well used to whatever shenanigans Ivor Mowat had got up to in his role as patriarch of the Mowat clan. Anyway, I'll put the word out, see if we can locate young Chris, assuming he's still in Orkney, that is. Accepting this promise at face value, for the moment at least, Erling said, Chris's plan, according to Rachel, was for them both to remain here until the will is read out on Friday. The ruddy countenance got ruddier as Hugh shook his head in disbelief. What nonsense has that old bugger been up to now? He muttered as though to himself. Erling gave him a moment before he raised the topic he'd actually called Hugh in to talk about. I'd like to ask you some questions regarding the coffin found at the Mowat Croft house,
he began.
Hugh nodded. "The shock was as much mine as poor Ian's when he unearthed it,"
he said, seemingly relieved at the change of topic.
"I don't doubt that," Erling said. "What I wanted to ask was, were you aware of a story about a young woman called Stella, who visited the family croft during the war years, and who subsequently went missing?"
Hugh shook his head, both at the surprise question and its contents.
"Assuming we're talking about the Second World War, Ivor was, he corrected himself, the only one left from that era."
"And he never told you stories back then?" Erling tried.
"Oh, he was a teller of tales, all right," Hugh responded. "Fact or fiction, you were never quite sure which. You'd be better to speak to the residents of the care home. No doubt he regaled them with his war stories, and much else besides."
He shook his head at the thought.
"Anyway, are you thinking the lass in the coffin might be this Stella?"
"We're pursuing that as a possibility." Erling didn't explain why.
"On the P.D. Bairn?"
Hugh asked. "We believe it to be a boy." Erling was aware that news travelled fast here, which meant that Hugh probably knew this already.
"God, how did they both end up buried there?"
Hugh said. "That's the question I want answered. With your family's help, of course," Erling added.
"But surely the death's so long ago that it can't be prosecuted, even if it was suspicious,"
Hugh said. "We have a duty to at least try to find out what happened, and when," Erling said, "although that would perhaps have been easier had Ivor still been alive." A moment's silence followed, then,
"Can I ask who told you about this Stella being a visitor to the family home during wartime?"
Hugh asked.
"Old Mackie,
along the road from me in Orfer," Erling said, watching Hugh's reaction as he did so. Hugh seemed to consider this before nodding.
"Aye, Mackie and Ivor were pals back in the day, but they fell out badly, hadn't spoken in years." He shrugged. "Ivor fell out with everyone eventually."
Erling absorbed this without comment.
"So," Hugh said, "what's happening about the work on this new eco-house Ivor organised behind our backs?"
"It can't begin until we're finished with the site," Erling confirmed.
"Good, because we plan to challenge the sale of the family croft. Ivor wasn't right in his head at the end, and we aim to prove that,"
Hugh told him firmly. As Hugh went to rise, Erling motioned him to wait.
"Is there something else, Inspector?"
Hugh asked. "There is, Hugh," Erling confirmed. "As I said, we're keen to establish the identity of the female and child buried on your family croft. You could help us by giving a sample of your DNA to eliminate the possibility that the woman, or indeed the child, was a member of the Mowat family." A series of emotions crossed Hugh's face. Surprise at the request, followed by a spark of annoyance and, for a brief moment, worry. Then Hugh laughed.
"You think the baby might have been sired by a Mowat?"
When Erling remained silent, Hugh said,
"Okay, Inspector. If you can't work out who the girl was yourselves, you can sample my DNA. Plus, I'll ask around, see if any of the family recall the story of a girl called Stella from wartime Hoy who got herself pregnant."
Erling watched the door close behind Hugh and the recently summoned D.S. Green, and found himself relieved to see the back of the man. He'd known of Hugh Mowat, just as he knew of countless other men who made up the local male population of Orkney. However, unlike many, Hugh Mowat had never been on the wrong side of the law. And he wasn't now, Erling reminded himself. In fact, he'd been helpful, although he was pretty sure he'd only heard a fraction of what Hugh Mowat might have told him.
It was Hugh's final remark that had annoyed him, he realized. The throwaway line about Stella, who got herself pregnant. OK, the man was 70 years old, but what century was he living in? His thoughts returned to Rachel, who had also got herself pregnant, which had seemingly freaked out her boyfriend, Chris. Then he thought of that lonely grave Rachel had visited on the hill above Lyrawa Bay. It, too, belonged to a young woman who had got herself pregnant and was deserted by the man who had performed that miracle and had hanged herself because of it. Chapter 9. The recent update from Eleanor Gilmore, who headed up the Socko team on Hoy, indicated that they'd found nothing of interest so far, but planned to head back there tomorrow to complete their examination of the area surrounding the Croft house. "Mr. Maitland will have to keep his workers waiting at least another 24 hours, Erling said after hearing Joe's report. "He'll not be happy about that," Joe offered. "There's something else he won't be happy about." Erling told her what Hugh had revealed concerning the family's dispute over the sale of the Croft. "Are they not too late to change that?" Joe said. "I don't know," Erling said. "Maybe the sale hadn't been completed before Ivor died, and if they can prove he wasn't of sound mind when he contacted Maitland and offered him the land, just as I said before, families and how to survive them," Joe said with a shake of her head. "Anyway, if that's all for today, sir." "It is, Sergeant. Enjoy your evening away from the prying eyes of your family," he added with a smile. "As for me, I intend to visit my father again, in the hope that he'll supply me with a copy of the Mowat family tree." "So, an exciting night for both of us, sir," Jo said, a twinkle in her eye. Erling wondered, after she left, whether there was perhaps a man in tonight's picture. There had been some mention of a young farmer out Bursey way. Was that still ongoing? Then he remembered hearing Joe's laughter when he'd arrived back to speak to Leo Strachan, the street pastor. Surely Leo would be the wrong choice for someone trying to escape the manse. But he told himself there was no accounting for taste. What about his own choice? A DI shacked up with a convict. Former convict, he reminded himself. Anyway, he hadn't been that law-abiding in his own youth. It was just that he'd never got caught, unlike Rory. On that thought, he made his own escape, aware that the evening that stretched before him would be anything but exciting, Rory being either on Flotta or somewhere out in the North Sea, and himself heading to Home Farm and his father. An earlier call to Tommy had produced an offer of dinner, as well as the promised Mowat family tree, plus whatever tales Tommy could remember regarding his own father, Sandy, and Ivor Mowat. For once, Erling found himself eager and willing to listen to memories of the past in Orkney, in particular after his recent meeting with Hugh Mowat. Passing Houghton Bay, he noted what he thought was smoke coming from the chimney of Seaview, and wondered if that meant his friend Magnus was home. Magnus Perry was a professor of criminal psychology at Strathclyde University in Glasgow. They'd gone to school together, and Magnus had, on occasion, provided his expertise on murder investigations here in the islands. He also had a wealth of knowledge on Orkney's heritage and its people. If Magnus was around, it would be worth speaking to him regarding the history of the Mowat family on Hoy, in particular during the Second World War. He would give him a call later when back at Langwell, he decided. Magnus was a night owl, and if he was home, would surely answer. Turning down towards Home Farm, he wondered what might be for dinner. Tommy had taken over the cooking when Erling's mother, Ada, had become ill. She died almost 5 years ago now, and he still missed her, as indeed did Tommy. As a teenager, his parents had appeared to him as remote and uninterested in his take on the world. Erling had spent a lot of time on Sandy during the summer holidays with his Uncle Sam and Aunt Jean,
who demanded little of him except that he should enjoy himself. Jean was gone too now, but he still visited his Uncle Sam whenever he found the time. They had known and accepted his sexuality, definitely before he had. As for his parents, he'd thought them distant, although now he wondered if they'd just been giving him room to decide for himself. His return to Orkney in his present post had mended any chasm between himself and Tommy. Sadly, his mother hadn't lived to see that day, although each time he walked into his childhood home, he could picture Ada there, waiting to welcome him. Tonight, he could smell the chicken before he opened the door, pot roasted slowly in the aga. With whatever vegetables Tommy had had to hand, it smelt delicious. At that moment, Erling paid attention to just how hungry he was. Tommy, glancing up from his seat near the stove, set down the book he'd been reading. "What's the book?" Erling said, taking off his jacket. "A History of Hoy," Tommy told him. "It was in the box with Sandy's things." "Are the Moets in there?" "They are. As is a great deal about both wars, the Second World War in particular," Tommy said. "Let's eat first. You must be hungry." Erling set about the meal with relish, conscious that his own evening efforts when Rory was away did not match up to Tommy's current offering. Afterwards, the dishes cleared and stacked in the dishwasher, and each of them supplied with a mug of coffee, Tommy produced a sheet of old wallpaper, on the back of which he'd drawn the Mowat family tree. Anchoring the four corners, he gestured to Erling to take a look. "I haven't filled in the offspring of the older brothers," Tommy said, "all of whom are older than Chris. His mother Betty's story is a sad one. I gather she left Hoy pregnant and went south. To where exactly, I don't know. Anyway, she had Chris, who is 20. Erling nodded, although he was at that moment focusing his thoughts on the earlier generation of Mowats. Mowat family. William and Betty. Children. Ages in 1939, Billy, 22 years, Geordie, 18 years, Ian, 15 years, Ivor, 10 years, 1929 to 2025, married Mary, died 1999. Their children, ages in 2025, Hugh, 70 years, born 1955, Albert, 67 years, born 1958, Harold, 64 years, born 1961, Cameron, 60 years, born 1965, James, 1968 to 2008, married in 1987 to Anne, 1968 to 2000. Their child, Betty, born 1988, left home pregnant 2005. Her child, Chris, 20 years old. Billy, the firstborn of William and Betty, was born in 1917, while Ivor was born in 1929. Old Mackie had spoken of Ivor falling for Stella when he was 12, which must have been in 1941, and would have made Billy 24. Erling hadn't told his father about the locket bearing the inscription William, nor its contents and the engraved date. But staring at the family tree, he could see how the story of Stella and her baby might fit into it. Moving now to contemplate the next generation, he said, "Do you know what happened to Betty's parents?" "Her father, James, was a fisherman. He went down with his boat in a storm in Scapa Flow, aged 40. His wife, Anne, had died 8 years earlier," he added, his tone one of sadness. "Betty was 17 when she left Hoy. I don't know if she's still alive." "And Chris's father?" Tommy shook his head. "No idea. Maybe a seasonal worker or someone from the oil terminal. You could ask Hugh if he can fill in the blanks." Erling wasn't sure whether Hugh would welcome such a request. "I met with Hugh Mowat today," he told Tommy. "He said the family are challenging the sale of the croft. He also said Ivor had lost his wits at the end."
"How convenient," Tommy said, "although I doubt it's true." "This story of Ivor favouring Chris," Erling said, "in terms of the will." "That strikes me as a distinct possibility," Tommy offered. "James was his youngest, and Betty, losing both parents and having Chris—" He tailed off, avoiding Erling's look. In that moment, Erling realised that his father not only missed his wife, but also knew he would never have a grandchild of his own, never mind a great-grandchild. This branch of the Fletts would end with him. Families and how to survive them, Joe had said. Erling found the realisation that he would be the last of the Fletts here in Orfer to be a sudden and troubling thought. "Right, son," Tommy said, rising. "Time I headed for bed." "Me too," Erling said, glad for the change of topic. Rolling up the chart, he suddenly realised that the wallpaper was from his former bedroom. "Thanks for putting this together, Dad," he offered. "No bother," Tommy said. "You'll take it over now and fill in the blanks?" "I will." "Maybe show it to Mackie in the first instance. Funny how the older we get, the more we can remember of the distant past rather than the present." He gave a little laugh. "Anyway, good luck with identifying the lass and the peedy bairn." The moon was still big in a clear sky as he headed homeward. Exiting the farmhouse, he'd registered that the wind had risen since his arrival, and waves were already breaking on the nearby shore. On reaching Langwell, he sat in the car for a moment to survey the view of the now white-tipped floe and the distant hills of Hoy, its outline enhanced in the moonlight. It was then he spotted a far-off but bright light. Was there a boat out there with a beam on its bow? Interested, Erling retrieved the high-res binoculars from the glove compartment and took a proper look. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realised what he was in fact looking at. It wasn't a ship's beam. It was more than likely a hill fire. And by his line of sight, he suspected it was the hill above Lyrawa Bay. Chapter 10. His call to the station was answered immediately by PC Alexander. Erling explained his reason for phoning and was told that the alarm had already been raised and the fire crew at Longhope called out. "They're on their way to Lyrawa as we speak, sir." "Keep me informed of any news that comes in," Erling said, already wondering about the area of the grave. "Will do, sir," the constable promised. Attempting to open the car door, he found it almost whipped from his hand. If Langwell, standing on a much lower hill, was being buffeted like this, then the higher hills of Hoy were facing much worse. Erling conjured up an image of the fire team trying to douse the blaze, even as the sparks were propelled by the wind. There were few trees on Hoy, and none at Lyrawa Bay, but the heather would burn regardless of any rain that had fallen during yesterday's trip out there. Head bowed against the wind, he descended the steps to the flagstone path that led to the front porch. Here was some shelter, and soon enough he'd unlocked the door and was immediately cradled inside the thick stone walls, the howl of the wind no longer obvious. Flicking on the kitchen light, he set about filling the kettle, only to change his mind and decide to have a dram instead. Heading for the sitting room, he reminded himself that while the small inset window facing towards Scapa Flow might allow the moonlight to enter, there was no way he could see further than the walled garden and the stone sheds beyond. He was going to have to sit in the car to have any chance of viewing what was happening on the Hoy Hills. He'd just poured the dram, but hadn't yet raised the glass to his lips, when his mobile lit up. Checking the screen, he saw that the call was from Magnus. If he was in residence at Seaview, which stood a stone's throw from the jetty at Houghton, he would have a good view of what was happening on Hoy. "Magnus," he answered. "I was just thinking about you. With regard to what's happening over the water—" Magnus's rich, smooth tone was always calm, regardless of the circumstances. Erling explained how he'd spotted it on his way home and called it in. "The fire team were already on their way to Lyra Bay by then," he said. "What does it look like to you now?" he added. "Still worrying," Magnus said, "although there's no habitation in the surrounding area, so no threat to people or property. You can come down here and watch from the upper floor if you like," he said. "Better than being outside at Langwell." "I was contemplating going back to sitting in the car," Erling admitted, "but Seaview is a better alternative." "See you shortly, then," Magnus said. Back in the car and heading for Houghton, it was pretty obvious to him now that the fire was still travelling. He wondered if there were enough firefighters on Hoy to cope. At that point, he reminded himself that he wasn't responsible and that he had to trust the fire service to deal with the situation as they saw fit. If he was required in any way, someone would call him. Parked now at Seaview, he exited the car and for the first time could smell the smoke on the air. The front door being open, he headed inside and shouted to Magnus to warn him of his arrival. "Come on up," came the reply. "There's a good view from the front room." Seaview's walls were as thick as those at Langwell. Built in the last century by two fishermen, its foundations were below the high water mark because there the land was free. At its rear were the sheds for smoking fish and an ample jetty and small harbour where Magnus kept his boat. Magnus was standing at the window, binoculars at the ready. "Come, take a look," he offered. "I brought my own," Erling told him, waving his binoculars and making for the window. It was just as he'd suspected on his way here. The fire had swept upwards, as though intent on cresting the hill. His thoughts went to Betty Corrigal's much-visited grave. Not content with having her dug up twice already, it appeared fate had now decided to burn her out. On a more positive note, it did look as though the fire had departed the area close to the derelict Croft house. At that moment his mobile rang and he answered. "D.I. Flet," a voice said. "It's Willie Halcroy here from Longhope Fire Brigade." "Willie, just watching from Houghton. What's the situation there now?" "The fire has been moving up the hill, but we'll have it anchored shortly," he said. "Thought you should know we believe it was begun by the firing of the digger left here on the site of the mow at Croft." "Someone set the digger alight?" Erling said in astonishment. "Yes, definitely arson. A team will be back tomorrow morning to investigate." "Thanks, Willie. I'll be over first thing. You sure you don't need more men tonight?" "We're fine here, thanks. The wind was the problem, but it's dropping now." "Good," Erling said, relieved. Ringing off, he caught Magnus's eye. "The wind's dropping. They think they've got it under control." "Also, the rain's arrived," Magnus said, indicating the drops now pattering the window. "Let's hope it's heading for Hoy." Abandoning their stance at the window, they went downstairs, where Magnus set about making what he called a real pot of coffee. No instant for him. Instead, a choreographed performance of choosing which beans he thought appropriate, followed by the enticing scent on grinding through to the filled pot now sitting between them at the kitchen table. It was worth the wait, Erling decided, as he took his first sip. "How long are you back for?" he asked. "A week or so," Magnus told him. "Good," Erling said. "Have you heard what's been happening on Hoy? Before the fire, that is." Magnus nodded. "My near neighbour told me all on my arrival. Not sure what was true and what was gossip," he added. "Try me," Erling encouraged. "2 bodies found at the old Mowat Croft, woman and child, possibly wartime. Woven into the story was an eco-house, the death of Ivor Mowat, and a family feud," he added with an inquisitive smile. "You're pretty well up to date," Erling told him, although the call from Willie Halcrow was to tell me the fire was arson and began with the burning of the digger that had unearthed the coffin in the first place. Magnus contemplated all this before responding. "The digger, I take it, had been given the job of preparing the building site for this locally unpopular eco-house?" he asked. When Erling indicated the truth of this, Magnus continued, "So you have a possible historical murder case on your hands, plus now a case of arson?" He gave a sympathetic smile. Erling nodded. "In the first instance, I'd like to identify the victims, and that will involve talking to someone about wartime Hoy." "And that might be me?" Magnus said. "It might be, if you have the time and the inclination," Erling added hopefully. "This victim and her child," Magnus said. "You have evidence to indicate when she died?" Erling confirmed this. "Plus, we believe she was likely on Hoy with the workers associated with the troops stationed there. We also think her Christian name may have been Stella." "And you discovered this how?" "Old Mackie, neighbour of mine and pal to Ivor back in the day." He explained about the letter and his visit to Mackie's place. "Also, my father's been helping me put together a family tree of the Mowats, seeing as my grandfather Sandy and Ivor were best mates. That's where I was earlier tonight. Is that something you'd be interested in?" Magnus looked intrigued, as Erling had hoped he might be. "Okay, I'm in," he said finally. "Good," Erling smiled. "I'll fetch what Tommy's already done from the car. Hopefully you can expand and update where possible." As he drove home, he was pleased to see that the light on Hoy had gone out, which more than made up for the rain on the windscreen. He had only to hope that any rain falling on Hoy hadn't destroyed the evidence of the arson attack Willie Halcrow had seemed so certain about. Chapter 11. Erling woke at dawn, the light finding its way in through the small but uncurtained window. It was probably time for the blackout blind again, he thought, as he gave up on another hour in bed and headed for the shower. Rory, coming from the southern city of Liverpool, had decided the simmer dim of Orkney was fine at night, glorious even, but as for being wakened at 4 o'clock in the morning, come midsummer, no way was that allowed. Hence his insistence on the purchase of a blackout blind, which Erling dutifully hung over the single-bedroom window as soon as the mornings grew lighter. That thought, having highlighted Rory's continued absence, also reinforced Erling's hope that it would end soon, although, even when he was here, their work schedules often clashed, which of course made their time together all the more important. The last message he'd had from Rory indicated he would be with him come the weekend, when hopefully Erling too would have some time off. Pushing the eagerly anticipated reunion to the back of his mind, he reviewed last night's proceedings while he ate breakfast. Firstly, the visit to his father, which had proved fruitful on the subject of the Mowat clan, even though he thought it had stirred up some sad memories for Tommy. On heading to the car last night, Erling had heard music start up and immediately recognised the voice as that of his late mother's favourite country and western singer, Charlie Pride. Despite Tommy's insistence that he was bound for bed, his dad had really wanted to be alone with his thoughts of the past, and Erling's mum, Ada, had clearly been foremost in his mind. Switching his thoughts to what had followed at Seaview raised his spirits a little. Magnus had agreed to take over the background work on the possible existence of Stella, something he would have been loath to ask his official team to do. Spending time and energy on a historical crime was not a priority, no matter how much he wanted to discover the identity of the supposed Stella. He called Jo as soon as he considered it time for her to be up and about. "A good night?" he inquired when her sleepy voice answered. "Great," she said. What about yours?" "I made some progress on the Mowat family tree with Tommy, then spent the rest of the evening watching the hellfire on Hoy." The silence, as she absorbed this, indicated that her great night out had not been interrupted by news of the fire. "Can you meet me at Houghton in, say, half an hour?" he said. As expected, his DS didn't ask for any explanation, just told him she would be there. That done, he called the station to indicate that he and DS Green were bound for Hoy to meet with Willie Halcrow regarding the fire. The morning was clear and dry, with a light breeze. Perfect May weather, which he knew could change at any minute. Cresting the hill, he had a fine view over Houghton Bay, the waters of the Flow and the hills of Hoy. Gone were the smoke and flames of last night, although he imagined he could make out the blackened landscape the fire had created. Descending towards the terminal, he noted he was one of a few cars intent on boarding the first ferry across. Joining the waiting queue, he spotted his sergeant's arrival shortly thereafter. Parking her vehicle, she approached him on foot, and at a brisk speed. "No rush," he told her as she slid into the passenger seat. "They haven't started us boarding yet." "I was going to call you, but I thought, since I would see you in person when I got here—" She tailed off, and, extracting her mobile, pressed play, then passed it to him to listen. Erling recognized the voice right away, and immediately an image of the speaker presented itself in his mind. Rachel was crying as she spoke, so that the words were virtually obliterated, but he got the gist of what she was trying to say. Chris Mowat had not returned to their room at the Stromness Hotel the previous night. His mobile simply rang out when she called him. She had left numerous messages, and now she was certain that something bad had happened to him. There was a pause as she attempted to gather herself. Then, more calmly now, she said, "The reading of the will is tomorrow morning. They don't want Chris there. I think they've done something to stop him being there." She ended with a pleading request that DS Green should call her back. Perturbed by this, Erling looked to Joe, who immediately said that she'd tried, but it had just gone to voicemail. "When did this message arrive?" Erling said. "My mobile was on Do Not Disturb overnight. I found the message just after you phoned this morning," she told him. "Okay, call the hotel," Erling said. "Check if she's still there. If she is, leave a message at the desk that we'll be round later today." As the signal came for them to board the ferry, Joe did as he suggested. Erling waited until they were settled in the ferry's lounge before he explained the reason for their Hoy visit. "Someone set fire to the digger?" Joe repeated in amazement. "But who would do that, and why?" Erling had tried to answer that question himself, and had come up with a few alternatives, all of which he associated with the Mowat clan's apparent anger at Ivor's secret selling of the land to Maitland. As though anticipating his answer, Joe said, "You think one of the family might have set fire to the digger to further delay the building work?" "It's a possibility," Erling said. "So how does Chris Mowat fit into all of this?" Joe asked. "And why does his girlfriend think the Mowat family don't want him at the reading of the will?" "Tommy says the speculation is that Chris will be the main beneficiary," Erling said, "which the family aren't happy about. And Hugh did say they're contesting the sale of the land, since they believe Ivor had lost his wits at the end." "Whether Chris is there or not won't change what's in the will," Joe said. Erling considered this for a moment. Unless, at a wild guess, Ivor stipulated that it should. Joe shook her head in consternation at such a thought. Why would Ivor do that? Erling thought of Hugh Mowat and his opinion of his father. "That old bugger." I'm beginning to think Ivor Mowat was capable of anything, he said honestly. Maybe even bestowing the Mowat land on Maitland, knowing he would clear the site and uncover what was buried there? They lapsed into silence for a moment before Joe spoke again. There's also the possibility that some locals took umbrage at the building of an eco-styled house overlooking the bay, and further hampered its construction by setting fire to the surrounding area. Or, Erling said, it was simply a spot of fire-raising on the part of local youths. Which happens here often? Joe said with a questioning look. Well, it definitely happened in my day, Erling told her, and not that far from where we're headed. She stared at him. Don't tell me you were involved. It was, of course, an accident, although almost a fatal one, Erling added, without humour this time. He explained that it had centred on a camping trip. 4 of them had come over on Magnus's boat from Houghton to a wartime site just along the coast from Lairawa Bay. The Nissen hut that had housed war personnel was long gone, but the concrete floor and chimney were still there. We lit a fire in the chimney space, Erling said, and sat round drinking into the early hours of the morning. He recalled that the freedom to do as they pleased had been exhilarating, their drunken ruckus almost ending in a fist-fight. We eventually crawled into our tents, only to be woken when the fire exploded like a Second World War bomb, firing blocks of concrete at us. Jeez, Joe said, wide-eyed. Was anyone hurt? Magnus was knocked out cold. I thought he was a goner at one point. I couldn't find a bloody pulse. Even now, Erling could taste his fear at that moment. Plus, the debris from the explosion set the heather alight, and the fire engine was called out. Did they catch you? Joe said. We were well on our way home to Houghton by the time they got there. He gave a rueful smile. I wonder, even now, how the law would have dealt with 4 15-year-old boys if they'd caught us. Or, worse still, if Magnus had died. Chapter 12. The scene was one of devastation. The smell even worse. They'd got suited up at the vehicle and had walked along the road where the fire had jumped on its advance towards the top of the hill and the grave of Betty Corrigal. Erling found himself inordinately relieved that the fire had failed in its attempt to engulf her final resting place. A light wind whipped at the burnt heather stalks, sending choking clouds up into the air. Joe's eyes sent him a silent thanks for suggesting, no, insisting, that she mask up before they left the car. The track to the croft had been widened by the fire engine's approach. It stretched muddily before them, the edging of burnt heather flattened on either side, trails from heavy boots visible through the surrounding scorched vegetation. It looks like a battlefield, he thought, and it had been. While he and Magnus had watched from Houghton through binoculars, the men and women of the Longhope Fire Service had directly faced and fought the raging inferno on the ground. The smoky debris in the air obscured a clear sight of the digger until they were up close. The shock at what it had become stopped him in his tracks. The twisted and blackened shape bore no resemblance to the bright, shiny red vehicle that he had seen standing on that spot 2 days ago, its shovel crusted with damp clumps of peat. Now, even through the mask, he caught the taste and scent of accelerant. He hadn't doubted Willie last night when he'd declared it as arson, but smelling it now confirmed it for him. As he contemplated this, he saw that his DS had moved to the excavation site and was staring into the empty grave. "There's a bottle in there," she said, pointing. Erling, his eyes streaming from the effects of the lingering smoke, attempted to focus where she indicated. Eventually he made out the shape of what definitely looked like a bottle.
Lying alongside the grave, he reached in and retrieved it with a gloved hand. It was a whisky bottle. A close look at the mud-streaked label indicated it as the locally produced Highland Park. He sniffed at the mouth of the bottle, trying to distinguish whether it had in fact held whisky or been used to transport accelerant here. Passing it to Jo, she did the same. "I'm not a whisky fan," she said, "but that's definitely what was in there." "So the accelerant didn't arrive here in that way," Erling said. He checked the grave once more, in case anything else had been thrown in, all the while considering whether the setting of the fire had been related in some way to the discovery of the grave itself. Jo, he noted, had now wandered towards the tumble-down cottage. He could see her dark head through the window opening, and then above the remains of the outer wall. He realized that he'd paid little attention to what lay inside the ruin on the previous occasion they'd been here, focused slowly as he had been on the grave and its contents. There were countless abandoned stone crofts to be seen on the islands. Relics of Orkney's past, they often stood next to a more modern family bungalow. The Mowat clan, according to Tommy, were all still living in Orkney, settled in Longhope in the east of Hoy, on the close-by island of Flotta, and scattered across the mainland. It seemed only Chris's mother, Betty, had departed these shores. A shout from his DS sent him to join her. She was standing in what had likely been the main room, where folk had gathered to eat, socialise, and some even to sleep. The flagstone floor was still visible, although now split in parts by the upwards push of weeds and heather, determined to reclaim the hillside as their own. Interestingly, there was no sign of the fire within the walls, suggesting again that its source had been the digger, after which it had rapidly climbed the hill behind. Registering his arrival, Jo pointed silently at a corner where there may have been a recent visitor, as evidenced by the remnants of what had been a snack meal of sorts. "I take it yesterday's Socko team didn't report this?" Jo checked as she collected the debris in an evidence bag. Erling indicated not. "So whoever was here likely arrived after the Socko's departure," Jo said. "Do we know when the fire began?" "I first spotted it when I reached home after being with Tommy, which was around 10 o'clock, Erling responded, remembering his consternation when he retrieved the binoculars from the glove compartment of his car to view the burning light on the Hoy hills. "The team left Hoy around 6 last night, so sometime in between our fire-raiser turned up here, ate snacks, drank whisky, and set the digger alight." Jo met his eye. "I was wondering about Chris Mowat." When Jo nodded, Erling said, "Me too. He was missing for most of yesterday and didn't return to the hotel overnight." "But why would he start a fire here?" Jo said. "As revenge on his family for not telling him that Ivor had died?" Even as he said this, Erling knew there was more to all of this than a simple grudge about not being told of the death of his great-grandfather. "I need to speak with young Chris," he said firmly, thinking that both Chris's situation and Ivor's shenanigans would likely be revealed when he did. Hearing a vehicle approach, they emerged to find Willie Halcrow heading down the track towards them. "Let's see what Willie thinks about all of this, after which we'll check out all 3 ferry ports on Hoy with the photo Rachel sent to your mobile. See if we can find out if Chris Mowat was on the island yesterday, and if so, when he left." As they met up with Willie and told him the tale of the whisky and the picnic, another vehicle arrived, disgorging 4 men. "Aye, the house wasn't in the path of the fire," he said. "The wind direction took it straight up the hill. Whoever was in the ruin may only have been here to view the grave. Folk are ghoulish that way. Or," he added grimly, "perhaps they were the ones to start the fire."
"I take it you've collected the evidence."
"We have," Erling said.
"Good." Willie nodded. "I'm about to do the same with the digger." He looked up at the blackened hillside. "The rest of the team are here to check for any signs of smouldering. If the underlying peat has caught fire anywhere, then we'll have to dig holes and fill them with water to prevent the fire starting again."
It was then that Erling mentioned the missing Chris Mowat.
"That'll be Ivor's great-grandson?"
Willie said.
"His arrival has fair stirred the Mowat family pot," he added. "You think he might have come over to Hoy?" "We're going to check the ports for a sighting while we're here," Erling told him. Willie wished them good luck with that. They made their final stop at Mowness, where the passenger ferry from Stromness berthed. There had been no recognition on the faces of the crews who'd viewed the photograph at either Lyoness or Long Hope, so this was their last chance to discover if Chris had been on Hoy at all. If he'd come directly from Stromness on the passenger ferry, then he would have had to walk the 3.5 miles from the ferry to the old croft at Lyrawa, which was perfectly feasible. Plus, it wasn't uncommon for walkers to be traversing Hoy from May onwards, many of them heading for the old road to Rackwick Bay, a beauty spot on the western seaboard. Erling had sent Joe to talk to the ferry crew. From the car, he watched as she chatted to each of the men in turn, noting their reaction to Chris's photograph. It looked like they'd been right, and Chris Mowat had visited Hoy yesterday. But that didn't necessarily mean that Chris had been the one to set the digger ablaze. To do that would have required inflammable liquid, which he would have had to bring with him or acquire once he landed here. Unlike the friendly overtures his sergeant had bestowed on the ferry crew, Joe's face gave nothing away as she walked back to the car. Sliding in, she buckled up, her expression still inscrutable. "Well?"
Erling finally said. "Guess," Joe demanded, without even the hint of a smile.
"Chris came across from Stromness on the ferry yesterday, but he didn't return," Erling said. "Either last night or any time today."
Joe nodded.
"Correct." "Did he have luggage of any sort?"
"I checked. The guys said they don't take note of luggage unless it's outlandishly large or the passenger has a bike."
"So he could have brought accelerant with him and lit the fire," Erling said.
"Yes, but even were all that true," Joe said, "I still think he would have contacted Rachel by now."
Erling found himself in agreement. "If no one saw Chris leave Hoy, then it stands to reason he's still on the island," he said.
Chapter 13. Now on the passenger ferry, Joe watched as her boss's car headed away from the pier and onto the road to Lyoness. Erling had decided that she should take the passenger ferry to Stromness and speak to Rachel, as she seems happy to talk to you. Also, she should check the harbour area for the rental vehicle, since Chris had chosen not to take it to Hoy, after which Erling would pick her up. It being late May, there were definitely tourists about, Joe noted. The young and hardy outdoor kind, who, by the looks of the trio nearby in the lounge, had trudged their way across Hoy, and had definitely enjoyed it, judging by the conversation, which was peppered with descriptions of Rackwick Bay and the famous sea stack known as the Old Man of Hoy, plus the previous night's hill blaze, which thankfully had been nowhere near their own campsite, although the smell of the burning had been strong in the air. Listening in, Joe decided it might be worthwhile asking if they'd spotted Chris anywhere on their travels. Intrigued at being talked to by a police officer, the 2 males and 1 female were keen to help if they could. When Joe produced Chris's photograph, the men took a swift look, then, shrugging, seemed disappointed not to be able to report a sighting. The female took a fair bit longer before giving her answer.
"There was a guy who might have been him," she said. "He was ahead of us walking south, at the point where we took the old road to Rackwick." "When was that?" Joe asked. "Yesterday morning, around 10:30. "Did he cross on the ferry with you?" Joe tried. "If he did, I didn't register him, but it was busy," she apologized. Joe thanked her and gave the girl her card. "If you think of anything else, please give me a call," she said. "The fire last night was the area where he was heading," the girl said, looking worried. "There's no chance he might have been caught up in it." "We don't think so," Joe fibbed, although it was still at the back of her mind as a possibility, which would only recede once Willie Halcrow got back in touch to tell them so. The girl looked relieved. "I wanted to visit the grave of Betty Corrigal, but the guys," she gave a sideways nod to her male companions, "weren't to be persuaded. Otherwise, we might have been down that way ourselves when the fire started." "The fire didn't reach the grave," Joe found herself saying. "I'm glad." The girl smiled in response. Now back on dry land, Joe checked out the cars in and around the harbour area for the hired vehicle Chris had picked up at the airport. The Stromness Hotel, she knew, had only 5 designated parking places behind the building, and according to Rachel, the car wasn't in any of them. Rachel had assumed that Chris had gone for a drive around mainland to clear his head. As it turned out, they now had proof that he'd taken the passenger ferry to Hoy and was believed to still be there. So where was the hired car? At the foot of the steps that led up to the hotel entrance, Joe made a call to the station and asked that an APB be put out on the missing vehicle, after which she called Rachel's mobile to warn of her arrival. When she emerged from the lift, the girl was waiting at the open door of the room, her expression a mixture of hope and fear. "She thinks he might be dead," Joe realized. So she began with the positive news that Chris had been sighted crossing on the pedestrian ferry to Hoy and was, they believed, still on the island somewhere. This news brought some light into Rachel's eyes before a sudden memory seemed to replace it. "There was a big fire over there last night near to the Moet Croft." She stopped there and sent Joe an anguished look. "Chris couldn't have been caught up in the wildfire." "I don't believe so," Joe said, praying again that she was right. "I've just come from the fire site myself." Rachel was studying her closely, and Joe knew the girl was intuitive enough to recognize her misgivings. "How do you know for certain that Chris is still on Hoy?" she said quietly. Joe explained, "We have no sighting of him leaving by any ferry route." Rachel seemed to consider this. "Then he's hiding out until tomorrow, when the will is read." "Why would he feel the need to do that?" Joe said. The girl gave a shrug of what looked like despair. "I don't know. I didn't even know he had a family. I didn't know his family lived in Orkney until recently, when he mentioned his great-grandfather, Ivor. That's when he asked me to come here with him. On family business, he said. Then we arrived to find Ivor had died." She halted there, fear filling her face. "Chris thinks the family found out he was coming here and killed Ivor before they could meet." At this moment Joe's mobile rang out, startling both of them. Glancing at the caller's name, Joe answered. "Boss," she said, "I'm on the ferry and will be with you in half an hour. Any developments at your end?" Erling added. "I'm just chatting with Rachel now," Joe hedged, then told him she'd put out an APB on the hired vehicle because there had been no sighting of it in the immediate area round the hotel. "Good idea," was the response. "See you shortly." "That was D.I. Flett," Joe said to the girl. "He's on the ferry from Lyonesse and will be here soon." She halted there, but only briefly, before saying, "I think there's more you can tell me. In particular, about the will, and what Chris suspects, or knows, is in there. Also, why he took the pregnancy news so badly." She rose at this point, and, picking up the kettle, went to fill it. "Tea or coffee?" she called from the bathroom. "Tea," Rachel responded. Joe set about making the drinks, aware of the silent deliberations going on behind her. At the same time, she was replaying a similar decision she too had had to make regarding a pregnancy, a decision that had eventually brought her here to Orkney and a new life, away from the waves it had caused with both her immediate family and her previous partner. Now handing Rachel her requested tea and taking her own coffee to the table at the window, she sat down and waited. The girl appeared to be marshalling herself. Joe could almost hear the internal monologue that eventually led to the admission she'd already anticipated. "Chris didn't act badly because I was pregnant. In fact, he was pleased," she said in a surprised tone. "Until you told him you were thinking about having an abortion?" Joe finished for her. "How did you know?" Rachel said. "As I said before, experience," Joe said, before urging her to continue. Rachel gathered herself. "I don't really know Chris, not properly. He hadn't told me much about this place or his mother, Betty, until we got here. Now I know that she left Hoy when she was only 17 and pregnant with him, or she was made to leave. When I went across to Hoy, I saw the grave on the hill for the other Betty. It made me sad. When I came back on the ferry, Chris was waiting for me on the jetty." She shook her head in remembrance of that image. "He looked so young, standing there. Too young to be a father." Rachel was looking to her now, as though waiting for an explanation as to how Joe was familiar with such a decision herself, something Joe was unwilling to divulge. Instead, she said firmly, "Tell me everything you do know about Chris and Ivor and the rest of the Mowat family." "Well," she began, "Chris was really shocked when we arrived in Kirkwall to discover that Ivor had died and that his funeral was imminent. He went mad about it, cursing the family for not getting in touch about his great-grandfather's passing. But if Ivor was communicating with Chris in secret," Joe tried. "It wasn't a secret," Rachel said. "Ivor told Chris he'd informed Hugh, his eldest, that he'd located Betty's son and was bringing him back to Orkney." "Did he tell Chris about selling the land at the old croft?" Joe checked. "Yes. Chris said Ivor even laughed about it, told Chris it was a poke in the eye for his sons, show them who was still in charge." She halted there, hesitating about saying more. "What?" Joe urged her on. "Chris also said the old man had told him that the new eco-house would never be built, that the old Mowat place was cursed. Ivor knew about the buried bodies?" "Chris thinks so," Rachel said. Then, almost to herself, she added, 3 generations of pregnant women, all deserted by their lovers. One buried on the hillside above the place, one driven away, and one buried with her child next to the house." She looked at Joe. "Does that not sound cursed to you?" Chapter 14. Erling listened with interest to Joe's account of her meeting with Rachel, thinking that some of his own questions had now been answered. "She was happy to confide in you regarding the possibility of having a termination?" he asked. Joe nodded, her eyes not leaving her view of the windscreen. Erling had registered that his DS seemed a little rattled by her time with Chris's girlfriend, and he wasn't certain why. However, he had no intention of interrogating her about it. If Joe thought he should know the reason, she would tell him.
Based on his reading of D.S. Green's character, he was certain of that. "The question is, do we declare Chris Mowat to be a missing person," he said, "or wait to see if he turns up in Kirkwall tomorrow morning to hear the will being read?" Now Jo did turn to face him. "We do it now," she said. "If he does appear tomorrow, I'll be very relieved." Erling noted her expression. "You have a bad feeling about all of this," he said. "I do. When questioned further, Rachel told me that Chris thinks the Mowats got rid of Ivor before he and his great-grandfather could meet. The way things have played out here could give credence to that," she added, "especially now that Chris has disappeared." "He was seen alive yesterday, crossing to Hoy," Erling said, playing devil's advocate. "But if he doesn't return?" Jo said, meeting his eye. "OK," Erling conceded. "We indicate our concern about Chris on social media with his photo and ask for folk to look out for him. That should hopefully get a result. If he doesn't show up at the reading of the will, we'll start a full-scale manhunt." His sergeant, he noted, looked satisfied by that. Then she said, "What about Chris's belief that Ivor didn't die of natural causes?" "Ivor Mowat was 96 years of age," he reminded her. "He was also in good health, until he told his eldest son that he'd sold the family croft in secret, and also invited his long-lost great-grandson back to Orkney to maybe take over the family business," Jo said. It was something to be considered, Erling admitted, and harrying an elderly relative into the grave was not unheard of in Orkney, or anywhere else for that matter. "I suspect what happens tomorrow at the will reading will make our next steps clear," he said as the outskirts of Kirkwall came into view. "But we'll start the ball rolling by getting Chris's image out there. If you deal with that, Sergeant, I intend to have a word with the solicitor regarding tomorrow's event." "Will do," Jo said, looking relieved that their plan was now in action. Back in his office, Erling's first call was to Willie Halcrow, keen as he was to be certain that no human had been caught up in last night's fire. "We haven't covered the entire area yet, as we made the decision to deal first with the few places where the underlying peat was still smouldering," Willie told him. "We've come across a lot of dead wildlife, plus 2 sheep that got trapped when the fire moved so fast in the wind. I take it you're still concerned about the whereabouts of Chris Mowat?" he added. "We are. We now know that he took the passenger ferry to Hoy yesterday morning, but was not noted on any of the return ferries. Also, he may have been seen by walkers heading along the road towards Lyrawa Bay from Mowness. We're about to put out an alert with his photo requesting the public to report any possible sightings of him." "Right, I'll make sure to pass that on, and also to let you know if we find anything else that might point to the fire raiser." Hanging up, Erling sat for a moment, composing what he might or could say in a call to the solicitor. Eddie Balfour was his father's friend as well as the family lawyer, so he could approach Eddie in either capacity. On the other hand, he could also do so as a detective, which would hold even more weight, and also probably cause some alarm. But now, having decided to put out an alert about the whereabouts of the youngest member of the Mowat family, he felt he was on firm ground in asking questions regarding the reading of the will. He reached for the phone and dialed. 3 rings later, Eddie answered in his rich Orcadian voice. "Erling, now this is a nice surprise," he said, before swiftly following with, "Tommy's well, I hope?" "He is," Erling assured him. "I'm calling in my official capacity with regard to the reading of the Mowat will tomorrow morning." "Ah," Eddie said, his tone now serious. "And how may I help, Detective Inspector?" "We have concerns regarding Chris Mowat, Ivor's great-grandson,
who has been reported missing by his partner." "Chris is missing?" The voice was full of concern. Erling gave a brief resume of Rachel's fears, and now his own, regarding Chris's last known whereabouts. "I understand he should be at your office tomorrow morning," he said. "I certainly hope so," Eddie said worriedly. "And if he doesn't appear?" Erling asked. There was an audible groan from the other end of the phone. "In the parlance of my teenage grandson, we're fucked." How exactly?" Erling prodded. A silence followed, as Eddie strove to decide what he might be permitted to say. Then, "The will, Ivor informed me, stipulates that it may only be read out in the presence of his great-grandson, Chris Mowat." Erling tried to absorb this before saying, "Is Chris aware of this?" "Ivor said he would tell Chris when they met up here in person," Eddie said. "I understood he was expecting an imminent visit from Chris, but Ivor died before that could happen," Erling said, almost to himself. Then, "Does Hugh Mowat know about this?" "Not from me, although possibly from Ivor himself," Eddie said. "Are you aware of what is in the will?" Erling asked what seemed to him to be the million-dollar question. "No, Ivor hand-wrote it, and I understand it was witnessed and signed by 2 of the assistants at the care home, after which it was given, sealed, to me." "The names of the witnesses?" Erling requested. There was the sound of papers being rustled before Eddie came back with, "Cathy McHugh and Elspeth Crawford, both of Kirkwell. I can email their contact details, although if you call in at St. Magnus House—" "I plan to do that," Erling said, and, thanking Eddie, rang off. At that moment the door opened and his DS looked in. "That's the call gone out on social media for any sightings of Chris Mowat, together with his photograph," she told him. "Good." Erling rose from his desk. "I'm heading to the care home to speak to 2 assistants who are witnesses to Ivor Mowat's will." "Do you want me to come with you?" Joe immediately said. "Is everything okay here?" he checked. "It is," she assured him. "Then yes, come with me." Erling didn't say why, because he didn't have to. Joe chatting to 2 female staff at the care home seemed a no-brainer, just as it had been with Rachel. However, his plan was soon thwarted. As they attempted to make their exit, they were presented with the arrival of Maitland and his partner in the station car park. Noting their expressions, Erling suggested Joe should head to the care home and find out what she could about Ivor's time there. "I'll join you after I've spoken to Maitland," he promised. Erling registered the obvious relief on Maitland's face when he realized the man he'd come to see wasn't about to leave, but instead was waiting to speak to him. Since he'd arrived in Orkney, Richard Webber Maitland had learned of Ivor Mowat's sudden death, followed by the remains of a mother and child being discovered on what he believed to be the land he'd just bought from Ivor. Then, not only had work on the foundations of his new eco-home been halted by the exhumation, the location had subsequently been the site of a wildfire the previous evening. Erling couldn't help but feel sympathy for the man's predicament. As for Bethany Barrett, even her carefully made-up face couldn't hide her real feelings on the matter, which Erling read as fury. Inviting them into his office, he offered them each a seat and then the possibility of coffee or tea. The seats were accepted, not so the refreshments. "The fire last night on Hoy," Maitland began, "was caused by an arson attack," Erling finished for him. "Firemaster Willie Halcrow of the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service believes the digger belonging to Ian MacDougall was set alight on purpose, and from there the blaze spread up the hill. I visited the scene this morning and spoke with Willie. Luckily no one was hurt, but the digger is a write-off, and they're still dealing with dead wildlife, and areas of underlying smouldering peat.
Maitland was looking back at him, open-mouthed. "But why would someone set the digger on fire?" he asked. "Because they don't want you building there," the woman immediately intervened. "I told you this whole thing was a bad idea from the start." Maitland ignored her and, looking directly at Erling, said, "Is that true, Inspector? Do the locals not want me to build a house on that spot?" Erling searched for the right words.
"I don't believe it's about you in particular," he said,
"but it is beginning to look like someone doesn't want work to proceed at the old Mowat place." Maitland appeared to consider this before saying, "Hugh Mowat has been in touch. I understand he is Ivor's eldest child. He maintains that his father was not of sound mind when he approached me with regard to buying the property from him." So Hugh had done what he threatened to do. Erling found himself unsurprised by this. At the end of the day, this was a family feud which would more than likely play out in court. The legality of who sold what and when was a civil matter and not a police one, which meant it wasn't his mess to sort out. However, he reminded himself, there was still the issue of the missing Chris Mowat, and, of course, the crime of fire-raising, which were definitely his domain, plus the identity of the woman and child buried at the old Mowat homestead above Lairoa Bay, whose ownership was currently in dispute. Again, he couldn't help but wonder if the existence of the grave there lay at the heart of the current problem. Coming to the end of that train of thought, he noted that both Maitland and Miss Barrett were waiting for what he might yet have to say. So he obliged. "Ivor Mowat's will is being read tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Perhaps that can throw some light on the proceedings. Or his family will decide to dispute it, along with the sale of the land to you." Maitland's face, Erling thought, could fall no further. As for Mrs. Barrett, he read her as determined to leave Orkney as soon as possible, with or without her partner. Chapter 15. The care home had a fine view over Scapa Flow. As Erling approached, he imagined himself ending his days in a place like this, just as Ivor Mowat had. He wished that he might have met and talked with Ivor prior to his death. If he had, many of the questions he was currently asking himself might have been more easily answered. Still, he thought, drawing up next to Joe's vehicle, if anyone could coax folk to give away their secrets, it was Joe Green. Although he had come to believe that Joe, too, had secrets she had yet to reveal to him. As have I, Erling reminded himself, as has everyone, even those who appear to be free and easy with their confidences. The month of May had produced a show of spring flowers in the neat flower beds of the home. Well protected from the Orkney winds, which could at times send hen huts careering off cross-country, or even as far as the sea, the walled garden where residents could come to sit was a sheltered haven. Although at this moment in time the benches that lined the small lawn remained empty, the grass was occupied only by a sleek ginger Tom, who was there, Erling thought, to bring about the early death of any bird that might land nearby. Entering the reception area, he attempted an introduction, only to be told by the receptionist that she knew who he was. Using his name and title to indicate the truth of this, she then led him into a bright sitting room, where Joe was talking to a woman who, Erling decided, was likely one of the caregivers he had come to see. The woman, who looked to be in her mid-50s, rose when she saw him, her face turning, he thought, just a little pink. Joe, rising in support of her, did the introductions, and he learned that this was Cathy McHugh, and that Elspeth Crawford was on night shift this week. Erling, smiling at the woman, urged her to sit again, then took a chair opposite. "D.S. Green has explained that we've come to chat with you about Ivor Mowat," he said quietly. "She has.
and I've just been telling her about some of his escapades and how he made us all laugh." "He was quite a character, then," Erling said. "He was." Her face lit up. "And no bother at all. He liked to sit out in the walled garden. There's a big ginger Tom out there. 'Two rascals together,' we used to say." A shadow crossed her face. "It was a real shock when Ivor died, you know. He still seemed so full of life." "He was 96, Erling said. Cathy threw him a look. There was no sign of anything wrong with him, and he'd recently made contact with his great-grandson who was coming to visit him. He was really looking forward to that." "Do you know what caused his death?" Erling said. "You would have to check that with Dr. Liddell, but I understand his heart just gave out." She sounded, Erling thought, unconvinced by that. "Did Ivor have many visitors?" "Most of his friends had already passed, and he still mourned them. Your grandfather, Sandy, in particular. He told us many a tale of their shenanigans together as young boys, out on Hoy and in Orfer." She paused there, her expression darkening. "His family came at times, but he didn't much like those visits. I think he moved in here to be left alone. He could certainly have managed with a home help if he'd stayed in his bungalow on Hoy." She gave a little smile. "We became his family. That's what he used to tell us." Erling gave her a moment before saying, "You may not have heard as yet, but Ivor's great-grandson Chris has been reported missing here in Orkney. We've just put up his photo on social media, asking for any sightings of him to be reported to us." Her hand flew to her mouth. "Something's happened to Chris." Erling explained. "He arrived in Orkney apparently unaware that Ivor had died. As we understand it, he had come specially to see Ivor. He attended the funeral and then the wake at the Tranquil Hotel, after which he went back to the Stromness Hotel, where he was staying with his girlfriend. She reported that he left the hotel the next morning in a distressed fashion and didn't come back overnight. We have since learned that he caught the passenger ferry from Stromness to Hoy. However, we have lost track of him since then, and he hasn't been in touch with his girlfriend, Rachel, either." He watched as this news played out in a worried fashion over Cathy's face, before she suddenly seemed to remember. "But there was a big fire at the Mowat place on Hoy last night. You don't think—" She looked at Erling, her expression fearful. "No one was hurt in the fire," Erling assured her, "although it did a lot of damage." He didn't mention the digger, thinking she would hear of it soon enough. Cathy appeared to consider all of this before saying, "Elspeth and I were hoping Chris would come here, because Ivor had made up a box especially for him. He had us put it in a safe place before—" She stumbled to a halt, and then, gathering herself, said, "If Chris is missing, then I think Ivor would have wanted us to give it to you and not his family." Her closing words were spoken with some force. At this she rose and, excusing herself, went to fetch the said item. "Well," Jo said, "a mysterious box made ready for Chris, which makes me wonder what's in the will." She raised an eyebrow. Erling chose that moment to quickly outline his earlier phone conversation with Eddie Balfour regarding the reading of the will. "Wow," Jo said in a hushed tone. "So it's stalemate if Chris doesn't show." She considered this for a moment. If Chris was aware of such a stipulation, might that make him stay away? Eddie seems to think Ivor planned to tell Chris all about it when he arrived here in Orkney. "But he never got the chance," Jo said. "I take it you planned to speak to Dr. Liddell as to how exactly Ivor died?" "I do," Erling said, as Cathy reappeared with an old-fashioned metal box
laying it down on the table. It looked, Erling registered, like the deed box his father had. "You're happy for us to take it to the police station?" Erling checked. "Yes. When you find Chris, you can tell him we all loved his great-granddad here, and we miss him." Erling assured her that he would, and then asked if Cathy might spare them a few minutes more of her time. "I spoke to Eddie Balfour, Ivor's lawyer, before coming here," he told her. "Hearing our concerns about Chris's whereabouts, he explained how Ivor's will had been drawn up." Cathy took her seat again and said, "Ivor wrote it himself, in that old-fashioned writing of his. He didn't mention what was in it, though, just asked me and Elspeth, who was on days back then with me, to witness it." She smiled. "He even made us laugh, asking if we thought him of sound mind when he wrote it." "And you have no idea what's in the will?" Erling said. She indicated not. "Although I'd hazard a guess and say whatever Ivor had, he wanted it to go to Chris, his great-grandson." "One last question, Cathy. Who was Ivor's last visitor?" "His eldest son, Hugh. It was earlier in the evening before it happened." Erling waited as she gathered herself for the rest of the story. "I was off duty by then," she said, "but Elspeth was here." "Was it Elspeth who called for the doctor?" Joe asked quietly. "Yes. She popped her head in just after midnight to check on Ivor. Sometimes old folk don't sleep and welcome some company. She was the one who found him." "I'd like to speak to Elspeth in person," Erling said. She's not due in until 6 o'clock. You'll probably catch her at home just now. I can give you her number." It was clear by her tone that Cathy was keen for such a meeting to happen. "That would be good," Erling said. Back in the car park, Erling told Joe to head for the station with Ivor's box, which should be stored in the evidence room. "I'm going to try to have a word with both Elspeth and Tom Liddle before I head back myself," he told her. "So you know Dr. Liddle?" Joe asked. "I do," Erling assured her. "Although he's not been in Orkney long, he's a ferry louper like yourself, and much the same age, and single," he added with a smile, "if you fancy a change from a farmer." His DS threw him a look that wasn't hard to interpret, before responding with, "I'll let you know if I ever require an introduction, sir." Moving on to more important things, Erling said, "I'll head to the health centre first, then try to speak with Elspeth Crawford. Let me know immediately if there have been any reported sightings of Chris Mowat in our absence." "Will do, boss." Chapter 16. On his way to the health centre, Erling mulled over their conversation with Cathy McHugh. Working in a care home, Cathy had undoubtedly seen the passing of many of its elderly inhabitants, so her concerns around Ivor's death had to be taken seriously. The fact that it had happened immediately prior to the much-anticipated arrival of his great-grandson seemed cruel in the extreme, or perhaps rather fortuitous for the other members of the family, who were intent on challenging Ivor's state of mind when he'd sold the Mowat land behind their backs. Dr. Liddle, he hoped, would put both his own concerns and those of the two women to rest regarding this. Entering the car park, he spotted the doctor's car and was pleased his visit wasn't in vain. Judging by the empty waiting room, today's surgery was over, and checking in at reception, he explained that he'd like to speak with Dr. Liddle, adding on police business, in case they thought it was regarding his own health. Minutes later, the door to the doctor's consulting room opened, and he was invited to enter. "Inspector Flett," the doctor said, closing the door behind him. "I understand this isn't a health call." Erling confirmed this.
I'm here to ask you about the recent death of Ivor Mowat. Ivor Mowat, the elderly gentleman at the care home, whose funeral took place recently? Dr. Little checked, a look of concern on his face. May I ask why? Cathy McHugh, one of his carers, told me that there were no signs of a deteriorating condition prior to his death. In fact, he was as lively as ever and very keen to see his great-grandson, who was due to arrive in Orkney. I didn't know Mr. Mowat personally. He was Dr. Stewart's patient until he retired. Let me check his medical record, Dr. Little said, turning to his computer. Erling waited as the doctor completed his search. Right, it says here that on his last check-up by Dr. Stewart, Mr. Mowat was found to be in very good health for his age, although he was showing some evidence of memory loss and mobility issues. How long ago was that? Erling asked. Just prior to me arriving in Orkney, so 3 months or thereabouts. And you weren't called to Ivor at any time during the intervening period? No, I visited the home a couple of times, once for a death and once for a case of flu, but never for Mr. Mowat. So you had no reason to believe that Ivor was shortly to die? The home would have called me if there had been any worries on that score. But, he added, Ivor was 96. Can I ask what you wrote on the death certificate? Erling asked. Cardiovascular degeneration, which is a catch-all term for the things that go wrong as we age. So, not heart failure, Erling checked. No, that term would no longer be permissible on a death certificate. When were you called out to the home exactly? Just before midnight, as I recall. One of the care home staff checked on Mr. Mowat and didn't like the look of him. I was called and certified death, after which the body was bagged and taken to the hospital mortuary. Noting Erling's expression, he added, You're worried there was something irregular about his death? I take it there wasn't a post-mortem, Erling said. There was no reason for one to be held. Erling gave a nod to this, conscious that the young doctor was becoming increasingly concerned about this line of questioning. He decided to change tack. Hugh Mowat, Ivor's eldest son, has indicated that he plans to countermand a sale of land his father made just prior to his death, a sale that the family were not made aware of. He maintains Ivor was not of sound mind when he did this. Is that the land on Hoy everyone's talking about? The doctor said. Erling confirmed this. You may be called on to give evidence as to Ivor's state of mind regarding this, he said. Since Dr. Stewart wrote the last health report on Ivor, he would be the one to ask about that. The relief in Dr. Little's voice was obvious. Should it come to court, that is. Erling rose then, and thanking the doctor, said, This may all go away, or not, but thank you for your time, Doctor. If it doesn't go away? If we deem there are grounds for suspicion around Ivor's death, then we will order an exhumation and a post-mortem. They shook hands again before Erling said, I trust you're happy with your move to Orkney? Dr. Little's face relaxed into a smile. I am, especially now that we're heading into summer. Aye, if you survive the early part of the year here, you've likely got the constitution for island life, Erling said. Thanks again for your help, Doctor. Back in his car, he made his call to Elspeth Crawford. Her answer was so swift he assumed that she'd been forewarned by Cathy. He was right. Inspector Flett, Cathy told me you would call. It's about Ivor's death, I understand? It is, Erling confirmed. I'd like to speak to you about it face to face. Can you come round to the house? When Erling confirmed this, she gave him her address. I'm here on my own, so we have privacy to talk. I'll expect you shortly. And with that she rang off. There had been relief in her voice, he registered, Like Cathy, it seemed she'd been perturbed by Ivor's sudden death, and if two of the women closest to Ivor in his last days felt unease about it, then Erling decided he had to pay attention to those concerns. Elspeth lived east of the harbour in a pretty bungalow with a fine sea view from the sitting-room window. Ushering him in, she explained that her husband, Ronnie, was at work, so they could talk freely. "I've spoken to him about Ivor, but he thought my worries were unfounded. He kept reminding me that Ivor was 96, as if I didn't know that," she said firmly. "Anyway, what do you want to ask me?" "Tell me about the night he died," Erling said. "Well, when I arrived for work around 6, he was out in the garden with the cat. Well wrapped up as always, although it was a fine, soft evening. That cat's a devil, you know, half wild and big and with a murderous intent towards the birds that come down to the bird table." She paused with a hint of a smile. "Ivor loved that cat, and he was the only person that tomcat would permit to pet him. Anyway, I coaxed Ivor inside for his evening meal, which he ate. Then he went to watch TV in his room. Sometime after that, his son Hugh arrived. I realised this because I heard raised voices. Ivor was mighty angry about something. They both were. The door was shut, and I didn't eavesdrop." She paused. "Maybe it was the argument that upset him so much that—" She tailed off. "Did you see Ivor alive after that?" "I don't know when his son left. I was busy with other residents, putting them to bed, giving out their medications. And next time I passed Ivor's room, the door was open just a little, and the TV was on, so I thought all was well again. Ivor liked his telly." "Did you go in?" Erling said. She shook her head. "I was on my way to see another resident, but I wish I had now. I was just pleased that he was back watching TV." She looked at him with tears in her eyes. "None of this is your fault," Erling said. "But if he was failing, then I could have called the doctor." Erling gave her a few moments before saying, "Tell me about when you found him." "It was around 11:30. I was doing my rounds, and I checked in on Ivor. He was lying on the bed and looked asleep, but there was something wrong. I could sense it. So I went for a closer look. I knew before I touched him that he was dead." "And you called the doctor?" "I did. Dr. Liddell came shortly afterwards. He confirmed Ivor's death and called for an ambulance." "Did you mention your concerns to him?" She shook her head. "I was in a state, to be truthful. But the more I thought about it—" She shook her head again. "I've worked there for 10 years, and death is no stranger to the place. After all, it's where people go to be cared for in the final years of their lives. But this felt wrong," she said. "Definitely wrong." As he drove back along the shore road, Erling decided his next move would be to talk to the retired Dr. Stewart, who had known Ivor Mowat the longest. After that, it would be time to question Hugh Mowat as to the reason for the argument with his father on the night Ivor had died. Chapter 17. He drove a little away from Elspeth's house before checking for messages, hoping Joe had had a reported sighting of Chris Mowat. In this he was disappointed. There was a message, but not regarding Chris. Rather, it was to say that Hugh Mowat had lodged an official complaint regarding the care home's treatment of his father. He'd cited neglect and their failure to inform the doctor of Ivor's mental and physical decline prior to his sudden death. Erling sat stunned at this. What the hell was going on? Had Hugh found out about his visit to St. Magnus House and the content of his conversation with Cathy? Did Hugh have someone in the home reporting back to him? His plan had been to summon Hugh to answer questions regarding his visit to his father on the night Ivor had died. Instead, Hugh had grabbed the initiative by accusing the care home of neglect. Although he didn't know Hugh Mowat personally, he was now aware of his reputation in Orkney. Big in stature and in business, apparently Hugh didn't suffer fools gladly. He also headed up the family firm, which had interests in a variety of areas, including oil, fishing, construction, and in 2 nightclubs, one here in Kirkwall, the other in Aberdeen, managed by one of his younger brothers. Erling now revisited what Jo had said after her talk with Rachel. Chris, Rachel had told her, thought the Mowats had orchestrated Ivor's death when they discovered that he was in touch with his great-grandson. Such an accusation could have been the result of Chris's disappointment and anger at arriving in Orkney to discover Ivor's sudden death, which no one in the family had informed him of, but maybe there was more to Chris's accusation than that. Erling contemplated Chris's origins on his way back to the station, his instinct telling him that this might be playing a sizable part in the story. In Orkney, most folk could trace their heritage, legitimate and illegitimate. Betty, Chris's mother, had left Orkney as a pregnant 17-year-old. Did Chris ever discover who his father was? Did anyone in the family know? Both Betty's parents were dead now, but what about Betty herself? Was she still alive? Might she be able to throw any light on what was going on here in Orkney? It was a question Rachel might have the answer to. He now considered Rachel's part in all of this, suddenly brought here by her boyfriend, who had rarely spoken of Orkney or his family here. Apparently she'd not been permitted to attend Ivor's funeral with him because the Mowat family would be mean to her. Then, after she'd told Chris about the pregnancy and her thoughts about having an abortion, he'd walked out, upset, and disappeared, leaving her frantic with worry. How long would or could she stay on in Orkney and in the hotel? Particularly if the missing Chris was the one paying the bill. He realized he knew nothing about the couple's economic circumstances. According to Tommy's attempt at a Mowat family tree, Chris was 20. Rachel, maybe even younger than that. How had they been living up to now? Were one or both of them in a job? Would a pregnant Rachel have to go back south without an answer to Chris's disappearance? If so, what would she do about the child she was carrying, who was, of course, a Mowat? Erling had the sudden and chilling thought that it was unlikely Hugh would be happy at the prospect of Chris having a child. He stopped himself going down that route. His immediate job was to find Chris. But what if Rachel wanted to stay in Orkney until that happened, and didn't have the funds to remain here? There were folk he might approach who could put the girl up for a limited time, and the cost would be much less than her stay at the hotel. Running through them, one seemed the most likely, and that was his father at Home Farm. Tommy's connection with Ivor through his own father, Sandy, was strong. He was also concerned about Chris. If Erling asked him, Tommy would undoubtedly say yes. With that thought in mind, he drew into the police station car park. Jo's shift was over, yet he suspected she would still be here, waiting for whatever news he would bring back from the care home, and to impart any of her own. There was a definite look of relief on the face of the desk sergeant when he walked in. "Glad you're back, Inspector." "Why, Sergeant, is anything amiss?" he immediately asked. "We just got a call regarding a body found on Hoy at Lyrawa Bay. D.S. Green took it. I think she's in your office, sir." "Thank you, Sergeant," Erling said, trying to contain his shock at this announcement. Opening the door to his room, he found Jo on her mobile, just as his own rang out in his pocket. She turned on his entry, and, her expression also one of relief, cancelled the call. The accompanying ringing in his pocket ceased. "Tell me," he said in the silence that followed. "The body of a young male has been found washed up on the sands at Lyrawa Bay, sir."
Erling remained silent, not wanting to voice the question currently resounding in his head. Perhaps sensing this, she said, "The first report says the body was badly burnt about the head, so not identifiable." She paused. "The police launch is collecting it and transferring it to the mortuary at the hospital." "Thank you, Sergeant," he responded. The description Rachel gave of Chris when she last saw him, was there anything mentioned in the way of jewellery, piercings, tattoos, and clothing? "I need to check my notes," Joe said. "Okay, Sergeant, you do that and come back. Who phoned this in?" he added as she moved to leave. "It was Willie Halcrow, sir. He said to call him back. That's why I was trying to reach you." "Right, thank you. I'll do that now." The formality of their interchange, he knew, was being used to shield them from the horror of the news. Horror at any reported loss of life, but especially if it turned out to be that of Chris Mowat. When Joe left the room, Erling moved to the seat behind the desk and sank into it, amazed that his legs had continued to hold him up. It was as though his thoughts on the way here had been preparing him for this moment, a moment he had been trying hard not to think about as he'd focused on how they might help Rachel until such time as they could locate Chris. Composing himself, he brought up Willie's number. The resulting call rang twice before the familiar voice answered. "Erling, I'm sorry to be the bearer of such sad tidings," Willie said. "You think it's Chris Mowat?" Erling immediately asked. "As I said to your sergeant, the victim was badly burnt about the head and upper body, so not recognisable, but—" "You think he was maybe caught up in the hellfire?" Erling said. "If he was, I don't see how he could have ended up in the water at Lyrawa Bay," Willie told him. "I take it there's been no notice of a ship fire in Scapa Flow, or anyone gone overboard," he added. "There hasn't," Erling confirmed, "and just one person reported missing, and that's Chris Mowat. How long has the body been in the water?" "Not long," Willie said, "but a post-mortem will tell you that, and the nature of the burns, and maybe much else besides." "What about any obvious identifiable marks? Any jewellery, piercings, tattoos? And clothing? What was he wearing?" "The coverings were mostly fire-damaged. No jewellery, as far as I could see, although I didn't move the body. The tide had brought it half onto the sand, face down." He stopped there. "I called the Coast Guard first. They contacted the launch. Then I called the station." "Has the launch picked up the body?" "Yes, it's on its way to the hospital now. I did take some photos with my mobile. I'll send them through to you." "Thanks, Willie. And can I ask how you found out about the body?" "An anonymous call to the fire station. Muffled male voice." Erling thanked him again, then rang off, waiting for the ping of the incoming images, desperate to view them, yet worried at what he might see. When they arrived, he decided to transfer them to his laptop so that he and Joe might check them together. He was doing this when his sergeant reappeared. "Most of what I took down from Rachel was in the description we circulated," she told him. "But she did mention a body tattoo, not in plain sight. Also, he was wearing a black ring on the index finger of his left hand and a black leather band on the left wrist. I've sent my notes to your mobile." "Right, let's take a look at the photographs Willie sent through." He turned the laptop and came round the desk to join her. The first photo was taken from a distance, as though Willie had begun as soon as the body became visible, then a selection of shots as he got closer. The body, as he'd said, lay face down on the sand, the already retreating tide abandoning him.
Had he been lying on the beach when the tide came in, or had the tide brought him there? Closer now, Willie had started to record a video, slowly moving round the inert figure, capturing close-ups as he went. "You'll have seen drownings before," Joe said. "Too many," Erling told her. "They come with the territory." He halted the video and zoomed in. "This one's not been in the water long. In fact, I wonder if it's been fully submerged at all. He may have been deposited on the beach at low water and immersed only briefly when the tide came in." Erling chose the view that featured the left hand and arm, then zoomed in further. "The hands are burnt, maybe trying to put the fire out," he said, "but that might be a ring on the index finger. I don't see a bracelet, though." "We'll have to wait for the post-mortem to check for tattoos," Joe said, "especially any beneath the remains of the clothing." "So we can't say that this is Chris Mowat," Erling said. "No, but who else is it likely to be?" Joe said. "A partially burnt body lying on a beach below the location of the large wildfire at the Mowat Croft?" Erling had the sudden and terrible image of a burning man running wildly down the hill to the bay, unable to reach the water in time to save his life. Chapter 18. News of the discovery of a male body on the sands of Lyrawa Bay would spread quickly. Acknowledging this, Erling asked Joe to call Rachel and give her the bare minimum of details, which is all they had themselves. "Explain that the body has been transported to the hospital in Kirkwall, and that we'll keep her informed as to any further developments. If you don't reach her, leave a message. Also, check she's still resident at the hotel," Erling said. "I'll head for the mortuary." "Do you want me to follow you there?" Joe said. "No, you should have finished for the day. Head home after the phone call. There's nothing more you can do. I'll see you first thing tomorrow." Before he drove away, he called the hospital to warn them of his arrival and to check if the body from Hoy had been delivered. Establishing that it had arrived a short time ago, he was told that the mortuary staff were expecting him. The hospital, referred to locally as the Balfour, was a small, rural general hospital with 48 beds, close to the centre of Kirkwall. The modern building offered a range of medical services to islanders, with both resident and visiting consultants. It also had a mortuary with 8 flexible bays, although post-mortem examinations to establish the reason for a death were conducted off-island, usually in Glasgow. However, all he needed to know at this moment was whether there was a likelihood of the body being that of Chris Mowat. And now, at the Balfour, he parked, then made his way to the mortuary, armed with Joe's notes regarding Rachel's description of Chris. If the body was tattooed, he now knew what to look for and where. He'd been at the mortuary a number of times since his return to Orkney as a detective, often, as he'd mentioned to Joe, regarding bodies washed ashore on one of the 70-odd islands that made up the archipelago. Most of the bodies had been in the sea a long time and were therefore unrecognisable. Judging from Willie's photographs and video, the victim's time in the water as food for the fishes would not be the stumbling block to identification in this case. That would more likely be the burns. In the few minutes it had taken him to get here from the station, his imaginings of a man on fire running for the water had further developed into an image of the victim being doused in petrol and set alight by a third party, just as had been done to the Red Digger, which had started the hill blaze in the first place. Might whoever had started the fire be responsible for the death of the man on the beach? On entry, he found APT Hannah Weir awaiting his arrival. It wasn't the first time he dealt with Hannah at the mortuary, so after a brief greeting she handed him a suit and then a mask. "And you'll definitely need that," she advised. Zipped up, mask firmly in place, he was now led to the refrigeration bay. As Hannah pulled out the appropriate drawer, the acrid smell of burnt flesh mixed with accelerant assailed him, despite the mask. A sympathetic Hannah gave him a moment to get used to this before she spoke. "As you can see, I've removed what remained of the clothing. It's bagged and ready to accompany the victim to Glasgow for the forensic examination," she told him. "Tell me what you've deduced from the body," Erling said. "It's male, young, fit, with dark hair," she offered. "Circumcised, height 178 centimetres, weight 71 kilos, healthy before the fire damage, eye colour probably blue." Erling made himself study the charred head with the remains of dark hair, then ran his gaze slowly over the shoulders, arms, and hands, after which he moved to the less affected lower parts of the body. And all the time he did so, he thought there was a possibility that it might be Chris Mowat. "Was there any jewellery?" he checked. "I removed what looked like the charred remains of a leather band from his left wrist," she offered. "Any rings?" She shook her head. "No rings, earrings, or piercings." So the ring he and Joe thought they'd spotted in the video Willie had sent hadn't been there at all. "The missing male, Chris Mowat, last seen on the ferry to Mowness," Erling explained, "had a tattoo on his upper left arm, described by his girlfriend as a Volknut tattoo." "That's a Norse tattoo," Hannah said with a nod. "I'm familiar with it. 3 interlocking black triangles." Erling moved to the victim's left side to study the area of the upper arm, trying not to breathe in. Hannah, having left him briefly, now returned with a magnifying glass. "Try this," she said, handing it over. The burnt flesh was now amplified in all its horror, but he still couldn't make out a tattoo. "The forensic examination will likely determine the existence of a tattoo despite the surface damage," she offered, "but you'll have to wait until the post-mortem for that." She paused before saying, "The lower half of the body is relatively unmarked by the fire and would likely be recognizable to an intimate partner, the genitals and feet in particular." Erling imagined bringing Rachel here to try to identify Chris in such a manner, and found himself repulsed by the thought, although, he suspected, in her desperation to know the truth, she would agree to come if asked. "Too much?" Hannah said, reading his expression. "I'll make contact with Chris's partner tonight, or first thing tomorrow, and obtain something to sample for his DNA," Erling said, aware how much even that would distress Rachel. "Right, I'll request a police chopper for tomorrow afternoon," Hannah told him. He rang Joe from the car. When she picked up almost immediately, he realized she'd been awaiting his call. "Is it Chris?" she asked before he had time to speak. "Undetermined," he responded. "Did you manage to talk to Rachel?" "I had to leave her a voice message, but I checked with reception and she is still resident at the hotel." "I'll go over there now," Erling said. "I need a DNA sample to send down with the body tomorrow." "Do you want me to—" Joe began before he cut her off. "That won't be necessary. See you in the morning, Sergeant," he said, and rang off. As he headed out of town, he reminded himself that tomorrow was the day Ivor's will was due to be read, but according to Eddie Balfour, that couldn't happen without the presence of Chris. Would Eddie have already heard about the discovery of a male body on Hoy? If so, he was bound to imagine that it might be that of the missing Chris Mowat, especially if Chris didn't appear tomorrow. Rumours regarding the body and the missing Chris would already be weaving their way around mainland and the Outer Isles, gaining arms and legs as they did so. and what folk didn't know for certain they would simply make up. But whatever that was could never match the horror of what he'd recently been faced with in the mortuary. Leaving Tranquil, he registered that it was still broad daylight. At this time in May, the sun wouldn't go down until close to 10 o'clock. The sky was clear, and despite the hectic nature of the day, he recalled that it had been fine and sunny. He'd taken the Orfer road, and passing Houghton, he resolved to check in again soon with Magnus to see if he'd discovered anything of interest in his work on the Mowat family tree. Since this morning at the care home, it seemed even more important to gain as much background on the Mowats as possible, from the time of the disappearance of Stella up to the recent disappearance of Chris. The gnawing hunger he'd managed to ignore until now was asserting itself, and Erling vowed to seek out a fish supper after he'd hopefully spoken with Rachel. He parked on Victoria Street and made his way to the hotel, inwardly planning what he might say to her, while aware that his sergeant would have had the right words. He tried to imagine what those words might be as he climbed the steep front steps and entered. The young woman on reception recognized him immediately. "Is Miss Everett in?" he asked. "I believe she's been here all day," she said in a concerned tone. "Have you come about the body in Lyrawa Bay?" she asked outright. Ignoring the question, Erling said, "I'll go on up then." He chose the stairs, not wanting to be trapped in the elevator with anyone else keen to establish why he was here. His knock at the door brought a sound of movement inside. When this didn't result in the door being opened, he announced who he was and that he'd like to talk to her. Even as he said the words, he knew they would strike terror in Rachel, and that she would have to open the door to find out if her worst nightmare had been realized. He heard footsteps approach, and a few moments later, the door was opened. The image of the figure before him brought a surge of pity. Rachel had been upset on their previous visit, but now true despair had taken over. This young woman was broken in more ways than he could imagine. "May I come in?" Erling said quietly. She stood back, wordless, and let him into the room, after which she shut the door. "It's Chris, isn't it?" she said, her voice trembling. "Can we sit down, and I'll explain everything?" Erling suggested. She slid into a seat, and Erling took his place at the other side of the table. "I believe Detective Sergeant Green left you a message," he said. "I didn't listen to it. I couldn't," she said, shaking her head. "What she wanted to tell you, and what I want to tell you now, is that we recovered a body from the beach at Lyrawa Bay today. That's the bay below—" She cut him off before he could finish. "Below the Mowat Croft. I looked down on it when I visited the grave of Betty Corrigal." Her eyes seemed far away as she added, "It was so beautiful. The blue water and golden sand. I thought I'd remember that moment forever." She looked back at him. "I will now." Erling gathered himself. "The body has been taken to Balfour Hospital. I've just come from there. The remains are those of a young man, the approximate age and build of Chris. However, there are serious burns on the upper body that prevent identification." "You mean it might not be Chris?" Her eyes were now alight with a small flicker of hope, a feeling Erling wasn't sure he shared. "What about the tattoo I told D.S. Green about?" Rachel demanded. "I couldn't confirm its existence on the body," Erling told her. Hope apparently still continuing to build, she said, "Chris was circumcised?" "So are many young men." "And the bracelet and ring I told your sergeant about?" Aware she was becoming increasingly convinced that it might not be Chris, Erling decided not to mention the remains of the leather bracelet,
so he just shook his head. Contemplating all of this, she seemed to suddenly register his mention of burn injuries. Why was he burnt? You said he had serious burns on his head and shoulders. Why? Did he get caught up in the hill fire? Erling had managed to prevaricate up to now, but he couldn't lie outright. There was evidence of an accelerant. Even as he said the words, he could smell it again, and his face must have betrayed his thoughts. "You mean someone set him alight?" she said, her voice rising. "That would be one explanation," he said, while thinking that it wasn't the only one, self-immolation being another. She curled up in the chair, her arms round her knees, her mouth muttering her horror at the image this must have conjured up, an image Erling was all too familiar with. He decided to bring her back to the present. "As I explained, because of the injuries, facial identification isn't possible. So we will need a sample of Chris's DNA. We can retrieve this from various items, such as his toothbrush, hairbrush, anything he's used recently, worn or handled." "Of course," she said, forcing herself to rise. "I'll get them for you." As she disappeared into the bathroom, he heard a muffled sob and knew that the brief flame of hope had been extinguished by fear. This, he recognized, would have been the moment his sergeant would have known exactly what to do and say. As it was, he found himself accepting the items she brought him and bagging them in silence, followed by him informing her that he would be back in touch with any news as it came in. "When were you due to leave?" he added quietly. "Our booking here is only for a week," she said. "If Chris isn't back by then—" She halted there. "I'll keep in touch," Erling promised, and left. His mind consumed by what had just happened, he found himself departing Stromness without buying the anticipated fish supper, and realized he would just have to produce a meal at home with whatever was left in the fridge. He tried to console himself with the thought that there was always whiskey to take the edge off his hunger and the memory of Rachel's stricken face. Plus, Rory would be back tomorrow and would hopefully take charge in the kitchen. At this point, he suddenly remembered that they'd been looking forward to a long-awaited scuba dive together in Scapa Flow because they both had the weekend off. Something that would no longer happen, for him at least. Chapter 19. He rose in a red dawn, made coffee and put the last bannock in the toaster, trying not to recall his dreams of burning heads and heather. He was buttering the bannock when a text arrived. Dreading what it might be about at this early hour, he checked the screen to find it was from Rory. "Should be with you by 5. I'll cook. R.X." His initial pleasure at this message was swiftly replaced by regret that he hadn't sent a warning that their weekend dive together was no longer possible. He decided that he would have to forewarn Rory now, but before he got the chance, another text arrived. "I know about the body at Lyrawa, and I need to talk to you about something which may or may not be linked. R.X." Erling stared at this for a moment. News travelled fast here, so the first part of the message wasn't surprising, in particular if Rory was no longer offshore but on Flutter. It was the second part of the message that gave him pause for thought. He answered, indicating how much Rory had been missed, adding a hopeful, "See you soon, X." A short shower later, he was dressed and ready to leave for work, where he planned to have a strategy meeting regarding the discovery of the body at Lyrawa Bay. He also needed to call Dr. Stewart, now retired and living on Rousey, about Ivor Murrett's death, plus Eddie Balfour with respect to this morning's reading of the will. Then there was the box that Ivor had left at St. Magnus House, now at the police station, whose contents might throw some light on what Ivor had been thinking prior to his sudden death. The morning was blustery, with swiftly moving clouds crossing a blue sky. Crowning the hill at Scorridale, the view of a rough-topped Scapa Flow and the outline of Hoy was crystal clear. Joining the main road, he noted the Hoy ferry leaving Houghton and recalled last night's decision to check on Magnus and the Mowat family tree, yet another thing to add to today's list. His first port of call was the Balfour mortuary, where he handed over the evidence bags containing the items Rachel had given him, and where Hannah confirmed that the chopper was due to arrive in the early afternoon to transport both the remains and evidence to the city mortuary in Glasgow. "How long is Chris Mowat's girlfriend here for?" Hannah asked. "She's only at the Stromness Hotel until Tuesday," Erling told her. "We may not have the DNA results back by then," Hannah warned. "I know. If she wants to wait here until we know for certain whether it is Chris, we'll help her with somewhere else to stay." "Well, let's hope Chris turns up at the will reading this morning," Hannah offered. The possibility of that sounded like a miracle to Erling, and judging by Hannah's expression, she was thinking the same way. He now made for the police station, where the car park was relatively empty, indicating that the day shift was yet to officially begin. Finding P.C. Tulloch on the front desk, he asked how the night had gone. "Quiet, sir, although now that we're heading into the weekend," he said with a concerned look. "Have I forgotten an event, Constable?" Erling said. "No events, sir, just the usual Friday night clubbers in Kirkwall." When Erling nodded, Tulloch added, "D.S. Green's here already, sir." So Joe had beat him to it. He wondered if his sergeant had managed any sleep at all after yesterday's developments. He found Joe at the coffee machine, looking surprisingly bright. "You're in early," he said, joining her there. "I thought we would have a lot to talk about," she said. "We do," Erling confirmed, pouring himself a coffee. "Let's take these to my office." He began with what he knew Joe would be most concerned about, his meeting with Rachel. She listened intently as he described what he'd learned from viewing the remains at the mortuary. Then he explained what he'd told Rachel and why. "She was getting hopeful it wasn't Chris," Joe said. "A little too hopeful," he told her. "So I didn't mention the remains of the leather bracelet." Joe nodded. "I thought the ring on the index finger was more significant, and it definitely wasn't there?" She checked. "It wasn't, according to Hannah," he confirmed. "So we'll have to wait for the DNA results, unless, of course, Chris turns up for the reading at 11 o'clock. "If Chris is alive, he would surely have contacted Rachel by now rather than leave her worrying like this," Joe said. "We have only Rachel's word on Chris's character and why he might have chosen to go into hiding," Erling offered. "Maybe he decided to leave Orkney altogether after she told him she was considering aborting his child." "But his last sighting was on Hoy," Joe countered, although it was only the female in the group who said she'd seen him. "And we have no further sightings after that," Erling agreed. "Which brings us back to the body on the beach, which may, in fact, turn out to be Chris. Even if it isn't, we still have a case of either murder or suicide by fire to deal with. So can you make sure everyone heads up to the meeting room as soon as they arrive this morning?" When Joe indicated she would, he added, "I need to make a couple of calls, then I'll join you. Start things off by showing the team the photos and video Willie sent us. They need to see what we're dealing with." "And the well reading at 11? Joe asked. "That's the first call I plan to make," Erling told her. He waited until his sergeant had left, then considered what he wanted to say to Eddie, who would already be aware of the discovery of a body at Lyrawa. Also, as a lawyer, Eddie could be trusted with information regarding the state of the body and the difficulties that had produced for identification. Eddie answered his call almost immediately.
Erling, please tell me the body on the beach isn't Chris Mowat?
We haven't established the identity of the victim as yet, Erling told him. Primarily because of the state of the body. It was badly burnt, as you've probably heard.
I was hoping that aspect was just a rumour.
Sadly, no, Erling said.
So Chris could still turn up here at 11?
Eddie said in a half-hopeful voice. Yes. Who else do you expect to be there?
Definitely Hugh, Ivor's other sons, Albert, Harold, and Cameron. Maybe their wives, too, even their offspring. In truth, it's open house for the Mowat clan, so who knows?
He sounded apprehensive. Do you know if Chris's mother is still alive? Erling asked.
I have no contact details for Betty, Eddie said, and neither it seems does Hugh, because I've asked him.
And you have no idea who Chris's father is, or was, Erling said.
A taboo subject among family members, it seems, so none whatsoever,
Eddie confirmed. There's something else you should know, Erling said. Hugh has informed me that the family planned to dispute the sale of land at Lyrawa. He maintains his father wasn't of sound mind when he did that. Plus, he's accused St. Magnus House of negligence regarding Ivor's death.
Good God, Eddie said. This reading could turn into a rammy whether or not Chris shows up. I don't suppose you'd consider having a constable attend, just in case.
I intend on being there myself, Erling told him. The relief in Eddie's voice was obvious.
I really appreciate that, Erling. Thank you.
Dr. Stewart was also swift to answer his call. Erling had known Ian Stewart all his life, through childhood illnesses and teenage angst. As their family doctor, he'd attended his mother throughout her illness and dealt with the practicalities of her death 5 years ago. He'd also worked out that the rebellious teenager of the family was gay, before Erling would admit it even to himself.
I've been expecting your call, the familiar Orcadian voice said. Cathy and Elspeth from the care home have already been in touch. Plus, news, as you know, travels fast round these islands.
Acknowledging this, Erling said, What can you tell me about Ivor Mowat?
That he was a stubborn, opinionated man who didn't mellow with age. He checked himself into that home to get away from his family, despite the fact he could have managed perfectly well at home on Hoy, with maybe a home help a couple of days a week. Anyway, he loved it at St. Magnus House, and he especially loved that wild tomcat who became his friend.
And his health? Erling said.
Good. In fact, better than many folk much younger.
So why did he die so suddenly?
I don't know, except that he was very old. If you want to know the exact reason, you would need to have a post-mortem.
Dr. Little put down cardiovascular degeneration on the form, Erling told him.
Aye, he would do that, unless there was any reason to think otherwise.
Erling explained about Hugh Mowat's intentions regarding the sale of the land on Hoy and his criticism of the care home.
All nonsense, came the blunt reply. Ivor had all his mental faculties. He occasionally forgot a name, but he had 90 years' worth of names and family connections in that wily brain of his, he said firmly. As for his care at St. Magnus House, I'd vouch for that 100%.
When Erling thanked him, he added,
And just get in touch when or if you need me to testify to any of this.
Ringing off, Erling made his way upstairs to where the team had gathered. Joe had done as asked, with Willie's photographs on display beside the still-rolling video. Judging by the facial expressions of his team, they were as shocked by what they were observing as he'd been himself.
So, he began, we have a suspicious death to investigate. The victim may have attempted suicide by fire, or he may have been set on fire by another party or parties. I believe the post-mortem will provide us with more clarity on that."
He described his visit to the mortuary.
"As you can see from Willie Halcrow's recording of the scene, identification with respect to the possibility of it being our missing Chris Mowat wasn't possible. So, DNA evidence from items belonging to Chris will head down to Glasgow with the body later today for comparison."
He paused there before asking if there had been any reported sightings of Chris or the hired car in the interim. The answer was, as he'd expected, scattered sightings of Chris across mainland, which, when followed up, had proven to be someone else entirely. As for the vehicle, it seemed to have vanished, which didn't please the rental company. The talk then moved on to other issues currently being dealt with, which consisted mainly of drunk driving incidents and minor assaults. Then the upcoming cases in Kirkwall Sheriff Court, which would involve some of his officers having to give evidence, further depleting the team. At this point, Erling inwardly decided to request help from Highland Division with respect to what he was certain would turn out to be a murder investigation. Without voicing this, he addressed the final topic, which had been raised with him recently by the street pastor.
"Leo Strachan is convinced that a supply of stronger drugs is finding its way into Orkney, based on his observations of the weekend clubbers. How and where they're entering, or who is supplying them, he couldn't say. Bearing this in mind, and with the weekend upon us, I believe we require a bigger presence out on the streets of Kirkwall for the next couple of nights."
There were some groans at this, although eventually a few hands went up.
Erling asked D.S. Green to finish up here and took himself down to his office to make the next set of necessary calls. His first was to Willie Halcrow. Having decided that they required a temporary police presence on Hoy, he wanted to ask for Willie's aid in setting that up. Considering their last sighting of Chris had been there, and now the discovery of the body, Hoy appeared to be at the centre of the investigation, for the moment anyway. They settled on a location for interviews to be taken by himself and D.S. Green with P.C. Tullach, who was great with the locals here, and Erling suspected on every other island in the archipelago. That organised, he made his call to the Scottish mainland, and, having explained his dilemma, was rewarded with the promise of a DS to aid in their inquiry. The supporting officer would be on the ferry to Stromness first thing tomorrow morning. Conscious now of the time, Erling resolved to explain his plans to both D.S. Green and P.C. Tullach on his return from the reading of the will. But before he left, he went by the evidence store and, booking out Ivor's box, took it with him. Chapter 20. Eddie's office was in an old bank building in the centre of town. Approaching on foot, Erling wondered how many folk were aware of the timing or significance of the meeting that was about to take place in the double-storey stone edifice within view of the cathedral. He'd said a few good mornings on the short walk from the station, so his movements through the town had been noted, but there was no one hanging around outside the offices of Balfour Legal Services when he arrived 15 minutes before the allotted time. Pressing the buzzer, he gave his name, and the door was opened. Climbing the stairs to the first floor, he found the reception desk unattended and Eddie's door ajar. "Come on in," Eddie's voice ordered. Eddie Balfour wasn't a man who was easily rattled, but judging by his tone and expression, he was today. "Has something happened?" Erling immediately asked. "No, but I have a feeling it's about to," Eddie admitted. "I must say I'm relieved to have you here." At this, Erling placed the small metal box on the table. "Ivor left this box for Chris, in the care of Elspeth and Cathy at St. Magnus House. I haven't looked inside it as yet, but depending on what happens here today, that might prove necessary." Eddie looked intrigued. "Ivor was a wily old bugger. Do you think he foresaw what might happen if he died?" "I wondered that myself. Or he just liked to stir things up? Erling added, I take it you've heard nothing from Chris Mowat? Nothing, Eddie confirmed. Last time I spoke to Hugh in person, I asked him to have the family put out the word on Chris going missing. And you think he did that? Eddie said. My fear is that the word that went out was more likely a warning to Chris not to reappear, in particular on this occasion. Maybe that was why Ivor had the codicil added, stating that the will couldn't be read out unless his great-grandson was present. At this moment, the buzzer sounded. You'll have noticed that Sandra, my receptionist, isn't in the building, Eddie said. I wanted to spare her what I fear we're about to witness. Having released the front door, they listened as the sound of heavy footsteps hit the stairs. I'll usher them into the main room, Eddie said. I suggest you wait here until they're all assembled, then come in yourself. Erling tried to count the footfalls passing Eddie's office, but could only surmise that it was quite a few. Having not yet consulted with Magnus as to the full family tree, he had no idea how many Mowats there were in total. However, the heaviness of the footsteps suggested that the majority of the arrivals were male, unless the females of the family had taken to wearing Doc Martens. When the stairs fell silent and a mere murmur came from the main room, Erling ventured along the corridor. Via the open door, he could see a fair portion of the assembled clan seated in rows. Hugh was in the front, and next to him were his three brothers. First was a very belligerent-looking Harold, then Albert, then Cameron. So, Harold sees himself as second in line to the throne, Erling thought, despite the fact that Albert was next to Hugh in age. Behind them were the younger males, including the final two who had been carrying the coffin. So the funeral cortege team were all present and correct, and seemingly as angry and determined as they'd been in the cathedral, Erling thought. No females were present as far as he could see. Perhaps they'd either chosen to stay away, or the family business lay in the hands of the males only. Come in, Detective Inspector Flett. At Eddie's command, all eyes turned to the door in surprise. The first ones to meet Erling's were those of Hugh Mowat, where astonishment was swiftly replaced by anger as he rose to his feet. This is a private reading of our late father's will, he said directly to Eddie. In view of the fact that the youngest member of the family is reported missing, I deemed it necessary that D.I. Flett should be here, Eddie said firmly. Hugh was about to argue when Eddie came back in. Also, Ivor left strict instructions that the will should not be read out without his great-grandson Chris being present. This announcement was followed by a babble of angry voices. Harold now rose to join Hugh, but whatever he was about to say was suddenly interrupted by the buzzer, indicating that someone else required entry. As all surprised eyes turned towards Eddie, he pressed the switch, allowing the front door to be released. Whoever it was chose not to state their name, but immediately entered and began climbing the stairs. Erling and Eddie exchanged glances. Might this be Chris? Erling found himself elated at the thought, while also concerned about what might be the outcome of his arrival. He'd shut the door to the corridor on his own entry to the meeting room, and he went to open it for the visitor. The silence reigned in the room as all eyes fixed on the now open doorway. Erling, however, focused his gaze on both Hugh and Harold Mowat. If either brother believed, or in fact knew Chris to be already dead, would that be obvious from their expressions? Hugh's face gave nothing away, while Harold's remained furious. As for the other members of the family, theirs were a mixture of bafflement, surprise, and anger. Then a figure appeared in the doorway and stepped into the room. Erling's heart leapt in his chest. Rachel
looking frightened but determined, cast her eyes around the room of bemused males before alighting on him. Her surprise at his presence was only matched by her obvious delight. "Detective Inspector Flett, I didn't know you would be here," she said. Hugh Mowat had found his voice.
"Who the hell are you?"
he demanded. Rachel returned Hugh's angry gaze, seemingly without flinching. "I am Rachel Everett, Chris's partner," she said quietly, "and I'm here to represent Chris at the reading of his great-grandfather's will." The pregnant silence that followed her announcement now gave birth to mayhem, as the men all started shouting at once, either in Rachel's direction or at Hugh or Eddie. It was Erling's barked order that eventually brought this to an end. He turned to Eddie. "What is the legal procedure in such a situation?" "I'd like to speak alone with Miss Everett in the first instance," Eddie said. Hugh didn't much like that suggestion and immediately said, "As Ivor's eldest son, I insist I be present at that meeting." Rachel's intervention at this point was perhaps the biggest shock of all. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out an envelope. "This is a letter for you, Mr. Balfour, from Chris, giving his permission for me to be here in his stead." At this, Erling decided that the best plan would be for him to marshal Eddie, Rachel, and Hugh from the room. Once they were inside Eddie's office, he told Eddie to await his return before opening the envelope, and then went back to the ruckus in the meeting room and commanded them all to take a seat and remain silent. "If you cannot do this, then I suggest you leave now, or you will be taken to Kirkwall Police Station, where you will be charged with a breach of the peace." Had the looks now being thrown at him been knives, he would have already expired in a bloody heap on the floor. But silence followed his threat, so he was content with that. Although, to show his warning was not without teeth, he made a call to the station and ordered that an officer report immediately to the offices of Balfour Legal Services and stand guard at the entrance until further notice. After which, Erling joined the others in Eddie's office. Chapter 21. Erling watched as Eddie extracted a letter from the envelope and began to read. Having seemingly satisfied himself as to its contents, Eddie then turned to Rachel. "When did you get this?" he asked softly. "I found it during D.I. Flett's visit last night," she told him, her expression calm. "He'd asked me for some items belonging to Chris to send for DNA purposes, along with the body they'd found at Lyra." Her voice broke a little at this, before strengthening again. "The envelope was in Chris's toilet bag, my name on the front." She paused briefly. "I thought it was a break-up note, after what I'd said about the baby." She halted there briefly, as though realizing what she'd let slip. "So I couldn't bring myself to open it until this morning. When I saw what it was, I got a taxi over here. That's why I was late." "Baby?" Hugh said sharply. "What baby are you talking about?" Rachel appeared to brace herself before answering. "I'm pregnant with Chris's child. I initially wanted to have an abortion. He didn't," she added, a catch in her throat. Hugh Mowat muttered what sounded like a curse before demanding that he also be allowed to read the letter. "The letter is addressed to myself as Chris Mowat's lawyer," Eddie said firmly. "It is therefore both a private and a legal document in this case." Hugh, who was obviously trying to keep a rein on his anger, said, "Does the delivery of this letter mean we can continue with the reading of my father's will?" "I believe it does," Eddie said, with a glance at Rachel. "Since Chris has requested Rachel be his proxy here today?" Hugh gave a sharp nod. "Right, let's get started then. Although, as I told D.I. Flett, we as a family will be contesting all decisions made by my father in the months leading to his death because we believe he was not
of sound mind when he made them.
Erling watched as Eddie mustered himself to answer this.
That's for another time, he said. Let's deal with the business that brought us all here today.
There was some murmuring on their re-entry to the room, but Erling's reappearance led to a swift silence. Or maybe, he thought, it was simply Hugh's murderous expression that had brought them all, including Harold, to order. Settling himself to the left of Eddie's desk, behind which the lawyer had taken refuge, Erling watched as Hugh made a space beside him for Rachel by sending an annoyed Harold one place along. Hugh was acting more of the gentleman than the Mr. Angry of earlier. Erling found himself wondering why. Rachel, he noted, appeared a little more relaxed, even bestowing a faint smile on Hugh as she settled herself on the seat. Eddie now produced a large envelope and, opening it, extracted what looked like a single sheet of paper. He began to read out its contents in his rich Orcadian voice. As the words flowed over and around him, Erling thought of Cathy and Elspeth witnessing the writing of the short will with no idea what it contained. The company before him, however, heard the words stated clearly and with no possibility of misunderstanding their meaning.
I, Ivor John Chris Mowat, being of sound mind and body, hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I revoke all prior wills and codicils. I appoint my great-grandson Chris Mowat as my sole beneficiary. I appoint my lawyer, Edward Balfour, as the executor of my estate. I signed this will on this 18th May, 2025, in the presence of Cathy McHugh and Elspeth Crawford.
The silence that followed felt to Erling like the moment before an anticipated bomb exploded. Rising, he motioned Rachel to come to him and immediately ushered her out, telling her to go into Mr. Balfour's office. Following this, he called the officer at the front door to come up, buzzing the door open for him. A cacophony of anger met him on his return to the room, where he found Eddie still behind his desk, with Hugh standing in front of it, and the melee behind Hugh gathered around Harold. When his officer arrived, Erling told him to blow his whistle. The blast was enough to hurt his eardrums, but it worked. In the stupefied silence that followed, Erling told everyone but Hugh to leave with the officer. When Hugh gave a nod to this, a furious Harold exited, the muttering troops dutifully following, leaving silence in their wake.
That will is nonsense,
Hugh told Eddie.
And you know it,
he added, his voice thick with fury.
The business with Ivor's name at the head consists of numerous enterprises, all run by different branches of the family.
He halted there, but only briefly.
As to the man calling himself Chris Mowat, is he even who he says he is?
Ivor appeared to think so, Eddie said.
However, we will of course confirm his identity. But what if you can't find him? According to the lass, he ran off and left her.
Eddie looked to Erling.
Detective Inspector Flett, he said, the question in his voice obvious. It's our job to discover the whereabouts of Chris Mowat and to confirm his identity,
Erling said.
And if you can't, Hugh said, or it turns out to be that body on the beach at Lyroa?
A glance at Eddie suggested that if he knew the legal answer to that question, he wasn't willing to voice it at this time. However, he did have something else to say.
A smaller envelope with my name on it was included in the one he left for Rachel.
He showed them the said envelope.
For fuck's sake,
Hugh uttered in an exasperated tone.
I would have read it out after Ivor's will, but the reaction that followed suggested I should wait.
Eddie looked to Erling. Rachel should be party to this, Erling told him.
I suggest we move back to your office so that she can hear what is said."
They duly did so, finding Rachel sitting in a seat at the window staring out. Hearing them enter, she turned and rose, perhaps reading their serious expressions. When Eddie explained about the second envelope, she acknowledged this with a nod. "It's not necessarily bad news," Erling said. "Just something private he wanted only Eddie to know." Rachel gave a brief nod at this and gathered herself for the news. Eddie slit the envelope open and, scanning the contents, mustered himself to say,
"It's very brief and simply states that Chris Mowat declares Rachel Everett to be his sole beneficiary in the event of his death."
Erling's reaction to this was, at first, elation, as he realized that Chris wanted Rachel and his child looked after should anything happen to him. But this was swiftly followed by the terrible thought that Chris had felt his own life to be in danger when he'd written it. The trepidation on Rachel's face was now briefly replaced by surprise and a fleeting joy, then ultimately horror as she appeared to follow Erling's thought process. "You," she said, pointing at Hugh. "Chris was frightened of you and what you might do if Ivor favoured him." Hugh was, Erling noted, even angrier now than when the proxy letter had been read out. Apparently mustering his fury and looking pointedly at Rachel and Eddie, he said,
"You'll both be hearing from my lawyer regarding the circumstances surrounding my father's death, and in particular the making of his will."
And with that, Hugh turned on his heel and walked out. Listening to the slamming of the front door, all three of them were left in little doubt as to Hugh Mowat's readiness for a fight.
"I need to consider what just happened here and what we do about it," Eddie said. "Also about the box that Ivor left for Chris," he added, looking at Erling. "If Rachel is proxy for Chris, then she should get to view its contents." Erling had been considering this himself, but they would need to confirm Chris's identity first. Also, if the body on the beach turned out to be Chris Mowat, then what Ivor had left for Chris in that box might well play a role in uncovering his killer. He now addressed Rachel. "You did well," he told her. "The Mowat clan can be intimidating." She appeared to have mustered herself after the surprise and trauma of Chris's written declaration. Chris was wary of the Mowat family, she said. Not his great-grandfather, though. He liked Ivor. They spoke a lot on the phone. Chris really wanted to meet him in person. I only realized how much on the journey up here. "Did Chris have any idea that Ivor planned to make him his heir?" Eddie asked.
"I don't think so. I also don't think he knew the Mowats were important or wealthy. He did say, though, that Ivor was very fond of his granddaughter, Betty, Chris's mum, and very sad when she left Hoy. You understand that before this goes any further, we need to verify Chris's identity as a bona fide member of the Mowat family," Erling said. "Do you have any documents, passport, driving license, credit cards, that would help us do that?" She shook her head. "Chris took his wallet and passport with him when he left, and his phone. That's why I could only give you the photographs I'd taken of him with my mobile."
"What about his mother, Betty Mowat?" Eddie said.
"I told D.S. Green all I knew about her, that she died when Chris was 9, after which he was brought up in care. He said he never knew his dad."
"Can I ask what Chris does for a living?" Erling tried.
Is, she corrected herself, self-employed. DJing in clubs mainly, with the name KCM, trance music. That's how we met," she added with a soft smile. "And you, Rachel?" "I'm an agency nurse, working mostly in care homes. That's how I could take time off to come here with Chris."
"You two were living together?"
"At Chris's place," she confirmed. "I can give you the address," she offered. "Do that.
Now, have you any idea how Ivor found Chris? Or maybe Chris found Ivor?
Erling said. She shook her head. None. Chris never mentioned that.
The box Ivor left for Chris, Erling went on. We'd like to keep it for the moment, until we know the outcome of the DNA test. He didn't say that if the dead man on Hoy was Chris, then the box and its contents might turn out to be evidence in a murder inquiry. I'm happy for you to have it, Rachel said. If that's okay, she added in Eddie's direction. The police station is the best place for it under the circumstances, he assured her. Their discussion at an end, Erling told Eddie he'd be in touch, then offered to walk Rachel out. Handing the box to the waiting constable, he told him to take it back to the evidence room and inform D.S. Green he'd be with her shortly. So, he said to Rachel, are you heading back to Stromness? I'm going to have a coffee at the St. Magnus Cafe first, then call for a taxi. She hesitated before adding, The thing is, Inspector, I think Chris felt he had to go into hiding from the Moets, and you can see why. All those angry men in that room, they wanted him dead before they knew what was in the will. They'll want it even more now. Erling found himself thinking the exact same thing. Chapter 22. Joe replaced the receiver on D.I. Flett's office phone, then stood for a moment, trying to regain her composure. Erling had said he had calls to make before heading to the lawyer's office, but he hadn't told her he was planning to ask for backup from Highland and Islands Division. And now someone was coming, and that someone was D.S. Gus Gowan, someone she'd hoped, no, prayed, never to see again. She contemplated whether she should reveal this to Erling, or alternatively behave in a professional manner by keeping her mouth shut and getting on with her job. They did need extra manpower this weekend. That had been obvious in the strategy meeting, and a seasoned detective like him. Jo found herself unable to say his name out loud or even think it. What if it had been his voice on the call she'd just taken? What would she have done then? She stopped herself from going down that path. He was coming tomorrow, not on the first ferry to Stromness, but a later one. God, what if Erling asked her to pick him up? She should never have transferred here, she told herself. It was too close. She should have gone to Aberdeen or Glasgow. But her heart was in the north, despite everything that had happened. Besides, Scotland was a village, so wherever you went, you would likely meet someone who knew either you or someone you were acquainted with. At this point in her thoughts, she spotted the tall figure of D.I. Flett striding towards the front door of the police station. The box he'd taken with him had already returned via a constable and was safely locked back in the evidence room. Constable Rendell had given her a potted version of the stushy, as he'd called it, at the lawyer's office, at least the blowing his whistle part of it. No doubt Erling would fill in the rest. As soon as Erling joined her in his office, Jo gave him the good news. We've located the hire car. It was parked on a small harbour in Stromness, tucked out of sight, and only noticed this morning when some holiday folk arrived. So Chris hid the car, Erling said, before he got on the passenger ferry. Assuming he planned to go into hiding on Hoy, that was a good idea, Jo said. Anyone looking for him, including ourselves and the Moets, would focus initially on locating the car here on mainland Orkney. Erling nodded at this, although it seemed to Jo that his head and thoughts were still on the morning's event. How did it go at the lawyer's? She said. P.C. Rendell said he had to blow his whistle. Let's just say the Moet family did not like Ivor's will, Erling said. So Chris turned up? Jo responded in amazement. No, Rachel did, together with a letter from Chris to say that she was to be his proxy at the reading of the will.
so Eddie let it go ahead. Joe now listened as Erling relayed the full story, including the fact that Ivor had left everything to Chris. "And when did this letter from Chris surface?" Joe said. "Rachel says she found it in his toilet bag when she went to get the items I requested for the DNA testing." "So he put it there before he disappeared?" Joe checked. "Looks like it. Rachel believes the letter's existence confirms Chris went into hiding to avoid the Mowat clan." He halted there briefly, noticeably perturbed. "She also admitted in the presence of Hugh Mowat to being pregnant with Chris's child, which he didn't look happy about." If Chris believed he was in danger from the Mowats, then heard he was also to be a father, that could have been the trigger for him going into hiding, Joe said. "My thoughts too," Erling agreed. Also, a second sealed note revealed that Chris bequeathed everything he had to Rachel, should anything happen to him. Joe tried to assimilate this extraordinary sequence of events. "That must have confirmed Rachel's belief that Chris feared for his life," she said. "Well, now she knows he didn't disappear because of her or the child," Erling said. "And what about the contents of the box Ivor left for Chris, which, incidentally, is safely back in the evidence room?" Joe asked. "Before we examine its contents, I'd like to make sure Chris Mowat is who Ivor thought he was. Plus, we have yet to establish whether Chris is currently alive or dead. And we're unlikely to until we get the results of the DNA test from Glasgow, hopefully early next week." "As to establishing who Chris Mowat is exactly, we've already made some progress," Joe told him. "The team looking into Chris have reported that he paid for the flights here, the hired car, and the hotel with the same credit card, name of K.C. Mowat. Rachel told me at the lawyer's that Chris was self-employed as a DJ known as KCM, playing something called trance music," Erling said, a mystified expression on his face. "You know about trance music?" "I do," Joe confirmed with a smile. Erling looked impressed. "Good. Get the team to check out where KCM's been appearing and when. Rachel also gave us the address of Chris's flat in London, where she says they were both living. Apparently Chris maintained his mother died when he was 9. He was brought up in care and never knew his father. A record of that should be somewhere in the care system." "I'll get the team onto it," Joe said. "What about Ivor's personal effects? His mobile, maybe a laptop? If we can take a look at his messages, searches, etc., we might identify how he first made contact with Chris." "Everything would have gone to Hugh as his eldest son," Erling said. "Is that why Ivor gave his 2 carers the box for Chris, in case he wasn't around to give it himself?" Joe said. It was an uncomfortable thought for both of them. "I'll speak to Hugh," Erling said. "Although if he doesn't want the family connection to Chris confirmed, I suspect he'll not hand over Ivor's things willingly." "Unless we open an investigation into Ivor's death," Joe said quietly, "then we could check out the contents of his box." She watched as Erling considered this, and not, she thought, for the first time. "The Hoy victim must take priority for now," he said. "If the body does, in fact, prove to be that of Chris Mowat, Hugh will have to turn over anything he has belonging to Ivor, plus we examine the contents of the box." When he checked her reaction to this, she gave a firm, "OK, boss." Erling continued, "I've spoken to Wally Harold Crow, and he's offered the Longhope Fire Station to use as an incident room. There's also accommodation available for yourself and Ivan Tulloch at a nearby B&B on Hoy. I'll travel back and forth as required," he added. The reaction she had on hearing this news must have shown on her face, because Erling immediately asked if she was okay with staying out on Hoy. "Of course," Joe said, hoping that being marooned on Hoy meant she might avoid Gus Gowan.
Good. I've also requested reinforcements, Erling continued. Detective Sergeant Angus Gowan has answered the call, and he's coming over on the ferry from Scrabster first thing tomorrow morning.
Did that mean Gus had actually volunteered to come to Orkney? Jo found herself freaked out by such a thought.
I've just remembered, she said swiftly. There was a call to say D.S. Gowan couldn't make the early Stromness ferry, but would arrive on the lunchtime one.
Erling looked briefly put out by that.
I had hoped to introduce him to the full team before you head for Hoy. No matter, I suggest you and Tulloch catch the first ferry to Longhope and start interviewing the locals regarding the fire and the body found at Lyrawa Bay.
This time, Jo managed to hide the relief she experienced at Erling's order and went in search of Ivan Tulloch. On the way, she contemplated how much she liked the young officer from Sunday. Ruddy-cheeked with a wide smile, he had an easy way with folk and appeared to be well known far and wide. If you wanted to find out what was happening anywhere in the islands, Ivan was the man to speak to. Now, seated together in the canteen, she relayed Erling's orders about their trip.
So we don't get to meet the new bloke from Caithness, he said. That's a shame.
He checked her expression.
Maybe you know him already, seeing as you worked over that way before moving to Orkney, he added, an expectant look on his face.
This is where the lying begins, Jo thought, even as she tried to choose her words. Eventually she said, The name sounds familiar, but I can't put a face to it as yet. While thinking, and I don't want to.
He'll likely still be here when we finish on Hoy,
Ivan offered by way of appeasement. She managed a half-smile at that, while praying fervently that he would not. Seeing Gus again might plunge her back into the pit she'd finally climbed out of by coming here. Having sorted out the arrangements for the next day, Jo decided she should check in with Rachel, ask how she was after the events of the morning. In truth, she felt an affinity with the young woman in her present circumstances, and hearing the news surrounding the will, was both pleased for Chris's obvious support for Rachel and his unborn child, while also fearful for Chris's welfare and for Rachel's. When her call rang out unanswered, eventually switching to voicemail, Jo left a message urging Rachel to get in touch and offering to come through to Stromness tonight if she needed someone to talk to about today's developments. Chapter 23. Despite all that had happened since his 5 o'clock rise, Erling had the feeling that the day had run away from him. The afternoon certainly had. Having missed out on lunch due to the shenanigans at Balfour Legal Services, hunger drove him to seek out a coffee and sandwich, which he duly took back to his office. There he mentally listed the calls he still had to make, including checking in with Colin at UHI, as much out of courtesy as to inquire if he'd had anything back about the mother and child at Lyrawa. Although fairly certain Stella and wee William had died too long ago to become a live murder investigation, he couldn't shake off the notion that either the Croft House land and the current Mowat feud were all somehow connected. Often the older people became, the more intense their desire to right past wrongs or deal with perceived slights. Ivor Mowat had begun distancing himself from his family by moving into a care home on mainland, where he seemingly didn't relish family visits, even from his eldest son Hugh, if Cathy and Elspeth were correct. He had then instigated trouble by secretly selling off the former family croft to someone with war links to Hoy, apparently approaching Richard Webber Maitland directly after reading a piece written by him in the Orcadian. According to Auld Mackie, Ivor had had a schoolboy crush on Stella, and one of his older brothers had likely gone out with her. The fact the dead child's name was William suggested which of his brothers that may have been. How much had Ivor known about the supposed Stella, his brother and her child? Was the discovery of the two bodies a surprise, or had Ivor always known or suspected what the digger would find? If so, when had Ivor learned of the burial of mother and son? Back when it happened, or more recently? Old Mackie had been keen to talk about Stella, but was what he'd said merely imagined rather than factual? With no one left alive to confirm or deny Mackie's tale, Erling couldn't be sure. At this point he made a mental note to talk to Tommy again about Sandy. Might Tommy recall anything else his own father had said about Ivor and his brothers on Hoy? Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, Erling brought up Colin's number on his mobile. "Erling," Colin answered promptly. "I was just about to call you." "You've heard back from Glasgow about Stella?" Erling immediately asked. "I have. It seems our mother and child have now been examined by the resident forensic pathologist, together with osteologist Dr. Ruth Stiles, who, if you remember, helped us with the body uncovered by Dr. MacLeod and myself during the Scale Bay murder inquiry." Erling had no difficulty recalling the last major investigation in Orkney, when Colin, together with Dr. Rona MacLeod, a forensic expert in buried and hidden bodies, had uncovered a not-so-ancient set of remains buried in the sand at Scale Bay, not far from the famous Neolithic village of Skara Brae. When Erling confirmed this, Colin said, "Dr. Stiles has sent us an image of what Stella and her child would have looked like when alive, which I'll forward to you. Anything about how she and the child died?" There was a moment's uneasy silence before Colin responded. "The post-mortem report states they found a fracture in the mother's hyoid bone. Caused by strangulation," Erling immediately said, his voice as sombre as his thoughts. "Perhaps, or she may have hanged herself." Colin's tone betrayed his distress. "And the child?" Erling mustered himself to ask. "Best guess, suffocation, either before burial or as a result of it." The silence between them grew at the horror of both possibilities. "And how long ago did this happen?" Erling eventually said. "Around the time we surmised, 80 years or so ago." He paused momentarily. "Did Hugh agree to a DNA check to see if the child was a Moet?" "He said if we managed to identify the mother, he would gladly do so," Erling told him. "What about him offering a DNA sample to check if Chris is a member of the clan?" Colin asked dryly. "That would be the swiftest way to establish Chris's identity, and maybe take him out of the running for the family fortune." "I take it you've heard about this morning's event, then," Erling said. "I heard about Rachel turning up, P.C. Rendell blowing his whistle, and the fact that Hugh will be disputing the will on the premise that his father was doolally when he wrote it. Plus, he doesn't believe Chris is a Moet." "News travels fast here," Erling offered. "You bet it does," Colin agreed. "OK, I'll send you through the forensic report on Stella, and, of course, the images." When Erling thanked him, Colin added, "I know you must be run ragged at the moment, but if you can take a break, I'd love to cook dinner for you at the Ivy House, Rory included." Thanking him, Erling rang off and immediately checked the time. Rory had indicated he hoped to be at Langwell by 5. He'd also said he planned to cook, meaning he wasn't expecting Erling to appear much before 7, which, if all went well, was a distinct possibility. Erling smiled inwardly at that thought. Checking his incoming mail, he found the 2 attachments from Colin. Leaving the forensic report for the moment, he opened the AI-generated images of the mother and baby. The first reconstruction was a reflection of what they'd discovered inside the wooden coffin. A mother looking lovingly down at her small son, cradled in her left arm. The DNA reading from her remains had provided them both with blue eyes and light-coloured hair, the baby's short and curly, the woman's fashioned in a style typical of the war years. A series of individual images followed, showing Stella and son from all angles. Then a short video in which each came alive, their eyes blinking, a baby's cooing look, a mother's answering smile. He imagined showing Stella's image to old Mackie. Had he ever seen Stella in the flesh, or had he only known about her through Ivor's description? His next call was to Magnus, who immediately confirmed that he was keen to talk over what he'd discovered regarding Stella.
I've been in touch with Hoy Heritage regarding female personnel, both army and civilian, during the Second World War, and there are some possible Stellas in there. And I have an AI-generated image just sent through from Dr. Ruth Stiles of both mother and child, Erling told him. You have, Magnus said, his tone becoming more sombre. Can you share it with me, and I'll see if any of the women whose images I have might be a match?
He hesitated at this point before adding, I take it you have an idea how the mother and baby may have died? When Erling told him what he'd learned from Colin, his explanation was met with a heavy silence.
Either way is awful, Magnus eventually responded, and both warrant an explanation. If Stella hanged herself, who buried her body near the Croft house, together with the child? If she was strangled, who killed her and buried both her and the boy? I'm increasingly of the mind that Ivor Mowat knew, or at least suspected, something had happened to his Stella. Erling detailed his thoughts on the secret sale of the house. You believe Ivor was aware that once work began on the eco-house, Stella's body would be discovered?
Magnus said.
You're the criminal psychologist, Erling reminded his friend. What do you make of Ivor's behaviour? I don't work with many 90-plus subjects, but I have met Ivor Mowat in the past. I suspect he did nothing without good reason, Magnus assured him.
Hugh plans to prove that his father had lost his wits before he died, Erling said.
Magnus laughed. Good luck with that, is what I'd say to Hugh.
You're acquainted with Hugh Mowat?
More so one of his nephews, name of Max Mowat, son of Hugh's brother Harold. I gave evidence in a drug trial in Aberdeen last month. Max Mowat was one of the defendants.
Now that was interesting.
So, this Max is one of Ivor's grandchildren?
He is, and has a son of his own, called Ragnar. I've put them on the updated family chart, which I'll send over. Was he convicted of the drug offence? Erling asked.
No, he got off, Magnus said.
According to our local street pastor, Leo Strachan, we have stronger drugs coming into Kirkwall, likely some of the newer synthetic types.
I'd believe him, Magnus said, because they're everywhere.
Erling remembered something else he wanted to mention.
Maitland's grandfather served on Hoy during the Second World War. According to him, Ivor read the piece Maitland wrote regarding his grandfather in the Orcadian, which prompted Ivor to contact Maitland and offer him the Mowat land to build on. Maybe his grandfather was billeted in or near Lyrawa Bay. It appears Maitland's grandmother was from Hoy. I'll definitely follow up on that, Magnus told him.
They rang off then, with Magnus promising to keep in touch regarding the images. Having forwarded the Stella files, Erling went to check on the roster of who was scheduled to police the town centre over the weekend. And then he called Leo Strachan to tell him more officers would be on duty.
Not in uniform, I hope,
Leo said. Erling listened as Leo explained his concern about this.
We're generally trusted. That's why we can do our job. If a sudden influx of uniforms appears, it'll look like we've been blabbing to the police. The dealers will go to ground and the buyers will boycott us. Then we'll provide plainclothes officers, Erling said, thinking that could be a job for D.S. Gowan, tomorrow night at least. D.S. Gowan was an unknown person in Kirkwall, and in Orkney in general, which could prove useful. Leo came back in then. "Are you just acting on my concerns, or have you had a lead on what new drugs are coming in and where?" he asked. "A bit of both," Erling told him, thinking of his recent conversation with Magnus. Ending the call, he decided what he planned to do with the time he had left today. Chapter 24. He found Jo still at her desk. "Isn't it time you logged off for the day? Especially since you're catching the early ferry to Hoy tomorrow." "I'm almost finished," she told him. "Unless you've something else for me to do," she added quizzically. "Just thought if you're still around, I should bring you up to date regarding the findings on Stella." "The post-mortem report is here," she said. "It is. I put a copy up on the system, together with the AI-generated images of our victim and child. Check it out when you have time, although the burnt body on the beach is our top priority at present, as is the missing Chris Mowat." When Jo asked how Stella had died, Erling outlined the post-mortem details. "And the best guess on the baby was suffocation, either before or after burial." "So she could be another Betty Corrigal," Jo said quietly. "Or someone murdered both her and the baby," Erling said. "Either way, I have Magnus delving into war records on Hoy. We'll strive to find out who she was and have her buried properly with the child," he added firmly. On another topic, Magnus revealed that he gave evidence in connection with a drug trial in Aberdeen recently, where a Max Mowat was involved. He was found not guilty, but according to Magnus, he's Harold Mowat's son and grandson of Ivor. "So maybe part of the Mowat nightclub business in Aberdeen?" Jo offered. "Could be," Erling said. Then, "You saw the roster for the weekend? Not your worry, of course. You'll have your hands full on Hoy. But Leo stressed he didn't want the increased police presence to be in uniform. So I thought I might involve D.S. Gowan once he arrives, since he's a complete unknown here in Kirkwall." Jo's face seemed to fall at this, then she recovered herself. Erling contemplated, albeit briefly, whether he should question her reaction, then decided against it. If his sergeant had concerns about any of his decisions, he was confident she would voice them. If he'd learned anything since her arrival here from Caithness, it was that D.S. Joe Green was not backward at coming forward. Then a thought occurred. "I never asked if you were acquainted with D.S. Gus Gowan." When Jo shook her head, he added, "I thought you would have mentioned it if you were." He smiled. "I think old Mackie should have a look at the reconstructed Stella, so I'm off there now." Jo's face lit up at that. "Sure you can deal with him on your own?" she said with a mischievous grin. "I'll do my best," Erling promised. "And I'll be in touch tomorrow once you settle in on Hoy. I'll visit you on Sunday, although I'm certain you and Ivan Tullach will make a great team." "We will," Jo assured him. Certain now that all was well with his second-in-command, Erling headed out to his vehicle. A steady wind had got up since he'd walked to Eddie's office. It buffeted him as he crossed the car park, and almost succeeded in hitting him with the car door as he climbed into the driver's seat. The sky had darkened with rain clouds, although their scurrying nature suggested they were in too much of a hurry to spill their contents on the islands below. On the way out of Kirkwall, the thought occurred to him he should have asked if Jo had been in touch with Rachel since this morning's events, although, knowing Jo, he decided she more than likely had been, conscientious as she was. As he gained the Orfer Road, he considered again his interchange with Magnus. Could he be satisfied with merely identifying the woman and child buried at the old Mowat place? Or would the reason for their deaths and burial continue to haunt him?
As for the body on the beach, he was holding out hope that it wouldn't be Chris Mowat, and that he and Rachel might head back to London together, away from the wrath of the Mowat clan, until the law settled their differences. Approaching home, he was elated to see Rory's vehicle parked at Langwell, and a surge of both pleasure and anticipation drove all other thoughts from his mind. Should he just stop there and keep his visit to old Mackie until the morning? That thought came and went. Rory was expecting him by 7, and was likely deep in his preparation for tonight's meal, something he took seriously. So Erling drove on past, arriving at Mackie's to park at the foot of the steep climb to his front door. As he emerged from the car, the westerly wind brought the smell of peat smoke, and he registered that the old man's fire would be on as usual, much like the range in his father's kitchen. That thought brought a reminder that he should speak further to Tommy over the weekend about Sandy and Ivor, show him the now extended Mowat family tree, and see if it sparked any memories. Opening the front door, he gave a shout announcing his presence, and was swiftly answered with a "Come away in, Inspector." Old Mackie was seated in his usual place by the fire, the Orcadian newspaper on a side table, the front page of which had an image of the crime scene cordoned off at Lyrawa Bay. There was also a glass, whose contents looked like homebrew. Catching his glance, Mackie said, "I could have done with a stronger drink than my homebrew to read about that body at Lyrawa. I take it you don't know if it is Chris Mowat as yet?" "Unconfirmed," Erling said, taking a seat opposite. "And I hear there were shenanigans at Eddie Balfour's office this morning?" Before Erling could ask how he'd learned of it so quickly, Mackie told him, "My home help, Ivana's been here today. She got it from her sister in Kirkwall." He gave Erling a studied look. "I don't think that's why you're here, though." "No," Erling said. "It's about Stella." He watched as his words made Mackie pull himself up straight in his chair. "You found out about Stella?" he said in a voice both keen and yet filled with trepidation. "Did you ever meet Stella, or maybe see a photo of her?" Erling tried. "I never met her, but I did see a photo once," Mackie told him. "Anything you can tell me about what she looked like?" "Fairish hair. Ivor said she had blue eyes and a lovely smile. He was fair smitten with her," he added. Aware that his mobile might not be the best way to let the old man view the images of a possible Stella, Erling had brought a tablet along. Producing it now, he explained about the image that had been generated from the remains. "Like the one you had done for the body found at Scale Bay last year," Mackie said. "Exactly," Erling said, moving alongside Mackie. "There's nothing bad about the images and video, but—" He hesitated there. "I want to see if it's her, Stella. And I've lived a long time and seen plenty of bad things," Mackie said firmly. Erling began with the image of mother and child. "The poor Biddy bairn," Mackie muttered under his breath. "You found the two of them like that, the bairn cradled in her arm?" "We did," Erling said. "Would a murderer really lay them like that in the coffin?" Mackie said, an obvious catch in his throat. "Arranging her to look down on her wee one?" Erling didn't respond, just flipped to the image of the woman staring straight out at them. At this, Mackie gave a small gasp of wonder and maybe recognition. "Might that be Ivor Stella?" Erling said. Mackie was studying this image intently. Then he suddenly seemed to remember something. "Ivor said she was a Geordie. I didn't know what that meant back then, so he told me it meant she came from Newcastle, which was in England.
We looked it up on a map."
"You think this might be her?" Erling tried again.
"It might be," he shook his head, "but I cannot tell for sure. Have you checked with Tommy? Your Grandpa Sandy was a bigger pal of Ivor than me. He went over to Hoy all the time. Maybe he mentioned her to Tommy."
Erling nodded at that.
"I plan to. Do you want to see any more?" he added. "Aye, go ahead. Just in case I spot something I recognise,"
Mackie said. Erling ran the different images, finishing with a touching video of the mother and child. This was followed by a moment's silence before Mackie spoke again.
"How can that lass rest? How can you rest until she's given back her name and buried in consecrated ground?"
Mackie said.
"If that is Ivor's Stella, and he found out she'd been buried there with her baby and forgotten by the family, that might account for some of what he was doing before he died, looking for Betty's wee boy and giving it all to him," he finished.
Erling was inclined to agree with him.
"Thank you for your help," he said. "Aye, nae bother, Inspector, and good luck to you. I wouldn't have your job for all the tea in China."
Back in his car, Erling sent a message to Magnus stating that although old Mackie hadn't been able to identify Stella from the generated images, he'd recalled that she was a Geordie, after which he turned the car and headed for home. Chapter 25. Earlier, Joe had watched from the window as her boss had crossed the car park to his vehicle. She had been unnerved by his announcement that he planned to put D.S. Gowan out on the streets of Kirkwall on Saturday night. She'd tried so hard to put him out of her mind and out of her presence by escaping to Hoy, but she realized that wasn't possible now. Worse than that, she'd lied to her boss, right to his face, and she suspected he knew it. Good detectives could smell a lie. Twice now she'd said she'd never met D.S. Gus Gowan, once to Ivan Tulloch and now the boss. As for P.C. Tulloch, she'd modified her tale slightly by suggesting she might have heard D.S. Gowan's name. One lie always led to another. As a detective herself, she should have remembered that. As for D.S. Gowan, he would no doubt make it plain that he knew D.S. Green. In fact, he knew her very well. "How is Jo?" "Oh, she's on high at the moment. That's a shame. It would have been lovely to see her again." God, that voice in her head was back. His voice in her head again, after she'd finally managed to get rid of it. To take her mind off him, she decided to look at the images of Stella before she left, despite her trepidation at what she might see. As the first picture appeared, she recalled how traumatized she'd been, looking into the open grave and seeing the body of a mother seemingly gazing down at her child. Then the image had been as gruesome as the state of the remains. Now it had been transformed into something sad but beautiful. Stella, if it was her, was real, her blue eyes staring lovingly at her blue-eyed baby. Jo felt her throat close and tears spark her eyes. Shaking them away, she moved through the other images and finally onto the short video. It was a moving film of a mother's love for her child. Would a killer have arranged them like that, in the coffin? It seemed improbable, and yet, in her first case here in Orkney, a killer had arranged their victim with loving care in a stone cyst in Scale Bay. Erling had said the mother's hyoid bone had been fractured, which may have happened by strangulation or by hanging. Betty Corrigal, pregnant and deserted by her lover, had hanged herself. Stella may have brought the baby back to Hoy to meet its father, only to discover that he wanted neither her nor his son. Something Gus hadn't been guilty of, a small voice reminded her. At this point her thoughts moved to Rachel, and she checked her mobile to see if her earlier call had been responded to. It hadn't, which caused a niggling worry. It struck her that the Rachel who had faced up to the Moats that very morning was unlikely to have ignored her concerned message. So she tried again. This time was different. This time she heard words that immediately worried her. "We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service." Jo stared at the phone, a jumble of troubling thoughts filling her head. Why would Rachel disconnect her phone? Had she been fearful of one of the Moats trying to contact her after what had happened this morning? But Erling had given the impression that, when he talked to Rachel afterwards, she'd been feeling positive and thinking, rather than just hoping, that Chris was alive and well and merely hiding from the Moat family. Outside the station now, she made a decision. She would head for Stromness and check on Rachel just to be sure. She'd also explain about going to Hoy tomorrow, but that Rachel could still call her if she needed someone to talk to while they were waiting for the DNA tests to come back. She headed to Stromness, wondering as she drove if she should let Erling know about the disconnected phone, eventually deciding only to call him if absolutely necessary. She was aware that Rory, his partner, was due back for the weekend from Flutter, and this evening might be the only chance Erling would have to spend some time with him. Besides, he was probably with old Mackie at this very moment. She muttered her hope that the old man would recognize Stella from the images Erling planned to show him, which might help them on their way to uncovering the mystery of the mother and child the Red Digger had unearthed that fateful day on Hoy. At this time of the evening it was easy to find a parking place close to the hotel. Heading up the steps to the entrance, she held on to the hope that Rachel was here and would agree to see her. The receptionist recognized her straight away. "D.S. Green, are you looking for Miss Everett?" "I am. Is she in?" Jo asked. "I haven't seen her since early afternoon, when Sam's taxi brought her back from Kirkwell. Shall I call her room for you?" "No need, I'll just go up and knock on her door," Jo told her. "Right you are, then," she answered with a smile. As Jo climbed the stairs, she wondered if the receptionist was aware of what had gone down that morning at the offices of Balfour Legal Services, and decided by her demeanour she probably was, or at least had heard rumours of it. Reaching Rachel's room, Jo knocked on the door. "It's D.S. Green here, Rachel. Can I have a word with you?" She listened, awaiting a sound signalling Rachel's presence in the room. When none came, she tried again. "Rachel, it's me, Jo. Your mobile is disconnected, so I wanted to check you're okay." With still no response, she tried the door and found it unlocked. Perhaps Rachel had just popped out and hadn't bothered locking it. But out to where? And to do what? Get something to eat, maybe? But if she'd left the hotel by the front entrance, surely the receptionist would have spotted her. "Rachel," she called again as she pushed the door fully open. "It's Jo Green." Stepping inside, she found all was silent and definitely empty, since the door to the bathroom also stood open. Her heart, which had started bumping as she climbed the stairs, now took off in earnest. The room wasn't dishevelled in any way. In fact, it looked much like it had done when she'd last been here. Open suitcase on a stand, toiletries laid out in the bathroom, a pile of discarded clothes on the chair. It looked like a room still occupied, but definitely without its guest. Jo felt for her mobile, and, pulling up Rachel's number, tried it again. But of course the outcome remained the same, that robotic voice reciting the same message. Rachel's mobile was no longer connected. Even if the mobile were in this room, it would not ring. So where was Rachel? And why had she disconnected her mobile? To avoid any calls from Hugh Mowat? While she considered this, another thought crept in. Perhaps Rachel wasn't the one to disconnect her phone.
And what if she hadn't chosen to leave the room of her own free will?
Joe retreated into the corridor to check for another exit from the building, one that avoided passing through reception, thus explaining Rachel's unobserved departure. And there was one. A fire escape at the end of the corridor that led down to the car park at the rear of the building, from which Rachel, alone or accompanied, might have departed the hotel, and maybe even Stromness for that matter. Jo found herself already conjuring up an image of Rachel leaving that way, or being made to leave that way. Heading out and onto the stairs, Jo made her way down, noting the security camera as she exited at ground level, after which she circled the building and re-entered by the front door, which caused some consternation on the part of the receptionist. "Miss Everett's room is unlocked, but empty," Jo told her, "although her suitcase and belongings are still in there." The young woman looked puzzled. "I suppose she might have passed without my noticing her." "I take it you have security cameras?" "We do," she said, concerned. "At the front entrance and at the rear of the building." "Good," Jo said. "I'd like to take a look at today's footage." Chapter 26. The scent of something delicious met him when he opened the porch door. He stood for a moment savouring the rich aroma of what he recognised as Rory's version of bœuf bourguignon. Entering the kitchen and finding it empty, he stood listening for Rory's presence elsewhere in the house. Moving into the neighbouring sitting room, he noted that the fire had already been lit, and the burning peat was washing the room in a warm glow. Walking the narrow corridor to the bedroom, he registered no hiss of the shower running, and, opening the door, found the bedroom too lay empty, although he made note of the fact that the blackout blind was already in place, suggesting Rory definitely didn't want to be wakened at daybreak tomorrow morning. Retreating back through the house, he went outside, realising now where Rory might be. Langwell had a walled garden, surrounded by a cluster of stone outhouses from the time when it had been an operating croft. He headed for the one where they kept their dive gear. Rory was likely preparing for their dive together, which Erling could no longer go on. Reaching the open doorway, Erling steeled himself before entering, conscious he would have to reveal this, and soon. Rory was bent over, rummaging in a holdall, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. Then he suddenly turned and, spotting Erling, rose to face him. The vision of his lover, head cocked to one side, his shoulders squared, his stance almost a challenge, sent a shiver of anticipation through Erling, and yet the 6 feet between them felt like a physical barrier. At least it did to Erling, who for many years had suppressed the part of himself that had responded to Rory in the first place. Rory, minus such scruples, was observing him, a glint in his eye. "We need to talk," he eventually said in what sounded like a grim tone. "Okay," Erling answered cautiously. "Shall we go inside first?" Rory nodded. "Let's do that." When they met up again after time apart, there was often a gulf between them, just as there had been when they'd encountered one another that first night in a Stromness pub. Erling, forever cautious, his job as a police officer often in conflict with his personal life as a gay man, had at first been reticent and suspicious of the handsome Liverpudlian who'd struck up a conversation with him. And yet that had been overcome with time and honesty on both their parts, including Rory's revelation that he had another name, his real one, together with a wife, now divorced, amicably, it had to be said, and finally an admission of jail time in his misspent youth. So Erling, a detective inspector in Orkney, was currently shacked up with a former prison inmate, albeit on an intermittent basis when Rory wasn't working as a diver on Flutter or on some oil rig in the North Sea. Erling sometimes wondered if that made their relationship even more exciting than it already was. And, he reminded himself, as he followed his lover into the warm, food-scented kitchen. Only one other person, apart from the two of them, was aware of Rory's former life as a convict, and the Glasgow-based detective, D.S. Michael McNabb, had sworn never to reveal that fact. Usually, sensing Erling's unease at the time they'd been apart, Rory would immediately lead him into the bedroom. Not tonight, it seemed. Tonight, the frisson between them wasn't the anticipated sex, but something else. Erling had the fleeting thought that this might be their farewell dinner. Wasn't the expression, "we need to talk," a precursor to that? This thought was summarily quashed when Rory said in an upbeat voice, "She must be starving, because I definitely am. Shall we eat?" Erling's relief at this suggestion must have shown on his face, because Rory threw him an amused look. "You thought we were about to be dumped," he said in his usual forthright manner. When Erling didn't respond, he laughingly added, "I don't cook one of my specialities for someone I'm about to dump." "That's a relief," Erling managed. Rory met his eye. "Set the table and open the wine. You'll need a drink when you hear what I have to say." Erling decided to spill his own beans first. "I have to work all weekend, so I can't dive with you tomorrow. I know, and I have something to tell you that might help with your weekend work," Rory told him. Rory insisted they eat first, declaring that he needed sustenance in order to tell his tale, although he did say that it involved the burnt body on the beach, plus the Mowat family, who were, as Erling knew, a force to be reckoned with on Flutter and the neighbouring Hoy. They ate then in silence, swiftly and with gusto. Erling hadn't registered just how ravenous he was until the heaped plate of stew was set in front of him. The discomfort he'd endured when he'd first encountered Rory in the shed had gone, replaced by both curiosity and expectation. Whatever news, or perhaps gossip, Rory had heard on the Flutter base was what he hoped Joe and Ivan Tulloch might also gather on Hoy. The casserole eaten and wine topped up, Rory began his tale with the announcement that the burnt body found at Lyrawa Bay was not, in fact, Chris Mowat. Erling stared at him in consternation. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because Chris Mowat, I believe, is alive," Rory told him. It was something Erling desperately wanted to be true, and yet— "How?" he demanded. "He's been sighted on Flutter," Rory said. "By who?" "By me, yesterday," Rory said firmly. He took out his phone and brought up an image, handing it over to Erling to take a look. "That's him, isn't it?" Erling had never seen Chris Mowat in the flesh, only in the photo given him by Rachel. Taking out his own mobile, he brought up this image, and now sat the two phones side by side on the table. He could, of course, have both images sent to Glasgow to be examined by a super recognizer, or run through AI face recognition software, but by the time he got an answer, he would likely already have the result of the DNA tests to prove whether the body on the beach was or wasn't Chris Mowat. "Well," prompted Rory. "There is a likeness," Erling admitted. "Where was this taken?" "On Flutter, as I said, not far from the oil terminal." "What was he doing?" "Walking the shoreline." Erling couldn't make sense of this. Flutter was Mowat territory, as was most of southern Hoy. If Chris wanted to hide, it was an odd place to choose. Rory had obviously been reading his thoughts, because he answered his unspoken question. "Hide where they least expect you to. That was my motto in my past life. Also, he had a hood up. I just caught him when he took it down briefly." When Erling still didn't look convinced, Rory said, "Plus, rumour has it that the dead guy on the beach is a drug courier from Aberdeen." He examined Erling's reaction to this before adding, "You do know you have a drugs war on your hands? Aberdeen versus County Lines gangs from south of the border? My best guess being Liverpool." Erling didn't respond to this, despite the fact it rang an alarm bell in his head.
and was a match for Leo's warning. "If you have any knowledge of drugs coming into Flotta or anywhere in Orkney, you're obliged to—" Rory cut him off. "Didn't I just do that?" he said. "I've only heard rumours about the drugs and the death of the courier. You do know the Mowats have a nightclub in Aberdeen?" "I do," Erling said. "And that one of their number was recently found not guilty in court on a drugs charge." Rory shrugged. "And Max Mowat is currently home on Hoy crowing about that." He rose and came to stand behind Erling, placing his hands on his shoulders. "Have we talked shop long enough?" he said, massaging the tension there. "You have to work all weekend, I get that. But what about tonight? Are you off duty now?" D.I. Flett. Erling rose and, turning, took Rory in his arms. "I am," he said, his voice thick with the desire to forget burnt and buried bodies and to celebrate being part of the world of the living. Chapter 27. Organising a viewing of the security footage turned out to be anything but simple. It involved a call to the hotel manager, who is not currently in Orkney. When he was eventually reached, he said he needed a warrant to allow what he called some random female turning up demanding to view it. At this point in the proceedings, Joe took the phone and pointed out that she was in fact Detective Sergeant Joe Green, that the female missing from his hotel was possibly in danger, and if anyone had removed her unwillingly from the hotel premises, she would hold the manager responsible. After this, she was promptly given access to the appropriate room, plus the necessary password to review the footage. She'd handled such a task before, where the mind-numbing manner of it had had her wondering how super-recognizers managed to do their job, sitting as they did in front of grainy images for hours, looking to match a particular person. Luckily, the security camera at the rear of the building wasn't recording a busy location. Running it from early morning, she watched as guests exited by the back door with their luggage, located their vehicles and drove away. There were arrivals too, of course, who parked their cars and made their way inside to book in at reception, but no image of Rachel's arrival in the early afternoon, since, according to the receptionist, she'd entered by the front door. Her patience beginning to run thin, Jo was contemplating skipping forward to when Rachel was definitely in the hotel, when she saw a figure enter the car park and head for the back entrance. It was a male. He wore jeans and a grey hooded top, and it appeared to her that he checked for the camera and purposefully dipped his head to avoid his face being recorded. Totally focused now, she counted the seconds and minutes as they ticked past, watching to see the same male exit. He didn't, neither alone nor with Rachel. Checking the time, she noted he'd been inside the building for at least 20 minutes. Had he left by the front door? Or was he in fact an employee who had simply arrived for work? Deciding to check this, she stopped the recording and went through to reception, where Gail, as her name tag said, looked at her worriedly. "Do you have a young male employee who'd arrive here for work at about 2 o'clock? He was wearing a grey hoodie and was around 5'10". Gail looked taken aback by the question, then thought for a moment. "Possibly. I can check the roster if you can wait for a second." "Of course," Jo said, trying to keep the impatience she felt out of her voice. Gail, pressing a sequence of keys, brought up a grid and began to study the names on it. "It might have been Patrick," she offered. "His shift in the kitchen is supposed to start at 2, and he sort of fits your description." "Would you recognize Patrick from the recording?" "Probably, but I can't leave reception," she said apologetically. "Then tell Patrick to come here. I need to speak to him," Jo told her. She waited as Gail made the call, where she stressed that a police officer wished to speak to Patrick immediately in reception. Patrick, when he arrived,
wore a look of defiance mixed with fear, which made Joe wonder what he got up to in his spare time. Taking pity on him, she asked him to come through to the viewing room with her. "Is that you?" she said, pointing at the screen. "Jeez, I was only 10 minutes late," he said in an amazed tone before he took a closer look. "Anyway, that isn't me." "He's dressed like you," Joe said. "Not exactly." He pointed to the screen. "Wrong footwear." He indicated his white sneakers. "And I was 10 minutes late. This guy came in before me. Look at the clock." He was right. Joe could have kicked herself. Where was her professionalism? It had, she realized, departed as soon as she'd heard that her former partner was en route to Orkney. Thanking Patrick for his help, she let him go before she ran the recording on, and there was Patrick arriving, just as he'd said, at least 5 minutes after the mystery man. She continued to play the recording, but her suspect didn't re-emerge, either with Rachel or alone. Switching to the camera at the front of the building, she now ran it from the beginning. The bustle of comings and goings by the front entrance far exceeded the ones at the rear. Eventually, she saw Rachel climbing the front steps of the hotel, looking upbeat and confident. The man accompanying her was likely her taxi driver Sam, because a short time later he reappeared with a middle-aged couple and their luggage. Things then went quiet until mid-afternoon, when there was a sudden influx of folk, probably from a recently docked ferry. As they trooped up the steps with their suitcases to fill the foyer, 2 figures exited. One, she thought, looked like the hooded male from the rear-door camera, his taller figure obscuring a smaller female, also hooded, in front of him. Joe stopped the recording, then replayed the sequence once, twice, 3 times. If Rachel wasn't in her room and hadn't left by the back exit, then she had to have left via the front. Maybe Gail hadn't noticed her because she was too busy dealing with the crowd of new arrivals. Joe froze the screen on the one decent image of the exiting pair. God, it definitely could be Rachel. If so, was she leaving of her own free will, or being manhandled out by the hooded guy, whose relative height and build might match that of Chris, but without a face she couldn't tell? Was this an image of Chris rescuing Rachel from the hotel after what had happened this morning at the reading of the will? Or had one of the Moats taken umbrage at the outcome of the proceedings and abducted the woman who would inherit everything if something happened to Chris? Gail's expression was one of horror when Joe told her that Rachel had likely left the hotel with the hooded man who'd entered via the back door. "What can I do to help?" she immediately said. "I need to inform my commanding officer, D.I. Flett, as to Miss Everett's possible missing status. He may wish to come and view the security recording himself. In the interim, please have Rachel's room locked. No one should go inside," Joe told her. "I hope she's okay," Gail said, a tremor in her voice. "I hope so too," Joe told her. Now back in her vehicle, Joe prepared herself for the necessary call. Much as she wished to leave D.I. Flett alone tonight, she didn't think he'd want that, not if there was the slightest concern for Rachel Everett's welfare. Listening as the call rang on for longer than was usual, she felt a wash of relief when it was finally picked up. "D.S. Green," Erling said in a serious tone. "Is there a problem?" "It's regarding Rachel Everett," she told him, unburdening herself of everything that had happened since she'd first tried to make contact with Rachel. When she'd finished her story, Erling told her she'd been right to call him. "I'll be with you directly. I'd like to view the security footage myself." When Erling rang off, Rory immediately asked what was wrong. "I have to go to Stromness. Rachel Everett, Chris Mowatt's partner, has gone missing from her hotel room, and her mobile's been disconnected." Reading Rory's expression, he added,
Chris made her his sole beneficiary should anything happen to him. Rory muttered a curse. You think she may have been kidnapped? Or maybe Chris came for her himself, if your sighting of him alive and well on Flotta is correct, Erling said. Rory met his questioning look with a firm nod. I think that was him, but you can always have your recognition software compare the two photographs. Isn't that how the Glasgow detective found out about me? He added. I intend to, Erling said firmly, without commenting on Rory's mention of D.S. McNabb. Can you send me over a copy of the photo you took? Your wish is always my command, Detective Inspector, Rory said, throwing back the duvet and climbing out of bed. Any idea when you'll be back? He added, as he walked naked to the shower. None, Erling told him, with a look of regret. Chapter 28. Jo had made the call to Erling from her car, still parked across the road from the hotel. While she awaited his arrival, she thought through what she'd done and whether it might have been better to contact him earlier. The amount of time he'd taken to answer her call had suggested she'd interrupted his evening. Plus, she was still worried about the lie she'd told him about Gus, and whether he'd realised that it was, in fact, a lie. She would have to face her boss now on both counts. If only Rachel would appear at this late hour to walk up the steps of the hotel, or even better for her and Chris to come back together. She imagined the two of them walking along the main street carrying fish suppers, talking and laughing at how they'd outflanked Hugh Mowat, and could now look forward to Chris's inheritance, and maybe even the arrival of their child. As this fairy tale played out in her head, she saw the boss's vehicle approach and pull in behind her. Steeling herself, she emerged from the car to greet him. "Sir, I'm sorry to mess up your night off," she began before he raised a hand to stop her. "Well done for checking up on Rachel. I thought you would, and I'm glad you did. Let's go take a look at the security tape." Her expression one of relief, she led him inside. Gail was still at her desk, and she rose at their entrance. "I've locked Rachel's room. The staff have been told not to go inside." She produced a key. Erling thanked her and accepted it. "We'd like to look first at the recordings." "Of course. D.S. Green knows where to go," she said. "Patrick's still on duty if you need to talk to him," she added. Jo stood alongside in silence as Erling ran through each recording, pausing and studying certain frames, in particular the entrance of a positive-looking Rachel and the point of entry of the hooded man. Then, finally, the exit of the hooded couple. Eventually he sat back from the screen. "I believe that is Rachel leaving," he said. "Whether that's Chris, I can't tell. We can have that officially checked, although it will take time." He stood at that. "Now, let's take a look at the room." As Erling unlocked the door and pushed it open, Jo felt her heart take off, just as it had the first time. How she longed to see Rachel emerge from the bathroom to greet them in surprise. But the room was as empty as the last time. "The clothes strewn around," she heard Erling say. "Would you say that was in any way significant?" Jo shook her head. "The only difference from the last time we were here is the clothes on the chair at the table." Erling wandered round, not touching anything. When he moved into the bathroom, Jo waited at the open door. She hadn't gone in earlier, merely noted that the door lay open and the room was empty. Erling, standing with his back to her, was obviously studying the room intently. "What is it?" Jo eventually said. "The toilet seat's up," he said, "and there are drips of urine on the edge of the bowl." "The hooded guy?" Jo said. "I would think so," Erling said. She knew that the cistern handle and the toilet seat would be good for collecting DNA, the urine itself not so much. "We'll have a forensic team in first thing," Erling said. "They'll collect everything they can in here, plus the security footage."
They withdrew then, and with a final glance round the room, Erling closed and locked the door. When they arrived back at reception, they found Gail waiting there with a middle-aged man. "This is Derek Taylor, the night porter," she said. "It's my finish time." Erling thanked her and explained that a forensic team would arrive in the morning to examine Rachel's room. Plus, they would remove the security recordings for further study. In the meantime, both the bedroom and the security room must remain locked, and no one, I repeat, no one should enter either room, he told Taylor, handing over his card. "Should Miss Everett return, however, I'd like you to contact me immediately, regardless of the hour." Seemingly assured by the night porter's positive response to this, Erling led the way back outside, where he now subjected Joe to close scrutiny before saying, "Have you eaten yet, Detective Sergeant?" "No, I haven't," she admitted. "Right," he told her firmly. "It's time for a fish supper. My treat, and no arguments." Chapter 29. Darkness was falling as he made his way home, although a full moon lit up the now calm waters of Scapa Flow. On reaching Langwell, Erling found himself remaining in the car rather than heading inside, mainly because he needed to think over what had just happened, and he knew he couldn't do that lying next to Rory. He kept thinking of his sergeant's face when she'd got out of her vehicle to greet him. She'd sounded embarrassed on the phone and had looked equally uncomfortable when he'd appeared in the flesh, and he wondered why. Her discomfort during the phone call he could understand. She'd known it was perhaps the only free time he'd have with Rory over the weekend. But why the unease when he'd arrived at Stromness? She'd done the right thing in getting in touch about the possibility of Rachel going missing, and he'd stressed that even when she'd phoned. No, there was something else bothering her, and she wasn't ready to voice it yet. He was still getting to know Jo Green as an officer, and she hadn't spoken of her life outside of the job. He knew on her arrival in Orkney she'd briefly dated a young farmer from Bursey, although he'd never learned his name, and now it seemed she liked Leo Strachan. He recalled her laughter when he'd come across them together on the street past his visit to the station. For some reason he'd been wary of that possible link-up, but wasn't sure why. The religious angle, maybe? Jo, the daughter of a minister, had made disparaging jokes about that aspect of her previous life. In fact, she'd given him the idea that she'd left Caithness to distance herself from all of that. But she'd done the right thing tonight. Had she not gone to Stromness to check on Rachel, they wouldn't have discovered her disappearance so swiftly. Instinct, more than anything, had told him that the hooded female seen leaving by the front entrance was Rachel. Probably because he'd been in Rachel's presence, both when she was upset and when she was confident and assured, as she had been this morning at the lawyer's office. In the brief moments when the security camera had captured her, had she been frightened or self-assured? If he could answer that question, then he would know whether to be afraid for her safety or not. And what about the male with her? He'd never met Chris in the flesh. He'd taken note of the young, dark-haired male behind him at the funeral, who'd attracted angry looks from the coffin-bearers, but hadn't seen him after that. All he really had to go on was a photograph. This thought made him take out his mobile to study the image Rory had taken on the Flotter shore. For a few moments he allowed himself the hope that this was Chris Mowat, and that he had come back to Stromness for Rachel. The hope was fleeting and soon replaced by a darker scenario, the one in which Chris would prove to be the burnt body on the beach at Lairawa Bay, and therefore couldn't have been the male seen with Rachel on the steps of the Stromness Hotel. He realized that this was why he'd chosen not to tell Jo about Rory's possible sighting of Chris on a Flotter beach. It was a hope too far. He must have dozed off after that, because he was wakened by the first rays of the rising sun through the windscreen at 4 o'clock. Dragging himself out of the car, he undressed in the living room then padded quietly into the dark bedroom and slipped into bed. When he woke, a little later than usual, because of the blackout blind, he found Rory already gone from the bed, and, in fact, from the house. A note by the coffee machine told him what he already knew. Rory had left for their planned dive at the sunken wrecks that clustered round the north shores of Carver, without him. "See you when I see you," Rory had added with a flourish. Erling, already dressed, now contemplated whether to have breakfast or just get going. Deciding almost immediately that there was no time to be wasted, he checked his mobile to find no missed messages overnight, then rang the Stromness Hotel for an update. It was the night porter who picked up.
"Miss Everett hasn't come back," came the answer to his question, "and no one else has come looking for her."
"When do you finish?" Erling checked.
8:30 when Gail arrives.
"OK.
I'm about to speak to one of my Soko team. Warn Gail there should be someone with her shortly to work on the room and collect copies of the security footage."
Hanging up, he now called Eleanor Gilmore, his chief Soko, who was definitely awake, as evidenced by her swift response.
"Hey, boss, what's up?"
"I was about to apologize in case I woke you," Erling said.
"I've already been out on my morning run," she told him with a laugh.
"So you won't mind a trip to the Stromness Hotel?" he said.
"Why?"
she answered, her tone turning sombre. Erling gave her a swift resume of the previous night's proceedings.
"God, I'd heard the news about Rachel's appearance at the will reading and was nursing the hope that Chris Mowat was about to resurface," she told him.
Erling acknowledged this before saying,
"No one other than myself and D.S. Green has been in the room since
Rachel left the hotel with a hooded man, and I'm pretty sure the guy used the toilet while in the room with her."
"Right, we'll collect whatever we can,"
she assured him. "Plus, take possession of the security footage we watched last night. Gail, the receptionist, knows the drill. And keep in touch," Erling told her. "If there's anything, however small, I want to know about it." Swallowing some of the coffee Rory had left in the pot for him, Erling grabbed one of the fresh bannocks and headed out to the car. The first sailing from Houghton was soon. If he was quick, he might just catch Joe and PC Tulloch before they left for Longhope. The pleasant sunrise he'd experienced earlier had developed into a bright but blustery morning. Noting the white horses as he drove down to the pier, Erling wondered how rough the crossing might be. Ivan Tulloch, coming from Sunday, was well able to deal with rough water. As for his detective sergeant, he remembered she'd crossed to Rousey in poor weather on their last case and had coped okay. His mind then switched to Rory. Would he go out on the dive, despite the choppy conditions? Doubtless he would. If your work required you to deep dive in the wild waters of the North Sea, then today's Scapa Flow would hold no cause for concern on Rory's part, or his own, had he been able to go with him. Putting that regret to the back of his mind, Erling parked up and, exiting the car, made for the police vehicle that was already in the queue to board.
"All set?"
he said as Joe lowered the window.
"We are, aren't we, PC Tulloch?" she said, nodding to Ivan.
"I've learned a lot about Howie already," she added with a smile, before asking whether there had been an update from the Stromness Hotel.
"I spoke to Derek, the night porter. He says Rachel didn't return last night," he told her. "There's a Soko team on their way there shortly to examine the room." He changed the subject. "Let me know when you're all set up at Longhope. I get the impression from Wally Halcrow that there are quite a few folk keen to talk to you, including Wally himself."
"PC Tulloch has relatives on Howe," Joe told him, "and on Flotter and Longhope," she added.
"You're in good hands, then. Look after D.S. Green,"
Erling told the serious-looking Tulloch.
"I will, sir,"
Tulloch assured him. He didn't wait for the ferry departure, but headed to his car and set off for Kirkwall. He'd scheduled a meeting for 9 o'clock with the remainder of his team to be brought up to date on developments.
Having ordered the forensic team to the Stromness Hotel, he fully expected everyone at the station to be already aware of Rachel's disappearance, and likely as worried by it as he was. But there were other aspects of the case to be discussed and acted upon. If the team had confirmed Chris Mowatt's identity, then the Pandora's box destined for Chris from Ivor could be opened. He'd also decided that Hugh Mowat had some serious questions to answer about his father Ivor and the night he had died. Added to that, the police needed to examine Ivor's laptop, phone, and anything else released to Hugh on his father's death. Reaching his office, his first call was to Balfour Legal Services to leave a message informing Eddie of Rachel's disappearance. His next was to Cathy McHugh. Cathy was one of the last people to see Ivor alive and also likely to know what had been handed over to Hugh Mowat after Ivor's death. Despite the early timing of the call, it was swiftly answered. Listening to his request for information about Ivor's belongings, Cathy told him she would send over the official list. "I can tell you now that Ivor had a mobile phone and a laptop. Although he didn't watch programs on that, he preferred the television. He used his laptop to search for things, especially the history of Orkney during the 2 world wars. He loved all that stuff about the sunken ships in Scapa Flow. He was on numerous sites chatting to folk about it." She was silent for a moment before adding, "I do remember he got quite excited when that Maitland guy wrote in the Orcadian about his grandfather serving on Hoy during the war. Seems he was stationed close to the Mowat Croft at Lyrawa Bay. Do you know how Ivor got in touch with Chris?" Erling tried. "I think Chris found Ivor, not the other way round. But I do remember Ivor was over the moon about it, and no wonder. He used to talk a lot about Betty, his granddaughter, who left Hoy when she was only 17. Chris's mum, that is. It was a sad tale." "Did Ivor ever mention Chris's father?" "Not until just before Chris was due to visit. It seemed Chris had never met his father, but the day before he died, Ivor told me he knew who the bastard was. His word, exactly." "But he didn't give you a name?" "No, he didn't. Maybe he would have told us, me and Elspeth, that is, if he'd lived longer." "You think he planned to tell Chris who his father was?" "Yes, I think that was the plan." When he thanked Cathy for her help, she told him to call any time. "I'll send you the full list of belongings that were handed over to Hugh Mowat, and I hope with all my heart that the body on the Hoy beach isn't Ivor's great-grandson." His next call was to Hugh Mowat, who took a great deal more time than Cathy before answering. Erling imagined him staring at the screen, aware of who was calling and not keen to pick up. When he eventually did, his tone sounded upbeat but cautious. "Inspector Flett, good news, I hope?" Erling chose his words carefully. "I'd like you to bring Ivor's mobile phone and laptop to the station, please, together with any correspondence and notebooks of his." "May I ask why?" came the guarded reply. "You asked that we verify Chris Mowat's identity, so checking through any correspondence between Chris and Ivor would be useful in that regard," he said, wondering whether in fact Hugh Mowat had already done this, and his intervention at the reading of the will had been merely an attempt to delay acceptance of Chris as the rightful heir. "I'll bring what I have in today," Hugh said. "I also require to speak to you regarding your visit to Ivor the night he died," Erling added. The thick silence that followed this announcement was eventually broken. "For what reason?" Hugh said. "I have a few questions for you," Erling told him. Silence reigned again until Hugh said, "Of course, Inspector. I'll be happy to help in any way I can. When would you like me to come in?" "This morning, around 10, Erling said.
thinking the sooner he asked the necessary questions the better. "I'll see you then, Inspector." And with that he rang off. Erling found himself forming an image of Hugh on the other end of the now silent phone. He was in little doubt that Ivor's eldest son had the annulment of Ivor's will in his sights, and would therefore do whatever was required of him to make sure that happened. Chapter 30. As the Orkney mainland began to retreat, and the hills of Hoy to dominate the skyline, Jo decided she would try to put thoughts of D.S. Gowan's imminent arrival out of her head, at least for the duration of the crossing to Longhope, although she wasn't sure that was actually possible. She'd already brought Ivan up to date with the goings-on the night before at the Stromness Hotel during their journey to Houghton together. His reaction to the disappearance of Rachel Everett had matched her own. "I hope to God it was Chris Mowat who came back for her," had been his exact words. Once the ferry was well on its way, Ivan had gone to chat to the crew regarding the body at Lyrawa and the burning of Ian McDougall's digger. The young police officer seemed to be able to extract information from the general public without giving anything away himself. He was, Jo thought, a detective in the making. Just as well, then, that Erling had sent Ivan to Hoy with her, rather than have him pick up D.S. Gowan from the Scrabster ferry. Such a thought sent a shiver down her spine. Just as the boss's first mention of Gus's name had done, something she was sure Erling had taken note of, although he hadn't questioned her about it as yet. She'd worried about the possibility of that happening last night, when he'd insisted on buying her a fish supper in Stromness before she headed home. He hadn't mentioned it, which had made her feel even more guilty. Looking out at the white-topped waters of Scapa Flow, she now wished she'd admitted to knowing D.S. Gowan right away, and simply said they hadn't got on, which in itself was a lie, because they had got on very well, for a time at least. To stop her thoughts moving back into that dark place, she rose and went to stand on deck. Getting her bearings, she registered that they were about to pass the island of Cava, with Lyrawa Bay ahead, above which the blackened and burnt hillside was clearly visible. She was aware that the stretch of water around the northern part of Cava concealed a number of sunken wrecks of Second World War ships. It was a popular location for divers. There was a dive boat there now, but it was too far away to make note of anyone on board or in the water. Cava itself was no longer inhabited, but it had an interesting history. She planned to visit it sometime, although it wasn't a scheduled ferry stop, so she would have to find someone with a boat willing to take her there. With this thought, Magnus Perry came to mind. She'd first encountered the professor of criminal psychology when he'd aided the police during her first major investigation in Orkney. He'd mentioned back then that he had a small boat anchored in the harbour at Seaview next to Houghton Pier. Perhaps she could ask him about a possible visit to Cava. That idea was swiftly swept away as the golden sands of Lyrawa Bay came into full view. Taking out her mobile, Jo brought up the images of the burnt body on the beach, sent them by Willie Halcrow. In their discussion about this, she recalled that Erling had questioned whether the victim had arrived at the beach from the burnt hill behind, or perhaps from a nearby boat or island even. Pulling up an online map of the area, she noted that there were in fact 2 islands in the vicinity, Cava, which they were currently passing, and the smaller and also uninhabited Rice a Little, south of Lyrawa Bay and much closer to Hoy. At this moment, Ivan appeared alongside her. Observing his expression, she asked if he'd learned anything from the crew. "Come back inside and I'll tell you." Once settled in a quiet corner, and keeping his voice low, he began. "There's a lot of chatter going round Hoy, Longhope, and also on Flotta. We're talking about 3 parallel stories.
First, the discovery of the remains at the old Mowat place, which folk think spurred the burning of the digger, which led to the hill fire. As you can imagine, locals are well displeased about that. Also, folk are questioning why Ivor apparently sold the croft in secret to southerners to build an eco-house there in the first place. He continued, Then there's the body on the beach. Most folk seem to think it's Chris Mowat, because Ivor was going to give Chris all his money, and the rest of the family didn't like that. And now that folk know what happened at the weld reading... He tailed off before adding, Although there's no evidence as yet that the body is Chris. He eyed her as if checking she hadn't omitted to tell him something. The DNA results aren't expected before Monday at the earliest, she assured him. He nodded at that. Right. Number 3. Seems there are rumours doing the rounds that county lines gangs from down south are bringing drugs into Flotta, and the dead guy was mixed up in that, which is why he died. Well, the first 2 stories pretty well match our own thoughts, Joe said. As for the third, Leo Strachan did say there had been an influx of drugs coming into Kirkwall, and Max Mowat, Harold Mowat's son, was up in court in Aberdeen not long ago on a drugs charge, and got off. How come I didn't know that? Ivan said, puzzled. The boss just heard it from Prof. Perry. It seems Magnus gave evidence at the same trial. D.I. Flett will no doubt mention it at the briefing this morning, which we're missing. Ivan assumed a pensive air. The boss was right. We'll likely learn more being over here than on mainland. Let's hope so, Joe said. Emerging from the ferry, they spotted Willie Halcrow waiting for them. We've got you set up at the fire station, he told them. There's nowhere suitable near the crime scene itself. P.C. Tulloch knows where the station is, he added. I'll meet you there. Approaching the fire station car park, they found it busy. Assuming there hasn't been a call-out, Ivan said, then I think they're likely here to speak to us. Ivan was right. As soon as Willie had them installed in the staff area with a mug of tea each, he asked if he could start sending folk in. Some of them have been here for a while, he exclaimed. I suggest you take the lead, Joe told Ivan. I'll listen in, then we can compare notes later. Ivan acknowledged her suggestion with a nod. Let's make a start, then. During the next 3 hours, they had a stream of folk keen to give them their take on the burial at the Mowat Croft, the firing of the digger, possible sightings of Chris Mowat, and the identity of the dead man at Lyrawa Bay. Their original plan for Joe to listen while Ivan asked the questions was soon abandoned to be replaced by them parting company, with Joe moving to the other side of the room. This became the catalyst for a division of the sexes. For the most part, the females came to her, the males to Ivan, although a few of the older men did decide she was the better option. The local population were obviously eager to help with the inquiry, and also keen to learn anything they could in return. Much of what was offered was their view on the nonsense that had happened at the Mowat Croft, mostly caused, they thought, by a family feud currently waging among the Mowats. The one quote that struck Joe most strongly mentioned Ivor leaving Hoy to live in an old folks' home in Kirkwall, which probably saved his life, for a while anyway. When asked to explain his thoughts on this, the man had said with a shake of his head, "Families, eh?" The elderly woman who now stood before her was the last in her queue. Glancing over at Ivan, Joe noted he was down to 2 men, both elderly. Please take a seat, Joe said with a smile, which wasn't returned. The woman did this, adjusting her chair so that she had her back to the man currently at Ivan's table. Now she leaned towards Joe, her expression full of trepidation. "Are you feeling okay?" Joe asked, perturbed by her demeanour. The woman gave a brief nod. I don't want them," she gestured towards the men with Ivan, "to hear what I have to say."
"Okay," Joe said quietly. "What is it you need to tell me?"
"The boy, Chris, Betty Mowatt's son," she said in almost a whisper. "I know who his father is."
She remained forward in the chair, still focusing on Joe.
"Betty was only a lass when she got pregnant. I know who did that to her."
Joe felt her pulse quicken, although a part of her was already thinking that this could be mere gossip, designed to attack someone the woman might have a grudge against. Or was she about to accuse her husband of impregnating Betty? As she waited for what might come next, the woman gestured to the notebook and pen. Reading her meaning, Joe pushed both towards her. The woman wrote something on the page, then slid the notebook back. Joe stared at the name in consternation, then at the woman.
"Now you know what's been going on here, and why,"
the woman said, before rising and heading for the door. Chapter 31. The events of last night in Kirkwall were first up for discussion, mainly because Erling wanted those that had been on night duty to get home to their beds as soon as possible. As it was, the report didn't take long. It transpired that Friday night in Kirkwall had been much the same as usual. 2 arrests for drunken brawling, a number of females being supplied with flip-flops by street pastors, 1 guy prevented from getting into his vehicle to drive home to St. Margaret's Hope, but no obvious increase in drug-related incidents. Now, into the weekend proper, Saturday night might prove more challenging, and Erling checked that those who'd volunteered to be on duty knew what was required of them. Once this was settled, Erling was then asked what was known regarding Rachel's disappearance from the Stromness Hotel, which he answered in some detail, the concern in the room being palpable. He explained that, as they were probably aware, Socko were currently at the hotel examining Rachel's room, and that the team would get the opportunity to view the security tapes he and D.S. Green had already seen, in which a hooded male was seen leaving with a female I believe to be Rachel via the hotel entrance at around 4 p.m., he added. Erling then moved on to whether they had confirmation as yet of Chris Mowatt's identity. It was Detective Constable Tom Gunn who responded in his usual steadfast manner. "On instructions from D.S. Green, we checked the credit card details supplied by the car hire company, and they do match one Chris Mowatt at the address given by Miss Everett. We also established that the Chris Mowatt of that address works as a DJ in various locations in London. The same Chris Mowatt was born in a London hospital in the year stated on his passport. His mother's name was Betty Mowatt, and her address at the time was a woman's hostel." He continued, "Betty Mowatt died when Chris was 9 years old. Her death was drug-related. The boy was then taken into care and fostered out to a number of different families until the age of 16. So the Chris Mowatt we're looking for is, in fact, Ivor's great-grandson?" Erling said. "Yes, sir," D.C. Gunn confirmed. A moment of silence followed this, before Erling spoke again. "I've asked Hugh Mowatt to bring in Ivor Mowatt's mobile and laptop, which were released to him by the care home on the occasion of his father's death. Cathy McHugh, who works at the home, says that Ivor spent a lot of time talking to people online about Hoy during the war. It seems that Chris made contact with Ivor, and not the other way round. She also said that Ivor had discovered who Chris's father was just before he died, and had planned to tell Chris, and I quote here, who the bastard was when Chris came to Orkney." A murmur of disquiet rose at this, and Erling silenced it by telling them that Hugh Mowat was due at the station for an interview at 10 o'clock. In the absence of D.S. Green, D.C. Gunn will assist me with that, Erling told them. One last thing, there's been a possible sighting of Chris Mowat on Flutter. He brought up Rory's photograph on the main screen, side by side with the one given them by Rachel. He observed his officer's reaction, which appeared similar to his own, before saying, I now intend having Glasgow run a comparison for us. The murmurs of agreement that followed confirmed the team's approval of this. Do we know who took the photograph, sir? D.C. Gunn asked. One of the workers at the oil terminal, Erling said. He said the man in the picture wore a hoodie and took it off only briefly, he added. As the team dispersed, Erling headed back to his office. He expected Hugh Mowat to arrive shortly, and he wanted to mull over what questions he might ask the now most senior member of the Mowat clan. It had appeared during the reading of the will that Hugh had the entire family behind him, or the males at least, since there had been no females present until Rachel had entered the room, and she had caused a stramash with both her arrival and what she had come to say. Checking the time, he registered that D.S. Green and P.C. Tulloch should have reached Long Hope by now and set up at the fire station. His hope was that the folk of Hoy, Long Hope and Flutter would take this opportunity to offer up any information they might have regarding what had been happening. Erling had arranged for D.C. Gunn to meet Hugh on his arrival and take possession of the items he'd agreed to bring with him, after which Gunn had been told to install Hugh in an interview room and then report to him. His orders having been followed to the letter, the detective constable now stood at the open door. He's here? Erling said. Yes, and waiting for you in interview room 1, sir. His demeanour? Confident and friendly. So no worries about bringing in the laptop and phone? None, it seems. Erling had no doubt that Hugh would have had a very good look at what was on both items. Whether he had removed anything would be up to the tech department to determine. Right, let's see what he has to say. Hugh had obviously accepted an offer of a mug of coffee and was taking a mouthful even as they entered. Raising the mug in salute to D.C. Gunn, he expressed his thanks. Moving to sit across the table from Hugh, Erling thanked him for coming in. His tone brought an attempt at a smile from Hugh. I take it, then, that this is a formal interview and not just a friendly chat, he said. The matter is serious, yes, Erling said. And the matter is? Hugh asked in a firm tone. The night your father died, Erling told him. Hugh appeared to relax a little at this. Then I assume that it's regarding my pending lawsuit against St. Magnus House, he said confidently. Erling waited a little before answering. It's not about any lawsuit, he eventually said. Then what is it about? The meeting you had with your father the day he died, Erling told him. Hugh looked momentarily perplexed. I did visit my father on that day, and was glad I did, seeing as the care home likely caused his death shortly after that. Erling didn't rise to the bait, but said instead, You had an argument with your father during that visit. Who told you that? Hugh demanded. You were overheard by a member of staff. Can you tell me what that argument was about? Hugh shrugged. It wasn't an argument, more a discussion about the Mowat Croft land and how the old bugger had sold it behind our backs. So your father was lucid enough for such a discussion, Erling said. Hugh eyed him then with a shrug and said, My father loved a Barney. Ask anyone who knew him. It was his life's blood. He would argue black was fate, up was down, left was right. When did he tell you Chris was coming north to see him? Was it on that day? Erling watched as Hugh contemplated his answer.
He'd been going on about some guy who got in touch with him online about Betty. Spun the old bugger a line about being his great-grandson. That's when it became obvious he was losing his marbles.
Why?
Because despite the rumours, Betty didn't leave because she was pregnant. She just wanted to get away from Hoy, from Orkney, from her family, so she could be herself, as she put it.
Hugh met Erling's eye.
You remember that feeling, Detective Inspector?
Erling, ignoring the reference to his own teenage years, said,
Chris Mowat is who he says he is, and his mother, Betty Mowat, died when he was 9, after which Chris was brought up in care. You have proof of this?
Hugh said.
We do, and by the date of his birth we believe the rumours of Betty's pregnancy, as you put it, were in fact true. Have you any idea who Chris's father might be?
None, Hugh said firmly.
Well, it seems Ivor did. In fact, just before he died, he told one of his carers that he had found out who Chris's father was, his exact words being, I know who the bastard is. Hugh appeared unfazed by this declaration, merely giving a big sigh and a shake of his head.
Well, he never mentioned any of this to me.
Erling found himself thinking that might well be true. Would Ivor have chosen to tell his eldest son before revealing his findings to Chris in person? It seemed Hugh was reading his thoughts, because he immediately said, My father might have hinted at such a finding to me to annoy me, of course, but if, as you say, he believed Chris Mowat to be Betty's son, he would have saved up anything he found out about his father for the boy himself. Chris turning up here has proved to be a real problem for you, Erling offered. Hugh looked suddenly very weary. My father was always the biggest problem for this family and everyone in it. And it got worse the older and more demented he became. As the eldest son, I was the one who had to deal with that. So, now that Ivor's gone, Erling prompted, I get to clean up the mess he left behind. Does that mess include Chris? Hugh was silent for a moment, then meeting Erling's gaze said, Imagine, on your own father's death, a man turns up out of the blue and tells you that he's your great-nephew you never knew you had, and this so-called great-nephew inherits the family business. How would you react to that, Inspector? It was a question Erling found himself unable or unwilling to answer. When Hugh had departed, Erling made the call he'd been putting off since Rory had shown him the photograph of the man who might be Chris. The gruff voice that answered the call was instantly recognizable. D.I. Flett, what can I do for you? A short pause followed, before he added in a tone that brooked no argument, Apart from coming back to Orkney, that is. Erling found himself smiling. No need for that, he assured the Glasgow detective. We have a missing person, Chris Mowat, who may have been spotted on the island of Flotta. I'd like to send you a photo that was taken, together with one of Chris, for your super recognizer to compare. He paused briefly before adding, We also have some security footage from the Strumness Hotel, which may be him. Is this in connection with the body you sent down? It is, Erling confirmed. You think the body may be that of Chris Mowat? If he's recognizable from the recent Flotta photograph, then it isn't him, Erling explained. The haste is because his pregnant partner has now disappeared, and we fear for her safety too. What the hell is going on up there? McNabb said. The patriarch of a local family died recently, and the relatives are fighting over who gets the spoils. We're used to dealing with gangland family disputes here in Glasgow, Didn't think it was an Orkney problem." "The only difference is in the accent," Erling told him. "OK, send your stuff through. I'll see how Ollie's placed to take a look," McNab told him. Ringing off, Erling did as agreed, while wondering whether he should have mentioned that Rory had been the one who'd taken the photograph on Flutter. But why would he do that? What was the point? McNab had never used his knowledge of Rory's true identity as either a bargaining chip or a threat. Despite the Glasgow detective's bristly manner and somewhat wayward methods of detection, Erling believed he never would. Unless, or until, Rory crossed a line. Even as these words entered his brain, he knew it was him who worried about that, rather than McNab. Chapter 32. Having worked their way through those who'd been waiting for them at the fire station, Willie suggested they take the opportunity to check out their accommodation and the site of the fire. "I posted the times you would be here to take statements, and the second slot is this evening, after folk finish work. You'll likely get a younger contingent, although some of the real youngsters here, as everywhere else, don't like to be seen talking to the law. In that case, they're more likely to make an anonymous call to the fire station. I'll take note of any such calls while you're away." He looked to Joe. "Was there anything useful in this morning's lot?" "Maybe," Joe said cautiously, with a quick glance at P.C. Tulloch, who nodded in agreement. "Good, because we want to get the bastard who started that fire, and find out what happened to the guy on the beach." Now back in the car, Ivan asked where Joe wanted to go first. "I'd like to check back at the fire site and maybe find a way down to the beach," she said. Ivan nodded. "I think it will be good for folk to see the police car on the road. We can stop and talk to anyone we encounter on the way. I also have relatives over here. They'll no doubt turn up somewhere at some time." He checked his watch. "D.S. Gowan should be getting picked up from Strumness about now. Wonder what he'll be like." Joe nodded without comment. "Bringing someone in is always tricky," he said, "although the Glasgow detective worked out all right on the Scale Bay case. I heard D.S. Gowan volunteered to come. D.S. McNab certainly didn't do that. He hates to be anywhere outside Glasgow. Came here under duress. It seems there was also history between him and the boss," he added with a sideways glance at Joe. "Before your time, of course. A murder out on Sunday. D.S. McNab didn't deal too well with the locals. Even got thrown over the wall and into the sea at the Kettletoft Inn." Now this was something Joe hadn't heard, so she steered the conversation in that direction and away from D.S. Gowan, laughing at Ivan's tale of a McNab out of his depth on the second most northerly isle. "You like it here in Orkney, don't you?" Ivan suddenly asked. "I do," she answered honestly, while internally adding, "so far." They passed a few cars on the road, the third one of which honked at them, and by hand gestures indicated that the driver wished to have a word. Drawing up at the side of the road, Ivan went over and got in the passenger seat. From Joe's viewpoint, there appeared to be an animated conversation between them, before Ivan re-emerged and strode back to the car. Joe waited while he settled himself back in the driver's seat before asking what it had all been about. "Boy racers," Ivan told her. "It seems they're using this road at night like a racetrack. He was keen to give me 2 registration numbers, which I took down. Then he had something more interesting to say." "What was that?" "He's seen a boat hanging about Lyrawa Bay on occasion. Thinks it moves between Cava and there." "A dive boat?" Joe tried. "He thought not. He knows the dive boats that operate in the area, and apparently this one comes late at night. Mr. Main's a stargazer, that's how he spotted it." The boss wondered how the victim had arrived on the beach. From land or sea, she said. Ivan nodded at that. I gave Mr. Main our contact numbers and asked him to keep a record of when he sees the boat back there, and anything else he spots through his telescope. It has an inbuilt camera, so he'll try to take a photograph. Did he say anything about the fire? He suspects the racers fired the digger. Thinks they'd been using the old Mowat Croft as a place to get high, or he said one of them is a Mowat chiel whose family didn't want the land sold and an eco-house built there. What did Mr. Main think about the eco-house? Joe said. Didn't want it, but said it wouldn't happen anyway now that Ivor's dead and Hugh Mowat's in charge. He halted there for a moment. He was upset about the lass and her bairn that the digger unearthed there. Wanted to know if we'd worked out who she was yet. What did you say? That the recent death of the guy on the beach took priority, together with the whereabouts of Chris Mowat. He looked a bit surprised by that. Said he'd assumed that the body was Chris. But we don't know that, Joe stressed. I told him, Ivan assured her. He said it was down to DNA results. Did you hear anything about the Mowats during your interviews? Joe asked cautiously. It was all old folk this morning, keen to get a dig in at one or other of the Mowat clan. Old and more recent scores being settled, I suspect. Folk can carry grudges here a long time, he said with a shake of his head. And they know their history. He glanced at her. We can compare grudges later, he added with a grin. And now for the source of the fire and the path to Lyrawa Bay. Joe decided Ivan's final remark meant what she'd been told by the last interviewee might be best kept until later. After all, coming from Caithness, she knew how folk would happily tell stories even if they had no proof they were true. Gossip wasn't worth repeating if it wasn't salacious. Although, in her own case, the story had been true. The faint scent of peat reached them before they met the blackened hillside. Willie had warned them they were still dealing with pockets of smouldering peat beneath the surface, which they were dousing with water from the burn that led down to the bay. As Ivan parked up, Joe registered that the last time she'd stepped out of the car here she'd needed a mask. This time the air was clear, the sky bright, which only served to emphasize the terrible destruction that surrounded them. Ivan led the way, his expression serious. Only once you stood amidst such devastation could you fully appreciate both the power of a wildfire and its result. It wasn't only the heather that had died, it was every living creature within it. Reaching the ruins of the Croft House, Joe noted that the digger had been removed, no doubt to be studied in more detail as the probable source of the fire. Passing the ruins of the croft, she followed Ivan to the gaping hole of the grave. "Do you think we'll ever find out who she was and who buried her here?" he said. "D.I. Flett won't give up, I think, until she's identified and buried properly," Joe told him. "Good," Ivan said with a nod. "Right, let's head for the beach. Willie said to follow the burn. Apparently Ivor used to keep a fishing boat down there." Reaching the shore, Joe found it hard to imagine the picture postcard image of blue water and golden sand as the place in the video Willie had sent them, where the same water had encircled the charred body of a man. "So, where did he come from?" Ivan said. "Up there?" He pointed towards the hill. "Or out there?" He indicated the outline of distant Carver. "I don't remember the boss mentioning any samples of vegetation in the forensic evidence collected from the body," Joe said, "although it could have been washed off by the incoming tide, I suppose." "Maybe that's why the boss thought he might have come from the water," Ivan said. "If the body turns out to be Chris, then we do have a motive."
And a number of possible suspects in the various members of the Mowat clan, Joe said. If it isn't, Chris, and I hope it isn't, we have an even bigger puzzle to solve. Chapter 33. His first impression was of a tall, well-built male with dark hair, probably in his early 30s, fit, maybe from running or working out. Something about the way he held himself also reminded him of Rory. Shaking that thought from his head, Erling rose and, coming round the desk, offered his hand as D.C. Gunn introduced the new arrival. "D.S. Gowan, it's good to have you with us," Erling said. "Glad to be here," came the deep-voiced reply. "You're not from Caithness, then?" Erling attempted to keep his voice even, so as not to alert D.S. Gowan to both his surprise and immediate unease at the unexpected accent. D.S. Gowan gave him a wide smile. "Been in Caithness 5 years now, but the accent's still from my home city." "Liverpool?" Erling tried, although he already knew the answer. "Scouser, born and bred. Joined the police force there at 19. Erling waited a moment before saying, "A big change coming to a mostly rural area from a major English city. And the best decision I ever made, although Scotland has its own share of rogues and scumbags," he said. "It has indeed," Erling agreed. Introductions over, Erling waved the new arrival to a seat and asked if he'd been brought up to speed on why he was needed here. "D.C. Gunn gave me a broad outline regarding the Mowat family and their missing heir, Chris, plus the dead body on the beach of the neighbouring island. And I believe Chris's girlfriend's gone missing now, too." Erling indicated all that to be true. "Then there's our concerns regarding stronger street drug shipments getting into Kirkwall, probably through county lines via Aberdeen. Have you had similar problems on your patch?" "Inverness definitely has a problem with county lines, mainly coming in from Liverpool. There's a big pool of vulnerable people's homes in the city being used as distribution points. That's moved on north to the towns in Caithness, Thurso, Wick, but on a smaller scale. We're liaising with local communities to locate any cuckoo-in-the-nest scenarios. Here in Orkney we were alerted by Leo Strachan, the lead street pastor, so we've upped our street presence in Kirkwall clubs last night and tonight. Plain clothes, of course. Not being a Kent face hereabouts, you would be a welcome addition to tonight's surveillance." "Sure. Happy to go along. It'll be interesting to observe your clubbing scene firsthand." "Right, I'll get D.C. Gunn to introduce you to the team now and show you where we are with the current cases. I forgot to ask if you've been to Orkney before." "No, I haven't, although I have a former colleague who moved here relatively recently." There was a moment while Erling tried to work out who that might be. Then, "You mean D.S. Joe Green?" he said. "Yeah, we worked together in Caithness. How she settled in Orkney." Erling suddenly found himself unwilling to discuss Joe with D.S. Gowan, especially since, to his knowledge, she'd claimed not to have worked with him at all. In fact, she denied even knowing him. Why would she do that, he wondered, before saying, "Joe's out on Hoy at present. You can catch up with her when she gets back." Erling thought D.S. Gowan was about to ask when that would be exactly, but he seemed to stop himself before saying, "That would be good." Handing Gowan over to a returning D.C. Gunn, Erling sat down to think over their conversation. He'd definitely been thrown at first by the passing likeness in colouring and build to Rory, but it had been the voice that had most disturbed him. Worst still was the realization that, being of similar age to Rory, Gowan had been a serving officer during the time of Rory's interaction with the law. Might Gowan even recognise him? Erling stopped himself there. There was little chance of the two men meeting. Rory never came to the police station, and he would be safely back on Flutter on Monday anyway, if not immediately returning to work in the North Sea. But what about his detective sergeant?
Why on earth would Joe deny all knowledge of D.S. Angus Gowan? He thought back to their earlier interchange. Joe had been the one to take the call about Gowan's late arrival at Stromness. He realized now she'd been relieved to find she would already be on Hoy, so wouldn't meet him. Something must have happened between the two of them, something his detective sergeant wasn't comfortable with. Well, he decided if Joe wasn't easy in his company, then he would strive to keep them apart, as much as that was possible, and at least until she chose to tell him why she had misgivings about D.S. Gowan. Checking the time, he registered that the Hoy team would likely have ended their morning interviews and may even now be checking in at their accommodation or already on their reconnaissance trip round the island. When Joe answered his call, he read her voice as guarded, so he kept his own tone as normal as possible. "How did this morning go?" he asked. A short pause, then, "We were kept busy, mostly older residents, and not much love for the Mowats on display." She halted briefly before adding, "We were flagged down on our way to the fire site by a Mr. Main, a stargazer with a powerful telescope. He reported boy racers using the road as a racetrack and probably getting high in the ruins of the croft." "He thought they might be the fire raisers?" Erling said. "Could be, especially if one of them is a Mowat. He gave PC Tullach 2 car registration numbers. I've sent them through for checking. Also, he spotted a boat late at night between the bay and Cava. Definitely not a dive boat." Now that was interesting, Erling thought. "Our burning guy might have come from that boat," he said. "Could be," Joe answered. "He'll keep a watch for it coming back," he says, "and try to take a photograph." She halted there, and he had the sense she felt she should ask about D.S. Gowan's arrival, but didn't want to. "D.S. Gowan's here," he told her. "He's being brought up to speed on where we are with the investigation, and he's going out on drug patrol tonight." When she replied with a "good," he could sense the relief in her voice. Joe, he registered, now believed that Gowan hadn't mentioned her name in their conversation, which was what Erling had sought to achieve. As to what her history was with Gowan, he had no doubt his sergeant would tell him in her own good time, although he already thought it wouldn't be positive. "We have another session at the fire station tonight," she was saying. "So nothing useful came up this morning?" She hesitated. "We planned to go through the responses together in preparation for later." He accepted that before saying, "I intend to come across tomorrow, depending on tonight's patrol of Kirkwall. But if anything important comes up before that, just call me." When she rang off, Erling phoned Eddie Balfour and asked if he was free to come into the station. Eddie immediately guessed the reason. "It's open the box time, I take it," he said. "It is, and I'd like you to be there representing Chris and Rachel." "In truth, I was hoping you were calling to tell me you'd located Rachel." "No, but we're working on it," Erling assured him. "Can you come now?" "I'll be with you in 15 minutes, Eddie promised. Erling used the time to retrieve the box from the evidence room and take it upstairs, where the whole team would be party to its opening, including the recently arrived D.S. Gowan. Whatever was in there might impact any of the areas currently under investigation. As the team assembled, together with Eddie, he explained the background to the tin box and reminded them that Ivor had given it to 2 of his carers at the home for safekeeping until his great-grandson Chris should appear. Ivor died before that could happen, and Chris disappeared before he could be told about its existence. As you are all aware, Rachel learned about the box, but understood that until we confirmed Chris's identity, she could not take custody of it. She was happy for us to keep it until then. With Rachel's disappearance, her solicitor, Mr. Balfour, is here to represent her today. He signalled that the video recording should begin, then, using the key attached by a cord to the handle, Erling opened the box. Chapter 34. The weather had stayed on their side throughout their time at the site of the fire and on the beach, but as they continued along the road to Mones, dark clouds claimed the sky, and large drops began to patter the windscreen. After an hour at the ferry terminal, their only taker was a boy with a dog, who asked if they'd found any more burnt bodies, and one of the ferry crew Joe recognised from earlier, who came up to ask if the body on the beach was Chris Mowat. "And you are?" she asked firmly. "Ethan Howie," he told her. When Joe assured him that the victim's identity had not yet been confirmed, he remarked with a puzzled look, "Who else could it be, then?" Trying not to despair, she asked if he'd seen Rachel Everett, the young woman who had been reported missing from the Stromness Hotel and whose photograph had been made available online. At that he shook his head. "Haven't seen it, but I heard that Chris Mowat left everything to her, so she's likely dead too." "Why would you think that?" Joe demanded. "What the Mowats want, the Mowats get," he offered darkly, before heading off. "Maybe he's right," she said to Ivan as they set off back the way they had come. "If the body proves not to be Chris, then I'd say it was him who came for Rachel at the hotel," Ivan told her in a determined manner, "and they're hiding out somewhere, or they've left Orkney altogether." "We're watching the ferries and the airport," Joe reminded him. "They could still get a boat to take them across the Pentland Firth on the quiet. They might both be in Scotland, or even south by now." Joe found herself wishing that were true, while at the same time thinking how easy it would be to bury their bodies somewhere on this empty island, where they might lie undiscovered, perhaps forever. "Do you think Ivor knew or suspected Stella's body was buried next to the Croft house, and that's why he sold the land for the eco-house?" she asked Ivan. "I'm beginning to think that," Ivan replied with a nod. Otherwise, the grave would never have been discovered, Joe thought, as she stared out at the emptiness. Hoy was the second largest island in the archipelago, with a single road on one side only, and a population of just 400 souls. On reaching their accommodation, they were treated to mugs of tea and home baking by a Mrs. Maggie Clouston. It was at this point Joe realised that their landlady was a distant relative of P.C. Tulloch on his mother's side. What the relationship was exactly she didn't ask, just listened to their chatter and tried to pick up the gist of what was being said. The call from the boss had come on their way back from Lyoness. She'd been dreading its arrival, aware as the time passed for the Scrabster ferry to arrive in Stromness that Gus Gowan was likely now in Kirkwall. Her relief when she realised that Gus hadn't exposed her lie by mentioning her in his initial conversation with the boss had swiftly faded as she acknowledged there was plenty of time yet for that to happen. Unless she asked Gus not to? That idea came and went, leaving a sickening feeling behind. On no account should she ask anything of her former lover, because he would undoubtedly use it against her. At this moment she was stopped in her thoughts by Ivan's voice asking if she was all right. Noting both Ivan and her host observing her with concern, she shook her head in apology. "Sorry, I was miles away," she offered before changing the subject. "Would it be okay if I had another scone?" The topic of food was something P.C. Tulloch knew and appreciated. The plate of scones was pushed in her direction. Joe concentrated on adding the butter and jam as Ivan and their landlady continued to discuss what had happened on Hoy and what Maggie's thoughts were on the matter. As she tuned in again, Joe realised that nearly everyone she'd spoken to that morning, bar one, had echoed the story now being recited. All blame lay somehow with the Mowat clan. Ivor had kept them in check, but now he was gone, it was a free-for-all. The younger bloods were the worst. Back in the day, Ivor had ruled his sons with a rod of iron. Those sons hadn't been so firm with their own offspring. This was the result, she was told. And now Maggie was talking about Betty. A bonny lass, she was a big favourite with Ivor. He was broken-hearted when she left Orkney. It seemed an apt moment to bring up Chris's parentage, so Joe said, "Did Ivor know who Chris's father was?" Maggie shook her head. "There was a lot of speculation, but no one really knew, except Betty, of course, and she chose not to say. She wasn't seeing anyone local, as far as I remember. It could have been one of the visitors to the island, or one of the workers at Flotta. There were more of them back then. Anyway, whoever it was ruined that poor lass's life. But," she said, meeting Joe's eye, "Ivor found his great-grandson, and that was a blessing. Until now," she added, a catch in her throat. Ivan came in then to assure her there was no forensic evidence as yet to prove that the body on the beach was Chris. With a quick glance at Joe, he added, "You mentioned that Hugh and his brothers don't keep their sons on a tight rein the way Ivor did." "Aye." She looked to Joe. "You'll know that Max Mowat, Harold's son, was up in court in Aberdeen recently on a drugs charge?" Joe nodded, then waited, giving Maggie a chance to continue. "He got off, apparently, and is boasting about it to anyone who'll listen. Harold, his father, needs to take him in hand. But maybe Harold's involved. That club in Aberdeen they run, who knows what goes on there?" Ivan came in again. "Is there talk here of drugs coming into Long Hope or Hoy?" he said. "There's drugs everywhere now. Used to be drink that was the big problem in Orkney. You only have to read the Sheriff Court pages in the Orcadian to know it still is. But most of the time it's drink and drugs. So the drugs are getting in for sure. Flotta's not as busy as it once was with outsiders, but there's still a lot of coming and going there." It seemed an apt time to mention Mr. Main, his telescope and the boy racers, so Joe did that. "I know Tom Main," Maggie said. "He definitely didn't want the eco-house built there to spoil his view, but he's right about the boy racers." "Do you know who they are?" Joe asked. "My guess would be Max's son, Ragnar, and his mate, Gary, who's Cameron Mowat's grandson." She met Joe's gaze directly before adding, "And you can be sure if Max Mowat's up to no good, then they'll be right behind him." There were 5 vehicles outside the fire station when they got back. When Ivan suggested they work separately again, Joe agreed. Later, when the shift was over, she would tell him what the last woman of the morning had implied about Chris's parentage. Back then she'd thought it more malicious speculation than truth, but as the day had passed and more about the Mowat family had been revealed, in particular during their conversation with Maggie, she was beginning to consider the possibility of it being true. Willie met them at the door, and with a quizzical look asked how the day had gone. Ivan gave him a quick resume, mentioning that their chats with Tom Main and Maggie had been the most informative. "Tom told you his theory regarding the fire-raising," Willie said. "I haven't got the forensic evidence to prove it, but I think Tom may be right. The trouble is, the two of them have alibis the night the fire started that puts them on Flotta." "Who vouched for them?" Joe checked. "Another Mowat. Their uncle Albert, no less." Willie pulled a face. "Are you ready for tonight's turnout?" "Anyone we should know about?" Ivan said. Willie shook his head. All upstanding citizens who want this sorted."
Entering the room, Joe noted that one of the men waiting was the ferry guy from Mo'Ness, the one who'd freaked her out by maintaining that both Rachel and Chris were already dead. What had brought him here? Chapter 35. A double-page spread from the Orcadian lay on the top of the bundle of papers, surrounded by what looked like old black-and-white snapshots, such as his own grandfather had stored in his deed box. The article itself was dated almost a year earlier, and its headline read, "Famous Eco-Architect Discovers His Hoy Heritage." Maitland had told Erling that he'd written a piece about his own family's connection to Orkney for the newspaper. That Ivor had read this, then, after researching Maitland's background, had offered to sell him the old Mowat Croft house and land. Reminding the team of this, Erling added that Ivor had supposedly implied to Maitland that he was doing this to spite his offspring. They'd agreed a price, which seemed very reasonable to the architect, and the sale had gone ahead. However, Hugh Mowat is currently contesting the sale on the grounds that his father was not of sound mind when he did this. He also reminded them, for the benefit of D.S. Gowan. Directly below the newspaper was a 4-by-6-inch photograph of Ivor's granddaughter Betty, her name and age written on the back. The image of the pretty girl with long dark hair, now appearing on the overhead screen, brought a murmur of unease to the assembled group. According to the note on the back, Betty Mowat was 16 when this was taken, Erling told them. This would be a year before she left Hoy and moved to London, after which Chris, her son, was born. At this point he extracted the next 2 documents in the box, explaining the first was a photocopy of Chris Mowat's birth certificate, which matches the one already located by our own team. The second document is a copy of Betty's death certificate, which we also have. Reaching into the box once again, he now retrieved the next item, which proved to be a well-thumbed black notebook, similar to a PNB, the police notebook his officers used to record details of incidents they encountered when on patrol. Opening it, he found pages of tightly written cursive script, or real writing, as his father called it. Sending a sample image to the overhead screen, he asked if anyone might be able to read it. By the non-show of hands, it was confirmed that those present were too young to have learned to write in that fashion, himself included. "What about a computer program?" he checked. "There is software available," came the response from one of the IT team, "but the OCR technology used is trained on standard fonts and styles. Real handwriting like that is distinct and personal. How about one of our elderly residents who learned to write like this in school here in Orkney?" "Just what I was thinking," Erling said, wondering first about his father, then old Mackie, who'd been to school with Ivor and might therefore recognise the people and places mentioned. Setting the notebook to one side for the moment, the next item in the box was a thick bundle of printed material that at first glance appeared to relate to the stationing of troops and personnel on Hoy during both the First and Second World Wars, just as Cathy had predicted. Was Ivor's research on the war years in general, or around the time of Stella, Erling wondered, as he set the bundle to one side for later examination. Now all that was left were the small, faded black-and-white snapshots of various people from the past, a mixture of men, women, and children of varying ages. The Mowat family of yore, he thought, some of whom old Mackie might recognise. And that was it. No correspondence between Ivor and Chris, no images either of Chris or Rachel, which suggested these would be found on Ivor's laptop or phone. Asking this question of his team, he was given the news that the laptop had been wiped,
and the mobile phone was water-damaged. No wonder Hugh had been unfazed about bringing them in. Erling's angry look brought an assurance that both items had already been sent to digital forensics in Glasgow for the experts to retrieve what they could from them. So, he thought, the opening of Pandora's box has produced little more than what we knew already. After checking that nothing else had happened that he should be told about, and that arrangements for tonight with D.S. Gowan were all in order, Erling handed over the box for further scrutiny and recording, while he took possession of the notebook. On reaching his office, he sat down to check for any entries he might easily decipher. Going through it a page at a time, he noted that the text was divided by a series of dates, which, despite the cursive writing, were legible. Although well-thumbed, he didn't think the notebook was old, and certainly its age didn't match any of the dates inside, suggesting this wasn't a daily diary as such, but rather a record of what Ivor could still remember about what had happened around the time of each date. Taking his own notebook, Erling worked his way through the text, writing down each of the dates in the order that they appeared, together with a note of any words he could make out that might indicate what the entry was about. The first time he realized that one of the words might be Stella was in the fourth entry. The date that heralded the entry was 5th May 1941, when Ivor would have been 12 years of age. The script was dense, with multiple flourishes, but the gist of it seemed to be describing the most beautiful thing the boy had ever seen, which was a young woman called Stella. Old Mackie had been right, Erling thought. Stella had indeed been Ivor's first love. As he contemplated having old Mackie attempt a translation of the journal, he immediately thought of Joe. He recalled how well they'd got on, his detective sergeant's ability to win over Mackie and gain his trust. Joe would be ideal for the job, but she would need to be brought back from Hoy to do it. At this moment in his thoughts, there was a sharp knock at the door, and then before he could respond, it was opened and D.S. Gowan entered the room. D.S. Gowan, what can I do for you?" Erling said, taking note of his expression. "The plans for tonight's patrol of Kirkwall," Gowan said. "Any dealing won't happen on the street. I'm an unknown, so should be inside the club in order to observe." "You'll likely be older than the clientele," Erling reminded him. "My accent's in my favour. I can play the tourists here on holiday looking for fun." It seemed to Erling that Gowan had already made up his mind which role he would play in tonight's proceedings, but did he have the experience? "Were you involved in the drug squad back in Liverpool?" Erling found himself asking. "I was," Gowan said firmly, "and in Wick, when I moved north. I know what I'm doing." Erling had no doubt he did. It was just the way in which he declared this that concerned him. He found his thoughts shifting again to Jo. Was it her former colleague's manner she was uncomfortable with, he wondered? "Okay, Detective Sergeant, you have my permission to go undercover tonight." Was he imagining it, or was Gowan's reaction to this clear statement of who was actually in charge less than acceptable? Dismissing him now, Erling couldn't help but note what he read as a smug look as Gowan exited the room. His thoughts returned to Jo. The sooner they could translate the notebook, the better, and he was now minded to bring her back from Hoy, even though it meant her facing someone she'd lied about knowing, perhaps with good reason. However, old Mackie was housebound, which meant the attempted translation would, by necessity, have to be undertaken at his home in Orfer, which meant Jo would not need to come into the station during that time, nor would she have to face Gowan in the interim. His mind made up, Erling sent Jo a message with the request that she call him when free. Chapter 36.
The ferryman, she realised, was probably around the same age as herself. Free now of the orange oilskin and dark knitted hat pulled low on his brow, he looked quite different and definitely friendlier. "Ethan Howie," he said, offering his hand. "We talked briefly earlier at Moness," she finished for him. He adopted an embarrassed air before saying, "I'm sorry for my behaviour back there, and my responses to your quite valid questions." Jo nodded her acceptance of his apology. "So," she said, "you have some information you'd like to give us regarding the fire, the body on the beach, or perhaps the disappearance of Chris Mowat and his partner, Rachel Everett?" His dark eyes were studying her intently, so much so that Jo found herself shifting a little in her seat. "Well," she urged, keen to lose his gaze, which felt more like being scrutinized as a possible pick-up than a police officer. "Sorry," he said, "but I have this feeling we've met before, though not here in Orkney," he added. "We haven't," she said. "So what have you come to report?" Seemingly in acceptance of this, he explained, "There's a boat sometimes anchoring off Cava, and before you ask, it isn't a dive boat. I know all the dive boats that frequent that spot." He paused there briefly before adding, "And it was there the night before the body was discovered on Lyrawa Beach." "How do you know about this boat?" Jo said. "I go night fishing sometimes." "And you were out that night?" she checked. He nodded. "Alone?" she asked. He gave her a wry smile. "Definitely alone. I don't take my dates out fishing with me." "So no one to corroborate this sighting?" she said sharply, conscious that she might well be blushing, something that hadn't happened in a very long time. Seemingly unfazed by her response, he shook his head. "Sorry, although Tom Main up on the hill behind has an impressive telescope and might well have spotted it too." His mention of Mr. Main having placated her somewhat, she said, "Might it have been a fishing boat?" "It wasn't any boat that I recognised," he stated firmly. "I think you should take a look at Cava, especially in the area I saw the vessel anchored. I can take you there if you want," he added. She was momentarily at a loss for words at his offer. She recalled her earlier thoughts on possibly asking Magnus to take her to the deserted island, a place she was intrigued by. Now this ferryman was offering to do just that, and for a wholly different reason. "We have a police launch for such tasks," she said stiffly. He shook his head at that. "Bad move. Better if whoever it is doesn't know the police are interested. Any visit to that spot by me wouldn't raise suspicions." He was right about that. "What do you think's happening out there exactly?" she tried. "Something that resulted in a dead man on the beach," he told her. When she didn't immediately respond to this, he pulled her notebook towards him, and she watched as he wrote out his name and number. "My boat, the Angel Heart, is at Lynes. I plan to head out tonight around 8. That would give us a good hour before the sun sets to take a look at that spot on Cava, after which we could hang about for a bit, see if the mystery boat puts in an appearance." "I think you should go," Ivan told her firmly when they met up later to compare notes. "You could go," Jo suggested. "Or we could go together. I've received a message from a Flotta relative. He has things to tell me, he says, and he'd rather we met incognito. I'm hoping it's a lead on Chris. I'm using Maggie's car, so you can have our vehicle to go to Lynes." "There's a message from the boss," she told him, "asking me to give him a call." "Good, you can run it past him then. Let him make the decision for you." "There's something else," she said, determined now to reveal what she'd been told in the earlier session regarding Chris's parentage. Ivan looked keenly at her.
"What?" he said in an encouraging voice. "The elderly lady lost in my queue this morning." She hesitated. "I thought it was just malicious gossip, but after everything we've heard about the Moets, maybe it could be true." Opening her notebook at the appropriate page, she passed it over, and then watched as Ivan's intrigued look transformed into something much darker. "If this is true," he said, "it's no wonder the lass left Hoy." He muttered an expletive under his breath. If Ivor found this out, that might begin to explain his fury at his family. "Do you think that could have been what Ivor and Hugh were arguing about the night he died?" Joe suggested. "Maybe," Ivan said. "The boss needs to know about this. It might well be a vicious rumour, but if it is true, then the whole business of the Moet clan, Ivor and Chris, is about to unravel." She dropped Ivan back at Maggie's, then made the call to Erling, her heart rate speeding up, because surely by now Gus would have spoken about her to the boss. Erling answered promptly. "Joe, good to hear from you. How are things on Hoy?" "There have been some developments," she said, deciding to lead with Ethan Howie and his boat story first. "And what he says about this boat matches Tom Main's sighting?" Erling immediately said. "It does," she confirmed, going on to explain about Ethan's offer to take her to Cava tonight. "I told him we could use the police launch to investigate, and he suggested that would be a mistake." "He's right about that," Erling said, before listening to her explanation of how Ivan had a clandestine meeting with a Flotter relative who he hoped would have some information regarding Chris. A silence followed, before Erling asked if she was willing to go alone. "I know Ethan the ferryman. Not well, but enough to be certain he means you no harm. If you're okay about going, then I'd take up his offer." "Right, sir." She hesitated. "There's something else, Sergeant?" "There is, sir." Joe took a deep breath before continuing. "During the interviews this morning, an elderly woman told me that Betty was raped by one of her uncles, which, if true, means Chris Moet's father is one of Ivor's sons." After a stunned silence that seemed to last forever, the boss came back with, "The woman's name?" "She wouldn't give her name," Joe said. "She appeared frightened, and she didn't want anyone else in the place to hear what she had to say. In the end, she wrote it on my notepad." Silence followed again, before Erling said, "I'll have a word with Willie Halcrow. He'll likely know who she is. If this is true, it might account for the argument Cathy overheard between Ivor and Hugh the night he died. Well done, Detective Sergeant. I knew you and Ivan Tulloch would make a good team." Pleased and relieved at how the call had gone, Joe was about to say her goodbyes when Erling asked her to wait. There was something else that they needed to discuss. A sliver of fear now arrived. Would this be the moment he would mention D.S. Gowan and ask her why she had lied about knowing him? "I want you back here tomorrow, Sergeant. First thing." Gathering her wits, she said, "Right, sir. May I ask why?" Trying to control her dread at this sudden command, she listened to the story of the opening of the deed box, of its contents, more especially the notebook, the writing inside, and his wish that she be the one to work with old Mackie to decipher it. Realizing that he was waiting for her to acknowledge the order, she found her voice at last. "Oh, of course, sir. I'd be happy to help with that." "Good. No need for you to come into the station," he added firmly. "I'll pick you up at Houghton and take you to Mackie's place myself." Relief now swept over her, because, despite being back on mainland, she wouldn't have to face Gus Gowan just yet. Then a thought occurred. Was that what D.I. Flett had intended? And, Sergeant, call me after your trip to Cava. Let me know what you find, if anything. Confirming this, Joe rang off, then headed for Lyness and the Angel Heart.
Chapter 37. Erling stared into the near distance, his brain attempting to analyse what Joe had just told him regarding Chris's possible parentage. Ivor had 5 sons: Hugh, Albert, Harold, Cameron, and James, Betty's deceased father. The accusation had been levelled at one of Betty's 4 uncles. If such a thing were true, then that would go some way to explaining Ivor's decision to denounce his family, to sell the croft behind their backs, to bring Chris back and leave everything to him. It might also be the reason Chris had disappeared, either voluntarily or otherwise. Ivor had stated categorically to Cathy at the care home that he knew who the bastard was who'd impregnated his granddaughter. Had he said the same thing to Hugh the night he died? Might he have accused Hugh of being Chris's father? Maybe that was what the argument that night had been about. If so, Ivor's subsequent death would have been a godsend to the Mowats. Until, that is, Chris had turned up, unannounced and unwelcome, at the funeral. He thought back to his meetings with Hugh Mowat, in particular the most recent interview. Hugh hadn't given anything away and had still been intent on pursuing his complaint against the care home. Plus, seemingly certain in his belief that his father had lost his wits in the run-up to his death, so was unfit to sell the family croft to Maitland without consulting his sons. Ian Stewart, Ivor's former GP, had dismissed any suggestion that Ivor's mental faculties were compromised. Cathy and Elspeth at the care home agreed. As to Ivor's physical health, it had been good until that fateful night. So had the argument with Hugh triggered Ivor's sudden death, or had something else been responsible? Ever since his talk with Dr. Stewart, he'd been considering an exhumation. In that moment, Erling decided that it should happen. There had been no post-mortem to confirm the cause of Ivor's death. That there now should be was his current opinion, and he had no doubt Dr. Stewart would support him on that. As for the rumour regarding Chris's parentage, might the woman who'd felt compelled to speak to Joe know more about that? Or was she simply repeating a rumour? Of course, it could be proved, true or false, by a comparison of Chris's DNA with that of Hugh and his brothers. His thoughts now moved to Chris and Rachel. Were they hiding somewhere together? Or would Monday bring the fateful news that the body on the beach was Chris? Then there was Ivor's notebook to consider. Might it answer some or all of his questions? With that thought in mind, he decided he would call old Mackie, explain that they'd like his help with some notes Ivor had written in undecipherable longhand, learned, no doubt, when they were in school together. Mackie was swift to answer, then listened in silence as Erling gave a brief explanation regarding the notebook.
So you opened Ivor's box, then? I wondered when that would happen. Is that because Chris's lass has gone missing too now?
Mackie said, obviously already aware of the answer to his question. Erling nodded. News had always travelled fast in Orkney, even back in the days when folk didn't have a telephone. Now, with both a mobile and his home help, Ivana, giving him the daily news, Mackie, he realised, was likely as up-to-date as himself.
Ivor's notebook doesn't appear to be a daily diary, Erling explained. It's more like a series of random memories with a date attached. One of these was about his 12-year-old self meeting Stella. Other entries are about more recent events, although they're as undecipherable to me as hieroglyphics.
A heavy silence followed, before Mackie responded.
Aye, Miss Richard taught us the real writing at Orford Primary. I can take a look for you, Inspector. See if I can make it out.
Erling thanked him.
I'll bring it round first thing tomorrow, together with D.S. Green, who'll work with you on it. That'll be grand, Inspector. I'll see you both then.
He tried Willie next, but the call went to voicemail, so he left a message asking Willie to call back as soon as he was able. He then checked to see if there was a message from Rory. There wasn't, so he sent one saying he wasn't certain when he'd managed to get back. Rory had cooked enough beef stew for tonight's meal, which he could warm up later, he thought, conscious even now how hungry he was. Leaving the office, he went to check on the night team and found them, together with D.S. Gowan, in the meeting room. Standing by the open door, he listened as Gowan outlined his plan for tonight, including his intention to mingle with the punters inside the club. "I'm new to you all here in Kirkwall, except, of course, for D.S. Green," he added, "who I've worked with before." There was no response to this, although Erling thought that the likely understanding among the team was that Jo hadn't mentioned she was acquainted with D.S. Gowan. Choosing at that point to enter, Erling gave the order to dismiss, requesting that D.S. Gowan should wait behind. Once alone, he decided it was time for the question to be asked. "D.S. Green has never mentioned you, Sergeant, nor did she indicate she knew you when your name came up as the officer answering my request for backup. Why do you think that is?" he asked bluntly. Gowan's expression moved through surprise to concern, then dismay. "I have no idea, sir." "Exactly how well did you know D.S. Green?" Gowan gave a shrug. "Not well, sir. We've worked on a couple of teams together, but not recently. Maybe that's why she didn't mention it." Erling knew he was lying. It was just too offhand and dismissive, as if Jo was a female he'd met briefly in passing, all of which suggested it had been more than that. He recalled his sergeant's reaction at the mention of Gowan's name, how swiftly she'd tried to cover her distress. No, Gowan was someone she didn't want to meet again for whatever reason. D.S. Gowan, on the other hand, had apparently volunteered for this assignment, probably knowing she was here. "Right, Sergeant," he said. "Check in with me at regular intervals tonight. Also, Leo Strachan is due here any minute. The others know Leo and his fellow pastors. It's important that you do, too." He watched as a flicker of resentment crossed Gowan's face. "I advise you to listen to what he has to say, Sergeant. I suspect we've had better results in Orkney than they've had on mainland Scotland because of Leo and his team." He'd given Leo a call just after his earlier conversation with Gowan. Gowan held rank over the other officers out in the streets tonight, so could tell them what to do, not so with Strachan. Despite his own misgivings about the pastor and his reasons for patrolling the Kirkwall streets, Erling knew that the young folk trusted him, especially the females, and he didn't want that trust broken by Gowan. It was at this precise moment that the pastor made his appearance. Catching sight of Gowan, Leo looked interested and welcoming. D.S. Gowan, not so much. Erling was suddenly reminded of his most recent meeting with D.S. McNabb, who'd been ordered back to Orkney much against his will. Having now made the introductions, Erling intimated that he would leave them to chat and reiterated that he wanted to be kept informed of tonight's events as they occurred. Then he wished them good luck and left them to it. Chapter 38. Ethan Howie was waiting for her on the slipway, oilskin and black hat, back in action. "So you came?" he said with a curt nod, before asking if P.C. Tulloch was likely to join them. "Ivan's busy elsewhere," Jo told him, without saying where or why. He threw her a scrutinizing look, taking in her own all-weather gear. "I assume your boss, D.I. Flett, okayed you making this trip with me to Cava?" he checked. "He did," she said, equally formally. "Right." He handed her a life jacket. "Put this on." He watched her fasten herself in, then, offering a hand to climb aboard the small red fishing boat, instructed her to take a seat in the bow. "The Angel can pitch," he warned, "and there's still a bit of a swell." "It won't bother me," she said dismissively. "I used to go out fishing with my father." "Your father's a fisherman?" he asked, as he started up the engine, and began to steer them away from the shelter of the harbour. She shook her head, cursing herself for ever mentioning her father. Still, she found herself sticking to the truth, rather than choosing a preferable lie. "No, he's a minister who liked to go out fishing sometimes." A short silence followed as he seemingly digested this, before he said, "So, if we're in need of a prayer tonight, you'd be one to supply it?" He gave her what passed for an amused smile. Despite everything, she found herself returning it. "So, what would be your choice?" he now encouraged. About to shake her head in response, she made an instant decision to play along with him instead. Adopting a censorious air, much like that used by her father from the pulpit, she began, "The ship was cheered, the harbour cleared, merrily did we drop, below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top." Silence followed, before he laughed out loud. "Isn't that a quote from the Rime of the Ancient Mariner?" "It is," she said. "Then I promise not to kill an albatross en route," Ethan told her firmly. This interchange appeared to ease the initial awkwardness between them, although she still wished Ivan had come along. The young constable, familiar as he was with Hoy and many of its inhabitants, would no doubt have entered into a lively conversation with Ethan and gleaned more from the ferryman during the trip than she ever could. Now, looking out from her place in the bow towards a fast-approaching cava, Jo contemplated the fact that this was the trip she'd promised herself, although she'd thought she'd set sail from Houghton Bay rather than Lyonesse, and with Magnus Pirrie at the helm. As they approached the golden sands of Lyrawa Bay, she found her eyes drawn again to the swathe of charred hillside above, even as the memory of its smell assailed her. A wildfire killed more than just the surrounding vegetation, and the air on that hill had been thick with the aroma of the burnt feathers and flesh of small mammals. Such a smell lingered long in the memory and still tasted on the tongue. Perhaps reading her expression, Ethan suddenly said, "I don't think the guy who started that fire is the one found dead on the beach." "Who do you think fired the digger?" she said. She'd heard a lot of theories since she'd landed on Hoy. She might as well hear his. "Just like I said back at Moness, what the Moets want, the Moets get." "So you believe someone in the Moet family started the fire?" "Try Ragnar, Harald's grandson, and Cameron's Gary." When he noted her reaction to this, he added, "I see someone's already alerted you to the terrible twosome. Plenty money, not much sense." "Where does the Moet money come from exactly?" she asked. "Lots of different places," he told her. "But if the rumours are right, and they're not always right," he warned, "then the younger Moets have discovered there's more money in peddling drugs than in the family's legitimate businesses." "You think this boat you've seen might have something to do with that?" Jo said. "Isn't that why your boss okayed you to come out here with me?" he countered. The moment passed without her attempt at an answer, in part because she was beginning to question whether Ethan Howie was learning more from her than she was from him. Might he have brought her out here for that sole purpose? She hadn't felt like that with Maggie, but something about the interchange with Ethan made her feel uneasy. His dislike of the Moets seemed obvious, maybe too obvious, and he'd found a way to make her laugh and reveal that her father was a minister, an item of information she didn't give up easily. His voice broke into her thoughts. "We can go ashore from here by dinghy. The boat was anchored a little further up the coast when I saw it." His announcement brought her back to the present with a jolt. "Did you spot anyone going ashore from the boat?" she asked. "It was much darker than now, but I thought I saw a light moving between the boat and the shore. And there are derelict crofts in the vicinity," he added. "Like the old Moet croft house?" "Exactly." He indicated she should get into the small dinghy he'd brought alongside. "You can swim," he added, resurrecting their earlier light-hearted tone as she lowered herself down. Choosing to ignore the question, Jo kept her eyes firmly on the shoreline as he began to paddle. Ethan joined her in her silence until they made the beach and, crossing the shingle, stepped onto the carpet of lush grass beyond. The light, she realized, was fading fast, the outline of the Angel Heart at anchor already blurring into what would swiftly become a scarlet sunset. Keeping his voice low, Ethan beckoned her on towards the outline of a low stone building. "If they're using Kava to stash drugs and were moored out there, then this place is definitely worth a look," he told her. Following him into the remnants of the Croft House, they were immediately plunged into darkness until they both produced light at the same time. Hers from a standard police-issued torch, his from a more powerful night searcher. Adjusting this to a less powerful glare, he swung it round. They were in a partly roofed room with a small fireplace and what looked like bedding in the corner. When Jo went to look, she discovered a sleeping bag and some food wrappings, reminding her of what they'd found at the Mowat Croft. "You want to take these back with us?" Ethan suggested. "I'll take a couple of sample wrappers. If this is being used by your boat people, we don't want to alert them to our visit." Producing an evidence bag and gloves, she made her choice and bagged it. "How easy is it for a visitor to Orkney to reach Kava?" she checked. "The island is officially uninhabited, has been for a while, so not easy unless you know someone with a boat willing to bring you here. I suppose coming via a dive boat might be one way," he added. "Right. Shall we check the outbuildings?" she said. Their continuing search proved unfruitful, and Jo had the strong feeling that the items in the dilapidated building would turn out to be the same. Who knew why the mystery boat had been anchored in the bay? If anyone had come ashore from it, they hadn't left clues as to why they'd done so. Such thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt when Ethan hissed at her to turn off her torch. "What is it?" she whispered as she did as asked. "The mystery boat's back," Ethan said, pulling her down to join him behind the wall of the ruined outhouse. Chapter 39. Wally had listened without interruption as Erling relayed the story of the woman who'd confided in D.S. Green at the fire station, right up to the point when he told him what she'd implied, after which the silence instantly transformed itself into a litany of expletives accompanied by each of Ivor's sons' names. When silence gained the upper hand again, Erling asked if Willie might know the elderly woman Jo had referred to. "Jean Ballantyne," he now stated quietly. "She's in her 80s and lives in Lyonesse. Her husband's called Jimmy. He was with her this morning." Apparently she didn't want him to hear, so wrote the accusation down in D.S. Green's notebook, Erling said. "Why would she do that, do you think?" "It's not easy to be the first to speak out," Wally said. "Plus, her husband worked for the Mowats before he retired." "You think she was telling the truth?" Erling tried. "It would answer a lot of questions about what happened back then and what's happening now." Wally echoed his own thoughts. "You never heard this before?" Erling checked. "Folk only talk about the Mowats as they are now. Most people, especially the youngsters in the community, had never heard of Betty Mowat until Ivor died and Chris Mowat arrived here at Orkney." "I'd like to talk to Jean," Erling said, "without causing her any problems." There was a short silence while Willie contemplated this. "Best to do it at Maggie's place, where D.S. Green and P.C. Tulloch are staying," he suggested. "Maggie knows Jean." "Can you speak to Maggie for me? Maybe ask if I could meet Jean there tomorrow." "What about D.S. Green?" "She's occupied tonight, and I have a job for her back here tomorrow," he explained. "OK," Willie said. "I'll give Maggie a call now and try to set it up for you." Offering his thanks, Erling rang off, then realised someone else had been trying to call him during his conversation with Willie. Ringing back, Erling found himself inordinately pleased that the someone was Rory,
"Hey," he said, "I assume you're back at Longwell?" "I am, and you're not," Rory responded. "Are you likely to return soon?" Erling would have loved to say yes, but couldn't. He explained why. "The DS who came across from Wick is out clubbing tonight, incognito. The rest of the team are out there too." "You're expecting trouble," Rory said. "Or you're worried he'll make trouble?" "How could you tell that from what I just said?" "Because I know you." Rory gave a small laugh. "For some reason you don't trust this temporary recruit. Want to tell me why?" Erling definitely didn't want to do that, so he mumbled something about a fish out of water. Perhaps guessing his reluctance, Rory changed the subject. "I'm pretty tired, so if you have to stay a while, I'll eat and head for bed." Erling had been going to suggest he do just that, but Rory had beaten him to it, which worried him a little. Why exactly, he didn't know. "Right, see you in the morning," he said, while silently reminding himself that he planned to take an early ferry from Houghton to Lynness. An hour later into the night, with no identifiable problems, Erling decided that he would, in fact, head home for food and to sleep before his early trip to Hoy tomorrow. Jo hadn't called him, which likely meant that nothing of interest had happened on her scouting trip to Carver. She was probably back now at Maggie's guest house, well fed and asleep, both things he craved himself. Tucking Ivor's diary back in the evidence bag, he took it with him in preparation for old Mackie tomorrow. Telling the night sergeant he was off for some shut-eye, he confirmed that he should be contacted right away if anything did go down tonight in Kirkwall. Then he headed for the car and the drive back to Orford. It was shortly before midnight when, on passing Houghton Bay, he spotted the lights of Seaview still on, despite the late hour. Magnus, he knew, could be a night owl when he was working on something. Curious as to what had kept his friend up so late, he decided to give him a call in the morning to check on where he was on identifying the elusive Stella. Reaching Langwell, he found it in darkness, while along the road he noted that old Mackie's lights were still on. Another night owl, he thought. Entering the kitchen as quietly as he could, he caught a meaty smell and realized that Rory had left the slow cooker on low, ready for his return. Removing the lid, he breathed in the wondrous scent of second-day stew, even tastier than day one. Spooning 2 ladles worth onto his waiting plate, he ignored the open bottle of red wine and waiting glass and switched on the kettle instead. He couldn't yet shake off the possibility that he might have to return to Kirkwall. Then Erling sat down to enjoy his late meal. He was about to have a second helping when his phone vibrated in his pocket. Discarding the ladle, he swiftly answered. It was P.C. Tulloch. "Sorry to disturb you, sir," he said, "but D.S. Green's still not returned from her trip to Carver, and I can't reach her on her mobile." "Is there likely to be a signal where she was going?" Erling checked. "I was assuming she might be out of range, so I've come down to the harbour to check, and the Angel Heart, that's Ethan's boat, isn't here. So they must have gone out as planned, but that was nearly 5 hours ago, sir." Erling was beginning to share his constable's concern. The question was, did he make an incident of it now or await developments? Joe was a good and reliable officer, and Ethan Howie was skilled in dealing with Scapa Flow in all weathers. "Has there been a call-out to the Coast Guard?" he asked. "No, I checked that, sir." "Then that suggests the Angel Heart hasn't got into trouble, but they're perhaps just delayed in their return." "Yes, sir." P.C. Tulloch waited. Erling wondered if they'd gone ashore on Carver, then found themselves without a signal. He could call out the police launch, but it was moored on the north side of mainland and would take a while to get here. There was also the Coast Guard. He thought then of an alternative. He'd been out in Magnus's boat, Seawolf, dozens of times. Swift and reliable, it would reach Carver far quicker than calling out the police launch would achieve.
If they couldn't locate the Angel Heart, then he would alert the Coast Guard. "Remain at the harbour and keep trying Joe's number," he told Tulloch. "I'll make arrangements to come over myself, just earlier than expected." "How did your other business go tonight?" he checked. "According to my source, sir, there's a shipment of drugs due to arrive from Aberdeen. How it's getting here and where the delivery spot is, he couldn't tell me, but—" He hesitated. "You think there might be a chance it involves the boat that's been seen off Cava?" Erling finished for him. "Yes, sir." "Another reason for me to come to Hoy." Erling explained about his planned meeting with Jean Ballantyne at Maggie's tomorrow, before ending the call with a promise to be there as soon as he could. "And keep me in touch regarding D.S. Green." Ringing off, he immediately called Magnus, hoping the lights of Seaview were still on and that Magnus hadn't now gone to bed. The voice that answered sounded as alert as he was himself. "I need your help," Erling told him. Chapter 40. "Any luck?" Ethan asked as Joe arrived back beside him. "None. If there's a signal to be had on this island, I haven't located it yet." She checked her watch. "Ivan will be back from his meeting and getting worried about my non-return." "Will he call it in, do you think?" Ethan said, sounding concerned. "I think he'll inform the Iflet and leave that option up to him." She settled down behind the wall again. "If they don't spot the Angel Heart, we can be away as soon as they leave," Ethan said. "But if they realize we're here—" Joe met his eyes but didn't answer, because she didn't have to. Both of them knew what those on the boat might be capable of. They'd been behind the wall for the better part of 2 hours. At first they'd thought the lights on the water between them and the mystery boat had meant someone was coming ashore, but eventually they'd realized that wasn't the case. It now seemed more likely that someone was diving between the boat and the beach. When Joe had suggested this might be a night dive boat from Stromness, Ethan had dismissed this as a possibility. He was familiar with the local dive boats and their routines. "It does appear to be a night dive, just not for pleasure," he said, "much like the last time I saw this happen." "And your theory is that they're stashing drugs down there?" Joe said. "That would be my guess." "So, who picks up the delivery?" "This is a busy spot for fishing and diving. Collection without raising suspicion could be possible," Ethan said. "Even I could do it." "So, this is how the Moats are bringing drugs into Orkney?" she said, almost to herself. "This may not be the Moats," Ethan said. "They've never, to my knowledge, used violence in their dealings with Orkney folk. Threats, maybe, but nothing like that body on the beach." "A turf war, then. That's the more likely explanation." Ethan raised his head above the wall, then slid back down again. "They're leaving," he told her. "We'll let them get well away, then head for the Angel." A rising wind was ruffling the surface of the water, and Joe found herself shivering as she followed Ethan back across the grass and onto the beach where they'd left the dinghy. The half-moon, having ducked in and out from behind the passing clouds, now emerged to show them something they didn't want to see. The dinghy was still on the beach where they'd left it, but the Angel Heart was no longer to be seen. "They knew we were here," Joe said, trying to keep the dismay from her voice. Ethan didn't answer, but instead used his powerful light to sweep the waters of the bay to no avail. The Angel Heart had definitely gone. Joe could feel his anger, frustration, and acute sense of loss. Not knowing what to say, she waited and watched as he pulled himself together. "Right," he said firmly. "If they didn't hole her, then she might not be that far out, and the next tide could bring her into sight again." He checked his watch. "High tide's in an hour. I'm going to walk the beach with my beam, see if she's drifted up the coast.
I suggest you keep trying for a signal. Maybe head closer to Hoy this time."
It sounded like a plan, although Joe had an underlying fear that should Ethan spot his boat, he might well try to swim to it in his keenness to get it back. "You won't go swimming?" she found herself saying. When he smiled widely at that, she was caught off guard. "I have every intention of returning to Lyonesse safe and sound with you," he told her firmly. And with that he strode off up the beach, his broad, bright beam casting its light over the water. Relieved, Joe turned and headed in the opposite direction, her aim to get as close to distant Hoy as possible. As she walked, mobile held up in anticipation, she replayed what had just happened. Whoever was on the mystery boat had realized that someone was on the island, but she registered they'd had no wish to engage with them, or indeed harm them, choosing instead to keep them there a little longer by setting the Angel adrift, assuming they hadn't sabotaged her. They'd arrived, dived, and left in the space of 2 hours. Might that be the last time they'd use this location, now that they'd been spotted here? And were they depositing something or removing it? She stuck to the shoreline, using her police torch to light the way, while still holding up her mobile in the hope that she might catch a signal. They'd been too long away, and Ivan, she knew, would be worried by her no-show back at the guest house. The likelihood was that he would have phoned Erling by now, which might result in a call-out for the Coast Guard. Something told her such a flurry of activity wouldn't be beneficial to the investigation, alerting whoever might yet come to pick up the cargo, if it was still there. Much better if they could get off the island, report back on what they'd seen, and deliver the photographs they'd taken of the mystery boat. But their presence had already unnerved those on board, otherwise why set the Angel adrift? Or was it a cautionary move, perhaps? They couldn't know there was a police officer on Kava. More likely they thought the boat belonged to folk coming to camp for the night, just as Erling and Magnus had done as teenagers all those years ago. It was at this point in her thoughts she realized she might just have a signal. Faint, but there nonetheless. Staying in that exact place, she laid down her torch and, arms held high, attempted to make her call. The promise of a ringing tone was short-lived, however. Retrieving her torch, she checked her surroundings for an area of higher ground. Spotting a cluster of rocks, she made for them. Then, pocketing the phone, she began to scramble up, conscious now that the wind had risen and was buffeting her head-on. Once she gained the highest rock, she would turn her back on the wind and try again, she decided. The moon chose that moment to reappear, its light dispensing the immediate need for her torch. Curried down behind the topmost rock, she had a view of the coastline as far as the ruin where they'd hidden, plus the headland Ethan had been making for. And there was a light, Ethan's light. As it played across the water, it met and merged with the moonlight. And then she saw the Angel, glowing red and not too far from shore. Ethan had seen it too and was walking towards it, into the water and the breaking waves. What was the man doing? Was he mad? She found herself trying to shout, but the wind was on shore, and it grabbed her words and flung them back at her. Swearing under her breath, she watched, helpless, while Ethan's orange-coated figure appeared to stumble as a bigger wave broke over him. Then he disappeared from view, or his light did, and the area around him was swallowed by darkness. Glancing up, she realized the moon had also deserted them. Her heart pounding, she contemplated running towards him, knowing that if he had been submerged, there was little time to get near enough to help. Checking her mobile, she found a signal again, stronger than before, and pressed the call button. It rang out once, then a voice answered, and that voice was Erling's. "Kava!" she shouted above the wind. "We're stuck on Kava!" Then she was off, and slithering down the rocks, began to run across the grass that hugged the shoreline, her torchlight bumping along ahead of her as her heart thumped loudly in her chest to match. And all the while her eyes were on the floe, searching for a glimpse of that orange jacket,
Where the hell was he? Was he in the water? Under the water? Already drowned? She cursed Ethan to hell and back as she departed the grass and dropped onto the pebbles, her speed now hampered as her feet slipped on the polished stones or, worse still, sunk into them and were swallowed up. Twice she landed on her knees and had to scramble up again, her eyes still searching for a flash of colour or another sighting of the Red Angel. Chapter 41. Erling sat in the bow, directing the beam of light towards the shore. The half-moon helped when it broke free of the swiftly passing clouds. Plus, both he and Magnus were familiar with Kava, having visited the island multiple times to camp as teenagers, away from the watchful eyes of grown-ups. The call from Joe had been short, but clear enough to confirm that she and Ethan Howie were still on the island for some reason. He definitely didn't think it was from choice, which suggested that Ethan's boat was the problem. Either it was damaged or no longer available. A number of scenarios had been running through his mind from the moment he'd taken her abrupt call, along with relief that at least they now knew where they were, just not the why of it. "There!" Magnus's sharp shout directed Erling's gaze towards an outcrop of rocks about two-thirds of the way down the western flank of Kava, and then he saw a flash of an orange jacket. The bulk of the figure pointed to it being Ethan, and he appeared to be hauling at a rope. Just behind him, a smaller figure, who he took to be Joe, was trying to help, and their efforts did appear to be working as the red boat rode an incoming wave towards the shore. The relief he felt at the scene was tempered by the fear that the swiftly incoming boat would collide with them. But as he watched, Ethan grabbed for the side of the vessel, guiding her away from the smaller figure behind. Then he was moving up and onto the shingle, pulling the boat behind him. Directing the spotlight towards them, Erling flashed it a couple of times in salutation and was rewarded by a welcoming flash in return as Magnus manoeuvred the Sea-Wolf closer to shore and the now waiting pair. Acknowledging how soaked they were, Erling immediately recommended that both get into the Sea-Wolf and attach the Angel behind. "The quicker we get you to shore and under a hot shower, the better." Joe threw him a grateful look before pointing out that Ethan had been submerged, whereas she was only wet from the waist down. At this, Ethan attempted to deny that he was in a worse shape than Joe, but agreed that Erling's plan was a sound one, his teeth chattering as he did so. "You told me you wouldn't go swimming," Joe said in an angry but concerned voice. Ethan's chattering was briefly replaced by a laugh. "I tried very hard not to, for fear of your wrath." The Angel now secured on a tow rope, Magnus turned his boat around. "We're taking you back to Seaview," Erling explained. "It's as quick as going to Lyonesse, and better than turning up at the B&B at this late hour with a story that would be all over the island by morning." "What about Ivan?" Joe immediately asked. "He knows we've located you and we're heading for Houghton. PC Tulloch won't be broadcasting anything about tonight's trip." They lapsed into silence then. Erling aware there was a considerable tale to tell here, but not through chattering teeth and the possible onset of hypothermia. Despite the speed of their return, the time seemed endless before they were finally tying up in the small harbour behind Seaview. Magnus urged them to head inside while he secured both boats. "Erling knows where the showers are and will sort out some clothes for you both." Magnus had left all the lights on, and the welcoming warmth enveloped them on entry. Ushering them both upstairs, Erling sent Ethan into Magnus's room, urging him to make use of the clothes in the wardrobe after his shower. Then he showed Joe the room used by Dr. MacLeod on her trips to Orkney. "Rona leaves a change of clothes in the cupboard. I'm sure she won't mind you making use of them." He left her then, concerned by her colour and hoping a hot shower would succeed in raising her temperature back to normal. Entering the sitting room, he added more peat to the fire, then headed for the kitchen. Hot food would be required, and he'd been given orders regarding that from Magnus.
Locating the bacon, eggs and bannocks, as instructed, he put on the kettle to boil and fetched the whisky. Magnus entered at this point and set about the fry-up, transferring it into the oven to stay warm. Making a big pot of tea and one of coffee, he sat them both on the hot plate before suggesting that Erling pour them each a large dram. Erling declined and opted for coffee instead, aware he would need to drive home once he'd heard the story of what had happened on Carver. He took a moment to wonder if Rory had registered his continued absence and hoped they'd at least see one another for breakfast. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, they both turned to see Ethan enter, clad in a heavy sweater and loose joggers, his face flushed from the hot shower.
"You look better,"
Erling told him.
"I feel it, too."
Ethan sniffed the air.
"Is that food?"
he said with a boyish grin.
"Yes, and plenty of it,"
Magnus told him. Gesturing that he should take a seat at the kitchen table and retrieving the food from the oven, he scooped some onto a plate and set it before Ethan, then a mug.
"Coffee? Tea?" he asked.
"Coffee," Ethan told him, "and a dram." When Joe eventually appeared, Erling was momentarily startled by how much she seemed to resemble Rona, putting that down to the patterned Orkney jumper and the still wet hair.
"Food?"
Magnus immediately offered, and was rewarded by a smile and a request for a helping of everything. A ducking in Scapa Flow on a dark and windy night in May was not a pleasant business, but Erling acknowledged that Joe Green was made of stern stuff and a definite survivor. Moving into the sitting room once both appetites were satisfied, they all took their seats by the fire, Joe and Ethan seemingly ready to explain what had happened on Carver. Joe took the lead on this, describing how they'd reached the island and gone ashore close to where Ethan had seen the mystery boat on a previous visit. She gave way to Ethan at this point, and he explained about the ruins and the discovery of evidence that someone had likely been camping there.
"D.S. Green took samples of the food wrappings," he said, "but was careful not to alert anyone to the fact we'd been there."
Erling gave a nod to that, wondering whether Chris Mowat might have been the one hiding out there.
"I then went to look for a signal," Joe said, "but was unsuccessful. The boat arrived shortly after I got back. We both took photographs, but after the soaking we got trying to recapture the Angel, I don't know if they'll be retrievable from our mobiles." She continued, "There were one or more divers off the boat using underwater torches. We couldn't see clearly and were concerned they might note our presence, but we think they were depositing something there, or maybe collecting it."
She turned to Ethan, giving him a chance to contribute again.
"When they eventually left, that's when I realized the Angel had been cut loose, which meant they'd spotted someone was on the island," he said. "I knew if they hadn't holed her, she might come in on the tide further up the coast, where you found us."
"You didn't communicate with anyone but me while you were on Carver?" Erling checked with Joe.
"No, only you," she confirmed. "Assuming our visitors didn't know a police officer was on the island, they probably decided you were wild campers."
"That was our thought too, although we're unsure why they freed the Angel from her moorings," Joe said.
Erling looked to Ethan. "Might they have recognized your boat?"
"I considered that as a possibility," Ethan said, "but even if they did recognize the Angel, I think they more than likely freed her out of spite. If they'd wanted to threaten or harm us, they could have easily come ashore and done just that." These were Erling's thoughts exactly.
"So what happens now?"
Ethan said, looking straight at Erling.
"You leave that to the police to decide, but thank you for looking after D.S. Green and for alerting us to the mystery boat."
Noting a flicker of concern cross Ethan's face, he added, "Are you due at work tomorrow?"
"I am," Ethan said. "Assuming the Angel's okay, I'll make for Lyonesse first thing."
"And if anyone asks about your trip?" Erling said.
"I was night fishing. Nothing unusual in that."
Magnus intercepted at this point.
If there's an issue with the Angel tomorrow, I'll tow you back to Lyonesse."
"Thanks." Ethan threw him a grateful look. Erling came back in then.
"Ivan's made Maggie Clouston aware that D.S. Green was required back here on mainland. I'll confirm this when I head over to Hoy tomorrow."
Then, taking note of the tired expressions, he indicated he was heading for home and bed.
"For what's left of the night?"
Turning to Jo, he told her he would pick her up in the morning and drop her at old Mackie's place.
"I hope you both sleep well."
And with that, he headed for the door, Magnus following. Once outside, he thanked Magnus, adding,
"I'm keen that this story stays between us.
I'll arrange for a diver to take a look at the Carver site, to see if there's any evidence of what they might have been up to there." Magnus nodded.
"And when you get a moment, I think I may have found Stella for you,"
he said quietly. Erling smiled his thanks. "When things die down, I definitely want to hear about that." Reaching Langwell, he realized he'd left the kitchen light on when he'd made his swift exit, although the rest of the house remained in darkness. Trying to be as quiet as possible, he undressed in the sitting room, then padded through to the bedroom. Slipping into bed and expecting Rory's warmth to envelop him, he was surprised to find the sheets cold. No Rory. So where was he? Rising again, he went to check in the spare room, but both bunks were empty. Looking out of the back window, he only now registered that Rory's vehicle wasn't there, something he'd missed on arriving at Langwell, dazed as he'd been by tiredness. Feeling for his mobile, he noted there hadn't been a message alerting him as to why Rory wasn't there. Had he been called back to Flotter, or maybe an early helicopter ride to a rig? It seemed Rory had departed without any explanation, much as he had done himself earlier. He was a police officer. He'd warned Rory of that when they'd first got together. Work always came first for him. And maybe for Rory too. Chapter 42. Having been woken from a deep sleep and hearing the Liverpool accent, Erling had initially thought it was Rory calling him, before registering it was, in fact, D.S. Gowan on the phone. As Gowan's words began to take on shape and a terrible meaning, Erling told him he would head for Kirkwall immediately. Ringing off, he realized that he hadn't instructed Gowan to secure the scene, plus all the other rules that had to be followed in the current circumstances. But, he reasoned as he threw on his clothes, D.S. Gowan was a seasoned officer and should know the drill by heart. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered that he'd told D.S. Green he'd deliver her to old Mackie's this morning. He then messaged her to tell her that he'd had to go into the station earlier than expected, and could she get Magnus to drop her at old Mackie's via Langwell, where she would find the diary in his porch. Fetching Ivor's diary from his vehicle, he stashed it, as promised, behind the coat stand in the porch. Now, cresting the hill, he was met by the view of a restless Scapa flow under a blood-red sky, prompting memories of last night's endeavours, which also made him wonder whether this morning's terrible discovery in Kirkwall might in some way be linked to what had happened on Carver. The young woman found drowned in the harbour earlier this morning had yet to be identified. D.S. Gowan had been of the opinion she'd ended up there because of drink or drugs, or more likely a mixture of both. If drugs had been involved, and they were in any way linked back to the Mowats, Erling felt a wave of anger engulf him. Might Leo Strachan have been right? Had something stronger than what they'd been dealing with up to now found its way into Orkney, either via the suspected younger Mowats or the county lines gangs already established in Aberdeen and Inverness? Being early Sunday morning, the road proved quiet, but Erling turned on the siren anyway, wanting to get to the harbour as swiftly as possible. He met only a couple of vehicles on the way, but was in little doubt the dwellings he passed would register that an incident had happened, and likely in Kirkwall. Drawing up outside the Kirkwall Hotel, he found the area at the harbour cordoned off and an ambulance in attendance. The body, Erling suspected, was already inside, awaiting his arrival. He noted 2 officers from last night's team and a figure he recognised as Leo Strachan talking with D.S. Gowan, who was still in his clubbing gear from the previous night. Both men now turned towards him, and Erling registered Leo's distress and what looked like real anger on D.S. Gowan's face. Bracing himself for the possibility that he might know the victim, Erling made his approach. "What's the story, Detective Sergeant?" he said quietly.
"An elderly man, staying in a front room on the 2nd floor of the hotel, spotted the girl behaving oddly on the pier and called 999. "Time?" Erling said. "Around 40 minutes ago. I was informed of the emergency call and arrived a few minutes before the ambulance. Leo was with me. Between us, we pulled the female from the water and carried her onto the pier. Then the paramedics took over. They pronounced her dead shortly after that." He nodded towards the ambulance. "Leo didn't know her, and the ambulance team didn't recognise her either, although I think I may have seen her earlier, in the club." "Any ID?" "None, sir. No bag or phone on the body. Her outfit didn't have any pockets either." Erling acknowledged all of this, then headed for the ambulance. It would be quicker should he be able to identify the victim, but he stopped himself there. Regardless of her identity, she was someone's daughter, and her family would have to be informed, likely by him. He immediately recognized the 2 men with the ambulance. Alan Renton was the paramedic and lived out Evie way. The driver, Sandy, was from Kirkwall. They greeted him in a sombre manner. "My sergeant said you didn't recognize her," he checked. "No," Alan said with a shake of his head. "Although they don't look the same when they're out clubbing, so I could be mistaken." Erling climbed into the back of the ambulance and took a seat beside the girl. If she was 18 at all, it wasn't by much, he thought. Not long in the water, her face was like someone passed out after a night on the town, makeup smeared, although the false eyelashes still clung to her lids. She wore dangly earrings and a nose ring, which looked like it was clipped on. Her hair was long and dark, with a pink streak. What little clothes there were consisted of a very short skirt and a top that barely covered the small breasts. She would have been cold, he immediately thought. Not inside the club, maybe, but definitely once she'd hit the fresh air. A wave of sadness swept over him, and he tasted some of the anger he'd seen on the sergeant's face. A young life snuffed out before it had really begun. Taking time to study the face again, he tried to picture this girl alive and walking about Kirkwall in normal attire, or maybe among the seniors at Kirkwall Grammar School when he'd gone there to speak to the pupils. It didn't work. If he had encountered her before, then he couldn't match the girl from then with the image of her now. Emerging from the vehicle, he asked Alan what he thought might have happened. "There's no obvious evidence of an assault, but undoubtedly drink and drugs were involved." He nodded in the direction of the club. "That's why they go there, that and the music. She may have wandered here and fallen in. But where were her mates? The lasses usually go about in groups." Giving him permission to take the body to the mortuary for examination, Erling now noted the Socco team had arrived and were working the area around the harbour. With luck, they might spot the girl's belongings somewhere along the edge, or maybe in the water below. It was first light now, and the activity was drawing attention. Erling decided it would be better to get a full report from D.S. Gowan and Leo back at the station, but before he departed, he was keen to speak to the person who'd made the 999 call. "He's expecting you," D.S. Gowan told him. "He's back in his room. Didn't want to be badgered by reporters or anyone else. Mr. Johnson's on holiday from America. Didn't expect to get caught up in a possible murder investigation." "He said that?" Erling asked. Gowan shrugged. "He said if this happened in L.A., it would likely be murder." Sending Gowan and the pastor back to the station for the debrief, Erling entered the hotel lobby
where he discovered some of the staff gathered, discussing the goings-on out front. Explaining that an officer would be posted here to take statements in the adjacent dining room, he asked for Mr. Johnson's room number and headed upstairs. The room had a fine view of the harbour, although Mr. Johnson, Hal, he said to call him, was keeping well away from the window. After introducing himself, Erling asked the elderly American to describe what had happened.
"I got up from bed to go to the bathroom and took a look out of the harbour. It's lovely all lit up at night," he said with a catch in his throat. "I decided to take a photo and went for my phone. I was settling into a shot when the girl suddenly appeared around the corner from Bridge Street."
He halted for a moment.
Her feet were bare and she wasn't wearing a coat.
He hesitated.
"I was about to take my picture, but I didn't want her in it."
He looked embarrassed by that.
"And?"
Erling encouraged him.
"It was then I realized there might be something wrong with her. She fell to her knees, then got up again and looked up at the building. That's when I took the photo. Then she disappeared, and I thought she'd likely gone down the walkway to the boats. That worried me because of the state she was in. That's when I called 999.
"Did you go down there?" Erling asked.
"I tried, but I'm not good on the stairs, and the lift wouldn't come because someone hadn't shut the gate properly further up. So I was slow getting there. By then, 2 men had appeared from Bridge Street. I pointed to where I'd seen the girl, and they went down the walkway and pulled her out of the water."
He sat down on the bed as though his legs wouldn't support him any longer. "May I see the photo, Mr. Johnson?" The man handed over his mobile.
"It's a bit out of focus, but you can just see the girl in it."
Erling studied the image, which was undoubtedly that of the girl's face looking up at the hotel. It was a face he didn't recognize.
"Did anyone else appear?" Erling tried. "Not that I saw," Hal told him.
"Was she carrying anything? A bag, maybe?" He looked as though he were trying to recall, then his face crumpled a little.
"I'm sorry, I never noticed."
Erling offered his thanks, and, handing over his card, asked Mr. Johnson if he could send him a copy of the photograph.
"Of course, Inspector," he said willingly. "I'll do that now."
"How long are you here for, Mr. Johnson?" Erling said, as the photo pinged in.
"I leave today."
His expression suggested he was relieved about that.
"Thank you for calling 999 so promptly," Erling said as they shook hands. "Your officer got here very quickly. The ambulance, too," he added. "Unfortunately, they weren't fast enough," Erling said.
Chapter 43. Jo had wakened as the early light found its way in through the sea-facing window of what she now considered Rona MacLeod's room. She'd slept fitfully at first, imagining herself still battling the waves in her efforts to get the Angel back to shore. In this version of events, Ethan was nowhere to be seen, and she believed him already drowned. Forcing herself awake, she'd sat up for a while, hoping that anchoring herself in the here and now, with Ethan alive and well somewhere nearby, might soothe her obviously tortured brain. Eventually this had worked, and the latter part of the night had produced an easy sleep, until she'd eventually been met with the soft red light of dawn. She'd come to fully when the message had pinged in from D.I. Flett. It had been brief, merely instructing her to ask Magnus for a lift to Mackie's house because of an incident overnight in Kirkwall, and that Ivor's diary was in the porch at Langwell. Conscious that the incident in Kirkwall likely had something to do with the drugs operation, her thoughts had immediately gone to D.S. Gowan. Had she been able to admit her knowledge of Gus, she might well have managed to confide in Erling regarding D.S. Gowan's policing methods. Tell him that sending Gus out incognito would make him think he had the right to do anything he thought necessary to win, as he put it. At this point in her thoughts, there was a soft knock at the door, and Magnus's voice told her that breakfast would be served in 15 minutes. Thanking him, she decided that asking for a lift to Mackie's could wait until then. Also, should it be necessary for Magnus to tow Ethan back to Lyonesse, she could make her way up the hill to Mackie's on foot. No doubt Erling would send a car for her later to return her to Kirkwall. The delicious scent of food met her as she headed downstairs, and she found Ethan at the table with a mug of coffee and a large fry-up, already partially consumed. The broad smile he gave her made her think maybe the angel had survived her adventure of the previous night. "The angel's okay?" she checked.
"She is. Hence my quick breakfast. With luck I might even make it to work on time. You sleep well?"
She nodded, without mentioning the fact that he'd apparently drowned at least twice in her dreams. "Good," he said with a smile aimed strictly at her. Quickly breaking eye contact, Joe chose that moment to address Magnus, asking if he might give her a lift to old Mackie's place, as Erling had been called back to Kirkwall. Reading her expression, Magnus said of course he'd be happy to, without asking what Erling's swift return to duty was about.
"Right, what would you like from the various food on offer?"
He gestured to the display of possibilities. Joe, feeling suddenly very hungry, chose black pudding, haggis, and a fried egg.
"A toasted bannock to go with that?"
Magnus checked. "Definitely," she accepted with a grin. When Ethan declared he was off, she offered her thanks and a goodbye, but didn't follow the men out to the jetty. Ethan's reaction to her this morning, and, in truth, during their time alone together, both on the Angel and on Carver, had unsettled her a little. Ethan was a member of the public, whereas she was a police officer, she reminded herself. They'd gone to Carver on a reconnaissance expedition approved by D.I. Flett. They had then informed the boss what they'd found there. Ethan Howie's role in the investigation was now at an end. She gave Mackie a call as soon as she felt he would be up and about, and the speed with which he answered suggested he was as keen as she was to begin deciphering his old friend's jottings. As they drew up outside Langwell, Joe thanked Magnus and said she'd walk along to Mackie's from there once she'd picked up the diary from the porch. "You can't get a car up his drive anyway," she added.
"You're right about that," Magnus said. "Well, good luck deciphering Ivor's writing, and I hope what it says proves useful when you do."
She located the notebook easily enough, tucked in an evidence bag behind a coat stand, heavily festooned with waterproofs and welly boots below. No brollies, obviously, because such implements were a waste of time in windy Orkney and also in her homeland of Caithness. The breeze this morning was moderate to strong, and looking towards Hoy she noted white horses on Scapa Flow, which made her think about Ethan again, heading back across to Lyonesse on the Angel Heart. Casting such thoughts from her mind, she set off along the road to Mackie's house. Giving a shout at the open porch door, as before, she was rewarded by a call to "Come away in, lass," and found Mackie seated in his big armchair in front of the fire with a small table strategically placed before him. His eyes lit up as she showed him the evidence bag, explaining that they would need to wear gloves to examine the diary. Looking mightily pleased as he donned his crime-scene gloves, as he called them, Mackie accepted the battered notebook with a reverent air.
"How do you want me to do this?"
he said, adjusting his glasses. "Take a look at the first page and see if, by scanning the text, it seems legible to you," Joe suggested. She waited while he did as she'd said, watching his expression move from initially keen, then perplexed, to a little hopeful. Finally, with a nod, she heard him mutter,
"I mind this writing fine."
"So, what does the first entry say?" she tried.
"It's about Stella. See the fancy capital S?"
He pointed to the first word in the tightly written script.
"He's remembering when he first saw her. Stella came to the door and spoke to Mother about milk. I was sent to the byre to fetch her some. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen in my whole life."
He repeated this, pointing to each of the words in turn as Joe tried to match what looked like a scribble with Mackie's interpretation. And so it began, Mackie examining each entry, interpreting it for Joe, who then wrote it on her tablet. It became apparent that the entries were dated according to when Ivor remembered them. Although the first entry was about Stella, they didn't encounter another entry for her until much later in the journal, detailing his jealousy at Stella getting up with brother Billy at a dance in the village hall. In between were other memories, an entry for the birth of each of Ivor's sons, later entries for each of his grandchildren, and then a whole section on Betty, his obvious favourite. His thoughts when she'd left suddenly and never returned. The words were sparse, but there was no doubt as to the depth of his sorrow. Noting Mackie's own reaction to this, Joe halted him there and offered to make the old man a cup of tea.
"Aye, lass, that would be good. If Anna left things set out for us in the kitchen."
Making her way there, Joe experienced again what felt like a time warp. She'd grown used to the sitting room with its peat fire, patterned wallpaper, and flagstone floor. Entering the kitchen, she had the distinct feeling that Mackie, who had never married, had lived in this house since birth, and never changed what he'd known as a boy, even into old age. There was a floral tray set out ready for them, 2 mugs, a big teapot, a sugar bowl, and a biscuit tin, with a note about the milk being in the fridge, and that Mackie liked his tea strong. Glad to find there was an electric kettle, Joe set about following Ivana's instructions to the letter, after which she carried the tray in to set it down on a nearby table.
"I'm at the bit where he found Chris."
Mackie looked up from the journal to tell her.
"Or Chris found him. Ivor got a letter to his home in Hoy from Betty's boy, he says. He wrote back, and Chris called him on the phone and told him Betty had died when he was 9 years old. Chris gave him his phone number, after which they talked together often, but Ivor didn't tell Hugh or anyone else about it, not until he went into the care home, where he confided in Cathy and Elspeth about his great-grandson."
"Have you spotted anything about Chris's father?" Joe said, as she poured Mackie a mug of strong tea. The look Mackie threw her was one of dismay and anger.
"I have. It's at the end, on the last page. He says he knows who the bastard is."
Joe set her mug down, her stomach suddenly churning. "Did he say who?" Mackie handed her the journal, opened at the last page.
"See for yourself."
There was only one sentence, and it took a moment for Joe to decipher the letters and put them together. "Harold," she said tentatively.
"Hi, Harold."
Mackie's disgust was obvious.
"Ivor believed that his middle son, Harold, was Chris's father."
Chapter 44. Leaving the elderly American, Erling headed downstairs and outside. He was keen to have a word with Eleanor Gilmore, who he knew would be one of the 2 white suits currently combing the harbour area and the walkway below. Her first question when she saw him come down the walkway was whether he'd recognized the victim. Her desperate need to know resembled his own. If the girl had been local to Orkney, then the sooner they knew who she was, the better.
"I don't recognize her,"
Erling confirmed, and neither did Leo Strachan or either of the paramedics. "She might be from one of the islands," Eleanor said. "When she doesn't get the boat back today—" She tailed off with a stricken look. It was then Erling recalled that Eleanor had a daughter herself, but maybe not yet a teenager. Spotting his expression, she said, "Emma's about to turn 13, but she's definitely older in her own head." Her reaction reminded Erling of all the parents currently out there who, once they heard what had happened, would be desperately checking the whereabouts of their teenage daughters, something he would never have to do himself. "I didn't think things like this would happen here in Orkney," Eleanor said in a shocked tone. "That's why I moved here." Bad things happen everywhere, Erling thought, but didn't say. Instead, he changed the subject by asking if they'd found anything that might belong to the victim. "Nothing so far. We've examined the surrounds, plus the walkway and the decks of the boats tied up close by. If she had a mobile, and let's face it, they're all chained to one, we didn't locate it, so it may be underwater. You'll need a frogman to check for certain." She halted there a moment before saying, "Did you register the Samaritan sign up there on the walkway gate?" Erling had. In fact, it was etched on his brain. "Talk to us. We'll listen. Whatever you're going through, you don't have to face it alone." "Do you think she intended to kill herself?" Eleanor said. Erling shook his head, unable to answer that question. Leaving Eleanor, he went for a final word with PC Alexander, who'd been given the task of protecting the scene from inquisitive onlookers. There was no crowd gathered, and his officer indicated that folk were largely going about their business, although obviously concerned as to why he was standing guard, with 2 white suits in play as well. Life went on, as usual, Erling thought, but not for the girl who had just been pulled from the harbour. Back at the station, he now checked on the whereabouts of D.S. Gowan and the pastor. Informed they'd changed out of their wet clothes and were in the meeting room, Erling went upstairs. If the 2 men had been mistrustful of one another at the onset of last night's outing, it appeared they were no longer. Seemingly deep in conversation, there was also a scent of food in the air, fried bacon, Erling thought longingly, and coffee by the looks of the carry-out cups and paper bags. "We stopped for rolls on the way back, sir," Gowan explained. "A good move, Sergeant." "And D.S. Gowan found you some dry clothes?" Erling said to Leo. "He did," Leo answered in a formal manner, then added, "Have you heard anything on the identity of the girl?" "Not so far," Erling told him, "but we will soon, I suspect. Are you ready for a debrief? If so, I think it would be good to go to an interview room and record it." "Of course, sir." Gowan rose with what seemed to Erling to be a marked glance at Leo, who immediately nodded. As they made their way downstairs, Erling considered the meaning of that look. The street pastor was in the business of saving souls and doling out flip-flops to girls to help them walk home. He doubted if he'd ever been interrogated about a death before. Had D.S. Gowan forewarned him of what was involved? Or had they in fact rehearsed their story together, which would be a violation on the part of the detective sergeant? A glance at Gowan brought the uneasy feeling that the transferred officer was enjoying being part of this story, even more so now that he was at its centre. It was this thought that prompted Erling to indicate that he would record their stories separately. "I'll take Leo first," he said on reaching the room. "I suggest you go and write up your report, Sergeant, and I'll speak with you later." He realised, as he told Leo to take a seat while he set up the recording, that the pastor appeared ill at ease at the change in the proceedings. "I'd like you to tell me exactly what happened in the lead-up to you and D.S. Gowan being called to the harbour," he said firmly. "Start from the beginning and leave nothing out, even if it seems trivial." Leo appeared to take a breath before speaking, or maybe he was saying an internal prayer. "It started out as a normal Saturday night. Quiet at first. There were 3 pastors on duty, including myself, plus 2 police officers who were known to me. Then D.S. Gowan arrived with a couple of lads, who he appeared to have met up with beforehand, maybe in a pub. We didn't acknowledge one another, and he disappeared inside." He halted there and looked to Erling. "And?" Erling encouraged him.
As the night wore on, people began to emerge from the club to smoke, maybe cool down a bit, talk, since it's really noisy inside. A couple of girls came out, pretty drunk, propping one another up. One wanted to go home, with the other arguing not to. They sat down on the ground and seemed unable to get up again. I had a feeling more than drink was involved. I persuaded them to call a taxi. They did, and headed off. He thought for a minute before continuing. A girl came out and was sick, then went back inside. A guy came out to talk on his phone, clocked me, and went back inside. It was late by then, and the place was close to shutting, which is our busiest time, especially with the girls who need the flip-flops. I was busy with a few of them. Then... He halted there. Then what? Erling said. She came out. He stopped there, a look of anguish on his face. Who? Erling demanded. The girl in the harbour. I thought I hadn't seen her before because she was so wet and lifeless when we pulled her from the water, but I think I did now. She was with a guy who I didn't recognize. He had her arm and was shouting something in her ear. He looked at Erling. Then I was called away to a girl who'd fallen and hurt her knee. I was patching her up when D.S. Gowan appeared and called on me to follow him down the street to the harbour. Could you describe the male who was with her? Erling said. He was at least 6 inches taller than the girl. Dark hair, shaved at the sides, longer on top, mid to late 20s, fat-looking, had an accent. What accent? Like D.S. Gowan's. He was a Liverpudlian, Erling checked. I can't be sure, but it sounded like it. At that moment there was a knock, and the door opened to reveal D.S. Gowan. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but there's someone here who thinks they may know the victim. Gowan's expression suggested he didn't want to mention the name. Okay, Sergeant, I'll be right there. Waiting until the door was shut again, Erling thanked Leo for his time and his help. I'll get back to you if anything else comes up. Obviously, if you recall anything more, just get in touch. And thank you for your help last night and today. Escorting Leo to the front door, he found D.S. Gowan waiting outside his office, indicating that whoever had arrived was in there. Erling waited until he saw Leo walking across the car park before turning to Gowan. Who is it? He asked quietly. Hugh Mowat, Gowan said, obviously aware of the significance of the name. Erling, shocked into silence, eventually found his voice. Thank you, Sergeant. I'll deal with this myself. Opening the door, he stood for a moment before he spoke. Hugh, he said finally, you wanted to speak to me. The figure rose from the seat and turned to face him. Erling knew it was Hugh Mowat, although it didn't look like him any more. He looked ill and old and frightened half to death. Is it her? Is it my granddaughter, Ellie? Erling gestured at him to sit down, and going round the desk, sat down too. We haven't identified the girl as yet. She had nothing on her person to help us do that. I didn't recognize her, neither did the ambulance crew, or the officer and pastor that took her from the harbour. A small flicker of hope hovered on Hugh's face for a moment. Do you have a photo of the loss? He asked. Erling had no wish to show him the photo of the face that was firmly embedded in his own memory, so he said, Why do you think it might be Ellie? She came over in the boat yesterday without permission. My daughter-in-law forbade her to go to that club. She's only 16, but she got the ferry anyway. She's not answering her phone, and her mother's going mad with worry. She called me and asked that I come here. Do you have a photo of Ellie you could show me? Erling tried. Hugh had obviously been expecting this request and had it ready on his phone. Handing it over,
Erling could sense the man's silent prayer. It was a prayer neither Erling nor God was able to answer, because it was her. It was the girl from the harbour. The only difference was the smeared makeup, false eyelashes, and the pink streak of hair. The depth of the silence that followed was like a soundless scream. Erling found himself saying that there was a resemblance, then asking if Hugh would like to visit the hospital to be sure. When Hugh nodded like a puppet having its strings pulled, Erling said he would take him there now. Chapter 45. They had been sitting in what could only be described as a stunned and troubled silence, following Mackie's confirmation of the name. "How could Ivor be sure," Joe said, "that Harold was Chris's father? Does he say?"
"It doesn't explain that in the entry, just that he knows. Maybe it was something Chris told him," Mackie suggested. "And that would explain why Ivor turned against the family. Maybe he thought Hugh and possibly his other sons had known and just didn't let on."
Families and secrets. Joe knew all about that.
"Do you want to keep going?"
Mackie said. "Are you able to?" Joe checked, thinking they should translate as much as possible before Mackie got too tired.
"There's not much more in here. Let's try to get through it all. Who knows what other questions it might answer."
The old man's face said he was keen, but whether the stamina was there, Joe wasn't certain. "Okay, but you have to tell me when you've had enough. There's always tomorrow," she told him. As Mackie finished his tea and set to studying the journal again, Joe considered phoning Erling to let him know about Ivor's accusation that Harold was Chris's father. Checking in case there had been any messages, she was taken aback to see a news flash reporting the recovery of a body from Kirkwall Harbour in the early hours of this morning. Was that why Erling had had to return to work so early? The report was scarce in content, just indicating that a young woman had been brought out of the harbour and, despite attempts to resuscitate her, had been pronounced dead at the scene and taken to Balfour Hospital. Her identity was as yet unknown. She questioned again whether she should call Erling, then decided if he needed her he would get in touch. Her job at the moment was to work with Mackie on the diary, so that was what she would do. Erling had promised to send a car to bring her back to Kirkwall, so she would continue with Mackie until either he wanted to finish or the police car arrived for her. Mackie had dozed off, which wasn't surprising considering how long he'd been studying the journal. Joe eased his head back against the headrest and, slipping the journal from under his hands, took it to the settee where she'd first sat with Erling. She'd studied the writing long enough now to make a pretty good stab at the translation herself, so she decided to try to carry on while the old man dozed. The section that featured Chris's name had indicated that Ivor expected trouble from the family when Chris visited Orkney. Continuing with the paragraph's translation, Joe deciphered that Ivor had warned Chris that he might have to lie low until he, Ivor, sorted things out. Arriving in Orkney to discover that his great-grandfather was, in fact, dead, and having been warned of the family's enmity towards him, might that explain Chris's disappearance after the funeral? Then, when the will reading appeared to put Rachel in danger too, could he have come back for her? It was an explanation of sorts. But if, and only if, the burnt body on the beach wasn't Chris. She found herself saying a silent prayer to that effect. Hearing what she thought was a vehicle arriving outside, she rose and went to the front door. The police car had made an optimistic run at the steep brae, then, perhaps noting there was no chance of turning at the top, had stopped, no doubt with their brake full on. The kamikaze attempt indicated it wasn't the boss driving, nor would it be anyone familiar with Mackie's place, which immediately filled her with fear that it might be Gus. The thought that she would have to get into the car beside him, let alone have to stay there for the length of the journey back to Kirkwall, filled her with horror. She was already looking for excuses not to take the lift, citing a need to stay longer with Mackie, when the driver emerged from the vehicle. "DC Gunn," she said to herself. "Thank God." Going out to greet him, she asked if anyone had warned him about the drive.
"They did, but I thought I'd give it a go anyway," he said with a smile. "You okay to head back now?"
"Yes, but I'll need to say cheerio to Mackie first." When she re-entered the sitting room, she found Mackie had perked up and was ready to carry on. "I did some more while you dozed," she explained, "and the car's come for me, so I'll need to get back to the station."
"You find anything else of interest?"
he said, alert now. Joe didn't see the harm in telling him. After all, he knew everything else. "Ivor warned Chris about the family, told him to lie low when he arrived here in Orkney."
"And Chris arrived to find Ivor already dead,"
Mackie tailed off, with a shake of his head. "You know, you mustn't tell anyone about what we read today," she stressed. "Not Ivana, not anyone. D.I. Flett is trusting you to follow his orders."
"I know,"
Mackie said firmly, and mimed zipping his lips for emphasis.
"He'll be back tomorrow,"
he added hopefully. "Not sure, but I'll call you anyway," Joe promised. She'd already packed the journal inside its evidence bag and told Mackie he could keep his crime scene gloves as a memento. Wishing him goodbye, she repeated her promise to phone him tomorrow. Emerging from the cottage, she noted that DC Gunn had already reversed out of the drive. Slipping into the passenger seat, she waited until he'd set off before asking about the news flash on the body in the harbour. Tom Gunn's expression worried her before he even spoke.
"A loss from the nightclub went down to the harbour in a terrible state. Drank or drugs, most probably both, and fell or jumped in."
Whatever she'd been expecting, it wasn't that. "Do we know who she was?" Joe immediately asked.
"Not officially, but the story is Hugh Mowat appeared at the station, thinking it might be his granddaughter, Ellie."
He shook his head in dismay or disbelief.
"The lass was only 16. The boss took him to the Balfour to view the body."
"And we don't know if it is her?"
"No. There's to be a meeting when we get back. Then we'll get the whole story."
They lapsed into silence then, despite Joe being desperate to know how the drugs team had got on, especially D.S. Gowan. Even as she thought this, she realized they were bound to meet face to face now, despite her best efforts, and she suspected the boss's efforts too, to keep them apart. In that moment, with Hoy in view, she wanted to be back with Ethan Howie, sailing towards Cava on the Angel Heart. Chapter 46. Erling had made up his mind to await the arrival of his second-in-command before revealing what had happened at the Balfour. He'd sent the car for Joe for that reason. Whatever lay between Joe and Gowan, his DS would put the job first and act accordingly. Of that he was certain. As for Gowan, he hadn't made up his mind on that score as yet. He had his own misgivings about the Caithness officer, who had apparently volunteered to come to Orkney, probably because of Joe's presence here, he thought. He now knew this had made her uncomfortable, even to the extent that she declared she didn't know D.S. Gowan, which turned out to be a lie. And his DS was not prone to lying, that he did know. If asked, he would have described her as straight-talking and honest. So Joe had lied about knowing D.S. Gowan for a reason. and Erling was beginning to think that reason might involve fear. Watching DS Gunn arrive with his passenger, Erling resolved to speak to Joe alone in his office before the strategy meeting. He would ask about Mackie and the journal first, find out what had been learned from the tightly written and, to him at least, indecipherable scribbles. His hope was that Ivor's secret thoughts might go some way to explaining what had been happening on Hoy and here on mainland regarding Chris Mowat, his partner Rachel, and much else besides. The duty officer had been told to send D.S. Green directly to his office and to inform D.C. Gunn to join the others upstairs. The soft knock on the door announced her arrival. "Come on in, Detective Sergeant," he ordered, in a voice he hoped was firm but welcoming. Her expression on entry was unreadable. It was the first time he'd encountered this, and it perturbed him. He knew his sergeant as open and approachable. This was a different version of Joe. When he opened with a question regarding her work with Mackie on the diary, she appeared to relax a little, and responding, explained that the first entry had featured Stella's arrival at the Mowat Croft, and Ivor's remark that she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "So Mackie was right about that," Erling said. "Stella was Ivor's first love. Anything else on her?" he added. "A little about Ivor's jealousy when his older brother Billy asked Stella to dance at the village hall," she told him. "I went to make tea then, and when I got back, Mackie had skipped to the final entry." Her tone darkening, she told him what Ivor had written regarding Chris and his mother Betty. Ivor believed his third son, Harold, was Chris's father. Did he mention how he knew this? "If so, we haven't found it yet," Joe said. "So incest could be at the heart of what the family feud is all about?" "I think from what we managed to decipher it plays a part." Joe thought for a moment. "But I also feel that what happened to Stella and her baby is part of the story too. We just don't know how as yet." She continued, "Also, in the journal, Ivor mentions that he warned Chris that he might have to lie low here in Orkney until Ivor sorted things out with the family. Only Chris arrived to discover that his great-grandfather had died and no one had informed him," Erling said thoughtfully. "His appearance at the funeral didn't go down well with Ivor's sons. And we know he'd anticipated that because he wouldn't let Rachel attend with him." He halted there, meeting Joe's eye, after which he may have taken Ivor's advice and gone to ground, leaving that note for Rachel? Erling thought back to Rachel's sudden appearance at the solicitor's office, how brave she had been to stand up to the Mowat men. Might Chris have come back for Rachel after the will was read, realizing she too was now in danger? Joe suggested. It was definitely a possibility, one Erling found himself wishing for. "And the body on the beach?" he said. "Ethan thinks that's linked to the dive boat anchoring off Cava," Joe told him. "If they are drug runners and someone crossed them," she added. Which were his thoughts exactly. "We should receive the DNA results on the body tomorrow," he said. "Then we'll know for certain." He paused there for a moment. "And now we have another body," he began. "However, this one has already been identified. I've just been with Hugh Mowat at the Balfour," he said quietly. "The body, taken from the harbour in the early hours of this morning by D.S. Gowan and Leo Strachan, has now been confirmed as that of Ailey Mowat, Hugh Mowat's 16-year-old granddaughter." Joe's hand flew to her mouth in both surprise and horror. "His granddaughter?" she repeated in disbelief. "How?" An elderly American visitor staying at the Kirkwall Hotel spotted a distressed and seemingly disorientated young woman exiting Bridge Street and making for the harbour. When she disappeared through the gate and down the walkway, he called 999.
D.S. Gowan and Leo Strachan were first on the scene and got her out of the water. The ambulance arrived, but the paramedics couldn't revive her.
Did she go into the water on purpose?
It's not clear what happened. APT Hannah Weir at the Balfour identified what she believed was an injection site in Ailey's left arm. The post-mortem should provide us with answers.
Leo did say he thought that stronger drugs were getting into Kirkwall, Joe said.
Exactly,
Erling confirmed.
Leo also told me he remembers seeing the girl outside the club earlier that night with a male he didn't recognise who was holding her by the arm. He was called away at that point to tend to a female who'd fallen. When he got back, the girl and the guy were gone, all of which I intend sharing with the whole team shortly.
He halted there briefly, then broached the subject he'd avoided until now.
Before we go upstairs, I need to ask you about D.S. Gowan, he said.
And why I lied to you, sir, when I professed not to know him? Joe said.
Erling nodded. Yes.
Then I'll tell you. All faces turned towards them as Erling opened the door. He did not seek out D.S. Angus Gowan, but instinct told him the detective's focus would be on the two of them as they entered the meeting room together. Gowan, he surmised, would be questioning whether D.S. Green had revealed their history together to her commanding officer. One thing Erling was certain of, Gowan's story would not match Joe's, and he was pretty sure which version of the tale he would accept as the truth. But that was for another time. Moving to the front, with D.S. Green at his side, he asked her first to describe to the assembled officers what had happened overnight on Cava and the possible reason for it. The drug running now in their focus, he thanked D.S. Green. Once she'd left the stage, he asked D.S. Gowan to come forward and relate the events of last night that had resulted in the death of teenager Ailey Mowat, granddaughter of the current head of the Mowat family, Hugh Mowat. There was a heavy silence as Gowan told his story of being present in the nightclub. His suspicions at what was happening there, Liverpudlian voices like his own. No open trading, but an underlying feeling of tension. If asked now what I thought was unravelling there last night, I would say there was a standoff brewing. If the Mowats did have control of the drugs coming into Kirkwall, they were being challenged on that front. Erling accepted this and indicated he should continue. It was around closing time when I received a call regarding a young woman in the harbour area. I exited the club immediately, and Leo and I ran down Bridge Street. We saw a body in the water, and entering the gate, traversed the walkway and together managed to pull the girl out. He halted there for a moment. We attempted resuscitation until the ambulance arrived and the paramedic took charge. Sadly, she was pronounced dead shortly after that. Erling now gave details of his conversation with the elderly American visitor who had spotted the disorientated girl and had called 999. He noted that she was shoeless and was behaving as though intoxicated, either through drink or drugs or a mixture of both. He then explained about the possible injection site on her left arm, discovered by APT Hannah Weir at the Balfour mortuary. The body has since been viewed by Hugh Mowat, and he has identified her as his 16-year-old granddaughter, Ailey, who, against her mother's wishes, had taken the ferry to mainland from Hoy. His words, he knew, were detailing every parent's nightmare, as was obvious by the reaction in the room. He then doled out his orders. Both the club and the route to the harbour required a thorough search. We're looking for the victim's mobile in particular. The search team have not located this, so she may have dropped it between the club and the harbour, or it may be in the water, so we require a police diver to take a look. Her shoes are also missing. I don't have a description of those as yet. At this point, he knew he would have to talk to P.C. Tulloch, who would have the difficult job of visiting the girl's home on Hoy and speaking to her parents. Alone, with Joe back on mainland. But then again, maybe, after their talk, his DS would welcome the opportunity to return to Hoy, despite the circumstances. Having directed the troops as much as was possible for the moment, Erling retreated to his room. His aim now was to try to put the pieces of the ever-expanding jigsaw of Mowat family's secrets together, including their business interests, which seemed, on the surface, to have been on a collision course both within the family and, if D.S. Gowan was right, with a rival drug supplier. Before he died, Ivor Mowat had set a ball rolling that had succeeded in exposing the secrets of his family both in the past and in the present. Was that what the fight had been about with his eldest son before he died? Erling's initial thoughts on that altercation had placed Hugh Mowat firmly in the driving seat regarding his father's death, to the extent that he'd considered exhuming Ivor's body. But now? He replayed his entry to this room and the devastated man who'd awaited him here. It seemed to him now that Hugh Mowat had, together with his granddaughter, become the latest victims in whatever was really going on here. As soon as Hugh had shown him the photo of Ailey, Erling had known that he was looking at the drowned girl. No false eyelashes or smeared makeup, just an image of a smiling teenager, her dark hair whipped away from her by the wind and the golden sands and waters of a bay behind. Where had it been taken, he wondered? Somewhere on Hoy, he presumed. Maybe even at Lyrawa Bay. He drew his thoughts back to Hugh and what had taken place in the mortuary at the Balfour, revisiting the scene as the drawer was pulled out and Hugh saw his granddaughter. The devastation on the man's face, the horror at what had come to pass, and the guilt. Hugh had felt responsible in some way for his granddaughter's death. Was that because of the family's likely foray into the supply of drugs in Orkney, probably sanctioned by him, or because he had not succeeded in preventing such a move from happening? And the fight that night at the care home. Had Ivor revealed Harold as Chris's father, or had the old man challenged Hugh on whether the family were involved in the drugs trade, or maybe even both? When Hugh reappeared here, as requested later today, Erling intended to get answers to all of those questions. Chapter 47. Joe watched as Houghton Bay retreated, her relief at being sent back to Hoy as profound as her release at finally revealing her past to D.I. Flett. Erling hadn't requested details, asking only if she wished to register a complaint regarding D.S. Gowan's behaviour. Her answer had been no, although being in a position where she'd been asked had lightened her mood still further. She'd not spoken to Gus during her time in the strategy room, nor had he attempted to speak to her, and she'd been impressed when he'd given his version of events regarding the previous night. He was, she acknowledged, and not for the first time, a good detective. That didn't mean he couldn't also be a prick and a bully, she said quietly to herself. She was in little doubt that he had jumped at the chance to come here, and it wasn't because he liked to challenge or that he just wanted to help. He'd volunteered because he'd found out she was here, despite her never having answered the multitude of texts from him, and pleading with her father not to reveal to Gus where she had gone. She'd known she was taking a chance in coming to Orkney. It was way too close to Caithness for comfort, but she'd hoped that the swiftly moving waters of the Pentland Firth might be a barrier between them, and it had looked for a time to be serving that purpose, until, of course, D.I. Flett had requested backup, an opportunity Gus could not ignore. Putting these thoughts to the back of her mind, she now focused on what she was being sent to Hoy to do. Dealing with bereaved families was, of course, part of the job. In Caithness, it had predominantly been a welfare issue involving locating missing, often elderly and muddled, family members. Sadly, on occasion that had meant informing their family that they had been found dead. Searching for missing walkers had been a common occurrence. Usually they were found alive, but increasingly the searches had featured young males who had gone into the wilds of Caithness to take their own lives. None of that had been easy. But what awaited her on Hoy, she thought, was worse. She'd spoken briefly to Ivan Tulloch from the ferry terminal, and he'd assured her he would be waiting for her at Lyonesse. The boss, he'd said, had given him the full picture of last night's events, together with details of his visit to the mortuary with Hugh Mowat. Hugh has 3 sons, Ivan had told her, but only 1 granddaughter. Ailey is his youngest son, Jason's girl. Jason is working on the rigs in the North Sea. He's apparently been informed and will be flying home. When exactly, we don't know. He and Ailey's mum, Liz, are to all intents and purposes separated, hence Hugh's role in Ailey's life, he'd added. Passing Cava, Joe registered the presence of the police launch and divers at the spot where she and Ethan had encountered the mystery boat. D.I. Flett, she knew, was fighting on various fronts, hence his decision to send her to Hoy and not come himself, a decision that had also helped keep her and Gus apart. Reaching Lyrawa Bay, she studied the hill behind, taking note of the stone remnants of the Croft House, where the story had begun. Its tendrils had spread far and wide since Mr. Maitland's purchase of the land from Ivor for an eco-house and the subsequent discovery of the grave there. She wondered about Stella and reminded herself to call Mackie to explain that she'd been sent across to Hoy today and that she'd be back in touch about Ivor's journal as soon as she returned. But for now, her focus must be on the Mowat family, in a totally different context. Ivan was waiting for her on the pier, the stark colours of the police car behind him. She could imagine the speed with which the tragic story of Ailey's death had swept across Hoy like a tidal wave, to include neighbouring Longhope and Flotta. Leading the way to the police car, he didn't speak until they were both inside and heading away from the ferry terminal. Les, Ailey's mother, knows we're on our way. Hugh contacted her immediately after he identified the body. He hasn't returned to Hoy as yet. He's due to be interviewed by D.I. Flett at the station later today. When Joe nodded her understanding, Ivan continued, We need to get Ailey's story up to the point when she took the ferry to Houghton against her mother's wishes. Who she thinks picked her daughter up from there and took her to Kirkwall. Who Ailey may have been meeting up with. A boyfriend or girlfriends. I'm hoping that having you there will make it easier for Liz to talk about her daughter. Warts and all. I'm happy to be the one who absents myself to make the pot of tea, if that helps, he added. Do you know Liz personally? Joe checked. Ivan indicated not. Although she'll be aware of my Hoy connections, he said. Joe hadn't concentrated on the route they'd taken from the ferry, but realised now that they were about to draw into the drive of a spacious and well-appointed modern bungalow with a view out across Scapa Flow. As their wheels crunched across the gravel, a figure looked out from the large front window, and by the time they'd both exited the car, the front door had been opened. Joe hoped that there being only one other vehicle parked there meant that Ailey's father wasn't yet back from the North Sea, and that she would be able to chat to the mother on her own. On being welcomed into the sitting room and urged to take a seat, Joe suspected that Liz Mowat was in a state of disbelief as to why they were here, that she still held out hope, despite everything, that her daughter might yet walk in on them, even as Joe offered their condolences on her daughter's death. Joe had viewed such a reaction before and understood the reason behind it. Unlike Hugh, Liz hadn't viewed her daughter's body in the mortuary, so her mind clung to the memory of the last time she'd spoken to Ailey, alive and well. "She was cross with me, of course," she was saying, "because I wouldn't let her go out with her friends in Kirkwall last night." "Tell me about her friends," Joe said. "Ailey goes," she stumbled, "went to Stromness Academy. She had friends there, and also at Kirkwall Grammar." "Anyone in particular?" Joe said. "A couple of girls, Zoe Marshall in Stromness, and," she hesitated, "Helen Mowat, whose family now live in Kirkwall. She's Harold Mowat's granddaughter," she added, distaste in her voice. "You didn't like Helen?" Joe ventured. She shook her head in denial. "I do like Helen. She and Ailey are second cousins, of course, but they've also been pals since they were wee. I don't like Helen's older brother, Ragnar, though, or her father, Max." "Tell me about yesterday," Joe said. "Ailey wanted to go to Kirkwall to see Helen and stay overnight. I said no. She didn't argue, just said she would go over today instead. I went to see my friend down the road. When I got back, I could hear music playing in her room. I didn't go in, just left her to it." Her voice broke a little then. "When I shouted her down for pizza later, she didn't come. I went upstairs, and her room was empty. I called and texted her, but there was no reply. I just knew she'd got the ferry across to Houghton." "Who would have picked her up there, do you think?" Joe said. "I thought probably Helen, with her brother Ragnar driving." Her face told Joe her thoughts on that. "Why don't you like Ragnar?" she asked. "Because he's trouble. On Hoy, when he's here, and on mainland." At this point, Joe nodded to Ivan, who took the cue to exit and put a call in to find the bold Ragnar's whereabouts. "I don't trust Ragnar or his friends. I told her that. And he's just like his father, Max, and his grandfather." "What about drugs?" Joe said. "Were you aware if Ailey was taking them?" Liz shrugged in a resigned fashion. "I didn't ask. I decided to trust her to be careful, whatever she did." She looked to Joe. "It's always my fault. I know Jason, her father, will blame me." Joe's heart went out to the woman. She wanted to shout out, "No, it's not your fault. Teenagers did what they wanted to do, regardless of threats or promises." As for the missing father, she would make up her mind on his role in all of this when she met him. Chapter 48. Erling had thought carefully about which officer he should choose to partner him on his interview with Hugh Mowat. In normal circumstances, D.S. Green would have been his choice, but he'd sent her back to Hoy, in part because of the officer who now sat beside him. And the circumstances were not normal. D.S. Gowan had experience of county lines gangs and was also a Liverpudlian. Whatever had gone down last night in the Kirkwall nightclub, he had been closest to it, as he had been in the tragic death of Hugh Mowat's grandchild. On entry to the interview room, Hugh had looked like a man who'd died and been resuscitated, much against his will. But his surprise at finding an unknown officer sitting next to Erling had seemed to breathe life into him again, however fleeting it might turn out to be. Introducing D.S. Gowan, Erling explained that he had been the one to answer the emergency call to the harbour, and that it had been he and Pastor Strachan who had pulled Ailey from the water and tried to resuscitate her. Hugh listened to all he had to say, his gaze firmly fixed on Gowan, then said a simple thank you. Following on from this, Erling explained that they'd like Hugh to give them his part in the story. Hugh nodded, as though feeling on safe ground, before offering his explanation.
I received a call from Liz, Ailey's mother, early this morning. She said Ailey had snuck out of the house yesterday after being refused permission to spend the evening in Kirkwall and wasn't answering her phone. Liz was convinced she'd gone into Kirkwall anyway. When rumours reached her that a young girl's body had been retrieved from the harbour, she was desperate to know if it was Ailey, so I came in here to speak to you," he said, directing his gaze at Erling. "Was Ailey in the habit of going against her mother's wishes?" Erling said. "She was a teenager," Hugh shrugged, "but not a troublesome one," he added, as though he had experience in that area. "Was she involved in the drug scene in Kirkwall?" Gowan asked pointedly. Erling watched as Hugh's expression darkened. "I don't know." "There will be a post-mortem which will reveal if any drugs contributed to Ailey's death," Erling explained. "But from the description given of Ailey's last moments by an American visitor who saw her from his room window at the Kirkwall Hotel, Ailey was disorientated and shoeless. She looked very much like someone under the influence of drink or drugs, or both." Continuing, Erling said, "Pastor Strachan saw Ailey outside the club with a tall, dark-haired male, mid-20s. He had her by the arm. He also had what sounded like a Scouse accent. Do you know who that man might be?" Hugh remained silent, although Erling could see the turbulent thoughts reflected in his eyes. "Stronger drugs are getting into Orkney," Erling added firmly. "We believe via county lines gangs, likely originating in Liverpool. Perhaps your granddaughter was a victim of this." Hugh's head sank towards his chest. Signalling to D.S. Gowan to remain silent, Erling waited, sensing this might be the moment of reckoning. Eventually, Hugh drew himself up. "My father found out what was happening. He knew that Harold, using Mowat money, was behind the drug trade into Kirkwall from Aberdeen. I told him I would stop it. He didn't believe me. We argued. He said that I was incapable of controlling Harold and that he would leave everything to Chris." "That was the argument Cathy overheard at St. Magnus House?" Erling said. "Yes." "And Ivor was alive when you left him?" Hugh looked shocked. "Of course he was. I would never have hurt my father." "And what about Chris Mowat?" Erling said. Hugh met his eye. "I don't know where he is," he said firmly. "Although if I know my father, he would have warned Chris about what he would face here from the family." "And Harold?" Erling said. "Was he aware of Ivor's plans for Chris?" "I only told Harold that Ivor wanted the drugs business to end." He hesitated. "I didn't mention Chris." "So, when Chris turned up at the funeral," Erling began for him, "Harold saw him and realised who he might be." Hugh paused again. "Chris looks a lot like Betty." "And Harold?" Erling said quietly. "Does Chris look like his father?" A deafening silence followed this, and Erling heard a deep intake of breath from D.S. Gowan beside him. When a stunned Hugh failed to answer, Erling continued. "Ivor told the two ladies at the care home that he knew who the bastard was who made Betty pregnant. He then wrote it in the notebook he kept in the deed box. Harold raped Betty. She became pregnant and, unable to confide in anyone about this, left Hoy." Hugh was a man turned to stone. Then his expression twisted in horror. "Harold is Chris's father," he said, this almost to himself, as though this revelation might answer other questions. "It appears Chris turning up here was a threat to Harold
In more ways than one. Erling continued. Did Harold threaten Chris? Maybe at the wake?
No, Hugh said, and he maintains he has done nothing since. Although he will, of course, fight any claim to the family business that Chris might make in court.
And you believe Harold when he says he hasn't harmed Chris? Erling demanded. Hugh was trying to gather himself.
I think Chris took Ivor's advice and went into hiding. The girl, too. I think Harold's likely looking for him, just as you are.
So who is the body on the beach? Erling said.
My guess is it's one of the Liverpool mob, or someone who crossed them, to show us what happens when you do that.
He looked frightened by his own words. You think Ailey crossed these people? Erling said quietly.
Or she stood up to them.
Hugh shook his head as though in despair. Is there something about Ailey and all this you're not telling me? Erling checked. Hugh appeared to be wrestling with himself, before finally blurting out,
It's my fault she's dead. I told her about the drugs coming into Kirkwall. I said Ragnar could be implicated and things were going bad with a gang from down south, that the police were involved.
It was an explanation for Ailey coming to Kirkwall, despite her mother's order to the contrary. Maybe she wanted to warn Ragnar, or maybe the man seen with her was warning her to keep out of it. Whatever happened, it had resulted in her death. At this point, D.S. Gowan chose to remind Hugh of what he'd said earlier about Ivor. You said you believe Ivor told Chris to go into hiding for his own safety. But Chris didn't know Orkney. This was to be his first time here. Ivor would surely have advised him where he might go. It was an important question, and Erling acknowledged this with a nod.
I've checked everywhere I could think Ivor might have suggested, Hugh said, as I'm sure Harold and family have too.
Maybe they found him, D.S. Gowan said, and disposed of him, together with the pregnant Rachel. It was the scenario currently playing out in Erling's head, and hearing it voiced by Gowan further reinforced it. By the look Hugh now wore, it was a thought he'd also had. After they swabbed him for his DNA, they let him leave. Whatever happened now, Hugh Mowat was a broken man who had a post-mortem to face, then a funeral. Plus, he had to deal with the knowledge that his brother had raped his niece. Erling thought back to Ivor's funeral at the cathedral, the faces of the pallbearers, the barely suppressed anger, not at the death of their patriarch in his 90s, but for the legacy he had left behind. Ailey's funeral would be something different altogether, a young girl on the cusp of life, a life ended, he suspected, by the rapaciousness within her family. Who's next? D.S. Gowan was saying. Harold Mowat? Harold it is, Erling agreed. There's an APB out on him. Now I need to speak to my second-in-command, who has had the difficult job of talking to Ailey Mowat's mother. His voice, he knew, had a tone that suggested he was now aware of Joe and Gowan's story. Gowan, flushed with the success of the interview and his place in it, didn't bat an eyelid. Erling, taking note of this, confirmed now to himself that D.S. Gowan was a good detective, but rather less of a man than he'd hoped. Instructing Gowan to check back with the team, he made for his office, where he immediately took a call from P.C. Tullach. Erling listened as the story told by Ailey's mum regarding her daughter unfolded. And her mother thinks Ragnar Mowat may have been the one who picked up Ailey from the ferry? He asked. Ivan explained about the friendship between Ailey and Helen, Ragnar's sister. Her mother suspects it was Ragnar who helped the girls get into the club. He works there some nights. Listening to confirmation of what Hugh had already alleged, Erling said,
Tell D.S. Green I'd like her to head for the ferry as soon as she's finished talking to Ailey's mother. Has the father, Jason, put in an appearance yet?" When Ivan confirmed that he hadn't, Erling added, "You be the one to talk to him. I need D.S. Green here to interview Ailey's cousin Helen about last night." It was going to be a long day, Erling thought as he rang off, but hopefully a productive one. And it had taken the death of a teenage girl to open the floodgates. Chapter 49. Ethan's call was unexpected, and Jo's initial response was to question whether she was composed enough to answer after her traumatic chat with Ailey's grieving mother. And now, slipping into the car beside Ivan, she found herself staring blankly at the phone until it stopped ringing. "Are you okay?" Ivan said in a concerned voice. "No," she said honestly, "although I will be in a minute or two." When she eventually turned to face him, he asked who the missed call had been from. "Was it the boss?" he checked. "Because I've just spoken to him, and he told me to wait for Ailey's father, and that he wanted you to get the ferry back to Houghton. He'd like you there when he interviews Ailey's cousin Helen about last night." When she didn't immediately respond, he added, "Are you okay to do that?" "Of course," Jo mustered herself. "I assume someone will collect me at Houghton?" Ivan nodded, a sympathetic look on his face. "Better you don't meet the father, anyway. I suspect he'll blame everyone apart from himself." "You know him, by reputation only," Ivan said with a frown. "It's safer for him if I don't," Jo said, recalling Liz's last words before she'd left. "So, if it wasn't the boss calling, who was it?" Ivan said. "Ethan Howie," she told him. Ivan looked intrigued. "Maybe he's got some news on the missing couple," he suggested. "Or perhaps on the whereabouts of Harold or Max Mowat, who've apparently gone AWOL." He checked his watch. "I'll take you to the ferry, then come back to await Mr. Jason Mowat's arrival." He dropped her at the visitor centre, where she took shelter from the stiff breeze and occasional shower of rain. Installed inside, she made the return call. Ethan answered on the second ring. "Thanks for getting back to me," he said, before asking where she was. "In the waiting room at Lynness," she told him. "Are you coming or going?" "Heading back to Houghton. I'm close by. Can we talk? It's about last night in Tranquil," he added. "Okay," she said, "although I'm under orders to catch the next ferry and it's due now." "Then I'll head over with you," he said, "and we can talk on the way." He arrived as the ferry docked, climbing out of his car, wearing the bright oilskin and knitted hat as though he'd just come off duty. Greeting her with a nod, he suggested they talk once on board. After he'd stowed the car, they headed to the lounge, with Ethan being acknowledged en route by his fellow ferryman. She, too, was observed, and Jo wondered how many of the crew knew she was a police officer, despite the lack of uniform. She assumed they all did, since she'd been back and forth to Hoy often enough now. Seated together in a corner, he removed the woolly hat to expose the thick head of black hair, beneath which the blue eyes were fastened on her. "Well," she said, to sever the intense look, "what did you want to report about last night?" "The body in the harbour. It was young Ailey Mowat, wasn't it?" he said in an undertone. She wasn't sure if that had been officially announced as yet, but saw no reason to prevaricate. "It was," she told him. A look of pain crossed his face. "Jesus, the lass was only 16. "You said you had something to tell me," she reminded him. "I needed to be sure the rumours flying around were right first, though when I got wind that she'd come back to Hoy, I thought they likely were." She studied him closely for a moment. "You heard I was picked up by P.C. Tulloch and taken to Liz Mowat's house?" He gave a wry smile. "I did."
She kept her tone brisk. "So what is it you wish to tell me?" "It's about Ailey," he said quietly. "Did you know Ailey personally?" "I do. I did," he said, pain in his voice. "How did you know her?" Jo found herself asking. He met her look. "As Hugh Mowatt's granddaughter, and as one of the group of kids who catch the ferry to Stromness for the high school." "The ferry you work on?" she checked. "Yes." It was beginning to sound like an official interview, so she stopped herself there and said, "Just tell me what you know." "A ferry mate of mine was in Kirkwall last night at the club, although he left before it happened," he said. "He said he saw Ailey with Helen Mowat, Harold's granddaughter. They're underage, so someone let them in. Probably Ragnar, Helen's older brother, who works there. Ailey spent some time with a guy, tall, dark hair, not local. She seemed to be arguing with him. The two of them went outside together. He saw her a little later, heading for the ladies." "And the guy she spoke to?" "One of the Liverpool lot, but he didn't see the bloke after that, so assumed he'd cleared off. He left himself shortly afterwards." He halted there for a moment. "Maybe if he'd stayed on—" He looked so worried that she said, "Life is full of maybes, especially in my line of work." He nodded, and, gathering himself, said, "If you need him to come in and give an official statement—" "Yes, that would be good. It helps us build up a complete picture of last night." "I could give you a lift into Kirkwall," he offered. She was about to say no, but realised that would be churlish. Plus, she could message the station and avoid having a car sent for her. "Okay, thank you," she said. He seemed to relax at that, which revealed how tense he'd been. "So, can you tell me what actually happened?" he eventually said. She gave him the bare bones, all of which would appear soon enough in the Orcadian. Ailey was spotted by a visitor from their second-floor window at the Kirkwall Hotel. She was barefoot and appeared disorientated. She entered the gate to the walkway and disappeared. He called 999. A police officer and one of the pastors on duty got there and managed to pull her out of the harbour, but they couldn't revive her, nor could the paramedics who arrived shortly after. "No way was she in that state when my mate saw her," he stated vehemently. "She must have taken something after, or someone slipped her something." He met her eye. "The guy she was giving grief to, he wasn't well pleased about it." "Could your friend ID him, do you think?" "You could ask him." The call from Mackie came in as they disembarked. "Is there a chance you could come and see me?" he asked in a tremulous voice. "I took a photo of some of the pages I found hard to read when you were out of the room. I know I shouldn't have done that, seeing as it's evidence, but I thought that if I could make the image bigger on my phone, then maybe I could better make out the words. There's something you definitely need to see." What he'd done was wrong, of course, but she couldn't fault Mackie's determination to help in any way he could. "Okay," she responded. "I'm approaching Houghton now. On my way back to the station I'll pop in and you can show me what you found." Ringing off, she told Ethan that she would need to call in at Mackie's house in Orfer before heading to Kirkwall. "Old Mackie, who lives on the hill behind your boss's house?" Jo shook her head in silent amazement. "What?" he said. "Mackie was a pal of Ivor Mowatt's from way back. It's common knowledge you lot were talking to him." He gave her a smile. "What about? I have no idea." "Wait for me here," Jo instructed Ethan when they reached old Mackie's drive entrance. "I wouldn't attempt to drive up that hill if you paid me," he informed her. The door stood open as before, but when she announced her arrival there was no response. Entering anyway, she headed along the corridor towards the sitting room, the scent of peat as strong as before. But when she opened the door, there was no sign of Mackie in his usual chair by the fire. "Mackie!" she shouted. "It's Sergeant Green." The old man was hard of hearing, so he could be elsewhere in the house and not hear her. After another call went unanswered, she decided to look for him. The kitchen was empty, although a tea tray had been set as before. She wondered if Ivana had been there already today, or whether Mackie had done that himself. There were 3 doors leading off the hall, all of them shut. She knocked on the first, then opened it to find a bathroom. The second door led to what appeared to be a storeroom. Outside the third door now, which had to be the old man's bedroom, she knocked firmly and called out Mackie's name. "It's D.S. Green here. May I come in?" The silence that followed had a depth to it that sent her heart into overdrive. Throwing open the door, she saw him, fully dressed, his upper body on the bed, face down, his knees on the floor. Hurling herself towards him, she reached for his neck, her trembling fingers frantically seeking a pulse, and all the while her brain was asking her why he should die now. She'd spoken to him mere minutes ago, and his voice had been strong and urgent. The pulse was there, weak but there. Pressing the emergency call button on her phone, she requested an ambulance. Chapter 50. Ethan, swiftly answering her second call, soon appeared at the open door and immediately came to help her move Mackie into the recovery position on the floor. Checking for a pulse again, she found it more easily now, although exposing the old man's face had revealed a bloodied bruise on his forehead. "Did he knock his head on something when he collapsed?" Ethan said, puzzled. "No," she thought, examining the injury more closely. "This didn't come from his fall onto the bed," she said. "It looks more from an object, or maybe even a fist." She imagined Mackie phoning her from this room and not his usual place by the fire. So where was his phone? A quick glance round told her it wasn't in here. "Can you check the living room for his mobile?" she said. "Remember, don't handle anything, just shout if you find it." When Ethan headed out to do as requested, she began checking this room properly. Mackie had called her, say, 20 minutes ago. He'd used his phone to do that, so it must be in the house somewhere. She checked his trouser pockets first, then the surrounding furniture, and lastly under the bed, in the vague hope he might have dropped it when he fell. The mobile was definitely not in this room. Not wanting to leave Mackie alone, she waited for Ethan to reappear. When he did, she read his expression. "It's not in the living room," she said. "Nor the kitchen, bathroom, or the storeroom. I checked them all." She stared at him, perplexed. "But he called me from it." She voiced her concern. "So whoever was here took it?" Ethan said. "After they hit the old man?" His replay of what had likely happened here reflected her own. He was waiting and watching her, aware there was something she wasn't telling him. Eventually he said, "Is this about what you and Mackie were working on?" She nodded. "I think it might be. He had photos on his mobile he wanted to show me. It sounded urgent." "And someone found out about them?" "Mackie wouldn't have handed over his mobile without a fight," she said. "Maybe he came in here to call me." She tailed off. "And his visitor followed?" Ethan halted there. "What if someone he knew came here and asked why he was working with the police?" At that moment, they heard the approaching whine of the siren. "I'll stay here with Mackie. You go and meet them," Joe said, before adding, "God, that drive!" "If anyone can get up here, it'll be an ambulance driver," Ethan assured her. He was right. When she finally emerged from the cottage, Joe found the ambulance had been reversed up the steep brae and stood, doors open, ready to admit the stretcher. When asked if she wanted to go with Mackie, she explained that, as a police officer, she was required to stay at the scene. "I could follow the ambulance," Ethan offered, "and stay with him in the Balfour until you can come." She nodded gratefully, already on the line to the station asking for backup. Standing now in the empty sitting room, she watched as a sudden flame rose from the topmost peat, hoping it was a sign that Mackie would recover and return home soon. While she waited for the Socko van and a squad car to take her to Kirkwall, she went through each room again. The easiest explanation for what had happened, that Mackie had become dizzy or ill and fallen, dropping his mobile in the process, was what she wanted to believe, even though she now knew it to be false. So who had been in the cottage, apart from Mackie? The tea tray suggested Ivana, but it could have been prepared yesterday. She checked, and the milk was still in the fridge, the biscuits still in the tin. And if Mackie had had a visitor, why would they take his mobile? Ethan had known that the police had been consulting with Mackie, so it was likely others, particularly among the Mowat family, would have known too. Ethan, however, had admitted that he didn't know how Mackie was helping with their inquiries. Perhaps Mackie's visitor had come to find out. The Mowat clan would surely know by now about the box left by Ivor for Chris, perhaps even about some of its contents. If they'd learned about the notebook and her visits to Mackie's place... But Mackie didn't have the notebook. Had he been forced to tell his visitor about the pages he'd photographed? Or did they take the phone to check his correspondence with her? Mackie was prone to leaving his front door open and welcoming those who came to visit. Had he simply welcomed in his attacker? The more she thought about a possible sequence of events, the more convinced of foul play she became. Mackie had been keen, even desperate, to speak to her about the pages he'd found difficulty with. She had to assume that, after enlarging the writing via his phone, he'd discovered what was in there, and whatever it was, he needed to tell her about it in person. Was it chance his attacker had arrived just then, or had Mackie called someone apart from her? Spotting the arrival of the Socko van, plus a squad car, she went out to greet them. After giving Eleanor a quick résumé of events as she saw them into the cottage, Joe asked PC Alexander to take her back to Kirkwall. On the way, she explained what she thought had happened to Mackie. "You think one of the Mowats found out that you and Mackie were working on Ivor's notebook and wanted to read what was in there?" he said. "Who else would go to Mackie's place, rough up an old man and take his phone?" Joe said. "Well, they must have arrived by car. Maybe one of his near neighbours spotted it. And when word gets out about the arrival of the ambulance and police car," Joe said hopefully, "folk will phone in." They lapsed into silence then, Joe wondering what had been so important in those tightly written pages to concern Mackie. Well, his attacker might have Mackie's phone, but the actual notebook was safely in the evidence room. As they approached Kirkwall, she considered calling Ethan. They would surely have Mackie at the hospital by now, the ambulance having left with its sirens blaring and lights flashing. No, she decided. Ethan would call as soon as he had news. And she had to believe that no news was good news. Chapter 51. The first of the Mowats who'd arrived to be interviewed were likely the innocent ones in all of this, Erling thought, particularly since few of Harold's branch of the family had as yet appeared. Harold and Max were reported as being in Aberdeen, and Ragnar had apparently gone to ground, although his younger sister Helen was here and waiting to be interviewed by himself and hopefully D.S. Green. Hugh's branch of the family had begun to appear shortly after his interview, obviously urged on by the man himself. Ailey's body had already been transferred to Glasgow for the post-mortem, although it appeared that most folk who'd turned up at the station had already decided that drugs had been the cause of her death in the harbour, which, in their minds at least, pointed the finger at one particular branch of the Mowat family tree. And now it appeared that old Mackie had found himself in the firing line. According to Joe, it was likely because he'd been helping them with the notebook, which had, Erling reminded himself, been his idea, one he found himself regretting now. But if, as Joe had intimated, the answer lay in those journal pages Mackie was so concerned about, then they had the originals here. Hearing a car arrive, he rose and headed out to the lobby to meet Joe. "Any word on Mackie?" He checked on her entry. "None as yet. Ethan said he would call if there was any change. Is Helen here?" she asked. "Yes. She's already in the interview room. You want some time before we go in?" he added. "I'd like to do it now," she said. "But I think someone should be working on those pages in the notebook that Mackie was so worried about." She handed him her tablet. "What we've translated so far is on there, together with a note of the 3 pages we hadn't tackled as yet." Watching for her reaction, Erling suggested that he give that task to D.S. Gowan. "A good idea," she immediately responded. "He's meticulous on detail, and he doesn't give up." "Right," Erling said. "You go on ahead and chat to the girl and explain that I'll join you shortly." He found D.S. Gowan in the midst of the flurry of activity that was the incident room. He was seated at his desk, studying what looked like CCTV footage of the entrance to the club, stopping it intermittently to stare intently at the screen. Something about his focus reminded Erling that he was still awaiting the result of the photo he'd sent to McNabb's super recognizer, the supposed image of Chris Mowat taken on a Flotter beach by Rory. It was still the weekend, he reminded himself, and that response, plus the various DNA results, were unlikely to show up before Monday. Gowan, sensing his presence, rose. "I'm going through the Saturday night footage outside the club. Anything of interest?" Gowan pointed to the screen. "That's Ailey there, plus the guy gripping her arm. You can also just make out a mobile in her left hand. And she's wearing shoes." He ran the recording on a little. "She goes back inside and he follows, but look, what's he got in his hand?" He expanded the screenshot. "I think that's a syringe, sir." "Can you isolate an image of this guy, one that we could run through facial recognition software?" Erling said. "I can try." "Good," Erling said. "But there's something I want you to do first." He outlined how D.S. Green had visited Mackie and what had happened to him. The pages he'd managed to decipher using an enhanced phone image need to be examined in the actual notebook. Sign it out and make a start on that. Whatever it says we need to know, because whoever took the mobile thought them important." Gowan, whose determined expression had faltered when D.S. Green's name was mentioned, settled back into place. "Right onto that, sir." Now making for the interview room, Erling considered what he'd seen on the screen. A feisty Ailey arguing with the unknown Liverpudlian. If she had pissed him off or threatened him in any way, the sooner he would want her closed down, at least until he departed Orkney. Maybe the intention hadn't been to kill her, just shut her up for a while, or frighten her enough so she would no longer be a problem. A glance into the interview room found D.S. Green and Helen seemingly chatting over coffee. His arrival, of course, might well ruin the atmosphere Joe had managed to create, and nevertheless Erling entered and, greeting Helen, took a seat beside his detective sergeant. "I explained to Helen, sir, that this is a chat, not an interrogation. She came here voluntarily as a friend of Ailey's and wants to help us find out what happened to her." Joe's words brought a worried look to Helen's face, but she remained silent. "Thank you for coming in," Erling said, taking note of the young eyes reddened by crying. "Tell me about Ailey," he said. "You were pals, although she went to Stromness Academy and you're at Kirkwall Grammar." "I've known Ailey all my life. I used to live on Hoy when I was wee. We played together. I moved to Kirkwall when I went to the grammar school. Ailey stayed on Hoy and took the ferry to Stromness." She paused there for a moment. "She came to stay with me at weekends. Sometimes I went to hers." "And she came to stay with you this weekend?" Erling said. Helen nodded, remaining silent, a quick glance at D.S. Green showing her discomfort. But her mum didn't want her to stay over last night. Didn't want her to come to Kirkwall at all? Jo said gently. I didn't know that. Not at first, anyway. She told us, what ferry she would be on. And your brother Ragnar and you picked her up? Jo said. Yes, no, it was just Ragnar picked her up last night. So what happened then? When she arrived, I thought they'd fallen out. Ragnar went off somewhere and Ailey and I got ready. Were you drinking? Yes, she said defiantly. We had shots in my room, but we weren't drunk. And how did you get into the club, being underage? Erling asked. Ragnar let us in. What about drugs? Erling said. Her eyes were darting again, first to Jo, then to him. Ailey didn't do hard drugs. Weed sometimes. And you? Jo said. The same. Erling thought she might be telling the truth about Ailey, but doubted what she said about herself. Hugh had been against the drug trade. Both Helen's father and grandfather apparently had other ideas. There's a strong chance that the state Ailey was in when she wandered to the harbour was caused by her taking a substance, Erling said. She wouldn't take anything like that, Helen said adamantly. Then maybe someone dosed her without her knowledge, Jo said. Might that have been Ragnar? The girl looked shocked. Why would he do that? Erling came back in then. We have footage of Ailey talking to a dark-haired man outside the club, he said. He had a Liverpudlian accent. They were arguing. Do you know why? Helen's face went ashen, so much so that Jo got up and went to her, suggesting she put her head between her knees for a moment. As the girl recovered herself, she sat up, her expression still shocked, but determined. Then Ailey argued with the wrong man, she said. Chapter 52. You know the man we're talking about? Jo asked. Helen was struggling with how to answer that question. Eventually Jo said, Are you afraid of this man? The girl gave a slight nod, as though fearful even to admit to this out loud. We think he may be part of a Liverpool drug gang who have infiltrated Orkney, Erling told her. The gang who are trying to take over your family's interests here. It was bluntly said, but it got a reaction. You know about that, she said, eyes wide. We do, Erling told her. We also know that Hugh Mowat was trying to put an end to what's been going on between the two factions in this war. He warned Ailey about it, which, he believes, put her in danger. So that's why she and Ragnar fell out, she said, almost to herself. And Ailey still faced up to that guy? She thought for a moment. Then I think he did do something to her. We have footage of the two of them outside the club, plus 2 people report having seen them together. Would you recognize him? Erling said. Maybe, but I don't know his name. Ragnar never uses his name, just calls him the Scouse bastard. She halted there, frightened again. I shouldn't say any more. Dad'll be mad about me even coming here, she added. Where is your father? Jo asked. Away in Aberdeen. He runs the nightclub there. She appeared relieved about his absence. And your grandfather? With Dad, I think. Erling wasn't certain she was telling the truth about that, but he let it go. We need to speak to Ragnar, he said. I haven't seen him since last night. He doesn't know I'm here. None of them do. If they find out... She was brave, Erling thought, as they watched her leave, hood up to cover her face, moving swiftly away from the building and towards the centre of town. With luck, it being Sunday and with few folk about, she wouldn't be spotted by anyone who might report her visit here to her family. He'd decided not to expose her to the incident room, nor a view of her best friend and her possible attacker. She was, he thought, traumatized enough, and Joe had been swift to agree with him. Helen's last gifts to them had been her brother Ragnar's mobile number and confirmation that Ailey did have her mobile with her last night. "Do you think it might have been a member of her branch of the Mowat family that paid a visit to Mackie earlier?" he asked Joe. "Maybe," she said thoughtfully. "But Mackie never talked about any of the Mowats apart from Ivor, even though he was obviously aware of their animosity regarding Ivor selling the land to Maitland." They were silent for a moment, before Joe said, "I can't help but think the attack on Mackie had something to do with Ivor's intention to leave the business to Chris. And if neither Chris nor Rachel can be found, then Hugh, as the eldest, inherits everything," Erling said. "We already know he was planning to contest the will, citing Ivor's state of mind, and that he's been trying to assert his authority by challenging Harold regarding his supposed drug activities. Whatever plans Hugh had won't be prominent in his mind after this morning's discovery," Erling thought, "though broken men can act in ways we might never imagine," he reminded himself. "I'd like to see what D.S. Gowan's made of the diary pages," he said, his look suggesting Joe could occupy herself elsewhere if preferred. "I'd like to come along, sir, if that's okay." "Of course, Sergeant." D.S. Gowan had Ivor's notebook open in front of him, with what looked like an enlarged image of one of the pages on his screen. Blowing it up hadn't improved its legibility by much. It still looked like the archaic script you found jotted in the margins of old books in the Orkney room in Kirkwall Library. Erling wondered again how old Mackie, together with Joe, had managed to decipher any of the notebook's contents. Noting their arrival, Gowan stood to greet them. "D.I. Flett? D.S. Green," he said formally. "How's the translation going?" Erling asked. "Slow," he said. "It's like trying to interpret hieroglyphics. Your translations of the other pages have been a help, though," he added with a glance at Joe. "Can I take a look?" Joe said. "Be my guest." He rose to let Joe have his seat. "My interpretation of the text is in this Word document." He brought it to the fore for her to read. Erling had already noted that Joe hadn't met D.S. Gowan's direct look, but it was as Gowan leaned over to bring up the document on the screen that her discomfort at his close proximity became obvious. Moving behind the chair, Erling placed himself between them. Joe seemed to relax a little at that, and now focused first on the original script, before moving to the enlarged version on the screen, and finally to Gowan's Word version, occasionally amending this to what she believed it should say. "It's mostly about Chris," she finally said. "Ivor's excitement that he was coming to visit, his concerns about what would happen when he did, and Betty, how sorry he was that she had to leave the High Island, that he now knows who made her pregnant and intends to right that wrong." "The High Island is Hoy," Erling told Gowan, "not the Highlands of Scotland, as Hugh interpreted it." "Anything there that explains why Mackie wanted to speak to you?" Erling asked Joe. "Not so far, but there are another couple of pages to go." At this moment they heard a text ping in, and Joe reached for her phone. "It's from Ethan. He says I should come to the hospital." "Then go," Erling said. "If Mackie comes round, he could have the answers we seek." Chapter 53. As the distance between herself and Gus Gowan grew, Joe took a deep breath and murmured the mantra she'd used so often in the past, and thought she would never have need of again. "He has no power over me any more." Once in the vehicle, she allowed herself a silent scream then put her hands on the wheel to stop them shaking. She'd feared that moment for so long, and it had finally happened. She'd faced her abuser, sat down while aware of his body right behind her, yet she had managed to do her job. That was a small victory, at least. But what if D.I. Flett had not been there? What if she had found herself alone with him? It was a question she couldn't answer. Starting the engine, she drew out of the station car park, determined to acknowledge that she had faced her demon and survived. Thoughts of old Mackie now moved in to replace those of the last half hour. Ethan had told her to come to the hospital, but he hadn't made clear in his text as to why. Had Mackie come round and could now speak to her about what had happened, or was he failing? Maybe Ethan's message was only a reminder that she'd said she would come as soon as she could. Entering reception, she showed her badge and was directed to Mackie's room, where she found Ethan seated next to the bed. "How is he?" she said as he rose to greet her. "Sorry if I dragged you away from something important, but I thought you should be here in case he surfaces again. He came to briefly, muttered something, then stopped when he saw me. He obviously didn't know me, and I thought, if you'd been here—" He tailed off. "You were right to contact me. I'll sit with him a while if you have to get back to work." "I'll stay a bit longer," he said. "Can I get you coffee from the machine?" She told him yes, then added, "If there's a chocolate biscuit or a packet of crisps." He smiled. "I'll raid the vending machine for you." Joe moved to take the seat by the bed, noting that the wound on Mackie's head had been dressed and his breathing appeared steady. "Mackie," she spoke softly. "It's me, D.S. Joe Green. We're working together on Ivor's notebook." She waited a moment. "You called me. Said there was something you needed to tell me about the 3 pages we'd still to translate." Even though there was no change in his face or breathing, she continued, "I was coming to see you at home, but something happened before I got there. Who was in the house, Mackie? Who hit you and took your phone?" Was he stirring? She placed a hand on his chest, feeling the thump of his heart through the hospital gown, sensing it beat a little faster. "Can you hear me, Mackie? I've been reading the first of those pages in Ivor's notebook. He was worried about Chris coming to Orkney, what the family might do to him. Did Ivor tell Chris to hide from them? Is that what's in the notebook?" Her hand still on his heart, she felt its beat more strongly now, and something else. His breathing seemed a little faster and his mouth was moving. Was he trying to tell her something? Joe leaned forward, setting her ear close to his face. She could feel his soft breath brush her cheek, but there were no words in it, until a sudden movement of his mouth seemed to make a sound which he repeated 3 times. "Calfee?" Joe said. "Is that someone's name, Mackie? Is that the name of the person who was in your house?" But he was slipping away again, the effort seemingly too much. Joe turned to find Ethan in the doorway carrying 2 coffees, his pockets stuffed with what she took to be his raid on the vending machine. "Did he come too?" he said, noting her expression. "I thought so. I felt he was trying to say something," she told him. "About who attacked him?" "Maybe." She accepted a coffee with one hand, a Tunnock's caramel wafer and a bag of crisps with the other. "How did you know I liked caramel wafers?" she said with a half-smile. "Who doesn't?" Ethan pulled over another chair and sat beside her. "So what did he say exactly?" "I asked him who'd been in the house. Then I asked him about Chris and whether Ivor had told him to hide somewhere. That's when he seemed to be trying to say something. So I leaned closer, and that's when he said the word 3 times. "What word?" Ethan said. "It sounded something like Calfee," she said.
Calfee, he repeated, and for a brief moment she thought he might have recognized the word, but then his expression went blank. "Is there a Moet with a name like that?" she said. "Not that I know of," Ethan told her. "Then maybe it's a place name," Joe suggested. "Calfee," Ethan said again. "If it's a place round here, I don't recognize it." He pulled out his phone to do a search. Then, Calfee, if that's what Maki said, means calf in Old Norse. He looked bemused. "Maybe you heard wrong, or he was delirious." "He seemed pretty determined," Joe said. "He repeated it 3 times. If he wasn't referring to the person in the house, he might have been trying to tell us where Chris is." "Calfee means calf," Ethan repeated, "and in Orkney that's the name given to a small neighbouring island, like a cow and her calf." He stopped there, a surprised look on his face. "In fact, the name Cava means Calf Island." Joe, perplexed, said, "You think Ivor may have told Chris to hide out on Cava? Maki was suffering from a knock on the head, and he's in his 90s. Maybe his mind was just wandering when he said that." "Maki was anything but wandering when I worked with him," Joe said sharply, "and he was definitely trying to tell me something important. The fact that he didn't tell you suggests that you could have been a Moet after all." "Okay," Ethan conceded. "Calfee is Old Norse for Calf Island, i.e. Cava. Maybe Ivor and Maki used to go there as boys. It's right next to Lyrawa, where Ivor lived, and the family would have fished that stretch of water." Joe considered this. It sounded plausible, but they'd already been on Cava when looking for the drug boat. Ethan was reading her expression. "It's unlikely Ivor would have known about what was going on in the dive area," he said. "An escape to Cava might have seemed better to him than Chris hiding out somewhere on mainland. It's uninhabited, has been for a while, although 2 ladies from down south used to live there. There's fresh water, some shelter, just a bit dilapidated, and assuming Chris has got hold of a boat, he could stock up on provisions when needed." "The food wrappers we found," Joe said, remembering when they'd hidden in the derelict house, watching the drug boat. "Maybe that was Chris." "I could take the Angel back there," Ethan said. "Have a proper look around." "No, I need to report to D.I. Flett first. Get his take on this," Joe said, possibly more firmly than she'd intended. After all, Ethan had been there when she'd found Maki and accompanied him to hospital. Ethan looked briefly disappointed before saying, "Of course," and with a glance at his watch indicated he should get going. Once he'd left, Joe gave D.I. Flett a call and explained what had happened. "Ethan could be right," Erling said, "about the Old Norse name for Cava. If Maki was trying to tell you where Chris is, we should take a look there. Do you plan to stay on at the hospital, or shall I send a PC to take your place?" "You think Maki could be in danger?" Joe said worriedly. "His attacker might still wish him ill, especially if they believe he could identify them." Erling halted briefly. "I'd also like you back working on the 2 pages we've yet to decipher. D.S. Gowan is required elsewhere," he finished firmly. Chapter 54. Ending the conversation with his detective sergeant, Erling headed for the incident room. The awaited call came as he was about to enter. A hand already on the door, he noted the name on the screen and, stepping back, answered. "D.S. McNabb," he said, "you have news for me." "I do, but I don't think you're going to like it," the familiar Glasgow voice told him. "Go on," Erling said, steeling himself. "The photo you sent, taken on floater? Our super recognizer cannot confirm that the male in the picture is Chris Mowat. Recognition software produced a similar result, although I'd trust the human being more. Erling absorbed this, aware that had the sighting been confirmed, then the likelihood of Chris being alive would have risen considerably. "Thanks for running the image for us," he said. "No word back on your DNA tests yet?" McNabb checked. "None," Erling confirmed. "And we've had a second suspicious death. A young female last night. She drowned in Tranquil harbour, likely drugs-related." A pregnant silence followed. "Is this in any way linked to a County Lines gang from Liverpool?" McNabb asked. "We believe so. There's a turf war involving them and the Mowat family," Erling told him. A further silence followed. Then, "Any images available regarding this gang?" Erling explained about the CCTV outside the club and the scene with the dead girl and a man with a Liverpool accent. "Send that through to me pronto. If he's known to us, we'll get a match right away." Erling had been planning to do this through official channels, but taking McNabb up on his offer would shorten the time span considerably. "I'll send the CCTV recording immediately. And any time you need a wee break from Glasgow?" He tapered off, already imagining McNabb's face at the thought of such a thing. The resulting harumph established that it wasn't an offer McNabb was likely to take him up on any time soon. Entering the incident room, he found a posse waiting to speak to him, led by D.S. Gowan. Having instructed Gowan to send the CCTV footage to McNabb as promised, he was informed that the police dive boat was back at Houghton with what they'd retrieved from the site at Carver. "It's on its way here now, sir," Constable Alexander told him, "and the search team at the harbour have found the mobile belonging to Ailey Mowat. It wasn't underwater as thought. It had got caught on a fishing boat moored at the jetty. It's currently being examined." "Good. Any answer from Ragnar Mowat's phone?" Erling checked. "None, sir. It goes straight to voicemail." "Right. Let's get a trace on it. I want Ragnar in here to answer to his activities last night." Erling halted there briefly before saying, "He may be trying to leave Orkney. Contact the ferries and the airport." Of course, there was always the possibility he'd simply headed to Hoy. He no doubt would have close family there who would conceal him, for a time at least. At this thought, Erling gave PC Tulloch a call. "We want to talk to Ragnar Mowat about last night. It seems Ragnar was the one who let the girls into the club. Does anything lead you to believe he may be back on Hoy?" "Nothing so far, sir." "Has Ailey's father appeared yet?" "Yes, minutes ago. I'm waiting outside the house until Liz Mowat or her husband signals me to come back in." "You know anything about the man?" Erling asked. "Nothing, except that he and his father Hugh don't get on, sir. And D.S. Green had gauged he may be an abusive husband when she talked to Ailey's mum. Don't hesitate if you suspect anything untoward is going on in there," Erling told him. "I don't think he's daft enough for that, sir, with a squad car in full view of the front window," Tulloch told him. "OK, Constable, keep me informed. Oh, and something else. Have you heard the term Calfee?" "Calfee?" Tulloch repeated. "In what context, sir?" "Mackie came round long enough to mutter it 3 times to D.S. Green." A silence followed, and then Ivan's cautious voice said, "I think it's the Norse name for Carver, sir. Some of the old folks still use it." And would recognise its meaning in Ivar's notebook, Erling thought as he rang off, which put Ivar's sons in the frame, and Harold was the first one to come to mind. Somehow, he couldn't see Harold being the one to assault Mackie, so maybe Max or his grandson Ragnar had done that. And since Ragnar was supposedly the only one currently in Orkney, Harold certainly had the most to lose from Chris taking over the business. A DNA test from him would confirm Chris's parentage. It would also establish that Harold had sexually abused his young niece, a criminal offence which he could yet be prosecuted for. But would he be prepared to kill his own child? Erling thought again about the body on the beach at Lyrawa. Maybe he already has, and we're soon to find this out. But if that was Chris, then where was Rachel and her unborn child? Was she dead too? They'd already informed Aberdeen that they were anxious to speak to both Harold and Max Mowat with respect to the disappearance of Chris Mowat and his partner Rachel Everett, but the word had come back that they couldn't be located as yet and had not been seen at their nightclub in the city. There was no record of them flying to Aberdeen, nor a booking on the various ferries to the mainland. Then again, the Mowats and extended family were not short on boats that could have carried both father and son over. At this point in Erling's deliberations, he was informed by DC Gunn that the dive team had arrived and were keen to speak to him. The two frogmen, well known to Erling, explained that they had been alerted to the exact location of the drug stash through an anonymous caller, who they believed to be a professional diver. It was a male voice. He said he'd got wind of the location while working on Flotta. When was this call? Erling asked. Just prior to your order to look in the wider area. His coordinates, however, were spot on. The man's voice. Was he local? Erling asked, thinking of Ethan. No, we thought possibly a Scouser. Right, let's take a look. The stash was a mix of drugs, packaged mainly as heroin, benzodiazepines, and oxycodone, although in all likelihood they were all mixed with nitazines, a group of lab-made opioids that posed a substantial risk of overdose, hospitalization, and death. And these had all been delivered for distribution here in Orkney. This, he thought, had led to Ailey's death. She'd challenged a pusher and had paid the price. Helen had been adamant that Ailey had not been a user, so with little to no resistance to such a potent mix, she had died. Which meant that Ailey wasn't a drug casualty, but a murder victim. Chapter 55. D.I. Flett had offered Jo his office to work in. He'd said she would need peace and quiet to finish her translation of Ivor's notebook, and the incident room couldn't provide that. But Jo knew that wasn't the reason she was here. The boss had read her reaction to Gus, despite her attempts to disguise it. He'd seen how she'd failed to meet Gus's glance, and, worse still, he'd spotted how freaked she'd been when he'd leaned over her to point at the screen. Even now, her skin crawled at the memory of that moment. So that was why she was in here, and one of the two reasons she was determined to succeed in what she'd been asked to do. The other reason, of course, was Mackie. She'd checked in already with the constable who'd been posted to the Balfour. He'd assured her all was well, although Mackie was still drifting in and out of consciousness. He's opened his eyes once or twice, but didn't say anything when he saw me. Maybe if you'd been here, Sergeant, he added apologetically. So she had to translate this as quickly as possible, Jo decided. Then the burden of telling us what he found no longer lies with Mackie. Focusing back on the notebook, she searched among the words for ones she recognized. The first-person pronoun, however artistically drawn, was clearly an I. Also clear were she and her, he and him, they and them. The most used verbs were okay too, but old Orkney terms, which Mackie had dealt with so easily, had proved tricky until she located the online Scots language dictionary and its subset of Orkney words. Now she was able to translate how Chris first made contact with Ivor, initially by reading about him in the online Orcadian, how they'd exchanged letters in the first instance, in which Chris had told Ivor about his mother, Betty, his childhood and her death. She spoke often of Orkney and the High Island, as she called Hoy.
The letter she wrote to him before her suicide, which had lain unopened until he was older, had revealed why she'd left Hoy and given a description of the uncle who'd abused her. Piecing all this together, Joe could understand Ivor's sorrow and shame at how he'd lost his favourite granddaughter, and the joy at finding his great-grandson. Everything Ivor had done after that had been designed to give Chris his rightful place in Orkney and to punish those who were, to his mind, betraying the family and Betty's memory. The elderly woman who'd spoken to her at the fire station had been right when she'd said that one of Ivor's sons was Chris's father, but even then she had been fearful that her husband might hear what she had to say. The power of the branch of the family headed by Harold was still at work, maybe even more so than before. Now Joe understood many of Hugh Mowatt's actions, although they were too late to save his granddaughter's life. It was at this point that she spotted something she'd missed as she'd tried to decipher the individual words. Holding the notebook up in front of her, she now saw that Ivor had sometimes used capital letters in the middle of a word. Her excitement grew as she wrote down each of the 6 letters. They weren't in order, but there was no doubt that, when rearranged, they made up the word she'd heard Mackie say 3 times in the hospital. Calfee, Calfee, Calfee. The capital letters were all in the section which centred on Chris, and Ivor's concern regarding what would happen when his great-grandson arrived in Orkney, his fear for his safety, his distrust of his family, especially the branch headed up by Harold. If he had pre-warned Chris of a likely hostile homecoming, then he'd also told him what to do should that happen. Ethan had been right about Calfee being Carver in Old Norse. She would call and tell him, she decided. It was at this moment the door opened and Gus appeared. Joe rose, that old familiar decision between fight or flight taking hold of her in an instant. "Sorry, Sergeant," he said with that signature smile. "I was hoping to find the boss in here." He was lying, she was sure of it. Somehow he'd found out where she was working on the notebook and couldn't resist capturing her on her own. "Well, as you can see, he isn't here," she said, as though in dismissal. She contemplated sitting down again, but instinct told her that wouldn't be the right move. Facing him square on was safer. He was trying to read her, wondering what he might get away with. She met his look, her own unflinching. "What did you tell him?" he said, his voice hard. When she didn't answer, he began to edge towards her. "Come any closer and I'll sound the alarm," she told him. He smiled. "You wouldn't." "Try me," she said. He gave a little laugh and turned on his heel. Exiting, he shut the door firmly behind him. Jo sank back into the seat, her legs turned to water. Any thoughts she'd had that Gus may have volunteered to come here with the purpose of confronting her were now confirmed. She hadn't revealed the full extent of his animosity towards her to D.I. Flett, only that they'd gone out together for a while and she had broken it off. She hadn't told Erling that when Gus had learned of the abortion of his child, his fury towards her had doubled. Taking a deep breath, she called the boss and told him of her discovery of the hidden word Calfee in the section of the notebook relating to Chris and his imminent visit to Orkney. "There's also stuff about Harold's branch of the family being a possible threat to Chris when he arrives," she told him. "Right. Tomorrow at first light we do a thorough search of Carver," he told her. Then, "Have you finished translating all 3 pages, Sergeant?" "One more to go," she said. "Stay there until you finish," he ordered. "We can't afford to miss anything." The final page, she discovered, was about the other wrong Ivor had wanted to make right. It was the story of Stella. It carried on from his earlier mention of the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It seemed that Ivor's dive into the past of Hoy in its war years had unlocked more of his childhood memories. The trauma of some of them had led to them being buried, perhaps to save his own sanity. Stella's story was one of those. She had arrived at their croft asking for milk, just as Mackie had said, and had stolen the wee boy's heart. Loving her from afar, Ivor had had to watch as Stella and his older brother William became wartime lovers. That was bad enough, but what followed was much worse. After Stella was recalled from Orkney and sent back south, William had taken up with a local girl. They'd married, and when Stella had later turned up at the Mowat Croft, a baby in her arms, Ivor, alone there at the time, had told her about William's marriage. The effect of this on Stella had been terrible. Ivor, seeing her distress, had begged her to stay, told her he would marry her when he was old enough, that he loved her. She'd looked at him with pity then, and, turning, walked away. He found her body later, hanging in an outhouse, the baby already dead at her feet. His older brothers had buried Stella and the baby nearby, and forbade him ever to talk of her again. Ivor, still a child, believed it was all his fault, and never did, until he'd begun trawling his wartime memories and been contacted by Chris. Joe wondered if he'd told Hugh this story the night of the argument. Did Ivor think the only way he could force a reveal of the existence of the grave was by selling the land to Maitland for the eco-house? Perhaps Hugh hadn't wanted the eyes of the law on the family, even about something that had happened so long ago. Chapter 56. The crossbody phone bag had hitched a ride on a small fishing vessel, the Betsy Ann, and was only spotted as she'd chugged out of the harbour. Waterproof, it had seemingly protected Ailey's mobile from the weather, but not from the danger the girl had found herself in. The mood was sombre as an image of the now unlocked phone appeared on screen. The background photo was a selfie of Ailey with Helen. They were standing together on a beach with what looked like the dark mass of Hoy behind them. For a moment, Erling thought it might even be Lyrawa Bay, before reminding himself of just how many such bays peppered the Hoy coastline. The IT support officer was looking to him, awaiting his orders as to which app they should open first. "Let's take a look at her most recent text messages," Erling told him. As the messages scrolled up the overhead screen, there was a sudden hush among the officers present. It was, Erling thought, like entering the mind of the 16-year-old girl who had no idea that her life was about to end. There was the message from Helen saying she'd see her soon, one from Ragnar about meeting her from the ferry. Her reply to that was a thumbs-up emoji. The final message had been to Helen. It simply said, "Where are you?" "That was sent after I saw her outside, sir," D.S. Gowan said. "We have a witness who saw her inside around that time, heading, he thought, for the ladies," Erling said. "There's a fire exit near the ladies," D.C. Gunn offered. "If the Scouser did inject her," Gowan said, "that's maybe when she headed out the back." The image of Ailey, taken from the window of the hotel, appeared on the screen. Enlarged now, and with the existence of the mobile now known, the blue pouch holding it became identifiable against her body. "She must have tried to get to her mobile when she stepped onto the walkway," Gunn said. "Maybe she came round enough to try to make an emergency call, got the bag off, but dropped it." The scene, as described by D.C. Gunn, was replaying in everyone's mind, the finale of which was her tipping into the water. "If she was injected with coke, contaminated or otherwise, she likely had a cocaine-induced psychosis," D.S. Gowan announced. "I've seen that in action, and that's what it looks like." When it appeared as though he might be about to continue in this mode, Erling halted him. "We'll wait for the post-mortem before we decide what she had either taken or been given. Thank you, Sergeant." He now asked if Gowan had sent the CCTV footage, as requested, to D.I. McNabb in Glasgow. "Just about to, sir," Gowan said in a tone Erling didn't like, and that reminded him of their tussle prior to his Saturday night outing.
Do it now, Sergeant, Erling ordered, dismissing him, the underlying murmur from the rest of the team seeming to signal their approval. Bringing in outsiders was never easy, Erling acknowledged, especially those who had no idea how island policing worked. The closeness of the community to its police force, the care that was required. D.S. McNabb had found that out on more than one occasion, and he was both a man and a detective that Erling had a lot of time for. Something he could not say of Gowan, particularly in light of what he thought was only a partial explanation as to why D.S. Green was noticeably uncomfortable in the officer's company. Consoling himself with the thought that Gowan wouldn't be required much longer, he told the day shift that it was time they knocked off. "Hopefully we'll have some of the DNA results back tomorrow," he added. "And well done on today." Although he'd decided there would be a full search of Carver first thing, he chose not to announce this. What they'd discovered in Ivor's notebook was better known only to a few. When he opened the door to his office, he was surprised to discover Jo rising swiftly to her feet, her expression both startled and wary. "Sorry to disturb you, Sergeant. I wanted to check if you discovered anything more of significance in the notebook." "There's nothing more regarding Chris or Carver," she said, relaxing a little. "It's about Stella," she added. He could tell by her manner that whatever it was had had a strong effect on her. "Show me," he said. Moving aside for him to take back his chair, she indicated that the translation was currently on the screen. He read what she'd written in silence, marvelling again at the transformation of Ivor's dense script into something readable, a text that revealed the story of Stella, her baby, and the whole sorry tale of lives lived in wartime, separation and sadness, love and abandonment, Ivor as a child in an adult world, a woman who'd felt she had no choice in her predicament other than to kill both herself and her baby. Erling couldn't imagine the horror of the young Ivor as he'd realized that the news he'd given Stella about his brother William had had such a devastating result. As to what the family had done by their secret burial of William's former lover and child in an unmarked grave, had it been shame on their part, or a need to protect the young Ivor from the pain of everyone in the community knowing the part he had played in her demise? "I wondered if Ivor told Hugh who Stella was and how she died," Jo said. Erling was wondering that too. "Hugh did offer his own DNA to check if the child was part of the Murt family," Erling said. "I think he'll stand by that." Changing the subject, he suggested Jo should go home now, as he'd like her to head up the Carver search team tomorrow. "Ethan Howie knows the island better than I do, sir. P.C. Tulloch probably too," she said. "But you do want to go?" he checked. She did. "Okay, speak to Ethan, tell him the plan. Ask if he'd like to bring the Angel over to Carver and help us with the search. I'll let Constable Tulloch know." "I could return to Hoy tonight, sir," Jo said. "Liaise along with Constable Tulloch from there." Noting her tone, Erling thought she might be keen to avoid any further close proximity to D.S. Gowan. He didn't ask if that was true. "That'll put you nearer to the search location, along with Tulloch and Ethan. I'll send the patrol launch from here." Her face brightened at this. "Right, sir. I'll head for Houghton right away." When she'd departed, Erling decided it was time he gave Magnus a call. "What about coming in by Seaview on your way home?" Magnus said when he told him he had news of Stella. "I've some photographs I think might be her. You can take a look at them." Magnus didn't mention Ailey Mowatt's death, although he would be aware of it already. "I'll be there in half an hour," Erling told him. "Just in time to eat," Magnus said, in a tone that brooked no argument. It was the mention of food that reminded Erling of how little he'd eaten that day, which led him to think about Rory's disappearance.
and then the police divers report that they'd had a tip-off from someone they thought to be a professional diver with a Scouse accent. Might that have been Rory? Had he discovered something on his solo dive near Carver? Since he wasn't answering his texts, Erling wasn't able to ask, but something told him he was right. Exiting the station, Erling headed for his vehicle. Passing the Balfour on his way out of Kirkwall, he briefly contemplated calling in to check on Mackie, then decided against it. He'd organised a changeover for the constable on guard duty, and the report at the time was that Mackie was now sleeping comfortably. Maybe because Mackie believed he'd successfully delivered the message about Calfee to Joe, he thought. The evening was soft, the seemingly inevitable wind of Orkney taking a rest. He tried to empty his mind of the day's proceedings and enjoy the scenery. Opening the window a little, he took a deep breath of the salt air. Now surrounded by the green of new grass and the grazing kye, his mind moved to Home Farm and his father, remembering that evening not so long ago when they'd sat and talked about Ivor and his family. So much had happened in the interim, and Tommy would know about Ailey Mowatt's death by now, and be wondering how such a terrible thing could have happened here in Orkney. He would, of course, never call Erling to ask, waiting always for his son to decide what to tell him, as it had ever been. He would visit as soon as the current case was over, Erling promised himself, and maybe it was also time to take Rory down to the farm with him. That thought lingered long enough for him to imagine Rory in the farm kitchen, talking to his father, each trying to understand the other's accent, before he questioned if Rory might ever be in his kitchen again, never mind his father's. Turning now towards Houghton, he noted a police vehicle in the car park, confirming that D.S. Green had caught the ferry. Spotting the boat already heading for Lyonesse, he found himself relieved that Jo was again putting Scapa Flow between herself and D.S. Angus Gowan. Chapter 57. Jo watched as Houghton retreated and Lyonesse crept ever closer. Dusk had come to claim the sky, reminding her of what a long day it had been. Long and too full of darkness and, in some instances, fear. She was already replaying her meeting with Gus, how she'd reacted, how she might have done things differently. But that just reminded her of her past actions, always trying and hoping she might manage to make things better between them, when it wasn't she who had made it worse. The truth was, Gus had started down that long, dark road before she discovered she was pregnant. Imagining him as a father and what that might mean for both her and the child haunted the few weeks before her decision. Hearing the sound of Rachel retching in the bathroom at the Stromness Hotel had acted like a knife in her heart. At that point, Rachel had told her that Chris wouldn't want a child. She, on the other hand, had known Gus would want a child, not to nurture and to love, but to further control her, and then, when the child was older, bully them too. She'd imagined disappearing somewhere far from Caithness, joining the police in England, having the baby, but that would never have worked. Gus would have found her and the child and tortured them forever. When she told D.I. Flett that D.S. Gowan was meticulous and thorough and never gave up, she'd spoken the truth. Command and control were his watchwords. The question haunting her now was whether, having found her again, he would ever let her go. The sight of P.C. Ivan Tulloch waiting for her beside the patrol car lifted her spirits. And despite her fears regarding Gus, she knew she was in safe hands with her fellow officers here in Orkney, as safe as she could ever be anywhere. "How did it go with Ailey's dad?" she asked as soon as they were both in the car. "When I was called back into the house, he switched his anger from Liz for allowing his daughter to go to Kirkwall to blaming the police for failing to control drugs coming into Orkney," he told her. "He does have a point," Jo said.
It is our job as police officers to protect the public. It's his family bringing the stuff in, Ivan said, and I don't think he was ignorant of that fact. Anyway, he's not staying at the house, but on Flotta at the helicopter base, so Liz is safe from his wrath for the moment. En route back to the guest house, Joe told him about Mackie and the contents of Ivor's notebook regarding Carver, plus the boss's decision to do a sweep of the island first thing. "You've called Ethan about this," Ivan said. "Not yet. I'll do it once we're back at the house." Joe knew she sounded reticent, despite trying not to. As he pulled to a halt outside Maggie's bungalow, Ivan turned to face her. "What is it with you and Ethan Howie, then?" he said, a bemused look on his face. "Nothing," she said firmly. "Aye, that'll be right," he retorted. "Away in and phone him in private. There's food waiting for us, so best be quick about it, Sergeant." In her room now, Jo set about composing herself prior to making the call, but before she was ready, her phone rang, Ethan's name on the screen. "Ethan," she answered in surprise. "I heard you were back." "How? I've only just arrived." Then the penny dropped. "One of your Lioness ferry mates told you?" When he didn't respond, she added, "That could be regarded as stalking, you know." "By him or by me," Ethan said with a laugh. Before she could form her retort to this, he asked about Mackie. "He's comfortable," she told him, "and well guarded." "Why are you here, then?" he said. "I translated the remainder of the journal, and Ivor did warn Chris that he might need to lie low. We think he suggested Carver. D.I. Flett wanted me to ask if you would be part of the search party heading there tomorrow." A brief silence followed, then, "I'll have the Angel ready at first light. See you and Tulloch at the jetty." "I take it Ethan's on board for tomorrow," Ivan said as she joined him at the dinner table. "He says the Angel will be ready at first light," Jo told him. Ivan was studying her. "What?" she said. "Ethan Howie. What do you know about him?" Ivan asked quietly. "That he can manage a boat, and he's pretty good in an emergency," she offered. "Plus, the boss thinks he's trustworthy." Ivan gave a nod. "Both of you are right." He hesitated briefly before adding, "Ethan lost his partner a few years back. She was swimming, got caught in a current. Took him a long time to come to terms with that." Jo, momentarily stunned by this sudden announcement, found herself unable to respond, so remained silent. "Right, I'm off to bed," Ivan declared. "See you at first light, Sergeant." In fact, the call to rise came much earlier than that. Jo had found it difficult to fall asleep, thinking of what Ivan had said about Ethan's partner drowning. When she'd eventually slept, she'd been tortured once again by dreams of Ethan disappearing below the waves as he struggled to hold on to the Angel. The insistent ringing of her mobile finally rose above the imagined breaking waves, and she reached out to answer it. "D.S. Green, it's Tom Main here, the man with the telescope," he added for clarification. "I spoke to P.C. Tulloch about the boat off Carver." Pulling herself into a sitting position, Jo said, "Of course, Mr. Main. Is there something wrong?" "There's a beacon being lit to the very south of Carver. I thought you should know." "Thank you, Mr. Main. We'll check on that." Scrambling out of bed, Jo went to the window, but could see no obvious light apart from the moonlight on the water. Still, Mr. Main's telescope had a far bigger range than her eyesight, however good it was. Instinct told her to act on his sighting, so she called Ivan, who told her to call Ethan, which she did. "Mr. Main thought it might be a signal fire," she said. "He's got the range to spot that," Ethan told her. "I'll meet you and Ivan at the Angel, as soon as you can get there." The wind had risen since the earlier crossing, Jo thought, as they drove down to the jetty, The swell, too, Scapa now resembling a prize fight between tide and wind, its surface foaming white and choppy. Glancing at Ivan, she noted his obvious concern. "We'll be lucky to get out there," he said. "Not sure even the police launch would tackle that."
"But if it is a distress call," Joe said.
"The lifeboat is already on a call-out," Ethan told them on approach. "Down by St. Margaret's Hope." Reading their expressions, he added, "The Angel will make it to Cava, okay. But if you don't feel safe, I can go alone."
"We're coming with you," Joe said, after a quick glance at Ivan's determined expression.
"All right,"
Ethan said, handing them life jackets.
"Let's go check this out."
Erling woke to semi-darkness and the drilling of his mobile. Seeing Joe's name on the screen, he swiftly answered. Her voice was faint, the signal obviously weak wherever she was.
"What's happening, Sergeant?"
he said, trepidation in his tone.
"We've just left Liness, sir, on the Angel. Tom Main spotted what appears to be a beacon fire lit at the south end of Cava. We're going to check it out in case it's a distress signal."
"What about the lifeboat?"
"It's on another call-out, sir. Ethan's confident the Angel will get us to Cava. It may, of course, be a false alarm, but since we were planning on heading there at dawn—"
Her voice, which had been trailing off, now went silent.
"Joe?"
he tried.
"Joe, are you still there?"
Nothing.
Already risen, Erling pulled on his clothes and went to check outside. The sun would be coming up soon, and possibly by the time they arrived at Cava.
Assuming they could reach the island safely, he thought, taking note of the white horses on Scapa and the brisk wind swirling about him. But Ethan Howie was a true boatman, and the Angel a sturdy craft, he told himself firmly. Deciding he should alert the police launch to an earlier start than scheduled, he made the call, explaining what had happened and requesting that he be picked up at Houghton Bay. Then he headed for his car. Chapter 58. As another wave broke, swirling white water across the bow, Joe stole a glance at Ethan. Turning and spotting her, he gave her a look that suggested, despite the rough seas, all would be well. Joe wished she could share his confidence. The Angel was braving the waves all right. It was her own courage, she felt, that was lacking. Ivan, standing behind her in the small cabin, hadn't made a sound during the pitching and rolling, but from the corner of her eye she could see where his white-knuckled hand was gripped to prevent himself from being thrown about.
"The beacon's almost out,"
Ethan said, pointing.
Joe had to take his word for that, because she could see nothing through the wave-splattered windscreen.
She realized she had no idea where the sea ended and the land began. Instead, she fastened her gaze on Ethan's face and his hands on the wheel, and knew that, despite his words of confidence directed at her, he was as worried as any fisher or ferryman would be in such circumstances. At this moment, the bow of the Angel suddenly rose, throwing her backwards, water rushing round her feet. She realized she was about to fall, but could grab for nothing, her eyes blinded by the spray. Then a hand caught her life jacket and dragged her upright again.
"Hold on to me,"
Ethan ordered, taking her hand and fastening it around him.
"I'm about to turn into the bay."
Holding on tightly, Joe felt the power of his attempts to turn the Angel and hold her on course, despite the strength of the surge that tried to claim her. Pressed now to Ethan's back, she couldn't see Ivan, but as Ethan completed the maneuver, she heard a shout of success from behind. They were now in the lee, offered by the small rocky headland, each wave urging them towards the shore. Loosening her grasp on Ethan, she checked on Ivan and found his cheeks even ruddier than usual, his grin even wider.
"Bloody hell, that's why I never wanted to be a fisherman,"
he announced with gusto.
"Keep a hold, both of you," Ethan ordered. "The surge is still strong here, and I need to drop the anchor."
Trying hard to focus, Joe thought she could make out the jumble of buildings and the wall where they ducked out of sight of the drug boat.
"The beacon was lit on top of the hill you climbed to get a signal," Ethan reminded her. It's definitely out now, and we don't know as yet who lit it, he warned, or why.
Ethan was right. They had fastened their hopes on the possibility that Chris Mowat was not the burnt body on the beach at Lyrawa, but was instead alive here on Carver with the missing Rachel. Mackie's utterings in the hospital, together with the jottings in Ivor's notebook, had planted that hope, but that's all it was, a hope. Ethan was only reminding them that it might not be true. What if whoever lit the beacon had done it for nefarious reasons? After all, the visiting drug boat hadn't taken kindly to their previous outing here.
"You ready?"
Ethan said as he offered up his hand to help her down into the dinghy.
"There's room for the three of us," he told Ivan. "Just go canny."
The wind was still strong, even in the sheltered bay. Jo tasted salt on her lips and tongue, and thought again of the image of Ethan disappearing beneath the waves as she had scrambled over the rocks in her desperation to get to him.
"Hey," his voice said encouragingly, "we're in the shallows now."
He got out, then offered her his hand again. She took it gratefully. Ivan was on his feet now, too, and all three trudged towards the beach, where Ethan fastened the line to a nearby rock.
"Right, so what's the plan now, Detective Sergeant?" he said.
Jo was saved from answering by Ivan's sudden shout.
"There's someone coming!"
he said, pointing. Following the line of his finger, Jo thought she could make out the bulky figure of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, and not looking remotely like the photograph she'd seen of Chris Mowat. "That can't be Chris," she said, feeling her keen disappointment. "A tourist must have come to Carver and got stuck here."
"It definitely isn't Chris," Ethan said, his tone cautious. "But it could be a Mowat by the height and build, or maybe one of the drug dealers."
The sky had turned a blood red with the approaching dawn, accentuating the dark bulk of the solitary man, now come to a halt on the grassy edge of the beach.
"There's only one of him and three of us,"
Ivan said, belligerence in his tone. "He doesn't know who we are, either," Jo said, before making her announcement.
"Detective Sergeant Green here, plus Constable Tulloch," she called out. "We answered a beacon you or someone else lit. Who are you?"
The returning voice reached them despite the wind.
"You Mort!" it boomed. "Thank God you're here!"
The explanation came as he led them away from the beach.
"They were camping at the Muckle House, but when the boat appeared they moved up to the lighthouse. Chris managed to gain entry. They're in there now, but the lass isn't great," he told them, "and their boat, the one Ivor had stashed at Lyrawa, got hauled in rough seas against the rocks at the south end of the island when Chris brought Rachel back."
"How long have you known they were here?" Jo demanded.
"Since I visited Mackie yesterday."
"You attacked Mackie?" Jo said angrily.
"What?"
Hugh halted suddenly in his stride. "An intruder attacked Mackie, left him unconscious and took his mobile." Watching his expression as she said this, Jo read it as completely shocked. Then it turned to anger.
"The bastard!" he muttered. "The stupid bastard! I told him it had to end, all of it."
"Told who?" Ivan demanded.
"It's his fault my girl's dead. My stupid brother's fault. All of this!"
He was upping his pace, not yet answering the question. He told them instead that the lass wasn't well.
"She's bleeding and should be in the hospital."
"The baby?" Jo said, immediately concerned.
"We should have brought the angel up closer to the lighthouse,"
Ivan said.
"It's too rocky there," Ethan told him. "We'll carry the lassie back between us."
As they approached the lighthouse, the door opened a little and a male appeared. Jo took in the image of Chris Mowat, dark-haired, young and slightly built, and felt joy that he was alive. "Take me to Rachel," Jo said. "She told me about the baby." Now she could see how pale and worried he was at what he thought was happening. Rachel was sitting on a blanket on the floor. In the dawn light streaming in at the now open door, Jo could see that her face was even whiter than Chris's. Kneeling down beside her, Jo took hold of her ice-cold hand. "Is there much blood?" she said. Rachel shook her head. "Only a little." "Pains?" Jo asked. "Everything hurts. I think from lying on the concrete floor." "So no cramping?" Jo checked. Rachel shook her head. "But I'm afraid if I stand up." Her voice was an anguished whisper. "You're not going to stand up," Jo told her. "We're going to carry you to the boat." At that moment her phone rang, and, answering, she heard Erling's voice. "You're in range again, Sergeant. Where are you exactly?" When she explained about the lighthouse and Rachel's condition, Erling ordered her not to move the girl. "An air ambulance is on its way," he told her. "I called it out when you went offline. I'm on the police launch. We'll be there shortly, too." Chapter 59. Jo had been alone in the waiting room since the air ambulance had dropped them at the Balfour. Herself, Chris, and Rachel. Rachel had asked that Jo come with her in the helicopter, and Chris had joined in her plea. Jo realized Chris was afraid that he wouldn't be able to calm Rachel if her condition worsened during the flight. Although keen to stay with the girl, Jo had also been fearful of her own reaction should the threatened miscarriage actually happen. Rachel had gripped her hand throughout the short journey, and Jo understood why. She had been the one she'd told of the unplanned pregnancy, the first to listen to Rachel's fears, the first to offer the girl support. Back then, Rachel had been lost, not understanding why Chris had left her, or whether he would return. She was a stranger in a strange land, pregnant, confused, and full of fear. It had been her job, Jo knew, to reassure her and offer help, both as a police officer and as a woman. When Rachel heard her words, she'd instinctively known that Jo had been in the same situation as Rachel, had once been as fearful as she was back then. And lying there in the air ambulance, Rachel wasn't frightened about being pregnant, but fearful that she might be no longer. Fearful that the baby she and Chris had talked about in their time on Carver was already lost. She'd gripped Jo's hand and held it until they'd wheeled her into surgery. Jo could still feel the pressure, even as she prayed to her father's God and all the gods in heaven and on earth that Rachel wouldn't lose the baby. It was at this moment that the door opened to let someone in. Glancing round the waiting area, he spotted her and immediately came over. The sight of Ethan's concerned face lifted her spirits a little, and she rose to greet him. "How are things?" he asked. She shook her head. "I don't know, and no one's come to tell me. I'll give it a little longer, then ask." Sometimes it was better not to know, for a little longer at least, and hope instead. He seemed to understand her unspoken words. "How did you get back here?" she said as he took a seat beside her. "I raced the patrol boat," he told her with a smile. "You didn't," she said, aghast. "I brought the Angel over with them and got a lift to Kirkwall. D.I. Flett suggested I come and check on you. Actually, I told him I intended on coming to check on you," he added. "Thank you," she said, and meant it. "Can I fetch you a coffee from the canteen? Maybe something to eat?" "That would be good," she said gratefully. "I'll call in and check on Maki on my way. You'll want to wait for news here, I expect." "I do," she admitted. "Right, back in 5 or 10, depending if Maki's up for a chat," he told her. Jo let out the breath she wasn't aware she'd been holding. Somehow Ethan's presence here had helped ease her own fear of what was about to happen. Rising, she made her decision and began towards the desk to ask about Rachel. But a voice stopped her, froze her in her tracks. Turning, she saw him, almost as close now as he had been in the boss's office. Why was he here? She knew the answer before she'd asked herself the question. He was here for her. "Don't come near me," she said, keeping her voice low.
"We need to talk," he said. "Outside, now."
She considered what might happen if she disobeyed his order. They were both police officers. If they were to have an argument here... That can't happen, she thought. "Okay," she said quietly. It was raining, just a smur touching her face like damp thistledown. Below her skin, the blood rushed round her body, willing her to run, escape before things got worse. Because they would. She didn't meet his eye, but waited, heart thumping, for what he had to say. Giving him this chance might defuse his anger, and she could walk away. His voice, when it emerged from his stone-like face, was a hiss of fury that, had she knew, been smouldering since he'd first arrived here in Orkney, ready to see her, something she'd managed to avoid, with D.I. Flett's help, until she'd taken his seat at the monitor to examine the diary entry. That's when Erling had sensed by her reaction why she'd been lying about knowing D.S. Gowan. If only Erling were here now. The words spewing from Gus's mouth were all the ones she'd heard before, that she'd murdered his child, ruined his life. She wasn't a police officer but a baby killer. She should be in prison for what she'd done. Impulse strove to make her fight back with words or walk away, but if she did either of those things, his response would be swift and probably painful. As she made her decision with a decided "No!" his hand grabbed her arm, twisting it until she had to smother her pain against his chest. "Get off her!" Even as he shouted the order, she saw Ethan reach out to grab Gus's arm. "I'm a police officer," Gus said in a menacing tone. "So is Joe." Ethan's tone was equally forceful. As Gus's hold lessened, Jo shook herself free and stood back, conscious that she had to defuse the situation in case Ethan decided to punch Gus and find himself on the wrong side of the law, despite the circumstances. Moving to take Ethan's arm, she turned and walked him back to the hospital entrance, feeling Gus's vengeful eyes on both their backs. Once inside, she turned to look and found Gus gone. What the hell was that all about? Ethan was searching her face, looking for an answer. Jo found herself saying the words, quietly but definitely aloud. We were together back in Caithness. I got pregnant and had an abortion because he was... She tailed off, aware she'd almost made the accusation she'd avoided until now. Violent towards you? Ethan finished for her. When she gave a brief nod, she heard him mutter, "Bastard!" under his breath. You need to report him to D.I. Flett. He's a police officer, for God's sake. Registering the mixture of concern and anger on his face, she nodded. I will, I promise. But I want to ask about Rachel now. They found Chris in the waiting room looking for her. Rachel wants to see you, he said, his look so relieved that Jo felt her own fear ease. She was sitting up in bed, a little colour in her previously chalk-white face. She looked alive and happy, which must mean... It's okay, Jo heard her say. The baby's okay. Thanks to you, she added with a soft smile. Jo, lost for words, simply nodded, aware that her relief at such an outcome must be obvious. You need to know that Hugh was there to help us, Rachel was saying. He wasn't the threat. That was his brother Harold and his son Max. Hugh will explain everything to Inspector Flett. It's over, she added in a thankful voice. The nightmare is over. Jo nodded her pleasure at Rachel's words, all the time aware that her own nightmare was not. Chapter 60. They had been recording for over an hour. Erling could sense how tired the man was, but anguish at the death of his granddaughter drove him on. Arriving back on mainland, Hugh had declared himself ready and willing to fill in the gaps in his previous statement, given in the immediate aftermath of Ailey's death. He'd begun at the point at which his father, Ivor, had declared that he no longer wished to live on Hoy and was moving into a care home in Kirkwall.
I suspected then that he was angry with the family about something, but I didn't know what,
Hugh had said.
I was aware that he'd been looking back at the war years on Hoy, revisiting his youth, which happens when you get old, he'd added. I thought he just wanted to get away from the present, and of course the constant family fallouts. His hold over us was diminishing, especially his influence with Harold. I thought he wanted out, and it was my turn to keep them all in order. Then came the news that he'd sold the family croft to an English bloke he'd read about in the Orcadian.
He'd shaken his head at this.
Not only that, but Maitland was bent on building an eco-house there. I know now why Ivor wanted the place dug up. But when the lassie's body was found, your eyes turned on us, and Harold wasn't happy about that.
He'd continued.
I'd suspected the Aberdeen nightclub that Harold owned and Max ran was involved in dealing drugs, but it was far enough away to be ignored, until Max ended up in court. In truth, I hoped he'd be sent to prison, but he got off and came home to crow about it. Then Ivor told me about Chris, and I saw his coming here as yet another threat. I thought my father had lost his wits on that one. Didn't see the danger of producing an heir, who I thought was more than likely a fraud. That's why we argued. I couldn't believe Dad died that night. He'd been so determined, so strong, like the old days. Then I learned the truth from you, that Harold had raped Betty, and Chris was his son. No wonder my father was so angry and so determined to acknowledge Chris. But Harold didn't want Chris here.
They'd paused the recording there, and Erling had coffee and biscuits brought to the interview room. He was concerned at Hugh's white face, and wondered how long it had been since he'd eaten or drunk anything. The dose of sugar in both the chocolate biscuits and the mug of coffee brought some colour back to his face. "You okay to go on now?" Erling checked. When Hugh nodded a response, he started the recording again and asked Hugh to continue.
Our father told me that Chris would be in danger when he came here, and that I would have to protect him. He said he'd warned Chris, although he didn't think Chris believed him. So he wanted me to make sure the boy would be okay. The thing is, he never told me when Chris was coming. Then Ivor died.
"And you didn't inform Chris?" Erling said.
"I didn't have a contact. I didn't even know if what Ivor had said about him was true. Then Chris turned up at the funeral."
He shook his head.
"Harold was mad about that. He was fighting me on two fronts now, on Chris and on the drugs."
"The County Lines drug gang from Liverpool?" Erling said. Hugh nodded.
"Harold thought he was big enough in the game to deal with them, but he wasn't. I warned Ailey about them, told her to stay away from that nightclub. But she tried to do what I couldn't. She warned one of them off. No doubt told them she was going to you lot. And for that, my granddaughter died."
Erling waited, allowing Hugh to regain his composure before asking his next question.
"Tell me about Chris and Carver." Ivor mentioned Carver, about going there as a boy to hide from his brother's wrath. That if things got bad, Chris might go there. I thought my father was rambling. If Chris was bona fide, which at that point I wasn't sure he was.
He paused there for a moment before continuing.
Then Chris arrived just in time for Ivor's funeral.
He met Erling's gaze.
You were in the cathedral. You saw the anger among my brothers.
Erling acknowledged this with a nod.
Harold threatened Chris at the wake, told him to fuck off or else.
And he did, Erling prompted. Did you know where?
I hoped he'd taken Harold's threat to heart and just left Orkney altogether, because I didn't know then about Rachel. The lass complicated matters. And then the body was found at Lyrawa. I thought it was Chris. Harold denied he'd done that, but I wasn't sure.
So you waited, Erling said. He nodded.
Then came the well reading, and Rachel turned up in Chris's place. Brave, but foolish. Now she was a target, too.
But Chris came back for her, Erling prompted.
I wasn't sure it was Chris who took her. It could have been one of Harold's lot. He denied that, of course. I'd been given Ivor's laptop and mobile when he died. I searched his phone, and there was one message I didn't understand. It was to Chris about Kava, or Kafi, as Ivor called it.
You thought Chris might be hiding there? Erling said.
I wanted the body on the beach not to be Chris, so I decided to believe he had taken the girl to hide on Kava.
Did Harold have access to the laptop and phone?
No. I wiped them, then handed them in to you. That was something I got right, he added. I thought Harold was looking for Chris and Rachel, so hoped I was correct about the beach body. Then I heard about Ivor's notebook and that Ald Mackey and your detective sergeant were working on it. So I went there, told Mackey enough to get him to confirm Ivor's message about Calfee. The rest you know.
He looked stricken.
What about the lassie?
D.S. Green is still at the Balfour. She'll keep us informed. You do know that Mackey was attacked after you left his place?
D.S. Green told me.
And who was that, do you think?
Harold's been keeping tabs on me, but I don't know who was on my tail. Maybe Harold, maybe Max.
Both Harold and Max are supposedly in Aberdeen, Erling said.
More likely they've been out on the water somewhere between here and Aberdeen.
That was something Erling hadn't considered up to now.
I'll list possible boat names for you,
Hugh said.
I want them caught. The sooner the better.
They ended there with a handshake and a commitment by Hugh Mowat to give evidence at the trial that would undoubtedly follow.
I owe it to my granddaughter, he said.
Seeing Hugh to the door, Erling now gave Jo a call. Her answer was prompt and positive. Rachel is okay, as is the pregnancy, although they plan to keep her in for tonight at least. And Chris, he checked, remaining by her side. Also, I've visited Mackey, who gets out today. He confirmed Hugh's visit, and says it was Max Mowat who turned up after Hugh and was the one to hit him and take his mobile. Despite the positive news all round, Erling felt his sergeant didn't sound quite right. Aware that if he asked her why outright she would likely deny this, he instead asked if Ethan was still there with her. When she confirmed he was, Erling asked to speak to him.
Everything okay there, Ethan?
D.S. Green sounded odd, despite the good news about Rachel and Mackey. There was a pregnant silence, and then the sound of movement, as though Ethan was stepping away before answering.
D.S. Gowan, he said. That's what's wrong. He was here, looking for Jo. I saw him manhandle her outside in the car park. I told him to stop, and he did, but he wasn't happy.
Erling waited, knowing there was more.
She says they were together in Caithness. When she fell pregnant, she had an abortion because he was violent towards her.
Erling was at a loss as to how to respond to this. Why had he not questioned Jo more closely about Gowan? He'd known she wasn't telling him the full story.
Right. Thank you, Ethan. I'll deal with this. I suspect she told me because she couldn't bring herself to tell you. If you'd seen Gowan's face... Please, give the phone back to D.S. Green, Ethan, and thanks for your help with Carver and with my sergeant.
Sir?
Joe's voice came back on. Can you come back to the station now, Sergeant? There's things we need to discuss.
Right, sir. Sounded relieved, Erling thought, so he followed it up with,
See you shortly, Sergeant.
He then put a call out for D.S. Gowan to come to his office. The call went unanswered. Gowan may have been at the hospital, but he wasn't as yet back here at the station. Erling now rang his personal number, with no result either. The thought crossed his mind that D.S. Gowan was making himself scarce for fear of having to answer questions about his conduct this morning. Ethan Howie, Erling realized, might not be known to Gowan. After all, Ethan was a member of the public, not in any obvious way connected with the police force. But he'd intervened in whatever Gowan had been up to, and had challenged him with regard to his behaviour towards D.S. Green. Gowan would be wondering whether the confrontation would be reported. He wouldn't be worried about Joe doing so. After all, she hadn't disclosed his behaviour up to now. Not all of it, anyway. Gowan would no doubt be hoping she would keep quiet again. But if the unknown guy in the hospital car park reported it... Informing the desk sergeant that should D.S. Gowan appear he would like to see him, he was surprised to be told that he was reported to be heading for the Stromness ferry to Scrabster. When Erling demanded to know on whose authority, the puzzled voice said, On yours, I thought, sir. So he's done a runner, Erling thought, ringing off. Well, good. So D.S. Green need not see him again. But that doesn't mean we won't pursue him back in Caithness. When Joe arrived, he immediately told her that D.S. Gowan was on his way back to Caithness. Surprised, she said, But he was at the hospital earlier. Erling waited, watching her struggle to decide whether to speak up or not. Ethan told me about it. But I'd like to hear it from you, Sergeant, and I'd like to record it. She was hesitating. She'd survived this far without speaking about it. Maybe now that he was gone, she didn't have to. You won't be the only woman he's harassed, Erling said quietly. And you won't be the last. The force needs to know they have a man capable of that in their midst. He waited quietly while she went through the implications of what he was asking. She made up her mind. I told Ethan, so I will tell you, she said firmly. Chapter 61. Thanking D.I. McNabb for his assistance, Erling ended their call. The Glasgow detective had now confirmed what Erling already believed with regard to the DNA tests, the post-mortem results on both Ailey and the body at Lyrawa Bay, and the CCTV evidence of that Saturday night. Ailey Mowat had been a casualty of a drug war between members of her own family and the competing gang from Liverpool, intent on taking over the supply of synthetic opioid drugs both in Aberdeen and Orkney. The guy captured on CCTV talking to her was already in the system, as was the DNA from the body found on Lyrawa Bay. Both men were known to the authorities and were being sought by the police further south. Knowing the identity of the two men, however, wouldn't provide any sense of peace, especially not for Ailey's parents, nor for her grandfather Hugh. Neither would the fact that Harold Mowat and his son Max were now in custody in Aberdeen on a variety of charges. Hugh Mowat had been forthright and, Erling thought, honest in his statement on his dealings with Ivor regarding Chris, the will, and Rachel's part in the proceedings. Recalling all of this, Erling wondered, not for the first time, whether Hugh would ever have spoken out about Harold threatening Chris had it not been for Ailey's death. Being faced with the terrible result of inaction could sometimes change people's perceptions of right and wrong, and the messy part in between. Chris was definitely Harold's son. DNA had confirmed it,
Had Ivor been alive, Erling had no doubt he would have had Harold charged with the rape of his granddaughter Betty. Whether Chris would do the same, Erling thought not. Neither was he convinced that Chris would stay on in Orkney with Rachel and their child when it was born. But he did think peace between Hugh and Chris was a distinct possibility. As for Mackie, he was well and home, after coming by the station to give a full account of his tangle with Max over his mobile. Apparently the two men had been merely minutes apart in their visits to Mackie. Hugh he'd had time for, believing he was on Chris's side. "I never liked Harold, though," he told Erling. "A bully when he was younger, with a bully for a son in Max. Hell men both of them is what I think Ivor would say. Let's hope with them away, young Ragnar can get his act together. His sister Helen needs him to do that." Erling's mobile rang at this point, and picking it up, he answered. "Colin, did you get my message regarding Stella and Ivor's notebook?" "I did," Colin confirmed. "Also, Magnus called and sent me over the photographs he found in the war records. I wondered what the plan was about her remains. Hugh says she and the baby will be buried next to Ivor on Hoy. He said his father would have wanted that." "And that's happening when exactly?" Colin said. "Hugh says next week sometime," Erling confirmed. "I'll send you the details once I get them from Hugh." "I'm glad we learned Stella's story," Colin said. "That doesn't often happen in my own field of work." "Thank Ivor for that," Erling said. He was determined to right the wrongs of the past and his part in them. Not many of us get that chance. Checking his watch, he realized it was time he and Joe set off for the cathedral. Ailey Mowat was to be buried today. Epilogue. A week after Ailey's funeral, Stella and baby Billy were buried in a small ceremony at the old kirkyard on Hoy. With a glance towards Chris and Rachel, Hugh said, "This is what I think my father would have wanted. In his journal, Ivor said Stella was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen." He smiled at that. Standing there in the old kirkyard, alongside Colin, Magnus, and Joe, Erling marvelled at Hugh's determination to set things right for Ivor, Stella, and her baby, all the while blaming himself for his failure to protect his own granddaughter, Ailey, something that would continue to haunt him. On the way back to Lyonesse, Rachel explained that she'd been visiting Betty Corrigal's grave the day she'd seen the digger. "The story of Betty Corrigal and her baby really upset me," she said. "Then, when I saw Chris waiting for me at Houghton, I thought he looked too young to be a father. But I was wrong," she added with a smile for Chris. Glancing at Joe, Erling watched as her own emotions seemed to briefly swallow her, before she informed him with a shy smile that she wouldn't be going back on the ferry to Houghton with the rest of them, as Ethan was coming for her. "See you tomorrow then, Sergeant," Erling said, with what he hoped was an encouraging look. Reaching Langwell, Erling spotted Rory's car and suddenly recalled that his father was coming to have dinner with them tonight. Drawing to a halt, he considered how the two men might get on, whether Tommy would understand Rory's Scouse accent, or if Rory would be able to translate the Orkney phrases his father would undoubtedly use. Erling smiled to himself. Whatever happened, the two most important men in his life were about to meet properly at last, for which he was grateful.
Acknowledgements. First of all, my thanks to all the team at Pan Macmillan, in particular Rafaela Dimitris, who encouraged me in my desire to write this offshoot series starring D.I. Erling Flett, who has played a role in the Dr. Rona MacLeod books, whenever they have been set in Orkney. As always, my thanks must go to forensic scientist Dr. Jennifer Miller. Inspiring and supportive, it was through my conversations with both Jen and Professor Colin Richards of the Archaeology Institute UHI Orkney that this new series set wholly in Orkney was born. And to Dr. James H. K. Grieve, Emeritus Professor of Forensic Pathology at Aberdeen University, who has been my go-to person for all my queries regarding modes of death. My final thanks should go to the people of Orkney, in particular Vina Piri. My memories of my time living with her and Geordie in Orfer and all the occasions I have gone back since are the inspiration for my stories.
Thank you for listening to this audio production of The High Island by Lynn Anderson, read by David Rintoul. Text copyright Lynn Anderson 2026. Recording copyright Macmillan Publishers International Limited 2026. Directed by Perrin Sledge. Production, recording and post-production by the Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London. Sound editing by Oliver Denman. Check listening by Pat Saunders. Published by Macmillan, an imprint of